Morning. The bright sunlight pierced through the lingering mist, illuminating the quiet little courtyard. Chinyu got out of bed and stretched lazily. What a wonderful day. Chinyu chuckled to himself. Once I pass the test and join the sect, the cultivation world will gain a new rising star. His exaggerated laughter echoed in the air. Today was the Xiantian Sect's annual recruitment for new disciples, and Chinyu had waited an entire year for this day. After dressing and shouldering his luggage, he grabbed a packet of freshly fried stinky tofu and stepped out of the house. A year earlier, Chinyu had still been on Blue Star playing video games. After suffering 30 consecutive defeats, his blood surged, his vision went black, and when he opened his eyes again, he had already transmigrated into this young man's body. Most of the original owner's memories had already vanished. He could only vaguely recall fragments such as cultivation, sect selection, bandits, and gravely injured. At first, Chinyu thought the original boy had simply read too many cultivation novels, but after making a few inquiries, he could only blurt out a stunned curse. He had truly transmigrated into a world where one could cultivate immortality. In less than a heartbeat, Chinyu made cultivating the way of immortality his foremost goal. After all, what man could resist the allure of flying through the skies and traversing the earth, of riding a sword across the heavens? Most importantly, once he became an immortal, Chinyu intended to return to Blue Star and have a very good chat with that game designer. Back then, it happened to be the Xiantian Sect's recruitment period. Chinyu rushed all the way to the sect only to learn the recruitment had already ended. So he simply rented a small room in the nearby town. On ordinary days, he relied on the family craft of making stinky tofu to earn enough for daily expenses. Now, with a backpack on his shoulders, Chinyu walked along the town's liveliest main street. Because of the Xiantian Sect's selection, many unfamiliar faces had appeared in the town. Breakfast stalls were booming with business, the entire street brimming with noise and excitement. Chinyu walked with practiced ease to a particular stall. As he saw the busy proprietress, a line of text immediately appeared before his eyes. No business without cunning drank. A born petty trader able to rely on a bit of cleverness to easily earn excessive profit and become a locally notorious and scrupulous shop owner. Copyable. Chinyu had long since grown accustomed to this. After transmigrating, he had bound a system that granted him the ability to view other people's innate talents. Moreover, he possessed a single opportunity to copy a drank talent. Talents were not something everyone had, only about 1 in 1,000 people possessed them. Even so, Chinyu felt that the system's detection might not always be accurate. Take the proprietress before him, for example. Her prices were fair, and she never shorted anyone on weight. She treated Chinyu very well, too. When he had first arrived in town with empty pockets, she had even taken the initiative to give him food. How could someone so kind possibly be an unscrupulous shop owner? The system, he thought, was simply talking nonsense. Aunt Fatty, 1 meat bun and a bowl of defuno, Chinyu said with a smile. All right, that will be 200 copper coins in total. Come inside and sit, young customer, she replied cheerfully. Internally, Chinyu froze. 200 copper coins. He suspected he had misheard. These things usually cost only 2 copper coins. The plump aunt looked up, saw that it was Chinyu, and quickly pulled him to her side to ask in a low voice, "Why haven't you set up your stall yet? A lot of rich dog-like tycoons have come to town today. You should seize the chance to slaughter them properly," she murmured. "Not many people dare eat that stinky tofu of yours, but there will always be a few outsiders who are not afraid of death and want to give it a try. Even if they do not eat it on the spot, you can recommend they buy some to take home for their dogs. Tell them the Xiantian Sect's spirit dogs love it, and that eating it can increase cultivation. Just say whatever sounds nice. If you can trick one, that's one more." Chinyu's expression darkened with exasperation. Feed it to dogs. This was his old Qin family's ancestral craft, a secret recipe passed down only through the men of the family. The aunt continued to instruct him. Today, all the town's prices for outsiders should be increased 100-fold. 1,000-fold is fine too. Those dog-like tycoons have money to burn anyway. Whether the coming year is comfortable or not depends entirely on these 2 days. Stop daydreaming and hurry to set up your stall, she urged. Chinyu's smile was completely frozen now. He could almost hear the sound of his own face being slapped. The system's judgment is spot on, he thought. No business without cunning truly is terrifying. In that instant, Chinyu finally understood why the town usually had so few customers, yet every shop owner was plump and prosperous, dripping with wealth. So this was what they had been counting on. Chinyu scratched his head. "Aunt Fatty, I'm going to try my luck at the Xiantian Sect today, so I won't be setting up a stall." The aunt slapped her forehead. "Look at my memory. I forgot you came to town just for this selection. Today's meal is on me. I wish you success." "Thank you, Aunt Fatty," Chinyu replied. The aunt deftly filled a bowl with defuno and took out 2 meat cakes, handing them to Chinyu while muttering under her breath. "What a pity. Today the town will have 1 less cunning trader," she sighed. Chinyu was left speechless. He carried his food to a small table and sat down. He took a sip of the salty and spicy diffuno, then bit into the fragrant, greasy meat cake. Suddenly, inspiration struck. "Aunt Fatty, I just thought of an idea," he called out. Yu leaned over to her, speaking slyly. "Tomorrow, in addition to your salty diffuno, make another pot of sweet diffuno." "Sweet diffuno? Who would eat something that cloyingly sweet?" the aunt said dismissively. "Precisely because no one will want it, you can earn an extra portion," Yu replied. "Listen, when customers come in, as long as they don't ask specifically, you serve them the sweet diffuno first. After one taste, they'll definitely find it unbearable. But who eats meat cakes without accompanying diffuno? Since they are not short of money, most will order another bowl of salty diffuno. Just like that, you earn double from a single customer." The aunt's eyes lit up at once. Young folks really have good heads on their shoulders. "Wait here, I'll go home and fetch some sugar." Yu returned to his table feeling immensely satisfied. "Consider this my thanks for their care over the past year," he thought. After eating and drinking his fill, he shouldered his backpack and lifted his gaze to the distant horizon. "Cultivation world, I Yu the Great, am coming." The mountain gate of the Xiantian sect was located halfway up the mountain range, while a small town lay at the foot of the slopes. Yu, familiar with the path, climbed upward along the man-made stone steps. Along the way, he encountered many boys and girls around his age, as some were dressed in luxurious clothing with guards following at their sides. Others wore plain garments, much like Yu himself. Yu's gaze swept over them one by one, and lines of innate talents surfaced before his eyes. Lower grade spiritual root, grade D, barely possesses the aptitude for immortal cultivation, but only to a slight degree, destined to remain a menial disciple for life. Delicate features, grade C, a clear and handsome countenance. One must admit that good looks alone can also be a form of sustenance. Thick skin and flesh, grade D, the skin is rough and resilient, with a slightly greater recovery ability than ordinary people. Middle grade spiritual root, grade C, barely meets the threshold of immortal cultivation, yet it is difficult to achieve any remarkable accomplishments, and one is ultimately fated to serve merely as a foil. Ingenious schemes, grade B, sharp of mind and quick in thought, adept at formulating strategies and plans, often securing victory in unexpected ways. The Xiantian sect selection had gathered the promising youths of Liang Kingdom in one place, whose talents that were rarely seen in daily life appeared one after another before Yu's eyes. "What a pity," Yu murmured, shaking his head with a soft sigh. "All far too weak. With aptitudes like yours, it will be hard for any of you to stand as opponents of someone like me, Qin." As he spoke, Yu extended a finger and tapped lightly into the void. A prompt appeared whether to copy the talent lower grade spiritual root, grade D. He chose yes. The copy was successful. A message followed congratulating the host on obtaining his first talent and successfully unlocking the character template. Name: Yu. Talent lower grade spiritual root, grade D. Progress 0. Note: when progress reaches 100, you will gain one opportunity to copy a talent. Another notification stated that the system's talent detection function was being transformed, changing from a passive trigger to an active one. The first test in the Xiantian sect selection was a spiritual root examination. Those without spiritual roots would be eliminated outright, so you did not hesitate to copy the lower grade spiritual root. After reading the system messages, Yu grew thoughtful. So the talent detection function has turned into an active skill. That's good. When there are many people, I won't be bombarded with talent windows the moment I glance around. And once the progress bar fills, I can continue copying talents. I just wonder what grade the next talent will be. After a brief moment of anticipation, Yu brushed the thought aside. Having just obtained a spiritual root, he felt compelled to savor what it was like. "My back feels a bit warm and somewhat damp. Ho ho ho, so this is what it feels like to possess a spiritual root. The day when I become Emperor Yu is just around the corner." At that moment, a detailed description of lower grade spiritual root, grade D, popped up again, stating it only barely granted cultivation aptitude and doomed one to a life as a menial disciple. The system untimely displayed this detailed introduction, but Yu ignored it and strode toward the mid-mountain area, brimming with confidence. "Indeed, with a spiritual root, my back is so warm, even climbing feels more energetic," he thought. Suddenly, someone behind him called out, "Brother, up front, your backpack seems to be leaking water." "Huh." Yu hastily removed his backpack and discovered that his water bottle had leaked, spilling all the hot water inside. No wonder his back had felt so warm. Yu looked at the man and said earnestly, "Thank you for the reminder, brother. If it had been any later, even my trousers would have been soaked." The man replied lightly, "Think nothing of it, just a small matter." Yu glanced at the man again and sighed with a hint of regret. He had just performed a detection on this person, but unfortunately no talent window appeared. Immortal cultivation in the end was a privilege reserved for only a few. Watching the man depart with composed assurance, Yu picked up his dripping backpack and wrung it out forcefully. No sooner had he finished wringing it out than Yu suddenly recalled that besides clothes there were also more than a dozen pieces of stinky tofu inside. He hurriedly opened the pack and carefully took out the oiled paper wrapping them. The paper had been soaked through and was full of holes while the stinky tofu had been squashed together into a single mass. Staring at this dark, formless lump, Chin, you couldn't help thinking it looked more and more like cow dung. Especially after being steeped in hot water and still steaming, it looked exceedingly fresh. It looks like it. I wonder how it smells. Chin Yu leaned in and took a deep sniff, almost gagging on the spot. It looks like it and smells even more like it, he thought. Too revolting. Better throw it away. Acting as if nothing were amiss, Chin Yu stood up, planning to discard the stuff while no one was watching. To his surprise, he discovered that everyone on the road was staring at him in astonishment. Damn, with so many people watching, it would be a bit immoral to just throw trash on the ground, he thought. Chin Yu rewrapped the lump with the oiled paper, stuffed it back into his backpack, and decided to wait until he found a trash bin to discard it. Once he shouldered his pack again, he noticed that the people around were still looking at him with an expression of utter disbelief. As expected, my bearing is still so outstanding. Every movement of mine draws countless glances. Being handsome truly is a kind of burden, he mused. He straightened his chest and strode forward steadily under the crowd's gaze. After Chin Yu left, the crowd erupted in wails. On my eyes. What did I just see? Too disgusting, ugh. I'm going to switch sects if I won't take part in this recruitment selection anymore. A girl wailed, turning on her heel to leave. This girl was named Li Xiangxiang, the eldest miss of the Li clan, the largest immortal cultivation family in Liang Kingdom. She had come to the Xiantian sect for the selection, never expecting to encounter something so world-shattering and unforgettable halfway up the mountain. She had watched with her own eyes as Chin Yu took an unknown lump of something wrapped in paper out of his backpack. Though she could not be entirely sure what it was, judging from its shape and color, and combined with the faint odor in the air, Li Xiangxiang could more or less guess. She had thought that simply pulling such a thing out of his bag was already outrageous enough, yet what followed was even more astonishing. Chin Yu first held it in his hands and examined it, then leaned close and took a deep sniff. Finally, under countless watching eyes, he casually rewrapped it in paper and put it back into his bag. And from the way he walked away, he was full of confidence and pride. Heavens above, you play with filth, and you are proud of it. After climbing for about an hour, Chin Yu arrived at a square that was as large as several football fields. At the center of the square stood an arched stone door upon which were carved 3 grand and powerful characters. Xiantian Sect. Chin Yu looked around, curiously noticing that the square was densely packed with people, with at least tens of thousands present. In the air, cultivators riding swords swiftly approached, while spiritual beasts flew towards this direction. Chin Yu then understood why he had not encountered any exceptionally gifted talents along the way. It turned out that the young prodigies from prominent families did not need to climb the mountain, they flew directly up. Although there were chances for prodigies to be born among commoners, the probability was too small, 1 in 10,000. The descendants of cultivators had a much greater chance of possessing superior or even top-tier spiritual roots. Chin Yu aimed at a youth sitting atop a massive green bird and used the system's talent detection. The distance was too far to conduct the detection. Frustrated, Chin Yu found a shady spot under a tree and patiently waited for the upcoming assessment. At noon, a bell rang from deep within the Xiantian sect, resonating through the heavens and earth. It's about to begin. Chin Yu immediately moved closer to the sect's mountain gate. Soon 2 rows of disciples from the Xiantian sect, dressed in white robes with blue patterns and golden boots, marched out in unison, followed by an elderly man with white brows and a celestial demeanor. I am Hu Tian, the second elder of the Xiantian sect. Welcome everyone to our recruitment assessment. The elder's voice was not loud, yet possessed a magical quality that made it clear to everyone present. This recruitment is open to those under the age of 16. Those who do not meet the criteria may leave early. The assessment will officially start in 15 minutes, and the first test is the spiritual root assessment. As the words were spoken, the newly emerged disciples of the Xiantian sect had already set up multiple testing points. Those participating in this recruitment assessment can start lining up, while accompanying personnel and unrelated individuals please wait outside the square. As soon as the words fell, the crowd in the square quickly sprang into action. A total of 12 testing points were arranged, each manned by 2 disciples from the Xiantian sect. Chin Yu, quick-witted and agile, soon occupied a spot towards the front of the line while standing on his toes to observe. He wanted to see how the Xiantian sect tested spiritual roots. Just as Chin Yu was peering forward, a young nobleman dressed in luxurious garments walked up beside him, naturally standing in front of Chin Yu. The nobleman glanced at Chin Yu and disdainfully said, "Commoner, go to the back. It's your honor to let this young master cut in line." Chin Yu was taken aback. He hadn't expected that even in the cultivation world there were those who liked to cut in line. Indeed, such scum was everywhere. But to cut in front of me, Chin Yu, you've truly picked the wrong person. Chin Yu immediately kicked out. Get lost. The nobleman stumbled back angrily. Commoner, you dare to kick me. Do you know who I am? Qin Yu retorted, do you know who I am? The nobleman paused bewildered and asked, who are you? I am your father. The nobleman's face twisted in rage. I am the son of the current prime minister. If you kneel and kowtow to me now, I can make your death a little easier. Qin Yu nodded with satisfaction, saying, my son is truly filial. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have known that I was the current prime minister. You're seeking death. The nobleman clenched his fists, looking as if he was about to throw a punch. Qin Yu was never afraid of fighting. So what if he was the son of the current prime minister? Before cultivating, he was just a commoner. Moreover, this guy looked like he had been pampered all his life. In a real fight, he might not even defeat a street thug. I wonder how long he will cry after getting punched. Just as Qin Yu was preparing to unleash a righteous punch, the disciples of the Xiantian sect responsible for maintaining order arrived in time. Gentlemen, be mindful of the occasion. If you cause trouble, you will be expelled. The nobleman shot a glare at the Xiantian sect's disciple and turned back to Qin Yu, saying gloomily, kid, consider yourself lucky this time. But if you provoke me, you're dead, and your whole family will be dead. Just wait for it. Qin Yu pointed behind him, saying, if you're scared to fight, then get to the back. Just wait. The nobleman gritted his teeth, stepping behind Qin Yu, and shouted at the onlookers, what are you looking at? Do you want to die too? The people around quickly diverted their gazes. I wonder how talented this prime minister's foolish son really is. Qin Yu immediately began to scan him. Superior spiritual root B grade, excellent aptitude, cultivation speed far exceeds that of ordinary people with a chance to secure a place in the cultivation world. Exceptional alchemy B grade, possesses good talent in alchemy, able to refine higher difficulty pills with a high success rate. Apothecary apprentice D grade, has some talent in medicine, able to proficiently treat common ailments. Qin Yu shook his head. This aptitude is not bad, but unfortunately it's wasted on a dog. As the line moved forward, there were moments of wailing and laughter ahead. Qin Yu personally witnessed the brother who had reminded him of the leaking water covering his face and running while crying and shouting, spiritual root, how can I live without you? The line advanced quickly, and soon it was Qin Yu's turn. Just place your hand on the crystal ball, said the disciple of the Xiantian sect. Qin Yu extended his hand and gently touched the crystal ball. The crystal ball flickered and emitted a faint white light. The brighter the light, the easier it was for the toucher to resonate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, indicating better talent. The weak white light that Qin Yu emitted represented the weakest inferior spiritual root. Qin Yu inferior spiritual root pass. Next, with his hands behind his back, the nobleman walked up to the recording disciple of the Xiantian sect, lifting his chin haughtily and declaring, Tang Outyin superior spiritual root. Please place your hand on the crystal testing device for assessment. Troublesome, can the son of the prime minister really be deceived? Tang Outyin placed his palm on the crystal ball, which immediately lit up with a brilliant white light. The people around instantly looked at him with envious eyes. Tang Outyin superior spiritual root next. Enjoying the envious gazes of the crowd, Tang Outyin slowly approached Qin Yu and mocked, a waste with an inferior spiritual root, do you even deserve to cultivate? Better crawl back to the ground to dig for food. The tone combined with that arrogant demeanor made Qin Yu grit his teeth. Damn it, just wait, I will definitely slap that stinky tofu right onto your face. Congratulations to all for passing the first round of the spiritual root test. Elder Hu Tian stood with his hands behind his back, stating the next round of testing will commence, and the examination officers will explain the content and rules of this round. Good luck to everyone. After Elder Hu finished speaking, Qin Yu suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a peculiar space. Welcome to the second round, little one. A slender elder figure made of white mist appeared beside Qin Yu, introducing himself. I am the head of the scripture repository of the Xiantian sect, an ancient spirit of knowledge. Knowledge spirit. Is that impressive? Absolutely. I have read extensively. I know astronomy and geography, the theories of cultivation, the myriad of matters in the cultivation world. I am well versed in everything. If I claim to be the second most knowledgeable person in the cultivation world, no one dares to call themselves the first. Do you think I am powerful? Qin Yu scoffed. What good is knowledge in the cultivation world? It's all about strength. Shallow. Haven't you heard that knowledge is power? The cultivation world isn't all about fighting and killing. Forget it, there's no point in explaining further to a junior like you. Once you join the Xiantian sect, you'll naturally understand my strengths. You say you know a lot, so let me ask you a question. Ask away, replied the spirit confidently. Qin Yu smirked and asked, all right, can humans breathe underwater? Of course not. For cultivators, there isn't much difference between underwater and on land. A cultivator with a bit of skill can go for hours without breathing, so they don't need to breathe underwater. Not needing to breathe means such spells have no practical value, so naturally no one creates or studies them. Qin Yu shook his finger. Wrong answer. Impossible. The spirit's eyes widened in disbelief. For thousands of years his words had always been the standard answer, and no one had ever dared to say wrong answer to him. Elder Beishatong, please don't be anxious, let me demonstrate. Alright, I want to see how you explain this. Beishatong stared at Qin Yu seriously. If you dare to mock me, the consequences will be severe. Qin Yu respectfully replied, I wouldn't dare, Elder. Just now Beishatong had consulted all the books and confirmed that no cultivator had studied underwater breathing spells. If he couldn't find anything, how could this 14 or 15-year-old boy possibly know? It was sheer nonsense. Qin Yu looked around and asked, Elder, is there a water bottle here? With a wave of his hand, a water bottle filled with water appeared before Qin Yu. Wow, amazing. Qin Yu picked up the water bottle and said, Elder, watch closely. I will demonstrate only once. All right. Beishatong kept his eyes glued on Qin Yu, afraid of missing a detail. I'm about to start. Under Beishatong's gaze, Qin Yu slowly raised the water bottle above his head and took a deep breath. Who inhaled? Beishatong urged, hurry up and start. Elder, I have already completed my demonstration. Seeing Beishatong's bewildered expression, Qin Yu explained, you see, there is water in this bottle, right? Right? Beishatong nodded in confusion. This water is above my head, right? Right? I am underwater, right? Right? I can breathe, right? Right? I am human, right? Right? Thus it proves that humans can breathe underwater, right? Right? No, that's not right. Beishatong suddenly shouted like a little old man having a fit. You are cheating, you are changing the concept. Qin Yu retorted, even as a senior you can't just slander me. Which of my statements is wrong? Which is not the truth? This. Beishatong was left speechless. Although he knew that Qin Yu was changing the concept, it also proved from another angle that humans could indeed breathe underwater, thus proving that Beishatong had just made a mistake. But the never give you up Beishatong would not concede at this moment. Even knowing that Qin Yu was changing the concept, he had to find logical flaws in Qin Yu's words to prevent him from changing the concept. Seeing the white smoke rising from Beishatong's head, Qin Yu knew he had guessed correctly. This fellow was like the artificial intelligence from Qin Yu's past life. Though possessing a comprehensive knowledge base, he often became an AI fool when faced with logical questions. Qin Yu rubbed his little nose, easy to handle. No, that's definitely not right. Beishatong anxiously floated around. Little brat, I am merely a clone now, and my wisdom is scattered. Your petty tricks will surely crumble before my true self. Qin Yu replied, all right. Are you questioning me? Beishatong's eyebrows and beard rose in anger. I am not, I don't say such things. Why are you laughing? Qin Yu replied, I thought of something amusing. You are clearly questioning me, Beishatong said in exasperation. All right, just you wait, I will soon give you an answer. I will not be wrong. Beishatong shouted, and the space in front of Qin Yu suddenly shattered. What's going on? If you can't play, then don't play, Qin Yu internally complained. In the main hall of the sect, the sect leader and 12 elders gathered here, able to see the scene of the newcomers answering questions through a crystal mirror. Elder Hu Tian was also present. The elder outside was merely a clone. The recruitment of new disciples represented the addition of fresh blood, impacting the future of the sect. The higher-ups of the sect took this matter seriously. Even the reclusive elders would leave a clone to observe. Of course, their concern for the sect's future was one aspect. The real focus of each elder was on the distribution of outstanding disciples. Old 2, what questions have been set for the second round? The Grand Elder asked. Unlike Elder 2's ethereal image, the Grand Elder appeared to be in his 20s. Powerful cultivators can maintain their youthful appearance forever. Elder 2 felt that the ethereal image seemed more awe-inspiring. The Grand Elder preferred to go incognito and venture out with young people, revealing his strength in times of danger, thus leaving behind one legend after another in the cultivation world. Elder Hu Tian laughed heartily. I have thought long and hard about these questions. They are definitely tricky. Let me give a few examples. According to legend, in ancient times the goddess Nuwa molded humans from clay. Please provide evidence to prove the authenticity of this legend. The elders instinctively began to think, but after a while they couldn't come up with a single clue. The creation of humans by goddess Nuwa is merely a legend from ancient times. Even today its authenticity cannot be confirmed. What evidence could there be? The Grand Elder asked Old 2, what is the answer? Isn't washing oneself evidence enough? Everyone was left dumbfounded. We are recruiting cultivators, not lunatics. Just then the crystal mirror suddenly went dark. What happened? In response, the disciples outside immediately shouted, Sect leader, something's wrong. Elder Beishatong has stopped working. Elder 2 exclaimed. The disciples participating in the second round were inexplicably kicked out of the space created by Beishatong, looking at each other in confusion. What happened? I just answered one question and came out. Was there only one question in the second round? It's over. I got the first question wrong. It looks like I have to wait another year. It can't be just one. Elder Beishatong had already asked me the second question, but it cut off halfway. Could this round of assessment be testing our answering speed? Great. I answered 3 even though they were all nonsense, but I just asked if you guys were fast or not. Listening to the discussions around him, Qin Yu was bewildered. What answering questions? Isn't this round about posing questions? That Beishitong claimed to know everything, so couldn't he just pose a question that Beishitong wouldn't know to pass? Qin Yu suddenly realized that he seemed to have gone off topic. Moreover, everyone being forced to stop answering seemed to have something to do with him. Looks like I've caused some trouble. Qin Yu nervously glanced around, then thought again that he wasn't in the wrong. Who asked Beishitong to boast? It was he who claimed to know everything and let himself ask questions. Unexpectedly, he got angry just from a casual question. Can this be blamed on me? This can only be blamed on him being too fragile. Qin Yu awoke from the illusion, feeling as if the memories of reality and those of the dreams stitched together, leaving him with a sense of disorientation. Is that it? So what exactly did the third trial test? Was it about petting dogs? Qin Yu recalled that he had merely petted a dog in the illusion before being teleported out. No wonder people say the third trial of the Xiantian sect is abstract. Nobody knows what it was about after completing it. I thought with my 9 years of compulsory education I would easily grasp it, but the questions turned out to be so abstract. I really can't make sense of this at all. Qin Yu glanced at his backpack only to find that the stinky tofu wrapped in yellow paper had inexplicably vanished. Can the illusion really affect reality? Wait a minute. Qin Yu suddenly realized something. That dog ate my stinky tofu without paying the audacity. It didn't even bother to inquire about my reputation as the blood domain butcher, daring to dine and dash on my head. It's simply looking for death. More and more people were awakening, and everyone began to engage in heated discussions. Qin Yu also leaned in to listen to their opinions. But the more he listened, the less he understood. What little girl? What does saving or not saving have to do with anything? What about being eaten by a monster? What is all this? Are we even participating in the same assessment? Forget about the little girl. Oh, Qin Yu hadn't even seen a single female mosquito in the illusion. What a monstrous creature they spoke of. That was clearly just a little black dog, clingy and affectionate. So cute and small. If possible, Qin Yu would love to keep one. By the end, Qin Yu finally understood the crux of the issue. So it was all about saving face. These people must be just like me, confused about what this trial was testing, but to avoid revealing their ignorance, they fabricated a story about a little girl. Once one person said it, the others had to follow suit to save face. Qin Yu had seen plenty of such people in his past life. Those who understood nothing yet could discuss matters in great detail, getting increasingly outrageous. However, these talented individuals with spiritual roots have quite a tight logic to their arguments, claiming it all as if it were true, and with my wisdom, I didn't even notice any flaws. If it weren't for my own participation, I might have believed their nonsense. Qin Yu muttered a few words and silently walked away. He couldn't be bothered to play with these boastful people. After a while, Elder Hu Tian approached the crowd. Although Qin Yu was close by, he didn't dare to test Elder Hu's talents. He wasn't clear about Elder Hu's strength. If the other party could sense it, that would be problematic. Based on everyone's performance in the third trial, the sect master and the elders have conducted a detailed analysis and ultimately formulated the entry list. Those whose names are called, please come forward to register. Li Meng, Zhao Tianhai, Wang Xinyu, Qin Yu. Hearing his name, Qin Yu felt no surprise. It seems those people were indeed just boasting. Qin Yu scoffed inwardly. Everyone looked enviously at those called forward to register, then eagerly gazed at Elder Hu, hoping the next name would be theirs. Tang Outyin crossed his arms, patiently waiting for Elder Hu to call his name. He was quite confident. With his superior spiritual root, how could the Xiantian sect possibly eliminate him? After reading out over 300 names, Elder Hu slowly closed the registration book and announced, the remaining individuals may leave. This year's recruitment is officially concluded. A chorus of wails erupted from those whose names were called, as if they were frostbitten eggplants wilting instantly. Tang Outyin, still waiting for his name, felt as if struck by lightning. Why wasn't my name called? It must be a mistake. Tang Outyin shouted, Elder Hu, why is my name not listed? Oh. Elder Hu replied, not having your name called means you did not pass. You can prepare to try again next year. Impossible. I didn't die in the third trial, so why didn't I pass? You must have made a mistake. As soon as this was said, many others who weren't called immediately responded, I didn't die either. Why isn't my name on the list? Exactly. I also successfully escaped from the monster's mouth. Why am I eliminated? Elder Hu snorted coldly, and an oppressive aura instantly enveloped everyone, plunging the area into silence. My sect has its standards for evaluation. There will absolutely be no mistakes. You may all leave. There's a conspiracy. This is definitely a conspiracy. Seeing that so many people supported him, Tang Outyin became even more emboldened. Suddenly, he spotted Qin Yu, who was registering, and began to shout. Why can this guy with a low-grade spiritual root pass, while I with a superior spiritual root am eliminated? There must be a conspiracy behind this. Qin Yu, who had been enjoying the show, suddenly froze. It felt like the focus of the situation had shifted to him. With Tang Outyin taking the lead, the others who were eliminated began to shout as well. Conspiracy. Why can those with low-grade spiritual roots pass, while I'm eliminated? They all held on to a glimmer of hope, thinking that if the Xiantian sect offered them another chance, it would be a huge gain. Since they had already been eliminated, they had nothing to lose regardless of the outcome. The shouts grew louder and louder. Elder Huss' expression darkened further. He could forcibly dismiss these juniors, but the situation had escalated so much that if not handled properly, it could affect recruitment for next year, or even many years to come. Moreover, these juniors had various forces backing them. Offending one or two wouldn't matter to the Xiantian sect, but if all were offended, even the sect couldn't bear the consequences. After all, cultivation isn't just about fighting, it's also about relationships. Elder Hu pondered how to resolve this matter. Could it be that I have to disclose the standards for passing the third trial? The Xiantian sect has never explained its standards to outsiders. If I break this rule, I'll probably be laughed at by the other elders in the future. Elder Hu glared fiercely at Tang Outyin, wishing he could skin him alive. After this matter is over, I hope the force behind you can give me a reasonable explanation. Suddenly a voice echoed, shaking everyone. I was chosen because I'm stronger than all of you. Who dares to disagree? Come and fight me. Qin Yu stood with his hands on his hips, pointing at everyone and confidently declaring, I'm not targeting anyone. I'm saying that everyone present is trash. Elder Hu looked down at his legs, standing on the ground, silently channeling his energy to lift himself an inch off the ground. Qin Yu beckoned to Tang Outyin. Is having a superior spiritual root really that impressive? Come and fight me. If you win, I'll allow you to enter the sect. Tang Outyin retorted. You lowly commoner, your words don't count. Qin Yu replied. How do you know my words don't count? Tang Outyin shot back. Do you think your words count? Qin Yu responded matter-of-factly, of course my words don't count. Tang Outyin. Qin Yu turned to Elder Hu and politely inquired, Elder Hu, can you just say whether it's allowed or not? Elder Hu was taken aback. You even know I'm the second elder. He immediately recognized Qin Yu as the boy who had concealed feces in his backpack, leaving a deep impression on him. At this moment, with Qin Yu stepping forward, Elder Hu felt quite moved. However, the suggestion Qin Yu made Elder Hu hesitant. If Qin Yu could win, that would be fine, but if he lost, would he really allow the eliminated individuals to enter the sect? If this precedent were set, what would happen when others began demanding challenges as well? It's not a matter of scarcity, but of fairness. The situation might become even harder to handle than it is now. While Elder Hu was hesitating, he suddenly saw the determination in Qin Yu's eyes, instilling a sense of trust that said, leave this matter to me, it will be fine. Elder Hu steeled himself. Let's take a gamble. He has even played with feces, so what can't he do? Humph. Elder Hu stepped forward to Qin Yu and addressed the eliminated crowd, saying, those who disagree can challenge. If you win, you will be given another chance to participate in the third trial. However, if you lose, your names will be recorded by my Xiantian sect, and the challengers and their families will forever be barred from stepping into my Xiantian sect. No problem. Tang Outyin immediately agreed without a second thought, while the others recoiled, not daring to say a word. They were not fools. Winning just meant one more chance, and they still didn't understand how to pass the third trial. What good was one more chance? But losing would come at a great cost. Not only would they be unable to register in the future, but their families would also be implicated. If they lost, their family elders would beat them to death once they got home. Everyone looked at Tang Outyin thinking, thank goodness, there's such a fool to take the lead. Let him test the waters first. If it's easy, I can join in later. Tang Outyin felt even more impressive, seeing that everyone was afraid to speak. Meanwhile, the old servant accompanying Tang Outyin at the edge of the square was nearly frantic. He kept sending messages to Tang Outyin, but Tang Outyin completely ignored him. The old servant couldn't help but want to step forward to stop him, but the moment he took the first step, he felt a wave of pressure coming at him. He looked and saw Elder Hu coldly staring at him. To scare the monkey, you take away the chicken. Oh, what will you use to respect the monkey? Provoking such a trivial matter and thinking of leaving without consequences, what do you take the Xiantian sect's authority for? The old servant felt a chill run down his spine, as if he had fallen into an ice cave, not daring to move another step. Tang Outyin stepped out of the crowd, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Yu. Commoner, thank you for this opportunity you've given me. Qin Yu looked thin and fragile, as if he could be blown away by the wind, often not even having enough to eat, let alone practice martial arts. However, Tang Outyin was different. He had a professional martial arts teacher to build a solid foundation for his cultivation, practicing martial arts for at least 15 minutes every day. His combat power was quite fierce. With someone like Qin Yu, he could take down 10 of them. Qin Yu, uninterested, looked directly at the second elder. Can we start now? He had long been itching to fight, having waited for this moment. Previously, when Tang Outyin cut in line, Qin Yu had wanted to hit him. But alas, the circumstances at that time did not permit it, so he had to give up. He had thought it would be fine to wait until they entered the sect to deal with him, but unexpectedly Tang Outyin was eliminated. Just when Qin Yu thought he would never have a chance to hit him, Tang Outyin stepped forward, creating a perfect opportunity for Qin Yu. Qin Yu had seen many who did not want to be beaten, but this was the first time he encountered someone actively seeking to be hit. Cracking his knuckles, his fists akin to hammers were already eager for action. The second elder nodded. Let's begin. He thought to himself, hit him hard. With the command given, Qin Yu walked directly towards Tang Outyin. Tang Outyin took a professional stance, his body swaying from side to side. Idiot. As Qin Yu approached, he threw a handful of dirt right into Tang Aoshan's face. Despicable, my eyes. Tang Outyin closed his eyes, his hands not yet able to rub them, when Qin Yu's fist came crashing down onto his face. Bang! With a dull sound, Tang Outyin fell to the ground. Qin Yu pressed on top of Tang Outyin, raining down punches onto his face. Bang! You bastard, how dare you hit me? I will kill you. Qin Yu said nothing, merely continuing to swing his fists, seizing the chance to stuff dirt into Tang Outyin's mouth as he opened it. Had it not been for the smelly tofu disappearing, Qin Yu would have definitely slapped Tang Outyin in the face. Bang bang. Pop pock. As Tang Outyin spat out the dirt from his mouth, he cursed. You dog, do you know who my father is? I tell you, you're dead. I will make sure your corpse is unrecognizable, and your whole family will accompany you to the grave. It seems you haven't eaten enough dirt. Qin Yu casually grabbed a handful of pebbles and stuffed them into the opponent's mouth. As the punches fell, the pebbles scraped against his lips and teeth, instantly creating gashes. Blood continuously flowed from Tang Aoshan's mouth. Bang bang bang. The sound of fists landing mixed with Tang Outyin's screams. Before long, Tang Aoshan's face was swollen, his head bleeding, his screams turning into whimpers, his legs twitching, unsure if it was the spirit of stubbornness or the pain causing the spasms. This is what you get for cutting in line. Bang. This is for calling me a commoner. Bang. So what if you have a top-grade spiritual root? What does my low-grade spiritual root have to do with you? Did I eat your family's rice? Bang bang. Qin Yu was slightly out of breath, but his fists continued to rain down like a storm. The onlookers were so startled that their eyelids twitched, some cowardly shutting their eyes, too afraid to look. No one expected Qin Yu to be so ruthless. Living alone in a strange town, if he wasn't a bit fierce, Qin Yu feared, he would have long been bullied to death by the local thugs. However, when fighting in the town, Qin Yu usually sprinkled chili powder into the eyes of the thugs. This time using dirt was already quite merciful. After all, Qin Yu did not know how powerful Tang Aoshan's backing was. He could not afford to offend them too much. The old servant following Tang Outyin saw his young master rolling his eyes from being beaten, but the second elder merely turned a blind eye, showing no intention of stopping Qin Yu. The old servant, disregarding the pressure from the second elder, crawled over in a hurry. Young friend, please show mercy, we admit defeat. Then the old servant bowed to the second elder. My young master is too young and lacks manners, angering the immortal. I apologize on his behalf. I hope the Xiantian sect will spare his life, considering the many years of friendship with my family's elder. The second elder snorted coldly. You are from the Tang family, in the capital. Indeed. If it weren't for the face of Prime Minister Tang Outyin, would surely pay the price for his words today. The second elder looked at the crowd, and everyone lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. In this challenge, Tang Outyin has been defeated, and shall never step into our sect again. If he violates this, he shall be executed. If there are any challengers, please step forward. The group of young boys and girls, seeing Tang Outyin beaten so badly, were terrified and dared not step forward to challenge. Qin Yu kicked the half-dead Tang Outyin and brushed off the dirt from his clothes. Refreshing. Truly refreshing. Thank you for not killing me, immortal. The old servant hurriedly expressed his gratitude. The second elder coldly replied, I will definitely go to Prime Minister Tang to discuss how today's matter should be resolved. The old servant will certainly inform the family head. Let's go. The second elder led Qin Yu and others into the Xiantian Sects mountain gate. What's your name, kid? Qin Yu, the younger generation. Qin Yu, I will remember that. You did well today. This flying sword shall be considered your reward. The second elder took out a flying sword from his storage artifact and handed it to Qin Yu. Qin Yu quickly thanked him. The second elder patted Qin Yu's shoulder, seriously advising, once you enter the sect, you must cultivate diligently and never engage in that filthy business again. Qin Yu. The second elder turned into a wisp of blue smoke and vanished. After the second elder left, the sect's steward arranged for everyone. Everyone lined up according to their spiritual roots. Those with low-grade spiritual roots became the sect's servants. Those with middle and high-grade spiritual roots directly became outer disciples, and those with top-grade spiritual roots became inner disciples. In Qin Yu's cohort, there were only 5 with top-grade spiritual roots and not many with high-grade. The majority were middle and low-grade. After everyone was sorted, Qin Yu and the others followed a middle-aged man named Zhong Wendy. I am the steward for the servant disciples. Feel free to call me Uncle Zhong or Uncle Wendy. I am also a low-grade spiritual root, and I've been a servant disciple at the Shantian sect for over 50 years. Due to my diligence, I've managed to become a steward. In reality, there is no difference between us servant disciples and the outer disciples. It's just that we do more work and earn less money. What can we do? Our talent is lacking. However, everyone should not lose heart. As long as we meet the sect's requirements, we can also become outer disciples. Qin Yes eyes lit up. Uncle Wendy, how can one become an outer disciple? Quite ambitious. Zhong Wendy chuckled. As long as you challenge an outer disciple and defeat them, you can be promoted to an outer disciple, and the defeated outer disciple will be demoted to a servant disciple. Can I challenge someone right now? Qin Yu was eager to try. In this situation, he could fight his way to the inner sect. Of course not. Zhong Wendy quashed Qin Yu's thoughts at the root. You must at least wait for half a year until everyone has practiced their skills for a while before challenging. Moreover, the challenge can only be against disciples of the same cohort. Immediately someone complained, isn't that too difficult? The gap between middle and low-grade spiritual roots is immense. After some time of cultivation, how could we possibly defeat them? Qin Yu sneered internally. Indeed, the weak only complain about their environment while the strong have already learned to use systems to cheat. It will certainly be somewhat challenging. Zhong Wendy sighed. Otherwise, I wouldn't still be just a servant disciple to this day. But even if one cannot succeed 10 years later, everyone can leave the Shantian sect. We can still be considered cultivators, whether wandering the world or finding a small family as a guest elder. Both are good choices. So everyone must cherish this opportunity, cultivate well, and remember not to violate the sect's rules. Zhong Wendy chatted as he walked, explaining the important matters of the Shantian sect. At this moment, outside the sect, Tang Outyin woke up groggily after taking a healing pill, crying bitterly in the arms of the old servant. I am so unlucky today. First, I was tricked by that fat lady this morning. Who would have thought that the tofu pudding would be sweet? Then I got kicked out for cutting in line during the first round, and the second round that I prepared for so long was inexplicably cancelled, and now I don't even know why I was eliminated in the third round. Lastly, I was beaten like this in front of everyone, utterly disgraceful. I always feel like someone is targeting me, woo woo woo. The old servant hurriedly comforted him. Young master, if the Shantian sect does not accept you, that is their loss. We can go to other sects. This world is not just about the Shantian sect. Under the guidance of Zhong Wendy, Qin Yu and his companions arrived at the living area for the outer disciples. The Shantian sect truly lives up to its reputation as the foremost sect of Liang Kingdom. Even the dwellings of the outer disciples are rich in spiritual energy, likely built atop a small spiritual vein. Zhong Wendy distributed door numbers to everyone, which would help them locate their respective dwellings. Subsequently, he handed out a cultivation manual to each person. This is our Shantian sect's foundational technique, known as Shantian Gong. Qin Yu silently criticized what a casually chosen name. Zhong Wendy, the name of our sect indeed comes from this. Qin Yu. Shantian Gong has undergone 7 modifications, the most recent one over 1,000 years ago, when the esteemed elder Ba Shirtong secluded himself for several months, successfully refining Shantian Gong into one of the top cultivation techniques in the world, thereby laying a solid foundation for the sect's current status. Is Ba Shirtong really that impressive? Qin Yu harbored doubts. Everyone here possesses spiritual roots. By following the steps in the manual, you will soon be able to draw in spiritual energy and begin your cultivation. If you are unable to draw in spiritual energy, do not worry. The sect will arrange for teachers to provide personal guidance after 1 week. Additionally, I must warn everyone, Shantian Gong must not be transmitted in any form. If discovered by the sect, it will be classified as a crime of treason dealt with by the law enforcement peak. Previously, there was an inner disciple who, relying on his high status, secretly passed on Shantian Gong to his family. You can inquire about how the sect dealt with that situation. Zhong Wendy left a cliffhanger. The consequences are something you cannot afford to bear. Alright, your dwellings are stocked with essential supplies. You can tidy up for a while. We will gather here again in half an hour to assign tasks. The crowd dispersed with their door numbers. 662. 663. Found at number 666. Qin Yu walked over, swiped the number against the wall, and the formation at the entrance automatically ceased. Pushing open the large door, Qin Yu surveyed his future little home. Though called a dwelling, it was not a cave, but a small wooden house built of timber. In front of the wooden house was a small courtyard featuring an unknown large tree, giving off a retro villa vibe, quite cozy. Entering the wooden house, he saw a wooden bed with neat sheets and bedding. Qin Yu lay down for a moment and found the bedding softer than the silk quilts from his previous life, unsure of what material it was made from. He had thought entering the sect would mean hard cultivation, but life seemed quite pleasant. There are indeed many nice things here. In addition to the bed, there was a wooden table, a bottle of vitality, pills, a manual of sect regulations, and 2 vouchers for custom sect clothing. Qin Yu was not very interested in the vitality pills, having just heard Zhong Wendy mention that the sect's cafeteria provided free food. Who would eat those tasteless pills when there's free food? Those useless vitality pills, not even a dog would eat them. The sect regulations, however, needed to be studied thoroughly, as Qin Yu believed that where there are rules there are bound to be loopholes. The final custom clothing voucher could be used to tailor 2 sets of clothes. Wearing them was not mandatory except on certain important days of the sect. Only after experiencing a week of mandatory school uniforms can one truly appreciate how humane this regulation is. Not only is it not enforced, but the design is also quite attractive. Qin Yu examined his little home inside and out. He then opened his backpack and hung some still damp clothes outside to dry. Finally, Qin Yu took out a few sheets of paper and a pen from his pocket and wrote in a crooked hand, "The path to immortality, starting from an outer disciple." This was a small hobby of his. After finishing these tasks, Qin Yu found himself with little to do. With some time left, he decided to get to know his neighbors. Not all the dwellings were occupied. For instance, dwelling number 667 was uninhabited. Dwelling number 665 did have 1 occupant. There was a low wall separating the 2 courtyards, and Qin Yu could easily see into the neighboring yard by moving a stool. Qin Yu tentatively called out, "Brother, are you there?" The owner of dwelling 665 heard the noise and came out from his room. "Oh, it's you." Qin Yu recognized this person as a new disciple from this year who had followed him and Zhong Wendy here. He must have lagged behind while searching for his courtyard, arriving just as Qin Yu entered his. Thus they had missed each other earlier. Qin Yu sized him up. He was about the same height as Qin Yu with a slightly plump build and a round face. The other person clearly recognized Qin Yu as well, and his expression immediately fell. After all, Qin Yu's reputation for being violent was well known, having nearly killed the Chancellor's son. Wouldn't living next to such a ruthless person lead to trouble? Qin Yu smiled and asked, "What do you call yourself?" "I am Li Zhengtong." "Qin Yu, you seem a bit unhappy." Li Zhengtong's face trembled in fear, and he hurriedly forced a smile that looked completely fake, shaking his head furiously, saying, No, I'm very happy, ha. I'm Qin Yu, from now on we will be neighbors." As they chatted, Qin Yu began to assess Li Zhengtong's talents. He had thought Li Zhengtong only possessed a low-grade spiritual root with level talent. But to his surprise, the talent that popped up left Qin Yu dumbfounded. Forged through trials, a level, a jade does not become a tool without carving, and a person does not become talented without tempering. Only through sufficient trials can one become a true powerhouse. Often encountering hardships and life-threatening crises, but where there are crises, there are also opportunities. As long as one overcomes the crisis, equivalent benefits can be gained. Surviving great peril, a level favored by the heavens, one can always turn danger into safety and survive a desperate situation. Basics of formation. Clevel possesses certain talent in formations, able to easily grasp the basics, quickly learn formations, and proficiently apply them. Low-grade spiritual root level barely possesses the talent for cultivation, but not much, destined to live a life as an outer disciple. Qin Yu was momentarily stunned. So it turned out that his low-grade spiritual root was the worst talent this guy had. This was the first time Qin Yu had seen a level talent, and unexpectedly he saw 2 at once. Moreover, Qin Yu noticed that these 2 level talents were clearly a golden combination. Forged through trials allows Li Zhengtong to frequently encounter crises, and surviving great peril ensures that he safely navigates through them. The loopholes were all patched up. These 2 talents combined might even be stronger than its level talent. Could this person be the child of destiny in this world? No matter where he goes, trouble follows, yet each time he manages to survive through sheer luck, resulting in a significant boost in strength. Qin Yu casually asked, "So have you always been unlucky and often encountered danger?" "Not really." Li Zhengtong was somewhat at a loss. He did not understand why Qin Yu was asking this. But once Qin Yu asked, he did not dare to not answer. This guy probably isn't lying. According to the effect of forged through trials, if Li Zhengtong really faced any danger, he would certainly receive corresponding benefits. Qin Yu looked Li Zhengtong up and down, but did not see any signs of him having gained benefits. It seems this talent's effect isn't that strong after all. After a brief chat, Qin Yu estimated that it was about time. "Let's go find Uncle Wanda. Do you want to join?" Li Zhengtong dared not refuse, nodding repeatedly together. "You seem a bit reluctant. If that's the case, forget it." Qin Yu said. No, I'm willing. Li Zhengtong wiped the sweat from his forehead, explaining, "I'm just a bit nervous." Qin Yu was puzzled. "Uncle Wanda is quite friendly. Oh, what's there to be nervous about?" Li Zhengtong replied. The 2 of them walked together and soon found Zhong Wanda. Everyone has arrived, so I'll explain a bit first. The main reason for gathering everyone is to assign tasks, which are the main duties of our miscellaneous disciples. To ensure fairness, I've written down all the positions available in the sect on slips of paper, and everyone will draw lots. From now on, what work you do will depend entirely on your luck. Everyone come over and draw one. Qin Yu stepped forward and drew a slip, opening it to reveal 4 characters. Minghua Square. Seeing Qin Yu slip, Zhong Wendo explained, "This means you are responsible for the sanitation of Minghua Square." Qin Yu asked, "Is Minghua Square large?" Zhong Wendo replied, "Not large. The larger areas are managed by 2 to 3 people." Qin Yu inquired, "Are there trees around Minghua Square?" Zhong Wendo thought for a moment and said, "There are a few small trees, but they aren't very big." Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction, secretly pleased. It seems this is a good job. A small square means it's easy to clean, and small trees mean fewer fallen leaves. Moreover, since everyone in Shantian sect are cultivators, they likely won't litter. Cleaning it should be quite simple. Qin Yu looked at the slip Li Zhengtong was holding, which also indicated a square. "Maple Leaf Square, is it large?" Li Zhengtong replied, "Uncle Zhong just said it's not big, though there might be a bit more fallen leaves. But there are usually few people around, so it's a decent job. Then it's not as good as mine." Qin Yu thought happily. In addition to cleaning duties, some miscellaneous disciples also drew lots for kitchen, help, alchemy assistants, and herb-picking jobs. After the tasks were assigned, everyone left. Qin Yu took Li Zhengtong directly to the sect's dining hall for a meal. They hadn't eaten lunch and were already feeling famished. The sect's dining hall had 3 floors with hundreds of windows and thousands of dishes. Braised imperial lion's head, spicy deep-sea king, whale head, fried crimson gold scorpion, steamed 8-star claw dragon. The dazzling array of dishes left Qin Yu dumbfounded. Shantian sect is simply amazing. With this dining hall, who would bother fasting? Even fasting pills are not worth eating. Qin Yu approached the window and ordered a serving of steamed jiao long tendon. Li Zhengtong ordered a bowl of deep-sea green bean soup. The young lady at the window said, "That'll be 5 contribution points. Please pay here." "Pay? Didn't they say the food in the dining hall is free?" "Little brother, are you a new disciple this year?" Qin Yu's expression turned serious. "Huh. Don't think you can trick me just because I'm a newbie. I'm not that naive." The young lady giggled. "Little brother, not all food in the dining hall is free. Only the food from that innermost window is free. Moreover, this jiao long tendon is taken from a foundation establishment stage beast. Even a cultivator below the 5th level of qi refining would explode upon eating it." Qin Yu awkwardly touched his nose and walked away with Li Zhengtong feeling dejected. "Ah, how embarrassing. Xiao Tong, it's all your fault. Why didn't you stop me earlier?" "Huh. Me, eh?" Li Zhengtong replied. Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong walked to the innermost part of the dining hall and found the window that provided free food. The tomato and egg dish had only tomatoes, and the braised pork with potatoes had only potatoes. "This is too disrespectful to us. They can't just fool us with free food." The two helplessly took a serving. The tomatoes were excessively salty, and the potatoes were not cooked at all. "Yuga, should we go back and eat fasting pills instead?" Li Zhengtong suggested. Qin Yu found Li Zhengtong's suggestion reasonable and decided to go along with it. "Alright, I'm also quite curious about what fasting pills taste like." The two returned home and each ate a fasting pill. Surprisingly, as soon as the pill entered his stomach, Qin Yu's hunger vanished without a trace. "Comfortable, this fasting pill suits me very well, haha." Qin Yu patted his belly and took out the manual with Xiantian Gong to begin studying. The first step of cultivation is to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Following the method described in the book, Qin Yu sat cross-legged on the bed, rhythmically inhaling and exhaling. The location of Shantian sect is rich in spiritual energy, which helps disciples sense it more quickly. In the midst of it all, Qin Yu felt the entire world expanding while he felt increasingly small. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Yu's consciousness became hazy, as if he were in a half-asleep state. In a daze, he felt points of fluorescence lighting up around him like fireflies in the night sky, floating up and down, dancing in the wind. Qin Yu suddenly woke up, his face filled with joy. "I sensed the spiritual energy." He had no idea what time it was. The room was already pitch black, and Qin Yu hurriedly lit a candle. Using the candlelight, Qin Yu flipped through the pages and looked at the second step of cultivation, drawing qi into the body, invoking the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the body, allowing it to circulate through the meridians and refining it into one's own spiritual energy. Thus one cultivates. After carefully reading the notes and experiences recorded in the book, Qin Yu began to sit cross-legged and attempt. First, feel the surrounding spiritual energy. Utilize the spiritual root to draw the spiritual energy into the body. After trying countless times, Qin Yu finally managed to guide a trace of spiritual energy into his body, carefully directing it to circulate through his meridians. But soon Qin Yu was forced to stop again. The human Bodhis meridians are intricate, and he had forgotten the correct route for the spiritual energy's circulation within. Taking a glance at the book, Qin Yu closed his eyes and tried again. After about 6 or 7 attempts, Qin Yu finally managed to circulate the spiritual energy successfully for one complete cycle. When the cycle ended, most of the spiritual energy returned to the heavens and earth, but a trace of it condensed into a liquid state, merging into his meridians like a drop of water, becoming part of his body. This success greatly boosted Qin Yu's confidence. Seizing the momentum, he continued to start a new round of cultivation. The sun slowly rose and a hint of light appeared on the eastern horizon. Qin Yu opened his eyes. Although he hadn't slept all night, he felt spirited and completely free of fatigue, more comfortable than sleep. Cultivation is truly marvelous. After a night of hard work, over 10 drops of water drops had already condensed within Qin Yu's meridians. Although there were no obvious changes in Qin Yu's body, he knew he was gradually becoming stronger, and he enjoyed the feeling of reaping rewards for his efforts. Qin Yu opened the personal template on the system page to check what changes had occurred after cultivation. Name: Qin Yu, talent low-grade, spiritual root, grade progress. 2 Note: once the progress reaches 100, a chance to replicate talent will be granted. Qin Yu instantly noticed that the progress bar had increased by 2 percentage points. Could it be that this progress bar represents my cultivation progress? Qin Yu pondered. When the progress bar reaches 100%, will my cultivation level reach the first level of qi refining? Last night the progress bar was still at 0, but today it has changed to 2%, and the only thing Qin Yu did all night was cultivate. It can be determined that the progress bar is linked to cultivation. Qin Yu contemplated in his heart. I wasted a lot of time on my first cultivation last night, and I am not very familiar with the technique, resulting in low efficiency. If I cultivate at a normal pace, I should be able to increase by 5 percentage points in one night. In about 20 days I can reach 100% and gain a chance to duplicate a talent. Qin Yu felt a little anticipation in his heart. I wonder what level of talent I can duplicate next. After a simple wash, Qin Yu headed towards his workplace. After taking a pill to stave off hunger last night, Qin Yu had no feeling of hunger up to now. Holding a broom, he quickly arrived at Mingyue Square. As expected, Mingyue Square was just a small square the size of a basketball court with a few small trees standing around it and only a few small leaves on the square. Moreover, this place was relatively remote with almost no one passing by, making it easy to manage. In no time, Qin Yu had cleaned Mingyue Square thoroughly. This must be the easiest job in the Xuantiangong, and Qin Yu have it. Qin Yu thought happily. With nothing else to do, he decided to go see the Maple Leaf Square managed by Li Jingtong. Maple Leaf Square is not far from Mingyue Square, about a 25-minute walk. True to its name, Maple Leaf Square is filled with maple trees. It is early autumn now, but the temperature on the mountain is relatively low and the maple leaves have turned bright red. It is indeed the most beautiful season for maple leaves. A gust of wind blows and a multitude of maple leaves falls like butterflies. Anyone witnessing this scene would open their mouths and exclaim, "So beautiful." But if you want to stand here quietly and enjoy the scenery for a moment, that might not be possible, as you would hear a voice continuously cursing. The more leaves fall, the faster and harsher the cursing becomes. The one cursing is Li Jingtong, who is responsible for the sanitation of this area. At this moment, Li Jingtong was bending over, struggling to sweep the fallen leaves together. A gust of wind blew and the leaves rustled down, rendering all of Li Jingtong's previous efforts in vain, forcing him to start over. "Xiao Tong, this is just too miserable. Even if you work all day, you won't finish this job." Li Jingtong struggled to lift his head, his face already covered in sweat. A 14 or 15-year-old boy pampered at home by his parents had hardly done any work. Yet upon entering the sect, he encountered such exhausting tasks. This left Li Jingtong in despair. He couldn't finish it, it simply couldn't be done. Li Jingtong sat down on the ground, a mournful expression on his face, as he looked at Qin Yu. "Brother, you, my luck is just too bad." Qin Yu patted Li Jingtong's shoulder and comforted him in the tone of an older brother in the martial world. "Xiao Tong, you need to learn to adapt. There will be many more unfortunate events in the future." Hearing this, Li Jingtong felt even more wronged. Seeing his little brother so aggrieved, Qin Yu felt he had to bring out some of his hidden treasures. "Li Jingtong," Qin Yu said solemnly, "today, I will teach you the 12 tricks of the working class to help you out of this predicament." Li Jingtong perked up and listened attentively. Although he did not know what brother Yu was going to say, he knew it must be important. Qin Yu extended a finger and slowly began. "First, we workers are human, not beasts of burden. We need to learn to rest. So when can we rest? When no one is around, when the inspection is not present, or when taking a bathroom break. Second, how to make others see at a glance that you have done a lot of work. Taking your cleaning as an example, you need to let the inspectors see with their own eyes what you have done and display the results of your work. It's simple. You just need to pile up those leaves as much as possible. Don't just pile a little and take it to the trash pile." "Why?" Li Jingtong asked in confusion. "How can you be so foolish? The leaves you carry to the trash pile can't be seen. If the inspectors come and see all these leaves on the ground, they will think you haven't done anything. But if you pile the leaves right here, the inspectors will know that you haven't been lazy. It's just that there are too many leaves to clean up, and they keep falling, which isn't your fault. Li Zhengtong seemed to have opened a new world. Brother Yu, you are so smart. I never thought of this. Qin Yu raised his chin and smiled. This is just the tip of the iceberg of my wisdom. Let me teach you the third trick, how to appear busy while doing nothing. By the time he had shared all 12 tricks of the working class, an hour had already passed. Qin Yu patted Li Zhengtong. Work hard. Ooh, I will head back now. Farewell, Brother Yu. Li Zhengtong replied respectfully, filled with gratitude. If it weren't for this wave of divine intervention from Brother Yu, he would probably have exhausted himself here today. On the way back, Qin Yu couldn't help but sigh. The talent of being tempered through hardships seems to have begun to take effect. With so many positions, I just happened to draw the maple leaf square, which is just unlucky. Thinking of the constantly falling maple leaves, Qin Yu felt a headache. When would he finish cleaning? Indeed, without comparison, I wouldn't realize how good my luck is. On the way, Qin Yu decided to use the free time during the day for cultivation as well. This way he could reach 100% on the progress bar in just 10 days. Duplicating an impressive talent would allow him to reach the foundation establishment stage faster than the inner disciples, causing all the elders of the sect to show shocked expressions. Thus, he would begin his path of grandeur as Emperor Qin Yu. Thinking of this, Qin Yu couldn't help but smile, bursting into a laugh of give. Until he returned to Mingyue Square and saw the mess on the ground, his smile instantly froze on his face. That scoundrel, so uncivilized, urinating and defecating everywhere. I curse you to have a son without an anus. Qin Yu angrily cursed at the air. Before him lay a pile of filth half the height of a person, with scattered patches of various sizes of filth around the square. They were of different colors and shapes, but they all shared the same odor, indicating they were not from the same species. Regardless of the cursing, he had to clean up the square before the inspection arrived. If the inspection fails, all contribution points for the month would be deducted. Contribution points are equivalent to currency for the sect used to purchase spiritual pills and divine arts, very important for disciples of Xuantiangong. Qin Yu found a small cart and a shovel nearby, plugged his nose with tissue, and got to work. Suddenly he began to miss Li Zhengtong's maple leaf forest. The clown is actually me. After 2 hours of busy work, Qin Yu finally cleaned up the Mingyue Square. Taking a moment to rest in the shade of a tree, Qin Yu took out the paper and pen he carried with him and crossed out the words "the path to immortality" from an outer disciple, changing it to "the path to immortality" from shoveling manure. He felt that such a title would be more appealing to readers. After finishing these tasks, Qin Yu chose not to cultivate. Instead, he focused on his surroundings, trying to determine who dared to relieve themselves indiscriminately on his territory. At the hour of around 5 in the afternoon, Qin Yu heard a chaotic noise in the distance, as if a multitude of animals were gathered together, producing all sorts of sounds. Something is happening. Qin Yu perked up his ears and observed carefully. As the noise grew closer, he quickly identified its source. It was a large group of spirit beasts of all kinds, the largest being a massive elephant standing 4 to 5 meters tall. Additionally, there were large birds flying in the sky, ostriches, antelopes, horses, and iron-eating beasts on the ground. Each spirit beast carried a disciple of the Shantian sect. At this moment, all sorts of spirit beasts charged towards Qin Yu's Mingyue Square. At last I found you bastards. Qin Yu sprang to his feet and rushed towards the beast convoy. Stop! You all need to halt. The spirit beast convoy hurriedly braked, stopping just a meter in front of Qin Yu. Are you looking for death? Are you out of your mind? Shouted the disciple riding on the elephant. Qin Yu took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. He spoke in a calm tone. Can't you dress your spirit beasts in civilized pouches? It's really uncouth to let them relieve themselves everywhere. Civilized pouches. What are those? Qin Yu replied, they're things that catch your spirit beast's waist. Upon hearing this, the people riding the spirit beasts burst into laughter. The leader patted his elephant and said, this earth-shaking dragon elephant can pull hundreds of pounds at once. What pouch could contain that? Qin Yu retorted, but you can't just let it relieve itself anywhere, right? Can it use the toilet beforehand? After you trample through my freshly cleaned square, they'll have to clean it all over again. Huh? The man sneered. Isn't cleaning just what you outer disciples are supposed to do? The person on the ostrich chimed in, if it weren't for our spirit beasts messing around, the sect wouldn't have to take in you outer disciples. You should thank us for giving you a job, haha. Let's clarify, it's our spirit beasts that are messing around, not us. Right, it's our spirit beasts, haha. You weakling with inferior spirit roots, hurry and roll aside. In the future, when you see us from the Beast Master Peak, you better call us senior brothers, or else if you accidentally get stomped, that's your own fault. The earth-shaking dragon elephant let out a roar that made Qin Yu's eardrums ache. His face darkened as he clenched his fists and silently moved aside. After the spirit beasts passed, the Mingyue Square was in disarray once more. As if mocking this audacious outer disciple, the earth-shaking dragon elephant left behind a large mound. Listening to the laughter fading away, Qin eyes turned crimson, and he said slowly, "Just wait, soon I will make you clean up every bit of what your spirit beasts left behind." Qin silently picked up the shovel and started working hard. An hour later, 2 disciples came to check the cleanliness. "It's still a bit dirty. You need to work a little longer tonight, and make sure to clean this place thoroughly. Next time work faster. Since today is your first time, I won't mark you down. Thank you, senior brother." After the 2 left, Qin tossed the shovel aside and began to contemplate a solution. New here with an unstable foundation confronting them, he definitely won't work. Qin wasn't reckless. He could beat those he could overpower, and for those he couldn't, he would first say, "Don't look down on the youth. If I can't beat them face to face, maybe there's a chance from behind." Qin thought for a long time, but had no clue. He only had experience dealing with mortals. However, using mortal tactics against cultivators was almost useless and could easily land him in trouble. "My strength is too weak. If I want to deal with them, I'll have to pull out my last resort." Qin with a determined gaze picked up the shovel and continued cleaning the remaining stains. That night, Qin did not cultivate. He fiddled with 2 wooden boards in his house all night. Before dawn the next day, he hurried out with the wooden boards. As the sky gradually brightened, the disciples of the Shantian sect emerged from their caves, beginning a new day's tasks. The outer disciples of the Beast Master Peak, as usual, rode their spirit beasts to the peak to study. The outer disciples of the Shantian sect and the outer disciples lived in the outer sect area, but the latter's living quarters were a bit more remote. The inner disciples resided atop the various peaks, which belonged to the inner sect area of the sect. During the day, outer disciples could choose to cultivate or attend classes at the peaks to learn various knowledge of cultivation. The outer disciples of the Beast Master Peak drove their spirit beasts recklessly with the disciples they encountered along the way, hurriedly avoiding them, not daring to challenge their might. In the early stages of cultivation, the combat power of spirit beasts was stronger than that of cultivators. Thus, the disciples of the Beast Master Peak were notoriously arrogant in the outer sect, and no one dared to provoke them. However, a few years ago, the disciples of the Beast Master Peak recklessly charged through a crowded market, provoking public outrage. The disciples of the Law Enforcement Peak mobilized the Sects law enforcement team, capturing all the disciples from the Beast Master Peak. The Law Enforcement Peak holds the authority of the Sects law enforcement, led by the Sect's Grand Elder, making it one of the most powerful institutions within the sect. After discussions among the sect's higher-ups, it was decided to prohibit the disciples of the Beast Master Peak from bringing spirit beasts into crowded public areas. When heading to classes in the inner sect, they must also choose less populated routes. Afterward, the disciples of the Beast Master Peak chose the route that passed through Mingyue Square. Their passage through this area made the already sparsely populated Mingyue Square even more deserted. On a typical day, one could hardly see a few figures. Today, the outer disciples of the Beast Master Peak passed through this route as usual. However, as they approached Mingyue Square, they suddenly saw that the area ahead was cordoned off with ropes, and a large wooden sign was propped up on the right. The disciples of the Beast Master Peak braked urgently. Mingyue Square is under construction. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. Please detour around for your convenience. We apologize for any inconvenience. The man on the earth-shaking dragon elephant read the words on the sign. Young disciple A, why did construction suddenly start? Young disciple B, who knows? Isn't that the responsibility of the civil engineering pavilion? Young disciple A, but I don't see any construction workers here. Young disciple B, just because you can't see it on the surface doesn't mean it's not there. Perhaps they're underground. Young disciple A, that damned civil engineering pavilion, they should have notified us beforehand about the construction. Exactly. Young disciples A, B, C, D. Boss, where do we go now? If we can't go through Mingyue Square, let's take the Maple Leaf Square instead. There are hardly any people there and the distance is about the same. It's just that it benefits that useless disciple from yesterday, while my earth-shaking dragon elephant has wasted a great effort today. Qin hid in the bushes at a distance, seeing the people on the spirit beast whispering among themselves. Due to the distance, he couldn't hear what they were saying. After a while, the earth-shaking dragon elephant let out a roar and they walked in another direction. Yes, it worked. Qin waved his arm vigorously. I just wonder where they went to bother the next unlucky soul. Oh well, why should I care? As long as they don't come this way, it's fine. Qin estimated that the fools from the Beast Control Peak wouldn't come this way again for a while. After solving this hassle, he had 2 paths to choose from. The first, take the sign down before the inspectors arrive and clean up the square. This method is safe, but it requires putting up signs every day, which is a bit troublesome. The second, just leave the sign here. Qin had studied it. The inspectors came from the law enforcement department, while the maintenance and construction of the sect were handled by the civil engineering pavilion at the body refining peak. The 2 agencies had no overlap. Since this sign could deceive the people from the Beast Control Peak, theoretically, it could also confuse those 2 sanitation inspectors. If it works, I won't need to come to Mingyue Square anymore. I can cultivate directly in my cave. but there is a risk of being discovered. Qin Yu took out the sect regulations and began to study them seriously. After reading through them, he found no mention of his behavior. The regulations only list prohibited actions. Since there's no mention of this, it means it is allowed. No hesitation, no retreat. Take a chance and a bicycle becomes a motorcycle. This world is like that. The bold thrive while the timid starve. With that thought, Qin Yu made his choice. Next, let's see if these two wooden signs can fool those inspectors. Qin Yu continued to hide in the bushes practicing until 5 in the afternoon when he finally opened his eyes and brushed off the weeds on his body. Looking at the system progress bar, it had reached 60%, increasing by 4 percentage points. This progress bar is indeed related to cultivation. Confirming his guess, Qin Yu began to observe the movements around him. The surroundings were still quiet. It seemed that group of disciples from the beast control peak had chosen a new route. Qin Yu stood up from the bushes and hid in a shrub closer to the entrance of Mingwei Square. From this position, he could hear the inspectors' conversation. After patiently waiting for half an hour, the same 2 inspectors from yesterday arrived on time. One of them exclaimed. When did Mingwei Square start construction? Who cares? Whether it's construction or not is the civil engineering pavilion's business. Why should we worry about it? Then how do we handle the sanitation of Mingwei Square? Just consider it qualified. Didn't you see what's written on the sign? No entry for idle people. Even the disciple of the miscellaneous jobs can't enter. How are we supposed to clean it? This falls under unavoidable circumstances. Treat it as qualified. I just wonder how long this construction will take. If we knew the exact time, we wouldn't have to take a detour to inspect in the future. True. Let's go hurry to the next place. The sooner we finish checking, the sooner we can return to cultivate. My cultivation speed has been getting slower lately. The voices gradually faded away, and Qin Yu emerged from the bushes, his face filled with excitement. Just nailed it. Qin Yu took down the wooden sign to bring home and carved a few words on it. The words of the inspector reminded him that adding a specific time would enhance the effect. So Qin Yu carved a line of small words in the lower right corner of the sign. This construction is difficult and is expected to take 3 months. We apologize for the inconvenience. Please understand. Civil Engineering Pavilion. This is perfect. Qin Yu rehung the wooden sign and returned to his wooden house to prepare for cultivation with peace of mind. The sky was already getting dark, and Qin Yu noticed that Li Jingtong had not returned yet. Damn, how could he go out to have fun without inviting me? Forget it. Once I reach the first layer of qi refining, he will be the one envious. Back in the wooden house, Qin Yu prepared the spirit-concealing pill and made up his mind. I won't leave the gate until the progress bar reaches 100%. Without the distractions of trivial matters, Qin Yu's progress was very substantial every day. Cultivation is extremely tedious, just like doing math problems. Especially for newcomers who have just started cultivating, it's hard to achieve deep practice. Only those with great willpower can persist in cultivating day and night. However, Qin Yu could visualize his cultivation progress. After cultivating for a period, he would open his personal panel to check the progress bar's growth. Every increase in the progress bar became a new motivation for Qin Yu to continue his cultivation. He became more and more familiar with the Xiantian skill, and his cultivation speed gradually accelerated. Within his meridians, the spiritual energy droplets that were originally the size of mung beans had formed a small stream with more and more spiritual energy droplets pouring and gradually enlarging it. The progress bar on his personal panel consistently maintained an increase of more than 10% a day. Qin Yu cultivated tirelessly for 9 days. On the evening of the 9th day, Qin Yu felt a muffled sound within his meridians. Following that, he experienced a warm current surging through his body, bringing him an unprecedented sense of comfort. At that moment, Qin Yu knew he had successfully advanced to the first layer of qi refining, officially entering the ranks of cultivators. He eagerly opened his system personal panel. The progress bar reset to 0. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the ability to replicate a talent. Double happiness has arrived. With a slight push from his legs, Qin Yu jumped directly off the bed. My strength has increased so much. Qin Yu carefully observed the changes in his body. He felt that his body was now incredibly light, filled with strength, and even his skin was smoother and more delicate than before. He could now easily perform the fish leap, which he couldn't do before. In just 10 days, the changes are so significant. Qin Yu couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder everyone in this world wants to cultivate. The sky outside gradually darkened. Qin Yu lit a candle, opened the door, and looked into the neighboring courtyard. The neighboring courtyard was quiet, and Li Jingtong was not home. It's so late. Why hasn't that guy Li Jingtong returned yet? Qin Yu patiently waited in the courtyard until the sky was completely dark. He heard the sound of the front door opening, and Li Jingtong stumbled into the courtyard looking exhausted. Qin Yu immediately leaned against the courtyard wall and called out, Xiao Tong, where did you run off to? Why are you back so late? Looking closer, he was shocked. Li Jingtong was not just tired, he looked disheveled. His clothes were dirty and smelly, and his chubby face was somewhat swollen, as if he had been beaten. Seeing Li Zhengtong like this, Qin Ye's expression darkened. Tell me who bullied you. Hearing Qin Ye's voice, Li Zhengtong's grievances surged, and he let out a loud cry. Brother Yu finally came out. Qin Yu easily vaulted over the courtyard wall and quickly ran to Li Zhengtong's side. What happened? Who did this to you? Li Zhengtong gasped for breath and replied, Brother Yu. That day I used the method you taught me. Qin Ye's eyes widened. So those two inspectors said you were unqualified and did this to you? No, that's not it. Li Zhengtong wiped away his tears and continued, the two inspectors said I did well as long as I didn't let the maple leaves pile up too thick, and I didn't have to work all the time. I was quite happy at the time, thinking I could slack off during the day and practice a bit. But unexpectedly the next day, a large group of people rode spiritual beasts past, and those beasts dropped waste as they walked. I not only had to clean up the fallen leaves, but also the feces, and I had to work late every day just to finish cleaning. Did those beasts from the Beastmaster Peak come to your place? Qin Yu hadn't expected to indirectly get Li Zhengtong into trouble. With so many paths to choose from, they had to pick Maple Leaf Square. It could only be said that Li Zhengtong was too unlucky. How do you know they're from the Beastmaster Peak, Brother Yu? Li Zhengtong didn't notice the change in Qin Ye's tone. Qin Yu glanced at the stars in the sky, feeling somewhat guilty, and changed the subject, asking, What about your injuries? Upon hearing this, Li Zhengtong felt even more aggrieved. There was too much work, I simply couldn't finish it. Today I mustered the courage to stand in front of those spiritual beasts from Beastmaster Peak, begging them to take another route. Who knew the leader jumped down without a word and slapped me, telling me to get lost. As he spoke, Qin Yu looked Li Zhengtong up and down, noticing that this kid seemed a bit sturdier than 10 days ago. It's impossible to see such obvious results from just 10 days of normal training. Could this be the effect of the tempering talent feedback? Each time I clean, does it enhance my strength a little? Understanding the situation, Qin Yu comforted him. You go wash up first, and he'll think of a way for you. Brother Yu, please don't go looking for those people from Beastmaster Peak. They're all outer disciples who have been in the sect for many years. We can't defeat them, nor can we afford to provoke them. Qin Yu nodded. Rest assured, I'm not foolish enough to challenge them directly. Hurry and change your clothes, you smell terrible. All right, Brother Yu. Li Zhengtong wiped his tears and walked into the house. Qin Yu sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, feeling somewhat indecisive. Should he help Li Zhengtong or not? Right now, Li Zhengtong was going through hardships, and the tempering talent was indeed helping him improve. So Qin Yu wasn't sure if intervening to help Li Zhengtong would be beneficial or detrimental. Listening to the occasional sobs coming from the house, Qin Yu abruptly slapped his thigh. Damn it, I deserve to die. Because of me, Li Zhengtong was bullied to this extent, and now I'm hesitating to intervene. Qin Yu felt like slapping himself. Seeing Li Zhengtong cry like this, he couldn't imagine how wronged he had been over the past 10 days. A boy of 14 or 15, leaving behind his parents and friends, carrying the hopes of his family, had come alone to the Shintian sect. He thought he had arrived in paradise, but unexpectedly found himself just a janitor, eating tasteless fasting pills, doing hard and dirty labor, and occasionally being scolded by the inspectors and bullied by the disciples from Beastmaster Peak. Even his only good friend was hiding in the house behind a formation every day. He didn't know what the situation was. He didn't even have anyone to vent to. Damn it, I have to make those brats from Beastmaster Peak pay for this. Qin Yu sat on the stone bench and began to ponder. Although I've reached the first level of chi refinement, I'm still too weak. I can't compete directly with them. Should I make a couple more wooden signs and have Maple Leaf Square undergo construction as well? Qin Yu contemplated, but quickly dismissed the idea. If there were too many construction sites, it would be too easy to expose himself. Not only would he not be able to solve Li Zhengtong's problem, but he would also get himself into trouble. Moreover, simply constructing wouldn't affect those beasts from Beastmaster Peak. What Qin Yu wanted was for them to face retribution. A direct approach definitely won't work. I can only strike from behind. Qin Yu immediately thought of laxatives. Can I feed those spiritual beasts some laxatives? No, let's not even talk about whether laxatives work on spiritual beasts. If they do, the whole route will be ruined, and wouldn't that mean they won't drop enough? Also, poisoning violates sect rules. This won't work. Qin Yu then thought of a few more ideas, such as traps, ambushes, etc. But either they were impractical or too risky. In the face of absolute strength, any scheme is ineffective. Qin Yu rubbed his head in frustration, wishing he could become the Emperor Qin and shove those beasts' heads into the feces of their spiritual beasts. No, I still don't know enough about the sect, nor do I know anything about Beastmaster Peak. I can't come up with a good plan just by fantasizing. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. Qin Yu decided to gather information tomorrow and then devise a long-term plan. If there truly was no way, he would have to temporarily halt the construction at Minghua Square. It's one thing to trick strangers, but Qin Yu felt a pang of conscience about tricking friends. Are you done washing up? Qin Yu asked Li Zhengtong, who had changed his clothes. Yes. Li Zhengtong nodded and eagerly asked, Brother, have you thought of a solution? Qin Yu was Li Zhengtong's last hope. If even Qin Yu couldn't solve it, Li Zhengtong felt he should apply to withdraw from the sect as soon as possible. Qin Yu sighed. Those beasts from Beastmaster Peak are a bit tough to deal with. It's hard to resolve this in the short term. Upon hearing this, Li Zhengtong's eyes quickly dimmed. Even you can't do anything, Brother Yu. Although Qin Yu also had no solution, Li Zhengtong didn't blame him. He felt that he had too high expectations of Brother Yu. While Brother Yu was powerful, he wasn't omnipotent. He was just a newly admitted servant disciple who had been in the sect for less than half a month. How could he possibly handle so many outer disciples who had been in the sect for years? Look at you acting all pitiful. Qin Yu scolded. I said that the beasts from Beastmaster Peak can't be dealt with for now, but I never said your problem can't be solved. Li Zhengtong immediately saw a glimmer of hope. Qin Yu said, you currently have two problems: too many fallen leaves and too much waste, right? Yes. Li Zhengtong nodded vigorously. Qin Yu continued, the waste issue is troublesome, but the fallen leaves can be easily solved. Li Zhengtong's mind raced, but he couldn't figure out how to deal with the fallen leaves. With so many leaves they would fall with the wind, how could he solve this? Did Brother Yu have the ability to stop the wind? Seeing Li Zhengtong's expression, Qin Yu knew he was overthinking. You silly. Qin Yu tapped Li Zhengtong's head. The trees aren't that tall. Can't you just use a long stick to knock all the leaves off the trees? If there are no leaves on the trees, then there won't be any fallen leaves. Li Zhengtong suddenly understood and immediately praised, Brother Yu, you're so smart. But Brother Yu, will doing this violate sect rules? No, I've memorized the sect rules. It states that we can't damage plants indiscriminately, but we aren't damaging the trees. We are just helping them speed up their metabolism a bit. Li Zhengtong looked at Qin Yu with admiration. Although he didn't fully understand, he felt what Brother Yu said was the truth. Let's have a good rest tonight, and tomorrow I'll go with you to knock the leaves. Knocking off the leaves would be a permanent solution, allowing Li Zhengtong to have more time to practice in the future. Qin Yu did this as compensation for the 10 days of silently helping him clean up feces. Even though Brother Yu doesn't say it, he remembers in his heart. Qin Yu added, as for that group of brats from Beastmaster Peak, give me a week, and he'll definitely handle it for you. Brother Yu, you really are good to me, Li Zhengtong said with tearful eyes. Stop with the sentimental stuff, hurry back to practice. Okay. Wait, come back. What is it, Brother Yu? It's nothing, just stand still. Damn it, that cursed Beastmaster Peak almost made me forget the important matter. Immediately 4 talents appeared before Qin Yu. Through countless trials and tribulations, one must endure sufficient tempering to become a true powerhouse. Often facing hardships and life-threatening crises, yet crises coexist with opportunities as long as one survives the crisis. Equivalent benefits can be gained. The favor of heaven grants one the ability to turn danger into safety, always finding a way to survive. Possessing a certain talent for formations, one can easily grasp the basics, learn quickly, and skillfully apply them. Struggling with minimal talent for cultivation, destined to live as a servant disciple for life. I can only copy the grade talent. Wait, I can actually copy the low-grade spiritual root. Qin Yu's spirit lifted. What would happen if a person has 2 low-grade spiritual roots? Would the cultivation speed double? Qin Yu decisively chose to copy low-grade spiritual root again. Copy successful. Name Qin Yu, talent middle-grade spiritual root grade, progress 0 note. Upon reaching 100 progress, an opportunity to copy a talent will be granted. My spiritual root has actually changed to a middle-grade spiritual root. 2 low-grade spiritual roots can actually merge into 1 middle-grade spiritual root. Qin Yu was ecstatic, as if he had unlocked a new function of the system. Can 2 middle-grade spiritual roots also combine into a high-grade spiritual root? That means I only need to gain 2 more opportunities to copy talents to have a high-grade spiritual root. After obtaining a high-grade spiritual root, gaining 4 more opportunities to copy talents would allow me to possess a top-grade spiritual root. From having no spiritual root to a top-grade spiritual root, I only need 8 opportunities to copy. If I can gain 1 opportunity to copy every time I break through a level, then I only need to reach the 7th layer of Qi refinement to have a top-grade spiritual root. Qin Yu then realized he had underestimated the system before. It turned out the system was so powerful. You go rest first, I'll take my leave. Qin Yu said goodbye to Li Zhengtong, easily leaping over the wall and returning to his room. He couldn't wait to experience what it felt like to have a middle-grade spiritual root. Li Zhengtong scratched his head, unsure of what Qin Yu meant when he kept coming and going. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Li Zhengtong's eyes widened. Did Yuga just leap over the wall in one go? When did Yuga become so impressive? No. It seems Yuga has always been this impressive. Once back in his room, Qin Yu activated the formation, quickly sitting cross-legged. Soon a large amount of spiritual energy surged into Qin Yu's body, rapidly circulating through his meridians, completing a full cycle in no time. The smooth cultivation brought Qin Yu immense comfort, and he quickly entered a state of forgetfulness in his practice. The night was quiet with only the occasional sound of insects creating an exceptionally tranquil atmosphere. The serene moonlight spilled through the doors and windows, illuminating the youthful, handsome face of the boy like a stunning painting. Time passed second by second. It was not until the sound of the Sects bell rang that Qin Yu reluctantly exited his state of cultivation, sensing that the flow of spiritual energy in his meridians had grown stronger. Qin Yu was very excited. My cultivation speed is at least 3 times faster than before. He opened the system's personal panel with anticipation. Upon seeing the progress bar, Qin Yu suddenly felt a bit disappointed. After cultivating all night, my progress is only at 3%. If I had low-grade spiritual roots, I wouldn't have even broken 1% overnight. The difficulty of reaching the second layer of qi refinement was 5 times greater than the first. Cultivation is indeed not that simple. Thankfully, I already have a middle-grade spiritual root, otherwise the next breakthrough would be a long way off. Feeling a bit hungry, Qin Yu took out a fasting pill and swallowed it. It feels like my mouth has dried up. Qin Yu smacked his lips. At first it was convenient to use the fasting pill, but after relying on it for a whole week, he found it hard to cope. He felt like his stomach was about to regress. Back in the small town Qin, you could catch a few fish or rabbits to improve his diet, but now at the cultivation sect he was living worse than before. I need to find a way to improve my situation. Qin Yu felt he had a lot to do. After tidying up his clothes, he called Li Zhongtong and went to Maple Leaf Square together. Yuga, Li Zhongtong asked, don't you need to clean your own square? These days Li Zhongtong had been so busy that he hadn't had time to look for Qin Yu. So he was unaware that Qin Yu's Mingyue Square had already hung a sign saying under construction. Qin Yu casually replied, it doesn't matter if I clean or not, oh let's finish yours first. You're so nice, Yuga. If I were a girl I would definitely repay you with my body. Qin Yu, do you believe I'll hit you? Upon arriving at Maple Leaf Square, Li Zhongtong handed Qin Yu a long stick. Yuga, you hit the leaves, and I'll sweep the ground. In Li Zhongtong's view, sweeping was more tiring than hitting the leaves. Using a stick is too troublesome. Qin Yu threw the stick away and walked directly to a maple tree. The maple tree was about the thickness of an adult's thigh. Qin Yu directly hugged the trunk and used the spiritual energy within his body to shake it with force. Rustle. The maple leaves fell like a torrential rain. In a short while the tree once full of red leaves was stripped bare by more than half. Only a few scattered leaves still stubbornly clung to the tips of the branches. Qin Yu had no intention of leaving those few leaves. He sought a quick and thorough solution. Roots must be severed. He tossed the stick to Li Zhongtong. Stop dawdling and knock down the remaining leaves. Oh, all right. Li Zhongtong immediately got busy. Yuga, how do you have such strength? How did you do it? Work hard, don't ask things you shouldn't. Yuga, please teach me how to become as strong as you. Just practice diligently. With the two of them working together, every maple tree was stripped bare. In just a few minutes it went from early autumn to deep winter. Once the trees were done, they just needed to clean up the fallen leaves on the ground. You continue cleaning. The beast from Beast Control Peak should be coming soon. I'll go hide for a bit. Okay. Li Zhongtong didn't think much and picked up the broom to start sweeping. Qin Yu wandered around looking for wild chickens and rabbits nearby to improve his meals. Soon he discovered a small wild river, and there were no signs prohibiting fishing around it. Where there is water, there are fish. I can catch a few fish tonight to improve my life. Qin Yu rubbed his hands together, excitement bubbling in him. In his past life, he was a fishing enthusiast with ample experience. As long as there were fish in this river, he was sure not to go home empty-handed. After finishing my work, I'll go to the market and buy a fishing hook and dig up some earthworms to come and try. There was a market at Xiantian's sect where disciples traded with each other. Disciples often sold the pills they refined, spirit herbs they gathered, and used spiritual tools there. In addition, many disciples also sold daily necessities and various snacks. Currency could be sect contribution points, spirit stones commonly used in the cultivation world, or copper coins, silver, and gold from Liang Kingdom. In short, anything of value could be traded there. Estimating that the people from Beast Master Peak have already left, Qin Yu strolled back to Maple Leaf Square. Unsurprisingly, there was an increase in the excrement of spirit beasts, and the amount this time was greater than before. It should be that Li Zhongtong's actions yesterday angered them, and they retaliated. Qin Yu cursed in his heart and quickly walked to Li Zhongtong's side. Did they say anything? They just asked why the leaves on this tree were missing, but didn't say much else. All right, let's get to work. After we finish tonight, let's go catch a few fish to roast and eat. Li Zhongtong was also very happy to hear this. For the past few days he had been relying on the fasting pills to get by and missed delicious food immensely. Working together was much faster than working alone. The two of them busily completed the task of cleaning up the trash. Qin Yu patted his clothes and said to Li Zhongtong, you tidy up these broken leaves and he'll wander around a bit. Okay. Qin Yu followed the path taken by the disciples of Beast Master Peak. Those spirit beasts would not just defecate in the square, they definitely would not miss the chance along the way. However, Qin Yu noticed that those spirit beasts would not defecate on the main roads, as there were no servant disciples to clean them up. This meant that these spirit beasts could control themselves. They deliberately treated the square as a toilet. The servant disciples were merely their poop scoopers. This was the most detestable aspect of the outer disciples of Beastmaster Peak. Qin Yu estimated that these spirit beasts could not be targeting them alone. Other places with servant disciples would likely also be treated as toilets. As expected, Qin Yu soon encountered the first victim among the servant disciples. This person was named Xiao Ji, also a new servant disciple who had just joined the sect this year. Qin Yu did not know him, but he recognized Qin Yu. After a brief conversation, Xiao Ji began to complain to Qin Yu about the spirit beast problem at Beastmaster Peak. Xiao Ji also tried to resist a bit, but as a result he was scolded fiercely by the disciples of Beastmaster Peak. However, Xiao Ji did not get beaten, suggesting that only a few unlucky ones faced such fate. Qin Yu speculated that it was possible the disciples of Beastmaster Peak had just been annoyed by Xiao Ji, and when they encountered Li Zhengtong at Maple Leaf Square, they slapped him in frustration. Quietly noting the situation, Qin Yu continued walking forward. In less than half an hour, he met 5 or 6 more servant disciples facing the same issue. There is strength in numbers. The more people who hold a grudge against Beastmaster Peak, the better. Qin Yu wanted to unite everyone to resist the disciples of Beastmaster Peak together. However, Qin Yu couldn't think of a way to do it for the time being. Even if they had a larger number in front of the outer disciples of Beastmaster Peak, it would only amount to throwing a few more punches. Their strength was simply too weak. Should they go find the sect and report this issue? Qin Yu felt there was little hope. Not to mention that they had no idea who to report to. Even if they did, what could be done? In the eyes of the sect, they were merely workers. No one would care whether they worked more or less. It wasn't that the sect was cold-blooded, but that those with inferior spiritual roots had little hope of cultivating. Not only did the sect recruit them, but it also provided the top-notch cultivation techniques, the most ideal cultivation environment, and protected their personal safety and property. Wasn't it only right for them to work a bit more? If they didn't want to work, why would the sect recruit them? Therefore, to solve this problem, they couldn't rely on the sect and had to depend on themselves. But relying solely on us few servant disciples is still too weak. I wonder if there are any adversaries of Beastmaster Peak in the sect. I need to find out when I get the chance. After wandering around, Qin Yu returned to Maple Leaf Square. The spirit beasts from Beastmaster Peak had already passed, leaving a mess behind. Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong quickly cleaned up the area, finishing before the inspection personnel arrived. You wait here for the inspectors, they'll go take a stroll at the market, and you can find me there after the inspection is done. Alright, you go. Qin Yu hurriedly left, and after looking at the map for over half an hour, he finally arrived at the Sects market. Compared to the desolate Maple Leaf Square, this place was truly bustling. Various shops lined the streets, including restaurants, tea houses, taverns, shops selling spirit herbs, spirit pets, weapons, and cultivation techniques. What astonished Qin Yu was that some of these shops were actually chain brands from outside Sects. For example, there were weapon shops under Wang Tai Sect, spirit pet shops under Huan Yao Pavilion, and spirit herb shops opened by Wanyi Valley. These 3 sects were all leaders in their respective fields. Xiantian Sect has the Refining Peak, Beastmaster Peak, and Alchemy Peak, with spirit tools, pills, and spirit pets being the main products and sources of income for these peaks. Introducing these shops would inevitably impact local industries. Moreover, these shops not only set up here, but also thrived, which speaks volumes about the generosity of Xiantian Sect. Such demeanor is worthy of being the #1 sect in Liang Kingdom. The market basically contained branches of all sects. Qin Yu took a long turn searching desperately, but he did not see a branch of Yihuan Sect. It seems that Xiantian Sect is still too feudal and not inclusive at all. As for these luxurious shops, Qin Yu could only look. Even a bowl of wine or a cup of tea started at spirit stones or contribution points. Unless Qin Yu sold the sword that Elder Zhang Er gave him when he joined, he wouldn't even be able to afford a cup of tea. Qin Yu still had a bit of copper coins and silver scraps on him. He could only browse the stalls set up by disciples. The variety of goods at the roadside stalls was even greater than those in the shops, though the quality was inferior. Qin Yu stopped in front of a stall set up by a disciple from Alchemy Peak. "Senior brother, do you have any pills that can speed up cultivation?" "Of course, we have Qi cultivation pills for 8 contribution points, or 8 low-grade spirit stones each, and vitality powder for 5 contribution points, or 5 spirit stones per pack." He listed several types, all of which required contribution points, or spirit stones to purchase. "I can't afford it." Qin Yu chuckled and quickly moved on. After inquiring around, Qin Yu found he couldn't afford anything related to cultivation. Silver, copper coins, and other mundane currencies could only buy some ordinary daily necessities or street snacks. A skewer of candied hawthorn costs 3 copper coins, a grilled sausage costs 3 copper coins, and a portion of fried chicken strips costs 5 copper coins. Things here are so expensive. Chinyu complained in his heart. In the small town, 2 copper coins could buy a fragrant meat pie and a bowl of steaming tofu pudding. Here he couldn't even afford a skewer of candied hawthorn. The brothers selling various snacks were mostly servant disciples who had completed their term and were preparing to retire from the sect and return home. They aimed to earn a bit more silver before heading home to build some capital. Therefore, their prices were considerably higher than outside. Complaints aside, he still had to spend the money he had. Chinyu bought 2 grilled sausages, 2 large meat buns, and 2 portions of fried pork strips. He didn't buy candied hawthorn because he only ate the flat ones. Taking a big bite of the meat bun and then a bite of the fried pork strip was simply a heavenly delight for Chinyu, who hadn't tasted anything oily in a week. The meat bun was dripping with juice, the pork strips were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and the grilled sausage was crunchy. With each bite, Chinyu almost cried. What kind of bitter days had he lived before? At critical moments, one must rely on fried food. Looking at the bustling market, Chinyu felt that something was missing. In such a lively place, how could there be no stinky tofu? In his past life, no street food stall was without the presence of stinky tofu. Unfortunately, this world lacked such delicacies, making Chinyu feel that the market was missing some familiar flavors. When I run low on money in the future, I will come here to sell stinky tofu and conquer everyone in Xiantian's sect with my ancestral stinky tofu. After wandering around the market, Chinyu couldn't find a shop selling fishing hooks. However, he successfully met with Li Jingtong, and after handing him grilled sausages, meat buns, and fried pork strips, Li Jingtong's eyes lit up, and he began to devour them hungrily. Brother Yu, I didn't expect there to be so much delicious food at the market. I've never been here before, but it's simply a huge loss. Li Jingtong mumbled as he ate. Chinyu nodded in agreement. By the way, what did those 2 inspectors say? Li Jingtong replied. They just curiously asked about the leaves on the tree and didn't bother with anything else. That's good. Chinyu exclaimed. Li Jingtong asked, did you buy any fishing hooks? Chinyu shook his head. They don't sell them here, but I bought a few embroidery needles to make my own. As the 2 chatted and wandered about, they suddenly heard some commotion ahead. Damn it, the bullies from the Beastmaster Peak are back again. What bad luck. Let's go, don't get into a conflict with them. The disciples of the Xiantian sect who were setting up stalls also cursed, business is going to be bad tonight. I'll just pack up. There weren't many buyers to begin with, and with them around there will be even fewer. You all should hurry up and pack too. Last time they insisted on buying a pill that cost 8 contribution points for only 5, and I can't afford to provoke them. Chinyu hurriedly called out to a disciple who was packing up. Brother, what are you talking about? The disciple replied. Who else could it be but those guys from the Beastmaster Peak? You must be new here if you don't know about them. Are they the outer disciples who ride spiritual beasts to attend classes at the Beastmaster Peak every day? Yes, that's them. Chinyu asked out of curiosity. Why does everyone leave when they come? Can they really ride spiritual beasts in the market? They wouldn't dare. We just find them disgusting. Chinyu's eyes brightened as he sensed that there seemed to be a story behind this. Brother, I'm a new disciple this year and don't know the background. Could you explain it to me? The disciple replied, sure, let me tell you what happened. Actually, it's quite simple. The disciples of the Beastmaster Peak take advantage of their powerful spiritual beasts and are usually arrogant in the outer sect. Moreover, because the Beastmaster Peak members live together to take care of their beasts, they have formed a close-knit group, creating a certain influence in the outer sect. In contrast, disciples from other peaks are randomly assigned to different caves, and for instance, the alchemy disciples might live next to the weapon refining disciples. This arrangement is to prevent groups from forming and affecting the peace of the outer sect. This has given the disciples of the Beastmaster Peak the audacity to be arrogant. They often rode their spiritual beasts recklessly, and no one dared to provoke them. Until one time they rode their beasts into the market and demanded everyone clear a path, which provoked public outrage. The enforcement team arrested them all on charges of provocation. Since then, the sect has issued a ban on their spiritual beasts appearing in crowded public areas. I see no wonder they only come from Mingyue Square or Fengyue Square. Chinyu asked, now that they aren't riding their spiritual beasts, why does everyone still avoid them? The disciple responded, it's not exactly avoidance. Firstly, it's because everyone is still influenced by what happened before. When they see those guys, they just feel disgusted. Secondly, those guys have such low quality that even without their spiritual beasts, they still cause trouble everywhere. Take me for example, I sell my pills for 8 contribution points, but they insist on getting them for 5. 5 contribution points wouldn't even cover my costs, so I definitely can't sell them. But as long as I don't sell, those guys will crowd around my stall, making it impossible for anyone who wants to buy to do so. And even the enforcement team can't do anything about their behavior. The sect rules don't prohibit bargaining. Many people have wanted to beat them up, but due to the sect rules they can't act, which allows them to be so rampant. These guys are just annoying and are the disgrace of the Shintian sect's outer disciples. Brother, I'm going to stop talking to you for now. Those guys are coming over, and I need to leave. As the brother packed up his stall, he advised Chinyu. I suggest you also don't linger here. If those guys set their sights on you, your good mood for the night might be ruined. Thank you for the warning, brother. Chinyu pulled Li Zhengtong and quickly left the market. Those people from the Beastmaster Peak are truly bullies, simply despicable. Li Zhengtong kept complaining. How can they be considered bullies? I think they haven't experienced the harshness of society. Chinyu smirked. I already have a way to deal with them. Really, brother, what's the plan? Chinyu whispered something into Li Zhengtong's ear. Li Zhengtong's eyes widened, giving a thumbs up. Brother, this plan of using someone else's knife to kill is simply brilliant. Indeed, one must use a villain to deal with another villain. Who are you calling a villain? Brother, I didn't mean it that way. I meant to say you are cunning and shrewd. Not. It's just crafty. Not. Li Zhengtong covered his head, flustered. Chinyu said, all right, just shut up. If you lack education, just say awesome and stop pretending to be cultured. Li Zhengtong chuckled awkwardly. Brother, is awesome. This plan needs more people. They'll contact them tomorrow, and we'll act tomorrow night. Got it. Li Zhengtong immediately stood up straight and replied earnestly, got it. The next morning, Chinyu was the first to find Xiao Ji. After hearing Chinyu's plan, Xiao Ji raised both hands and feet in agreement. Brother, you just tell me what to do. I've long hated those guys from the Beastmaster Peak. All right, you just need to do this. Chinyu asked, do you understand? Xiao Ji replied, understood. Chinyu added, be discreet and don't let others find out. Meet at the market at midnight. Okay. Afterward, Chinyu found several other outer disciples who had also suffered, and they all offered their full support. These individuals had been sheltered at home since childhood and had never experienced such indignities. Now that they finally had a chance to take revenge on the Beastmaster Peak, they were naturally enthusiastic. After agreeing on a time with everyone, Chinyu patiently awaited the arrival of night. Those brutes from the Beastmaster Peak, you would never dream that the crap you pull today would become the bombs attacking you tomorrow. At midnight, all the shops in the market had closed and the once lively market had become deserted. Ordinary cultivators do not require sleep, but can substitute it with cultivation. Thus, late at night, most people return to their own caves or those of others to begin solo cultivation, dual cultivation, or multi-cultivation. At this moment, a few figures stealthily approached. They were all masked, each carrying a large burlap sack on their backs. You guys are here. Chinyu's voice suddenly sounded from behind, startling Xiao Ji and the others. Wearing a hood, Xiao Ji smoothed his chest and said, why are you wearing that thing? Chinyu pointed to the hoods on their heads. We're just afraid of being discovered. Another disciple explained. What are you afraid of? There's no one in the market at this hour, even the donkeys have gone home. Besides, with your level of skill, if you really got discovered, could you even run away? With the way you all are sneaking around, it's obvious you have something to hide, which makes it even easier to attract others' attention. Xiao Ji and the others hurriedly took off their hoods. Chinyu said, hand me the hoods, I'll keep them for you. Xiao Ji and the others obediently handed over their hoods, witnessing Chinyu put them on his own head. Xiao Ji said, brother, why are you wearing it? Chinyu replied, you don't understand. As the leader, I must bear the greatest risk. If you were the enforcer and saw a group of normal people and one person wearing a hood, who would you catch first? Xiao Ji lowered his head in shame, whispering, I would catch the one in the hood. Exactly. If they come to catch me, you'll have a chance to escape. Everyone looked ashamed. Brother, I'm sorry. We misunderstood you. You all don't understand me. I don't blame you, but you must remember Chin would never harm my brothers. The beasts from the Beastmaster Peak are the ones who are mistreating you. It has nothing to do with me, Chin. I simply cannot stand what they are doing, seeing our servant disciples being bullied, which is why I decided to intervene. Even so, Chin will bear the greatest risk. If I am caught, I will never betray any of you. At the same time, I hope that if you are unfortunate enough to be caught, you won't betray any of our brothers. Chinyu spoke passionately, and Xiao Ji and the others looked deeply moved. Brother, is truly the greatest person in the world. Don't worry, brother, even if I am expelled from the sect, I will never betray anyone. Me too. All right, everyone, let's proceed according to the plan. Be mindful to disperse a bit and make the scene look realistic. Once we're done here, we still need to set up the central square. I've inquired if the enforcers will patrol at 2 and 4 in the morning, so we only have 1 hour. Hurry up. After everyone carried the burlap bags away, Chinyu handed Li Zhengtong a black hood. I came here in a hurry today and forgot to bring this. These little disciples really thought ahead. Li Zhengtong took the black hood, looking confused at Chinyu. Chinyu slapped the back of Li Zhengtong's head, saying, you fool, the enforcers won't catch those wearing hoods. They only catch the slowest runners. It's not that the brothers lack loyalty, but there's a sequence among brothers. Chinyu thought to himself. Li Zhengtong suddenly understood. Now I get it. Then Li Zhengtong returned the hood to Chinyu. Chinyu asked, what do you mean? Li Zhengtong replied, I'm the slowest runner. Chinyu was speechless. Li Zhengtong usually worked the hardest, but his cultivation time was the shortest. Everyone's talents were similar. With little training time, naturally their cultivation was lower and their speed slower. Everyone hurriedly traversed through the market with burlap bags. Qin Yu remained vigilant, directing everyone. Tongzi, don't put too much here. The density is getting high. Xiaoji, put that big pile in the center of the road right there, aimed at the entrance of the 100 Tools Pavilion and the 10,000 Medicines Pavilion. Hey, you there, sprinkle some water on your side, it's too dry. Don't put too much here. Oh, we still need to place some in the central square. Don't make it too obvious. It should look natural. Quick, there's half an hour left, speed it up. After a busy hour, everyone hurriedly left before the patrol team arrived. Shortly after they left, the people from the enforcement peak came to patrol. This time 2 people came. Their usual patrols only followed a formality. After the market stalls closed, protective formations would activate, and some shop owners and employees rested directly inside their shops. What thief would dare to steal? From another perspective, any cultivator brave enough to steal wouldn't be discovered by these 2 disciples. But today it was different. As soon as the 2 patrolling disciples appeared, they immediately emitted sharp explosive sounds. The spacious market street was covered in spirit beast droppings, various spirit beast hairs fluttering in the wind, and the nauseating smell lingered at their noses, refusing to dissipate. The empty street had only 2 patrolling disciples, one covering his nose, the other also covering his nose. What happened here? One person asked. The other answered decisively, it must be the people from the Beastmaster Peak sneaking over with spirit beasts again. Last time they were caught by our enforcement team, they were very discontent, and now they've come to provoke us. I said the disciples from the Beastmaster Peak have been visiting the market every night lately. It turns out they were scouting, obviously premeditated. So what do we do now? Those guys seem to think they can do whatever they want, daring to provoke our enforcement team. They are simply asking for death. One of them said ominously, let's not do anything, you just maintain the current scene. Wait until dawn when the shops open and everyone comes to the market. Naturally someone will deal with them. Let's go back and inform our brothers. When we hear commotion, don't act immediately. Wait until the people from the Beastmaster Peak are beaten up before we catch them. It seems the last punishment was too light. They haven't learned their lesson. The other one agreed. I've disliked them for a long time. It's just right that they delivered themselves to us this time, so don't blame us for being rude. The 2 patrolling team members firmly believe this was done by the disciples of the Beastmaster Peak. They were seasoned disciples. With just a glance, they could see the obvious signs of manipulation, concluding this was a setup. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that they had long been displeased with the people from the Beastmaster Peak, but had no opportunity to teach them a lesson. And now the opportunity had come. To add charges, what need is there for words? Moreover, such obvious evidence was already here. They didn't know who wanted to target the disciples of the Beastmaster Peak, but they knew a good show was about to unfold. The 2 enforcement disciples finished their patrol and returned with smiles to continue their cultivation. That night, Qin Yu, Li Zhengtong, Xiao Ji, and the others did not cultivate at all. They were all looking forward to a grand show after dawn. Dawn broke softly over the horizon. As usual, the proprietor of the 100 Treasures Pavilion unlocked his shop and deactivated the protective formation. Just as he drew a deep breath to savor the fresh morning air, a wave of foul stench slammed into his senses. Ugh! What in the world is that reek? What on earth is happening in the street? Instantly, the pavilion's proprietor reactivated the formation, sealing off the noxious odor. Upon beholding the chaos unfolding across the thoroughfare, the proprietor strode back into the shop, beaming with uncharacteristic delight. His clerks, astonished by his elation, hurriedly asked, "Master, what auspicious event has occurred? Step outside and see for yourselves, but remain within the formation's boundary. Xiaozhang, fetch me that iron rod, 1 full zhang in length. After all the customers they've driven away at last, vengeance is within reach." The proprietor spat the words through clenched teeth. A similar scene unfolded across shop after shop throughout the market. Some establishments had even armed every staff member, man, woman, and elder alike, with long rods. When I give the signal, strike hard, spare none. Yet under no circumstances may you employ spiritual energy. We stand on foreign soil, oh, let no life be lost. These shopkeepers were merchants, and merchants prized foot traffic above all else. The more people thronged the streets, the more patrons entered their shops, and the greater their profits swelled. Yet each time disciples from the beast-taming peak entered the market, foot traffic plummeted by half, devastating their livelihoods. They had petitioned the sect for redress, but no solution was forthcoming. Surely the sect could not strip a disciple of his right to stroll the market simply because others found him disagreeable. Moreover, these shopkeepers dared not provoke the beast-taming disciples. Not long ago, a pill seller's apothecary incurred their wrath. Beast-taming disciples entered in shifts, not shouting, not fighting, merely lingering inside, idly browsing. With them present, other cultivators avoided the shop entirely. After all, dozens of pill sellers operated in the market. Prices and quality were nearly identical. Switching vendors required no second thought. The apothecary suffered in silence, powerless to expel them. Within days he shuttered his shop and vanished. Thus the remaining merchants swallowed their grievances. Yet to cut off another's livelihood is akin to murdering his parents. They loathed the beast-taming disciples with quiet, seething fury, lacking only the opportunity to strike back. At last, divine justice had dawned. The beast-taming disciples' reckoning had arrived. Meanwhile, senior brothers and sisters who held stalls in the market also gathered there that morning. Witnessing the desolation, they erupted in fury, their noses practically twisted sideways with rage. At least shops could still open their doors. They, however, had lost even the ground upon which to set up their stalls. The beast-taming peak oppresses us beyond endurance. A voice thundered from the crowd, and echoes rose instantly from every direction. Those disciples flout all law and order. We've lost our very space to trade. This is tantamount to sentencing us to death. We cannot endure this. Brothers, if we yield now, next time they'll defile our very heads. Tell me, can this be borne? No, absolutely not. Follow me. Those with courage come now to their dwellings and drag them here ourselves. A roaring tide of furious cultivators surged toward the beast-taming disciples' residence. Among them, Qin Yu and his allies trembled inwardly with exhilaration. The crowd's fury far surpassed even his most fervent expectations. Clearly, the outer sect disciples of the beast-taming peak had long indulged in unchecked malfeasance. Yesterday, Qin Yu had already observed how others recoiled at their mere presence. Proof that these disciples had become pariahs hunted like rats in broad daylight. Yet this rat remained shielded by the sect's own statutes, untouchable for now. And Qin Yu had exploited precisely that immunity. If you hide behind the rules, first let us expose your violation of them. So last night, Qin Yu collected the excrement of spirit beasts and scattered it evenly across the market and central square, high traffic zones where its stench would ignite outrage and fabricate evidence of the beast-taming disciples' transgression. He had provided the spark. Truth mattered little. Only that the flame catch. What the crowd truly sought was not truth, but a justification, one sanctioned by the sect's own statutes to act without fear of punishment. Soon the mob stood before the cave dwellings of the beast-taming peak's outer sect disciples. Qin Yu surveyed the abodes structurally identical to his own, save for the larger courtyards fronting each wooden hut. Their spirit beasts dwelled there day and night. Kong Tianjiao, come out this instant, someone bellowed. Kong Tianjiao, master of the earth-shaking elephant, led the outer sect disciples of the beast-taming peak. Startled by the clamor, the beast-taming disciples poured from their dwellings. What is the meaning of this? Seeing the vast hostile assembly, they recoiled in alarm and hastily activated the courtyard formations. Yet recalling no recent infractions, they grew bold, shouting back. Do you seek trouble? How dare you behave so brazenly? From the crowd, Qin Yu warned. Step aside, you're nobody. Fetch Kong Tianjiao now. A senior brother stepped forward and addressed the beast-taming disciples. You have openly violated sect statutes and shattered outer sect peace. I shall count to 5. If you refuse to emerge, we shall shatter your formation and drag you forth. 5. The beast-taming disciples bristled. What crime have we committed? You slander us without cause. Indeed, name the statute we've broken. Humph. Do you truly not know what you've done? You dare commit such acts, but lack the courage to confess. Cowards all. 4. 3. As fury swelled among the crowd, panic seized the beast-taming disciples. What do you intend to do? To forcibly enter another's dwelling violated sect law, punishable by cultivation, severance, and expulsion from the Shantian sect. You dare invoke the sect statutes. What of last night, when you unleashed your beasts upon the market and central square? Did statutes vanish then? You violated the law first. We now uphold justice and deliver you to judgment. Enough prattle, waste no more words. Knowing well the fatal flaw of villains, excessive speech, Qin Yu cut short the confrontation and shouted sharp and decisive. Stop counting. Brothers, seize your weapons and charge with me. With a thunderous crash, Kong Tianjiao kicked open his door and pointed furiously at the crowd. You've grown bold indeed. Who dares break my formation? Adjusting his robes with deliberate calm, Kong Tianjiao strode forward, followed closely by a radiant junior sister. Startled by the multitude, she flushed crimson and smoothed the creases from her gown. The sight ignited their fury anew. Not only had these disciples ruined their stalls with utter contempt, they now dallied with women utterly indifferent to the chaos they'd wrought. It was an insult beyond endurance. Storm the courtyard, seize him. They surged forward as one, smashing through the formation and binding Kong Tianjiao in tight, intricate knots. The ropes binding him were spirit treasures, designed to suppress his spiritual energy. Fearing insufficient restraint, others produced stacks of suppression talismans, plastering them across his entire body. To subdue this foe, they had unhesitatingly drawn forth their most treasured artifacts. The earth-shaking elephant cowered in the corner, trembling uncontrollably, ignoring Kong Tianjiao's frantic calls. These humans were terrifying beyond measure. I'm not even acquainted with Kong Tianjiao. Damn you, what madness is this? What do you plan? Realizing the crowd meant business, Kong Tianjiao abandoned all pretense. Calm yourselves, brothers. Help me. Silence. Someone slapped a body-immobilizing talisman squarely over his mouth. The remaining beast-taming disciples staggered backward, paralyzed by fear. None dared step forward. Yet Kong Tianjiao's plea had stirred a realization among the crowd. Brothers, leave no beast-taming disciple untouched. Those inside, choose now emerge peacefully or be dragged out bound and gagged. I swear upon Shudao Mountain. 3. Brothers, charge in and haul them out. Don't attack the formation, we'll emerge willingly. Seeing the crowd's ferocity, the disciples of beast-taming peak instantly lost their nerve. Damaging the formation would cost them personal contribution points to repair. We'll step out, but we demand clarity before death. By what right do you assault us? If you cannot offer a justifiable explanation, we shall settle this before the enforcement squad. Hearing this, the crowd sneered in unison. Stubborn to the bitter end. Do you truly have no awareness of your own misdeeds, eh? They crave an explanation. Then drag them to the market, and give them one thoroughly. The mob escorted the beast-taming disciples back to the marketplace in a thunderous, unruly procession. En route, they encountered numerous outer sect disciples. Upon learning the captives were from beast-taming peak, each rushed off to rally friends and allies. Word spread like wildfire. One told 10, told 100. Countless disciples flocked to the scene until the marketplace was sealed tight, not a single gap remaining. All along the way, the beast-taming disciples nearly wept. What abomination have we committed to merit such cruel retribution? Each one meticulously reviewed his conduct over the past few days, searching his memory with painstaking care, yet found no transgression beyond the pale. Then, why were they being seized? At that moment, every gaze converged upon Kong Tianjiao. They shouted his name the moment they arrived. They've come for Kong Tianjiao alone. He must have committed some grave offense, and now we all suffer for it. Meanwhile, Kong Tianjiao stood on the verge of total collapse. Bound tightly and hoisted overhead like a caged monkey in a menagerie, he wore dozens of sealing talismans plastered across his face, an utter humiliation. Arriving at the marketplace, the crowd thrust the beast-taming disciples forward. Behold the ruin you wrought last night. What remains of our marketplace? How are merchants to conduct business amidst such devastation? And don't forget the central plaza. It's rendered impassable, trampled beyond recognition. Gazing upon the filth-choked streets, the beast-taming disciples stood dumbfounded. Was this my doing? How could I be unaware? No, that's impossible. This is a frame-up. Someone's deliberately slandering us. Fools, you can't even recognize a fabrication when evidence lies before your eyes. Observe this excrement. The left half bears the unmistakable signature of an iron-devouring beast, the right, that of a sky-soaring rat. Clearly it's been contrived. Xiao Ji snarled, damn it. Proof is staring you in the face, yet you still dare to deny it. Li Zhengtong retorted. If these droppings weren't left by your spirit beasts, then did they sprout legs and march here of their own accord? Qin Yu roared, cursed wretches, ruining our marketplace and calling us fools. Brothers, beat them senseless. Incensed, the crowd rolled up their sleeves, eager to skip straight to the finale. Punch first, explanations later. Wait, hold on. Don't strike yet. The beast-taming disciples scrambled backward, one panic-stricken tumbled headlong into a heap of dung. Gentlemen, please remain calm. We admit these droppings belong to our spirit beasts, but our beasts never defecate here. Li Zhengtong scoffed. If not here, then did the dung grow legs and stroll in uninvited? Qin Yu declared, admitting ownership is enough. Brothers, lay into them. Wait, don't strike. There must be some terrible misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Kong Tianjiao hasn't uttered a word. He's already confessed by silence. Kong Tianjiao muffled a frantic, incoherent cry. MMPH. 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 How am I supposed to speak with a paralysis talisman stuck to my mouth? His fellow disciples hastily untied him. Yet spurred by Qin Yu's incitement, the mob surged forward, those behind jostling fiercely, terrified of missing their turn. The vanguard charged ahead with guttural roars while those behind bellowed, brothers up front, strike swiftly. We agreed 1 blow per person, and the rest of us are still queuing. Others egged them on, black market tickets available. Just 5 contribution points for priority beating rights. I'll pay. I demand the honor of striking Kong Tianjiao. The scalper called out, Kong Tianjiao commands a premium price, 10 contribution points. Meanwhile, shopkeepers watched the commotion unfold from their doorways, eyes sharp and calculating. On my count. 3, 2, 1. You burst forth and unleash fury. Target their legs, cripple them for months. And remember, retreat before the enforcement squad arrives. Understood, master. Shop assistants brandished iron rods, cracking knuckles and brimming with anticipation. Slower disciples were pinned to the ground and pummeled mercilessly. Once freed, Kong Tianjiao sprinted desperately forward. Where is the enforcement squad? Why haven't they arrived? A final fragile hope flickered within him. But such chaos would have summoned them long ago, if they'd intended to intervene. The crowd knew this well, and thus granted him the illusion of escape. After all, he could not possibly flee. In ancient noble hunts, prey was always allowed to run, because the fiercer its struggle, the sweeter the triumph. As the foremost outer sect disciple of beast-taming peak, Kong Tianjiao possessed undeniable cultivation prowess, even if his moral character left much to be desired. Now he channeled spiritual energy through his meridians, dashing across the fouled thoroughfare like a gale. His pursuers dodged treacherous landmines scattered across the path, the distance between them widening with every stride. "Huh, you think you can lay a hand on me?" Kong Tianjiao's laughter rang out, until suddenly shop doors on both sides burst open, flooding the street with clerks who blocked his path. He skidded to an abrupt halt. What now? He glanced ahead, at the shopkeepers and clerks' fists clenched and muscles coiled. Then behind, at the advancing tide of furious disciples. Utterly bewildered, he stood frozen. "Kong Tianjiao, you've sown nothing but ruin, and now there is no escape." Gritting his teeth, he glared defiantly at both fronts and bellowed, "None of you shall touch me." With that, he shut his eyes, steeled his heart, and hurled himself headlong into a steaming mound of earth-shaking elephant dung, rolling once, twice, utterly coating himself. The sheer audacity of the act struck like lightning, stunning every soul present. Qin Yu felt his cerebellum shrivel in awe. This man is ferocious. Even those mid-beating paused hands suspended, staring in horror at the spectacle unfolding before them. The beast-taming disciples, moments earlier shrieking in agony, fell silent, craning their necks, disbelief etched across every face. Time itself seemed to freeze across the marketplace. Only Kong Tianjiao emerged from the muck, stepping forth to roar at the stunned multitude, "Come on, try me. Strike me again, if you dare. Go on, lay hands on me." With each step he advanced, the crowd recoiled in terror. In an instant he transformed, from a helpless lamb into a fearsome, dung-smeared tiger. Truly, a hero among men. Even Qin Yu found himself murmuring inward praise. Then he rallied the crowd, "Fear not. Attack him with ranged spells." The crowd instantly grasped the situation and unleashed a barrage of arcane arts toward Kong Tianjiao. Who said that? Deserving death. Kong Tianjiao shrieked in agony under the onslaught. Halt! An overwhelming aura swept across the marketplace. Merely grazing Qin Yu, it nearly sent him staggering to the ground. Such formidable cultivation. All heads turned upward where a white-robed youth descended from the heavens, astride a magnificent multicolored tiger. Every cultivator bowed deeply in unison. "Salutations, senior brother." The youth's white robe bore the insignia of an inner sect disciple, none other than a member of the Xiantian Sects inner sect. Upon seeing him, Kong Tianjiao leapt to his feet, as if spotting salvation itself, shouting desperately, "Senior brother Wang Li, hurry and save us. These outer sect disciples have ganged up to bully us disciples of the beast-taming peak." The crowd's expressions darkened. No one had anticipated an inner sect disciple from the beast-taming peak appearing here so abruptly. Wang Li's gaze, sharp as lightning, swept over the assembly before settling upon Kong Tianjiao, filthy, disheveled, and humiliated. Is he here to exact vengeance on Kong Tianjiao? Qin Yu edged backward step by step, prepared to seize Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji and flee at the first sign of danger. Even an inner sect disciple, however powerful, could not possibly subdue everyone at once. With a single graceful leap, Wang Li dismounted from the tiger and landed before Kong Tianjiao. Instinctively, he waved a hand before his nose, then offered a gentle, affable smile. "Esteemed junior brother, may I ask your name?" "Senior brother Wang." "It's me, Kong Tianjiao." "Tianjiao." Wang Li appeared genuinely astonished. "How did you come to such a wretched state?" "Senior brother." Kong Tianjiao pointed wildly at the crowd, sniffling and weeping as he accused, "They beat me." Kong Tianjiao, "Cease your slanderous lies. You flung yourself headlong into the dung heap. What do we have to do with that? If you hadn't chased me, would I have leapt into the dung heap?" "Senior brother, they conspired without cause to strike us down, disciples of the beast-taming peak. You must avenge us upon the beast-taming sect." Wang Li turned to face the crowd. "It begins now." Qin Yu gathered every ounce of spiritual energy within him. By then he had already retreated hundreds of steps. If outer sect disciples were this arrogant, inner sect disciples could hardly be any more formidable. Should battle erupt, Qin Yu resolved to slip away amid the chaos. Yet Wang Li raised no hand in aggression, only asked, still mild-voiced, "May I inquire why you sought to oppress my junior brothers?" "Because they deserved a beating," many silently thought. But none dared utter those words aloud. One outer sect disciple stepped forward, saluted Wang Li respectfully, and gestured at the filth strewn across the ground. Senior brother Wang, this marketplace is our shared public space for trading, strolling, and leisure. The sect's regulations explicitly forbid the presence of spirit beasts here. Yet last night, under cover of darkness, they rode their spirit beasts through this place and left it in this abominable condition. How could we bear it? Indeed, your reasoning holds merit. It was our beast-taming peak's transgression. Kong Tianjiao panicked instantly. Senior brother, don't believe their one-sided tale. Our spirit beasts remained confined to the courtyard all night. We never set foot here. We've been falsely accused. The other beast-taming peak disciples echoed in agreement. Senior brother, please uphold justice for us. This is defamation. Please investigate thoroughly, senior brother. Enough. Wang Li flicked his sleeve, a gesture so commanding that every voice fell silent. His tone turned stern. Even if this accusation is false, why target you specifically? Why did no one take initiative to uncover the truth? Why did resentment swell so swiftly into collective action? Ultimately, it stems from your own arrogance. Your provocations have multiplied your enemies until even allies abandoned you. Consider this a sobering lesson. Hearing these words, every beast-taming peak disciple lowered their heads in shame. In quiet self-reflection, they acknowledged that under Kong Tianjiao's leadership, their conduct over recent years had indeed grown excessive. Only Kong Tianjiao's eyes burned with defiant resentment. Just because you possess a peerless spirit root doesn't make you invincible. Once my innate talent ascends anew, I shall trample you beneath my feet. Wang Li clasped his hands together in a formal bow toward the crowd. This matter rests upon the beast-taming peak's shoulders, and we shall shoulder full responsibility. We shall restore this marketplace to immaculate order within one day, and offer 5,000 contribution points to all merchants and stallholders. Though insufficient to compensate for lost labor, this gesture embodies the beast-taming peak's sincere remorse. At the mention of 5,000 contribution points, the beast-taming peak disciples winced inwardly. Divided among their 100-strong cohort, each would forfeit 50 points, equivalent to a month and a half of stipend. Yet none dared defy senior brother Wang Li's decree. His measured, principled conduct left the entire assembly somewhat abashed. Senior brother Wang's fairness and integrity command profound admiration. We acted rashly in this affair, launching action before investigation. That too was gravely mistaken. Witnessing this unexpected harmony, Qin, you felt profoundly unsettled. Why does this cultivator refuse to follow the script? If outer sect disciples are so brazen, how can an inner sect disciple remain so humble and courteous? Is the contrast within the beast-taming peak truly this stark? Undeniably, Wang Li's approach was masterful. Within moments, he transformed a volatile crisis into a manageable incident, while simultaneously mending relations between the beast-taming peak's outer sect disciples and the wider community. Qin Yu's objective had been achieved. The beast-taming peak disciples had endured sufficient humiliation, and in doing so avenged the menial disciples' long-simmering grievances. After such a chastening, these disciples would surely temper their behavior henceforth. At the very least, they would now collect and dispose of their spirit beast's excrement properly, never again allowing it to fall into others' hands. Kong Tianjiao, the most arrogant of the beast-taming peak, had suffered the most humiliating retribution. He brought it upon himself. A few blows would have sufficed, yet he chose to make such a grotesque spectacle of sacrifice. And yet, even then, he failed to evade the beating entirely, utterly disgraced. Had it been Qin Yu, he would have resigned from the sect and returned home. Such shame was simply unbearable. For a long time to come, Kong Tianjiao would become the subject of ridicule across the sect. Manipulating events from the shadows feels utterly sublime. Qin Yu strode confidently from the crowd, flanked by Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji. Well, was this satisfying? Li Zhengtong's jowls trembled as he declared, satisfying. It was transcendent. Especially watching Kong Tianjiao roll about in that dung heap. I'd shovel manure for a month just for that sight. Brother Yu, you're truly extraordinary. Even outer sect disciples shrink to juniors before you. Xiao Ji and the others crowded close, lavishing praise upon Qin Yu. Qin Yu laughed heartily. Cultivation isn't merely about brute force. It hinges on wisdom. Knowledge is power. Do you understand? Understood. Utterly understood. Now hurry off and clean up. To celebrate my victory over the first enemy in the immortal cultivation world, I invite you all tonight to grilled fish by the riverside beside Maple Leaf Square. Long live Brother Yu. While Qin Yu's circle celebrated in camaraderie, the beast-taming peak's side lay in disarray. Kong Tianjiao and his fellows labored grimly, scrubbing away the filth. Seizing the opportunity of cleanup, Kong Tianjiao sidled up to a slender round-head disciple whose eyes gleamed with uncanny intelligence. Li Fun, tell me who orchestrated this frame-up. Zhou Shuhai of the Pill Refining Peak. Li Ming of the Body Cultivation Peak. Knight Changming of the law enforcement peak, or perhaps the shopkeepers themselves. Li Fen served as the strategist of the beast-taming peak's outer sect faction. For years their unchecked misconduct had evaded disciplinary scrutiny, solely due to Li Fen's razor-sharp intellect. None of them, Li Fen murmured, shaking his head faintly, then deliberately scooped a trace of dung with his fingertip and held it aloft for prolonged scrutiny. What do you perceive here? Stop teasing, just tell me the answer. Kong Tianjiao clenched his fist and swung it violently into empty air, fury blazing. A grudge demands redress, a debt demands repayment. If I don't retaliate tenfold for this humiliation, I am no longer human. Li Fen spoke slowly. This dung remains remarkably fresh and astonishingly intact. It was produced yesterday. Its collection was deliberate and performed with meticulous care to preserve its wholeness. Kong Tianjiao suppressed his rage with visible effort. I have no patience for your forensic analysis of dung. One cannot reasonably expect composure from someone who has just tumbled into a dung heap. Don't you see? None of the suspects you named could possibly obtain dung in such pristine condition. Dung inevitably degrades during routine cleaning. Whoever engineered this possesses 3 defining traits. Which 3, eh? First, they bear a personal grudge against us. Second, they lack strength and dare not confront us openly. Third, they have effortless access to our spirit beast's excrement. A golden glint flashed across Li Fen's eyes. Based on these 3 criteria, the culprits are unmistakably the menial disciples assigned to sanitation duties. Only they possess motive, and only they could procure such perfectly preserved evidence. Menial disciples. Kong Tianjiao's eyes blazed with incandescent fury. How dare they? Qin Yu hummed a melancholic refrain about the loneliness of being invincible as he strode cheerfully back to his cave dwelling. He retrieved the embroidered needle he had bought, heated it in a candle until it glowed red, then pressed it against the ground to bend it into a No. 5 barbless professional fishhook. Bending the needle was that simple. Qin Yu then took out the fishing line he had prepared in advance. This line had been spun from the silk of a spider-like spirit beast and was normally used for mending clothes. The silk was colorless and translucent, yet astonishingly tenacious. They said not even a massive long-tu Luofei could snap it, making it perfect for a fishing line. Finally, he tied a small wooden block as a float, found a bamboo pole for a rod, and his equipment was ready. With his tools prepared, Qin Yu ran happily to the wild river and began a day of fishing. A stolen half-day of leisure. Qin Yu lay on the soft grass, basking in the gentle early autumn sun, watching the float bob with the ripples of the water, utterly content. If I were to become Emperor Qin Yu right now, life would be perfect, he thought with a smile. On a whim, he took out his small notebook and crossed out the title, The Path to Immortality, beginning with shoveling manure, replacing it with The Path to Immortality, beginning with fishing. No sooner had he finished than the float plunged under. Strike. Qin Yu gave a sharp tug and hauled up a fish weighing about 2 jin. It gleamed golden all over and looked somewhat like a Crucian carp. Living in a place suffused with spiritual energy had altered even the fish, Qin Yu mused. He baited the hook with an earthworm and cast it back into the water. I've been slacking these past 2 days. I must resume seclusion tomorrow, he resolved. I gain 3% of cultivation progress each night. A full day should yield about 6 to 7%. To reach the second level of qi refining would require a full 16 days, and the thought gave him pause. Influenced by past life novels, he had always imagined cultivators secluded for years at a time. After joining the sect, he learned that those long seclusions were a unique, deep state of cultivation, a condition in which 10 years could pass like a single day, and the outside world could scarcely be felt. But for practitioners in the qi refining and foundation establishment stages, entering that deep state was difficult. Their practice was tedious. During his last 10-day retreat, the final days had been held together by sheer will. Could a single half-month retreat drive him mad? Qin Yu worried about his mental state and decided to rest 1 day after every 10 days of seclusion. Cultivation required steady progression and a balance of toil and rest, he reminded himself, then grumbled inwardly that his system was not the type that granted 500 years of cultivation with a single chime. Why couldn't the cheat be cooler, he thought, as another splash announced yet another bite. By dusk, Qin Yu had caught more than 10 fish. Soon Li Zhengtong, Xiao Ji, and the others arrived as promised. Tongzi, come with me to gut these fish. Xiao Ji, take the others and fetch some dry wood, he instructed. Everyone dispersed to their tasks. Qin Yu reminded them, just remove the entrails, there's no need to scale them. Be gentle with the knife, don't puncture the fish's gallbladder. Damn, you tore it again. A few fish aren't enough for you to show off. Go chop wood instead. Qin Yu often killed and roasted fish in the small town and was thoroughly familiar with the process. He knocked the fish unconscious, removed the entrails, plucked out the reddish lateral line along the back, made decorative slashes along the flesh, and evenly smeared on the seasonings. Soon a roaring fire blazed. Keep the flames moderate and turn the fish frequently, he warned. When the skin charred Qin, you took a small knife and gently scraped away the scales to reveal the succulent flesh beneath. A light sprinkling of salt and chili powder transformed it into a dish rich in color, aroma, and taste. A group of menial disciples clustered by the fire, cradling the roasted fish and devouring it with relish. Brother Yu, your roasted fish is heavenly. Truly the finest in Xiantian. You should open a stall at the market and you'd make a fortune. Qin Yu waved off the praise modestly. That's nothing. My stinky tofu is the real delicacy. Stinky tofu. What is that? I'll make each of you a serving when I have time. It will be unforgettable. They all looked eager. Qin Yu said, I still haven't learned all your names. Introduce yourselves. Brother Yu, I'm Wang XX, one said. Brother Yu, I'm Meng X. Brother Yu, I'm Zhao XX. Qin Yu admitted, these names are too complicated to remember. He pointed at Wang XX and declared, from now on you'll be codenamed Xiao San. You shall see. You shall Wu. Much easier to remember. One protested, Brother Yu, I don't want to be called Xiao San, but sounds ugly. Qin Yu stroked his chin and after some thought announced, fine. You shall be Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu replied, Brother Yu, may I be called Old Six instead? I want to sound more mature. Qin Yu vetoed him on the spot. You're not ready to be Old Six yet. After they had eaten and chatted for a long while, Qin Yu told them, I will be going into seclusion. If you show Peak acts up, or anything important happens, come find me at Cave No. 666. He left that warning mainly to guard against trouble from Yusho Peak. The next morning, he was roused by the sound of someone pounding on a formation. Stepping outside, he saw Xiao Ji pacing anxiously. Qin Yu felt a chill. What's happened? He asked as he deactivated the formation. Brother Yu, Yusho Peak's people are here again, and this time they've gone even further, Xiao Ji blurted. Gone further? What have they done? Qin Yu asked. They hurried toward Fengye Square, and before they arrived, a foul stench assaulted them. Fengye Square was smeared with filth. Worst of all, this time, it was liquid freely flowing and causing severe difficulty in cleaning. The smell was far worse than before. Damn it, have these spirit beasts come down with diarrhea? Qin Yu gritted his teeth, his fists cracking with tension. The square was unrecognizable. Those who knew it would call it Fengye Square, others might mistake it for a cesspit. Li Zhengtong, clad in rain boots and wielding a shovel, was struggling to clear the mess. At the current pace, there was no way they could finish in a single night. Hearing Qin Yu's question, Li Zhengtong paused, wiped his brow, and recounted the whole story. It turned out that Yusho Peak disciples had brought their spirit beasts here and fed them some kind of pill, who afterwards the beasts produced the current disaster. When Qin Yu heard this, he said, this is deliberate revenge. They must have guessed we were behind that incident. Impossible, Xiao Ji protested. We never got exposed. Qin Yu sighed. Never underestimate other people's intelligence. There are clever individuals among Yusho Peak's disciples. This makes the situation rather difficult. If Yusho Peak's disciples had merely beaten Li Zhengtong and the others, the matter could be handled. Li could report to the enforcement squad, or Zhong Wendy, and someone would intervene. But they had chosen this form of revenge precisely to make Qin Yu and his fellows helpless, for cleaning was the job of the menial disciples. No matter how unpleasant the task, they were obliged to do it. It felt like a past life memory of being mistreated by clients. There was no remedy short of quitting, and quitting was not an option here. There must be a brilliant strategist on the other side, Qin Yu thought, and he muttered inwardly that he wished his opponents had been the sort who acted without thought. Faced with such a thorny problem, Qin Yu could not immediately devise a solution, so he picked up his tools and joined Li Zhengtong in the toil. He stuffed a piece of cloth to block his nose and set to work with a frown. It's easier during the day, the night shift is the real problem, he told Li Zhengtong. They promised to come around 5, and the inspecting senior will arrive about 6. 1 hour is nowhere near enough to finish. If the inspector saw this scene, the place would be deemed unqualified and that month's contribution points would be cancelled, which was a heavy loss for them. Xiao Ji proposed, Brother Yu, why don't we strike back tonight? If it comes to it, let's go all out against Yusho Peak. Qin Yu refused outright. No. If Yusho Peak dared this, they certainly have contingencies. Tonight someone will be watching the market. If we go, we'll walk right into a trap and be caught red-handed. Then should we apologize to Yusho Peak? Someone suggested. Never. Li Zhengtong said firmly. A person must keep his pride. Even if some Xiantian sect disciples behave poorly, I will not bow to Yusho Peak. Xiao Ji ground his teeth. If things get really bad, I'll report it to an outer elder. If that fails, I'll quit the sect myself rather than drag everyone down. Qin Yu said, don't panic. There will be a solution. Let me think. He told Xiao Ji, you keep cleaning your area. Tongzi and I will finish Fengye Square, then come help you. All right, Brother Yu, Xiao Ji replied. As Qin Yu bent to his work, 2 graceful women glided over with measured steps and cheerful chatter. Third sister, the weather today is delightful, perfect for admiring the crimson maples, one said. Indeed, ninth younger sister, the other agreed. Each year I look forward to this season, the most, feeling the autumn breeze, brewing a cup of hot tea beneath the maples, and watching the leaves dance. It is beyond words how beautiful it is. Both wore elders' robes. They were none other than the inner sect's 3rd elder and 9th elder. Every year, the 2 elders would come to Maple Leaf Square for a few days, enjoying the cool autumn breeze and watching the maple leaves dance in the wind, savoring the unique essence of autumn. Under the maple tree, one could brew a cup of tea and enjoy a moment of tranquility in this secluded corner of the sect. Elder 9 sniffed and said, "Third sister, do you smell something foul?" Elder 3 was indifferent. "It must be some wild spirit beast relieving itself. This place is rather remote. It's normal for wild spirit beasts to appear." Oh, but as they drew closer, the foul odor in the air became increasingly intense. Elder 3 employed the turtle breathing technique, ceasing her breaths, while Elder 9 raised a barrier to isolate the filthy air. Both elders were seasoned individuals. Such minor matters did not affect their leisurely mood. However, that mood vanished without a trace as they turned the last corner. "Where are the leaves? Sister 9, did we go the wrong way?" Elder 3 stared at the barren, leafless maple tree and the filth emitting a stench beneath it, stunned. This was a far cry from the scenery she had imagined. Elder 9 pointed at a nearby sign that read Maple Leaf Square. "Sister, are we trapped in an illusion?" Elder 3 shook her head. She was an expert in illusionary realms. No one in the entire Shentian sect could ensnare her in an illusion without her knowledge. If this isn't an illusion, then where are the leaves on the maple trees? What is that stuff beneath the trees? How did such a beautiful scene turn into this? Is this still the Shentian sect I know? Aren't there 2 junior disciples over there? Let's go ask them. Elder 3 teleported over with Elder 9 closely following. Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong were feeling a bit tired from their work, so they sat down beside Maple Leaf Square to rest for a while. Qin Yu was telling Li Zhengtong a risque joke when suddenly 2 beautiful women appeared beside them, startling Qin Yu into immediate silence. Elder 3 was the first to speak. "I ask you 2, why are the maple trees in Maple Leaf Square all bare? Where have the leaves gone?" Respected elders, this year a cold front came, causing the maple trees to shiver, and with that shiver all the leaves fell off. Li Jingtong began to spin a tall tale seriously, which was something Qin Yu had taught him for fooling others. Qin Yu held his forehead, looking utterly despondent. "Brother, you should know whom to deceive. Though these 2 lack any pressure, their sudden appearance means they are not ordinary people. Fooling them is practically seeking death." Sure enough, after Li Zhengtong finished speaking, both elders 3 and 9 looked at them with strange expressions. Those looks seemed to say, "Are you an idiot, or do you think we are?" Qin Yu hurriedly jumped in to save the situation. "What respected elders? Have you ever seen such young elders? If I, Qin, am not mistaken, you 2 must be intersect sisters." Elder 9's lips curled slightly. "You really are quite the smooth talker." Both elders recognized Qin Yu as the boy who enjoyed playing tricks during recruitment. They had a deep impression of him. Suddenly, both elders turned to look at the mess in Maple Leaf Square, then back at Qin Yu. "Sister 3, I believe the sect master's decision was mistaken. This guy, even if just a servant disciple, should not be underestimated. Brother 2 said he was a good seedling, though a bit lacking in talent." Elder 9 transmitted to Elder 3. "Let's not jump to conclusions just yet. Let's hear what he has to say." Elder 3 asked Qin Yu what exactly happened to the leaves here. Qin Yu replied, "Honestly, sisters, we knocked all the leaves off the tree with sticks." Sister 3, he is indeed a little troublemaker. He has ruined all the beautiful leaves. Elder 9 immediately transmitted this information. Both elders' faces showed some anger, especially Elder 3, who felt she might explode at any moment. Qin Yu was not worried about this. On the contrary, this was exactly the effect he wanted. The angrier these 2 became, the easier it would be to handle the situation. Qin Yu drew upon his acting skills from his past life when pretending to ask for leave from his teacher and began his solo performance. "2 sisters, there is something you do not know. The reason we did this was due to some difficulties." Qin Yu wore a troubled expression. "You see, the ground in Maple Leaf Square is littered with filth. We have to clean it twice a day, and we can only finish cleaning late at night. If leaves kept falling from the tree, not only would it be harder to clean, but it would also make the ground even worse. Reluctantly, we made this wrong decision and used those cold, long poles to make these beautiful, lively little spirits fall prematurely. But once we did it, we regretted it. Every time I see the brothers and sisters who come to see the maple leaves only to leave disappointed, my heart aches immensely. How could I be such a jerk, willing to harm those beautiful and enchanting leaves? It's no problem for us to tire ourselves a bit to clean a few more hours, but losing those beautiful leaves, what impact does that have on Maple Leaf Square? What a great loss for the Shentian sect. Because of my selfish desires, I ruined the beautiful scenery here. I am truly too selfish." Qin Yu spoke with such sincerity that he almost brought a few drops of eye drops to heighten the emotion. "Stop the act." Watching Qin Yu's exaggerated performance and nauseating lines, Elder 3 was utterly speechless. However, Qin Yu's words resonated deeply with Elder 9, especially when he compared the leaves to little spirits dancing in the wind which awakened her youthful heart. So you mean to say that it was because of the filth on the ground that you had no choice but to knock down the leaves? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu quickly adjusted his expression. Yes, sisters. Then where did this filth come from? Qin Yu replied, it's a long story. It all started when we first entered the sect. Elder 3 interrupted, make it short. All right. It was the outer sect disciples from the beast-taming peak who brought their spirit beasts here to relieve themselves. They not only did it in Maple Leaf Square, but wherever there were servant disciples cleaning, that was where their spirit beasts would use the bathroom. Elder 3 asked, these outer disciples are truly lawless. When did this start? It's always been like this. Have you never stopped them? Qin Yu shrugged. I tried, but I got scolded and my brother was beaten. Sisters, we are merely lowly servant disciples. How could we dare to manage the outer sect disciples? Elder 3's forehead bulged with veins. Do they think the sect is their private estate? Who gave them the audacity to act so brazenly? Elder 3 erupted in fury. Elder 9 hurriedly placated her. Sister 3, grievances have their origins and debts their creditors. I believe these two junior disciples bear no responsibility. This entire matter stems from the beast-taming peak. It must be dealt with severely, otherwise if they dare defile Maple Leaf Square today, tomorrow they may dare to soil the very thresholds of our own cultivation caves. Precisely. Elder 3 withdrew a soul communication token and infused it with a spiritual voice command. I shall summon Elder 6 this instant, to witness the caliber of disciples he has cultivated. Moments later, Elder 6 arrived in a whirlwind of haste. Sister 3, what urgent matter calls me? Sister 9 is here as well. Before Elder 6 could even complete his greeting, Elder 3 seized his ear and dragged him straight to the edge of Maple Leaf Square. Sister 3, what on earth are you doing? There are two juniors present. At least spare me some dignity. Fuming, Elder 3 pointed fiercely toward Maple Leaf Square and demanded, tell me, what is this place? Elder 6 glanced briefly and blurted out, why isn't this the sect's sewage pond? Come to think of it, I've served in this sect for centuries, yet this is my first time laying eyes on it. Oh, how charming. Look at all those trees planted right beside it. Charm. I'll charm your head right into it. If you doubt me, I'll toss you in and dissolve you myself. Elder 3 jabbed a finger toward the large signboard nearby. Tell me, what does this say? Elder 6 blinked, then slowly read aloud the characters inscribed upon it. Maple Leaf Square. Now that you mention it, the name is rather elegant. No wonder Shantian sect stands as a grand sect steeped in 10,000 years of cultural heritage. You? Elder 3 stammered. Puffed. Elder 9 burst into laughter. Qin Yu mentally replayed every sorrow from both his past and present lives. Only then did he forcibly suppress the upward tug of his lips. He turned sharply and caught Li Jingtong on the verge of bursting into laughter. With lightning reflexes, Qin Yu seized Li Jingtong's abdomen and twisted hard until his features contorted into a grotesque grimace. Only then did he release him. Elder 9 explained, Brother 6, this is a public square. Those trees are maple trees. In autumn their leaves turn crimson, truly magnificent to behold. Off. Leaves. Where are the leaves? Whether leaves appear or not is irrelevant. The filth scattered across the ground is unmistakably the handiwork of your beast-taming peak's outer disciple cohort. Look at the talent your beast-taming peak cultivates, treating the entire Shantian sect as an open-air latrine, reducing our menial disciples to janitors. When those disciples dare murmur a single complaint, they're met with vicious scolding or worse, physical assault. Truly, they wield more authority than the sect master himself. Off. Elder 6 was profoundly stunned. Our beast-taming peak's foremost decree strictly forbids spirit beasts from relieving themselves indiscriminately, and these outer disciples behave impeccably during their inner peak lectures. After closer inspection, Elder 6 discerned that the excrement originated from spirit beasts who had ingested a specialized pill. This was no longer mere negligence. It was deliberate humiliation. Furious, Elder 6 realized his own disciples had descended into such malice. Summon every outer disciple to Maple Leaf Square, immediately. Elder 6 dispatched a soul message to the instructor currently lecturing his disciples. Then he turned his gaze toward Qin Yu and Li Jingtong. Instantly the two straightened their spines and bowed deeply. Disciples pay homage to the three elders. From their prior exchange, Qin Yu would have to be kicked in the head by a mule not to deduce their identities. Elder 3's repeated references to your beast-taming peak clearly identified the man before them as the peak's master and one of the 12 principal elders of the sect. Elder 6. Beneath the sect master stood 12 principal elders, and beneath them hundreds of ordinary elders managed the myriad affairs of Shantian's sect. Anyone seated on equal footing with Elder 6 must likewise be among the 12 principal elders, and given their earlier forms of address, the two elegant women were unmistakably Elder 3 and Elder 9. Of Shantian's sect's 12 principal elders, 3 now stood together in this modest Maple Leaf Square, figures whose mere footsteps could send tremors rippling through the entire cultivation world. And yet here they were, intervening personally on behalf of two menial disciples. To call this coincidence would be folly. They arrived neither too early nor too late, but precisely when Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong found themselves powerless against the beast-taming peak disciples. This inevitably brought to Qin Yu's mind Li Zhengtong's innate talent, miraculous survival rank, a celestial blessed one, always emerging unscathed from peril, turning certain doom into salvation. Truly terrifying, such rank A talent. Oh, why no longer senior sister? Elder 9 teased Qin Yu. Seizing the moment, he flattered smoothly, how could I not be dazzled by two elders whose beauty rivals celestial maidens? Elder 9 dissolved into delighted peals of laughter. Soon beast-taming peak disciples came sprinting, then immediately prostrated themselves upon seeing the three elders. Disciples, pay homage to our peak master. And to the two elders. Elder 6's expression remained stern. Do you know why you have been summoned? Kong Tianjiao's face paled, lowering his head, he whispered weakly, disciple admits guilt. The disciples behind him chorused, disciple admits guilt. What is the first prohibition of the beast-taming peak? Prohibition. Against spirit beasts relieving themselves indiscriminately. And what is the penalty for violating this decree? Heads bowed lower still. The disciples dared utter not another word. Calmly Elder 6 stated, for grave violations expulsion from the beast-taming peak is mandatory. Tell me, does your conduct meet that threshold? Frantically they kowtowed, Master, we beg you, grant us one final chance. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. When law cannot punish the multitude, collective culpability dilutes consequence. Had this been the act of one or a few, expulsion would have been inevitable. Yet when all are complicit, punishment softens, though escape from death carries no guarantee of escape from suffering. The question remains, how stern will Elder 6 prove? Elder 6 continued, this offense is grave beyond measure. Yet considering your prior conduct, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Thank you, Master. You have one day to cleanse every contaminated site, and each of you shall serve 6 months confinement within your cultivation caves. Moreover, each menial disciple who cleaned your filth shall receive 50 contribution points as compensation. The beast-taming peak disciples winced inwardly. They had just suffered heavy losses yesterday, contributions nearly depleted. Now another expenditure loomed. All glared accusingly at Kong Tianjiao. If not for him, none of us would face punishment. How many menial disciples actually handled this filth? Elder 6 turned to Qin Yu. Qin Yu answered truthfully, Elder 6 individuals I know of. Others farther away avoided contact entirely. Very well. Pay 300 contribution points. Now, Elder 6's voice remained stern. After much fumbling, Kong Tianjiao and the others pooled their resources and transferred 300 contribution points in one lump sum to Qin Yu, who would distribute them among Li Zhengtong and the others. The cultivation cave access token itself possessed storage and transaction functionality. Menial disciples earned only 10 contribution points per month. 50 represented 5 full months' wages. Fortune smiles upon me. Could this be the reward of my tempered by adversity rank A talent? Tempered by adversity rank A, jade uncarved remains mere stone, a person unrefined remains unfulfilled. Only through relentless trial may one ascend to true mastery. It manifests as recurring hardship, life-threatening crises, profound peril. Yet crisis and opportunity walk hand in hand, surmount the trial, and reward commensurate with its severity awaits. Qin Yu had finally grasped the terrifying synergy of tempered by adversity and miraculous survival. Fortune truly fell upon him, even while lying idle. He also realized the boon extended beyond Li Zhengtong alone. Anyone drawn into the event stood a chance of receiving benefit. With the matter resolved, Elder 6 declared gravely, this is the first and last time I shall catch you thus. Should it recur, your cultivation shall be severed and you expelled from Xiantian's sect without mercy. Disciples swear never to repeat this transgression. Is it truly resolved, just like that? After the elders departed, Li Zhengtong felt a surreal disorientation, as though reality itself had softened at the edges. Hardly had he encountered difficulty when 3 formidable figures descended from above, crushing the obstacle effortlessly, and awarded him 50 contribution points to boot. Such fortune would not even dare appear in his dreams. Qin Yu clapped Li Zhengtong on the shoulder. Such occurrences will grow commonplace. Best acclimate yourself early. Let's go. Distribute the contribution points among Xiao Ji and the others. Qin Yu had no intention of dividing the contribution points with Li Zhengtong, nor did he inflate the headcount by adding 2 phantom names during reporting. He knew full well these rewards originated from a high-ranking sect elder, and such dignitaries held hypocrisy in deepest contempt. Though the likelihood of this matter ever reaching Elder 6's ears was virtually nil, risking such grave consequences for a mere handful of contribution points was sheer folly. Before departing, Qin Yu grinned at Kong Tianjiao Xiao Kong. Work hard. Kong Tianjiao glared back, eyes blazing. A mere menial disciple. Your fleeting luck won't save you. In 6 months' time you'll be finished. Ha ha ha. Survive these 6 months first. 6 months seemed brief, but in this immortal cultivation world devoid of television or smartphones, confinement within one's cave residence for uninterrupted cultivation was profoundly tedious. Just before leaving, Qin Yu reminded them, we've accounted for our 6 contribution points. But don't forget the other menial disciples who accompanied us along the way. Otherwise Elder Six will surely grow furious. Enraged, Kong Tianjiao snapped his shovel clean in two and ground out through clenched teeth, I need no reminder. Huh. Many thanks to the generous boss for 50 contribution points. Laughing heartily, Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong strode away, leaving behind a legion of wretched disciples from the beast-taming peak buried waist-deep in manure and laboring furiously. After distributing the contribution points among Xiao Ji and the others, Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong headed straight for the market. Now flush with wealth, a lavish indulgence was long overdue. Brother Yu, what do you plan to purchase? Qin Yu pondered briefly. I intend to enter seclusion for several days, so I'll acquire some pills to aid cultivation. Then I'll buy some pills too, to catch up. These past days have been so hectic, my cultivation progress has fallen behind others. Oh, and Brother Yu, are you nearing Qi refinement level 1? Qin Yu affected an air of nonchalance. Once this seclusion concludes, I, Qin Mao, shall already stand at Qi refinement level 2. Li Zhengtong gasped. How could you advance so swiftly, Brother Yu? The two arrived at the market and entered a random apothecary shop. Do you carry pills that accelerate cultivation? Qin Yu asked upon stepping inside. We certainly do. The clerk produced several varieties. These are Qi refinement pills, suitable for cultivators at the Qi refinement stage. 12 contribution points per pill. These are Qi enhancing pills, effective for both Qi refinement and foundation establishment cultivators. 15 contribution points per pill. And these are Qi vitality powders, ideal for Qi refinement cultivators. 8 contribution points per packet. The clerk rattled off descriptions of 4 or 5 varieties, leaving Qin Yu with but one overwhelming impression: exorbitant pricing. 50 contribution points vanished alarmingly fast. He recalled street vendor pills being far more affordable outside the market. Qin Yu asked, do you carry any pills suited for tribulation transcendence cultivators? The clerk stared speechless. Qin Yu sighed, if none exist, then what business is this really? Opening a shop without even stocking tribulation transcendence grade pills. With that, Qin Yu turned and walked out, Li Zhengtong trailing close behind. These shop-bought pills are outrageously expensive. We'd fare better at roadside stalls. Li Zhengtong voiced concern. Brother Yu, can we trust the quality of stall-bought pills? Nonsense. Qin Yu rebuked. The stall doesn't scorn your poverty, yet you dare scorn its quality. Soon Qin Yu spotted a cultivator selling pills, and upon approaching recognized him instantly, the same senior brother from before. Senior brother, we'd like some pills to accelerate cultivation. Right away. The senior brother beamed warmly. Judging by your aura, you're both at the Qi refinement stage. Qi refinement pills and Qi vitality powders would suit you best. Qi refinement pills, 8 contribution points each. Qi vitality powders, 5 contribution points per packet. Indeed, far cheaper than the shop. Qi refinement pills deliver markedly superior effects. If contribution points permit, I strongly recommend them. Then give me 3 Qi refinement pills, for now. Qin Yu intended to test their efficacy first. If results proved lackluster, he'd rather spend the remaining points on a sumptuous meal at the dining hall. I'll take 3 as well. Right away. The senior brother beamed ear to ear, clearly delighted by such a lucrative patron. Swiftly he filled 2 small porcelain vials and handed them to Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong. Senior brother, do alchemists earn well? Li Zhengtong asked. Not at all. The senior brother sighed, slumping onto his stool. Those with high pill refining success rates indeed prosper, but cultivators like me lacking innate talent barely cover raw material costs. Yet alchemy remains my passion. Even if every contribution point granted by the sect vanishes into materials, I consider it deeply worthwhile. Qin Yu appraised the senior brother's aptitude. Mid-tier spiritual root grade, C, barely meets the threshold for cultivation. Destined to remain a supporting figure, never the central bloom. Only this single line appeared before Qin Yu's eyes. Can one refine pills without alchemical talent? He realized he'd long labored under a fundamental misconception. Mastery of essential alchemical knowledge enables any cultivator to refine pills, though those endowed with innate talent progress faster and achieve higher success rates. Cultivators lacking such talent must invest far greater effort and far greater resources to master the art. Yet with relentless perseverance, even they may become accomplished alchemists. Still, talent dictates the ceiling. Without alchemical aptitude, no amount of diligence can yield high-grade pills. On their way back, Qin Yu asked Li Zhengtong, do you aspire to become an alchemist? Li Zhengtong nodded and explained an elder relative of mine is an alchemist. He told me the profession is both highly lucrative and deeply respected. Take this qi refinement pill for instance. The raw materials cost no more than 1 contribution point per batch, yet the finished pill commands 8, or even more. Profit emerges so long as just 1 batch succeeds among 8. Qin Yu nodded thoughtfully. Your reasoning holds merit, but alchemy demands innate talent. I believe array cultivation suits you far better. Back in his cave residence, Qin Yu activated the formation and prepared for seclusion. I wonder how potent these pills truly are. He glanced at his progress bar, currently at 6%. Let's see how much a single pill advances my cultivation. Qin Yu swallowed 1 qi refinement pill whole, and instantly heat surged through his body, his meridians boiling with awakened energy. The effect of a qi refinement pill lasts for 12 hours. As his meridians gradually calmed and the feverish heat subsided from his body, Qin Yu noticed that the flow within his meridians had swelled by a full circle. Qin Yu immediately opened his personal interface. Name Qin Yu. Talent mid-grade spiritual root, class C. Progress 24. In just 1 day my progress surged from 6% to 24%. Qin Yu was stunned. I never imagined this pill's effect would be so potent. It tripled my cultivation speed overnight. Without hesitation, Qin Yu swallowed another pill. 2 days later his supply of pills was exhausted, and his cultivation progress had soared to 61%. Under the pill's enhancement, 1 day of cultivation equaled 3 days of ordinary practice. His daily growth became so astonishing that even he found it hard to believe. Qin Yu calculated with an uninterrupted supply he would reach Foundation Establishment Level 2 in just 6 days. No wonder these pills are so expensive. Their efficacy is simply extraordinary. Had it not been for the 50 contribution points generously donated by the beast-taming peak, Qin Yu, earning only 10 points per month, would have needed an entire month to afford a single qi refinement pill. His cultivation would inevitably slow. Qin Yu adjusted his state, preparing to resume practice. Yet without the pills, cultivation felt hollow and uninspiring. Having tasted the velocity of flight, who would willingly return to the pace of an ox-drawn cart? Clenching his teeth, Qin Yu rushed once more to the market and purchased 3 additional qi refinement pills. Thereafter, only 2 contribution points remained in his account. He swallowed the pills and resumed cultivation. 2 days passed. As the second pill's effect waned, Qin Yu's aura surged dramatically, the spiritual energy within his meridians expanding rapidly. Progress bar reaches 100. Congratulations. The host has earned 1 opportunity to replicate a talent. Progress bar resets to 0. Qin Yu broke through Foundation Establishment Level 1 and formally ascended to Level 2. I've broken through. He exhaled slowly, steadily. At this pace, my cultivation speed should rank among the swiftest even within the outer sect. In half a year, I'll challenge any outer sect disciple at will and enter their ranks. The outer sect comprises disciples with mid-grade and high-grade spiritual roots, and Qin Yu himself possessed a mid-grade root. With the pill's amplification, defeating mid-grade root disciples posed no difficulty whatsoever. Qin Yu rose and stretched his limbs. My strength has increased markedly, my physique appears sturdier, and the spiritual energy coursing through my meridians seems to nourish my very flesh. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Qin Yu examined his transformations, someone rapped upon his formation array. He stepped outside to find Li Zhengtong standing at the threshold. What is it? Qin Yu deactivated the formation. Li Zhengtong replied, today's senior inner sect disciples from the Artifact Forging Peak, Formation Array Peak, and Alchemy Peak are giving lectures to us menial disciples. Shall we go together? Lecturing us? Yes, many menial disciples have already gone. Qin Yu was surprised. He had assumed the sect viewed menial disciples merely as tools, yet now it seemed the sect held them in genuine regard. Brother, will you attend? I will. Having grown weary from cultivation, Qin Yu welcomed the chance to clear his mind outdoors. Do you plan to study alchemy? Qin Yu asked. Li Zhengtong paused, then said, Brother Yu suggested I study formation arrays. I'll attend that lecture instead. Qin Yu hadn't expected his casual advice to carry such weight in Li Zhengtong's eyes. Yet a single remark had altered his course entirely. Heeding wise counsel ensures full bellies. I see great promise in your aptitude for formation arrays. Qin Yu recalled Li Zhengtong's Class C formation talent. Mastering fundamentals would be effortless for him. Brother Yu, which discipline will you choose? After brief reflection, Qin Yu knew he could master any, be it artifact forging formation arrays or alchemy. With Li Zhengtong now committed to formation arrays, Qin Yu saw no immediate need to duplicate that path. Future array-related tasks could rest securely in his friend's hands. As for artifact forging versus alchemy, the choice was unequivocal. He had just been conquered by alchemical potency. How could he possibly survive without pills? I'll choose alchemy. A new idea took root. Since my demand for pills is so immense, why not refine them myself? The lecture hall was vast, reminiscent to Qin Yu of a report auditorium from his past life. Upon arrival, the two parted ways. Qin Yu observed near-equal numbers attending alchemy and formation array lectures while artifact forging drew noticeably fewer. This disparity stemmed from the nature of the arms trade. Though weapons commanded high prices, many cultivators purchased a single flying sword and used it for decades. Demand remained chronically low. Consequently, master smiths amassed great wealth, while lesser artisans starved. Alchemy and formation arrays bore no such peril. Both produced consumables with robust, ever-present market demand. Practitioners could earn income even at the earliest stages of mastery. Qin Yu's lecturer was Zhao Xiaoxiao, an inner sect disciple from the alchemy peak. Zhao Xiaoxiao began with an extensive overview of alchemy's benefits. Qin Yu distilled her discourse into a single phrase: becoming an alchemist guarantees prosperity. Why were cultivators so devoted to wealth? Necessity left no alternative. A cultivator's path devours staggering resources. Qin Yu had yet to feel this pressure, but soon foundation establishment would require a foundation establishment pill. Golden core formation demanded pills as well, not to mention auxiliary pills for daily cultivation. Beyond that lay spirit artifacts, talismans, antidote pills, spirit beasts. Every necessity demanded coin. Scarcity of resources stood as the greatest obstacle confronting outer sect disciples seeking advancement. Many menial disciples departed the sect before reaching foundation establishment, stymied by insufficient contribution points to purchase supportive pills. Yet becoming an alchemist would dissolve every such barrier. Zhao Xiaoxiao's words stirred Qin Yu deeply. He faced precisely this crisis. His last pill would vanish in a day, and his account held only 2 contribution points, incapable of purchasing anything. He retained one remaining talent replication opportunity, and testing confirmed it still permitted only Class D talents. Shall I replicate an alchemical talent? Qin Yu weighed the options. Replicating a low-grade spiritual root would grant him both mid-grade and low-grade roots. Whether both roots functioned simultaneously, or only the mid-grade root activated, the impact on his cultivation speed would remain negligible. By contrast, mastering alchemy would provide him with an inexhaustible supply of pills, dramatically accelerating cultivation and hastening his next talent replication opportunity. This was true symbiosis. Sharpening the axe delays no woodcutting. Under the sect's protection, I am safe. No enemies lurk beyond its walls. There is no need to rush my power's ascent. Zhao Xiaoxiao's voice continued to ring in Qin Yu's ears. Fear not. Alchemy will not impede your cultivation. On the contrary, it is cultivation. It enhances both your realm and your command over spiritual energy. Unrelenting cultivation grows tedious. Learning alchemy when fatigued offers both respite and refinement. Qin Yu slapped his thigh. His decision was made. Qin Yu individually examined those around him. After testing over a dozen people, he found not a single one possessed talent for pill refining, nor for artifact forging or formation array cultivation. Is the rarity of talents among the 100 arts of cultivation truly this extraordinary? The fiercer the storm, the more valuable the fish. The rarer the talent, the more lucrative the profession of pill master. Qin Yu continued his examinations until he had tested more than 30 individuals. Only then did he finally discover a graded talent for pill refining. Stoking Flame Acolyte Grade D possesses modest aptitude in the Tao of pill refining, capable of entering the path smoothly and refining relatively simple pills. Acquire it. Without hesitation, Qin Yu replicated the talent. Having extolled the rewards of pill refining, Zhao Xiaoxiao began formally instructing the fundamentals of the art. Pill refining begins with preparing a pill cauldron, the foremost function of which is to transform a cultivator's spiritual energy into spirit fire, the essential flame for refining pills. Zhao Xiaoxiao withdrew a pill cauldron from her chinquan pouch. Its surface bore a deep crimson hue with 2 apertures, one on each side. These are furnace apertures inscribed with formation arrays through which our spiritual energy flows into the cauldron. For beginners, I recommend a single aperture cauldron, affordable and far easier to control. Beyond the cauldron, you will also require pill formulas and the requisite medicinal materials. A complete pill formula records not only the ingredients, but also their precise sequence of addition and the exact duration each must be refined. I possess several foundational pill formulas, alongside personal insights gleaned from my own refining practice. Those interested may copy them after class. Even with meticulous formulas, pill refining remains profoundly challenging, especially for novices. Next, I shall detail the precise steps and critical precautions for refining greater strength pills. Qin Yu listened attentively. Perhaps aided by his newly acquired Stoking Flame Acolyte talent, he grasped and retained every step of Zhao Xiaoxiao's instruction with remarkable ease. He memorized even the subtlest cautions with crystalline clarity. Pill refining isn't difficult at all. His confidence swelled beyond measure. Soon Jiao Xiaoxiao concluded her lecture and demonstrated the process live. That concludes today's lesson. Should any questions arise afterward, feel free to consult senior brothers and sisters at the Danhua Hall. The Danhua Hall served as the outer sect disciples' primary venue for pill refining, located near the dining hall. The moment class ended, Qin Yu, wielding his absolute superiority as a second-tier qi condensation cultivator, dashed forth and secured the first copy of Jiao Xiaoxiao's formulas. Outside the classroom, Li Zhengtong awaited him. How was the lesson? Qin Yu asked upon meeting him. Li Zhengtong replied confidently, formation arrays seemed straightforward. I expect no difficulty entering the path. Qin Yu responded likewise, effortless. Let's go to the market. Time to buy supplies. The two rushed headlong to the bazaar. First, Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong purchased spirit brushes and talisman paper, spending 6 contribution points in total. Next, they entered a shop specializing in pill cauldrons. With no funds remaining, Qin Yu merely sought to inquire about pricing. Even the cheapest cauldron costs 30 contribution points. Are you robbing us? Brother, our cauldrons demand intricate craftsmanship. Not only must the body be exceptionally durable and heat-resistant, but formation arrays must also be meticulously engraved upon it. 30 points is already our cost price. Brother, let's pool our resources. I still have 20 contribution points. That's still insufficient. I retain only 2 points. Qin Yu led Li Zhengtong out of the shop. Let's seek Brother Li Ming, the street vendor, and ask if he has any solutions. He quickly located Brother Li Ming at his usual spot. Upon learning of Qin Yu's interest in pill refining, Li Ming beamed with delight and assured him that any future questions regarding the art would always find a ready answer from him. After hearing Qin Yu's request, Li Ming admitted he had few options. I've sold all my previous cauldrons, and my current one is unsuitable for novices. Naturally, Qin Yu declined to take Li Ming's personal cauldron. Brother, do you know of any affordable sources, perhaps second-hand cauldrons? I cannot recall any friends currently seeking to replace theirs, but I'll certainly keep an eye out for you. As for budget-friendly channels, none exist. I myself spent an entire month's worth of contribution points acquiring my first cauldron. Outer sect disciples earned 30 contribution points per month. Must I wait 3 months? Too long. He could not afford such delay. Thank you, brother. Your help is greatly appreciated. No trouble at all. No trouble at all. Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong departed Li Ming's stall. As they walked, Qin Yu keenly scanned every nearby vendor's display. He was not one to retreat before obstacles. Once Qin Yu fixed his resolve on a goal, not even 10 oxen could drag him back. Li Zhengtong suggested, Brother Yu, why not borrow 10 points from Xiao Ji and the others? 30 points isn't exorbitant. Qin Yu shook his head, a mysterious smile playing upon his lips. No need. I've already devised a way to earn money. 30 contribution points. Merely child's play for me, Qin Yu. Qin Yu borrowed a Qianquan pouch from Zhong Wendi and took leave to revisit his hometown, returning to Xiantian's sect only as night fell. That same evening, he attempted cultivation. Having plans for the following morning, he refrained from consuming his final qi condensation pill. Consequently, his progress toward the second tier slowed further. At the first tier of qi condensation, he advanced 3% overnight without pills. Now, after a full night's cultivation, he gained barely over 1%. Without pill assistance, progress crawled. At dawn, Qin Yu wheeled his car to the market, its front adorned with a paper sign bearing 3 bold characters, stinky tofu. Lucky I kept the raw ingredients from before ascending the mountain, though the aroma has intensified. Ugh, no matter, smells foul, tastes divine. Ordinary snacks were purchased with copper coins, yet Qin Yu deemed his stinky tofu no ordinary fare. It was the sole creation of its kind across the entire immortal cultivation world. This epical culinary invention would send tremors through the entire gastronomic realm. Was selling it for just 1 contribution point per skewer truly too cheap? Qin Yu wheeled his cart to an open space, directly beside a senior brother selling candied hawthorn. Ugh, what is that stench? The candied hawthorn brother pinched his nose shut and demanded, Brother, the market strictly prohibits selling feces. Violators face fines. Indignant at such an insult to his cherished stinky tofu, Qin Yu retorted without restraint. Old man, I sell stinky tofu. Repeat after me: cho for stink dough, for bean, fu for curd. Stinky tofu. If you can't read, enroll in elementary studies with children again. I care not what you sell, but your stench overwhelms my stall. How am I to sell candied hawthorn? Qin Yu seized inspiration. Brother, you misunderstand entirely. Have you never heard of the principle of contrast enhancement? What does that mean? When you stand beside someone unattractive, you appear handsomer than usual. When beside someone dark-skinned, you appear fairer than normal. Precisely so, when your candied hawthorn stands beside my stinky tofu, its sweetness and tartness will shine all the more brightly. Do you grasp it now? Ah, I see. My apologies, brother. I misjudged you earlier. Qin Yu magnanimously replied, No harm done. No harm done. Old man, Stand beside me, and if even one skewer of your candied hawthorn sells, I'll call you formidable. Tonghulu the sweet and sour Tonghulu. Stinky tofu the aromatic and flavorful stinky tofu. Tonghulu the tangy and tasty Tonghulu. Stinky tofu the spicy and delicious stinky tofu. Tonghulu. Stinky tofu. Despite the two of them shouting vigorously, no one approached their stall. It was as if an invisible barrier surrounded Qin Yu, deterring everyone from coming near. Gradually more and more people gathered at the market, even causing congestion in front of some popular stalls. Yet in front of the stinky tofu and Tonghulu stalls, a vacuum zone formed with no one showing interest. Tonghulu senior brother, bro, why are they all taking detours? Qin Yu, is it because your Tonghulu is usually made poorly that no one wants to buy it? Look at the stalls selling crispy fried meat. Their business is booming. Tonghulu senior brother replied expressionlessly, my business yesterday was even better than theirs. Then today's Tonghulu must not be good. That Tonghulu looks blackened and definitely not fresh. Tonghulu senior brother's forehead bulged with veins. Is it possible that the problem is with you? Qin Yu waved his hand dismissively. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could my stinky tofu have a problem? Are you questioning the authenticity of the ancestral recipe of the Qin family? Tonghulu senior brother, what ancestral recipe? I think you are just selling spoiled food. This tofu is already stinky. Qin Yu retorted, if this tofu isn't stinky, how can it be called stinky tofu? The stinkier it is, the more authentic it is. Tonghulu senior brother, how can anyone eat something that's stinky? Qin Yu, haven't you heard my slogan? It smells bad, but it tastes good. Do you want to give it a try, eh? Tonghulu senior brother, no. Qin Yu, come on, just one skewer, it's free. Try it, you'll definitely fall in love with the taste. Tonghulu senior brother, get away, take this black thing away from me. Ugh. At that moment, Qin Yu suddenly heard a very familiar voice. What does that smell so stinky? Xiaoqing, let me explain. Qin Yu quickly searched through the crowd, locking onto the person. The person was clad in a black robe, tightly wrapping themselves as if trying to conceal from the light. At that moment, they were chasing after a girl, saying, let me explain. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Suddenly, a golden light flashed in Qin Yu's mind. Damn, this voice sounds just like Kong Tianjiao. Shouldn't he be confined in his cave today? How could he appear at the market? No wonder he is dressed so tightly, he must have snuck out. Qin Yu secretly observed seeing Kong Tianjiao in the black robe take 2 quick steps and grab the girl's hand. The girl turned around and pulled her hand back, stopping face to face. By coincidence, they stopped right in front of Qin Yu's stall. Other parts of the market were bustling with people, while right next to Qin Yu's stall there was an area devoid of anyone. Moreover, those passing by unconsciously quickened their pace. No one dared to linger here. Kong Tianjiao, fearing being watched, naturally chose this prime location. Xiaoqing, it's not what you think. Why is it so stinky? The girl called Xiaoqing angrily replied, oh, so you say I stink? I didn't say you stink. Kong Tianjiao hurriedly explained, I meant there's a foul smell in the air. Smell for yourself. Xiaoqing rolled her eyes at Kong Tianjiao. I've been suffering from nasal inflammation recently and can't smell anything. Don't you know that? I see you haven't cared about me at all. I certainly haven't forgotten. Look, I've even bought medicine for your nasal inflammation. Kong Tianjiao hurriedly shoved a bottle of pills to Xiaoqing, and her expression softened a bit. Seizing this opportunity, Kong Tianjiao said, Xiaoqing, it's really not like the rumors say. You're still quibbling. Xiaoqing turned her head away. So many people saw Xiao Lian come out of your room in disarray that day. Oh, which vendor at the market didn't see? Don't listen to their nonsense. That day Xiao Lian just delivered breakfast to me, and those people happened to catch her. You know they would love to see me dead, and will definitely spread rumors about me. Seeing Xiaoqing wavering a bit, Kong Tianjiao pressed on. Qing, have you forgotten our vows? Have you forgotten our promise under the maple tree to stay together in this life? Xiaoqing's brows furrowed. It was better not to mention it, but once it was brought up, she became even angrier. No wonder there are no leaves left on the maple trees at Maple Square. It turns out you scoundrel have changed your heart. Kong Tianjiao felt like slapping himself. Why did he have to mention that cursed maple? And why were there no leaves left at all? Kong Tianjiao always felt that some unseen force was targeting him. Qing, this is all a misunderstanding. Please let me explain. I want listen. Don't come find me again. Oh, it's impossible for us. Wonderful. Qin Yu stopped fussing with his stinky tofu, and alongside Tonghulu senior brother perked up his ears to listen closely to their conversation. Ugh. Kong Tianjiao couldn't help but retch again. Xiaoqing. Oh, you disgusting man, so you now find me nauseating. No, it's just that the foul smell is too strong, reminding me of a few days ago. Ugh. Xiaoqing, get lost. Don't bother me anymore, we are no longer related. Xiaoqing turned to leave. Li Qingqing. Kong Tianjiao raised his voice. Don't think I don't know you are just disgusted by my filthy body, right? Exactly. Xiaoqing admitted frankly, thinking of you covered in filth makes me feel sick. And now you've become the laughingstock of the outer sect. Who in the entire outer sect doesn't know you're the feces boy? I feel embarrassed to be your partner. You wait, Li Qingqing, don't regret it. There are plenty of women around me, I don't need you. Li Qingqing quickly left, leaving Kong Tianjiao standing there furious. Damn woman, just wait. One day I will make you regret it. Ugh, this damn smell. Kong Tianjiao was so angry that he felt like exploding. He wanted to smash everything around him into pieces. Amazing, truly amazing. I didn't expect such a twist at the end, Qin Yu instinctively commented. But cultivators have extremely sharp hearing, and this sentence was naturally caught by Kong Tianjiao. You're asking for death. Kong Tianjiao's features twisted in fury as he stormed over in strides. The closer he got to the stall, the stronger the foul odor that tormented him became. Looking at the source of the stench, recalling the pain he had just endured, and remembering the humiliation and exhaustion from a few days ago, Kong Tianjiao instantly became enraged. Realizing his complaints had been overheard, Qin Yu felt somewhat awkward. Would you like a skewer of stinky tofu? It smells bad but tastes good. Kong Tianjiao's face twisted in anger. I'll eat your mother. Bang! Kong Tianjiao went berserk, punching Qin Yu's cart and sending it flying, a meter-high. Hot oil and stinky tofu splattering everywhere. The commotion was too great, and everyone nearby looked over in terror. Regaining his senses, Kong Tianjiao then remembered he had snuck out. He quickly tightened his black robe, glancing at the disciple running the stall, hoping he hadn't seen his face. But upon looking, the veins on Kong Tianjiao's forehead bulged again. Why is it this guy again? It seems like every time I'm unlucky this guy shows up. Qin Yu pretended to just recognize Kong Tianjiao, his face filled with surprise as he prepared to shout Kong. Kong Tianjiao quickly covered Qin Yu's mouth and whispered in his ear, "Don't shout, it'll compensate you for your stall." If Elder Lu found out he had sneaked out, he would probably be kicked out of Shantian's sect directly. 200 contribution points. Qin Yu immediately demanded exorbitantly. Do you seriously believe this pile of junk is worth 200 contribution points? Qin Yu shrugged nonchalantly. If you refuse, I'll have no choice but to shout for the enforcement squad to come over. No, wait. Kong Tianjiao took a deep breath, suppressing the fury boiling within him. Fine, I'll pay. Is that acceptable? Qin Yu waved casually at the onlookers gathering around. Nothing to worry about. It's just how my friend greets people. I call it violent aesthetics. Hearing Qin Yu's explanation, the crowd, who had already braced themselves for spectacle, snorted dismissively and dispersed. Qin Yu extended his hand. 200 contribution points. Hand them over. I don't have that many on me right now. He received only 30 contribution points per month, supplemented by occasional mission rewards, but lately he'd been repeatedly penalized, first by his senior brother, then by his peak master, leaving his reserves nearly depleted. Qin Yu inhaled deeply, gathering qi into his dantian, preparing to shout again. Don't shout. Kong Tianjiao hastily produced a treasure sword. This blade alone fetches 200 contribution points. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. Then shall we sell it together? Let's go. And so Qin Yu and Kong Tianjiao headed toward the spirit artifact shop. A fluffy little black dog suddenly appeared from nowhere, darting swiftly to Qin Yu's stall and devouring every last piece of stinky tofu scattered across the ground. Despite the bustling crowd flowing through the market, not a single soul noticed the scene. Moments later, Qin Yu returned, beaming with satisfaction. What an extraordinary harvest today. My deepest gratitude to our top patron for the generous contribution points. Kong Tianjiao glared at Qin Yu's smug expression, teeth clenched. What is your name? I am Li Zhengtong, the eldest scion of the Li clan, neither concealing nor altering my name. Li Zhengtong is it? I'll remember you well. Kong Tianjiao spat the words venomously before wrapping himself tightly in his black robe and hastening away. Qin Yu watched his retreating figure, a quiet sigh escaping his lips. That Kong Tianjiao must still possess numerous treasures, enough to yield a substantial sum in contribution points. Qin Yu bent down to gather the scattered stinky tofu, only to find every morsel had vanished. Could someone have swept it up unnoticed? Too lazy to dwell further, he wiped the oil stains from the ground and pushed his cart back toward his cave residence. Just outside his residence, he ran into Li Zhengtong. With the maple leaves gone from Maple Square, Li Zhengtong now needed only to inspect it once daily, the rest of his time devoted entirely to cultivation at home. Brother, did you go to the market to set up a stall? Yep. How much did you earn? Qin Yu proudly held up 2 fingers. 200 contribution points. 200. Li Zhengtong was stunned. Even after a full year of service to the sect, he hadn't earned half that amount. Brother, what exactly did you sell? Not much at all. Mostly the customer complained the scent was too foul, overturned my stall, and compensated me 200. Li Zhengtong stared blankly for a moment, then handed Qin Yu a golden yellow talisman. What is this? Li Zhengtong beamed with pride as he introduced it. This is my own creation, the swift hardening talisman. It enhances surface defense and may be affixed directly to clothing. Talismans may be used independently or integrated into formation arrays as critical nodes, dramatically amplifying their potency. Because talismans and formations share profound conceptual foundations, and because talismans are far simpler to inscribe, novices always begin their formation studies by mastering talisman crafting. Thus, in the immortal Cultivation world, formation masters are invariably talisman masters as well. Qin Yu praised him. Impressive. Though the name sounds rather unrefined. Have you truly entered the gate? Li Zhengtong scratched the back of his head, modestly replying, hardly entry level. This swift-hardening talisman is among the simplest, easily mastered even by beginners. Qin Yu knew well why Li Zhengtong called it simple. He possessed a Class C formation affinity. To ordinary cultivators, mastering even one such talisman might take months. Such was the chasm between genius and commoner. Li Zhengtong continued, the path of formations is vast and profound. I remain far from true entry. My greatest limitation remains my cultivation base. I exhausted my entire reservoir of spiritual energy after inscribing just 2 talismans. Yet I've discovered encouraging news. Talisman inscription itself subtly enhances one's cultivation, albeit more slowly than dedicated practice. Qin Yu had anticipated this. Just as alchemy nurtured the Tao, so too should talisman craft. Excellent. Keep striving. From now on, my talisman supply rests entirely in your hands. Setting down his cart, Qin Yu returned to the market to purchase a pill refining furnace and abundant medicinal herbs. Now flush with funds, Qin Yu refused to settle for the cheapest furnace. He would not sully the dignity of the Emperor Qin Yu with mediocrity. After careful comparison, he selected an arcane gold furnace priced at 55 contribution points. Next, he visited the Spirit Herb Pharmacy and bought 30 sets of ingredients for great strength pills. The very elixir Jiang Xiaoxiao had thoroughly explained and demonstrated renowned as one of the most beginner-friendly pills to refine. Great strength pills possessed a singular effect, temporarily augmenting the user's physical strength upon ingestion. Refining them required only 3 spirit herbs: ox tendon flower, tiger rage grass, and fracturebone tree leaves, all exceptionally common and inexpensive spirit medicines. 1 contribution point purchased 3 complete sets of ingredients. Qin Yu also inquired about the buyback price, 3 contribution points per pill. As long as he succeeded in refining 1 pill from every 9 sets, he'd break even. 2 successes per 9 sets would yield pure profit. Qin Yu daydreamed contentedly. With these 30 sets, if I succeed, with just 10 pills, I'll earn 30 contribution points, netting 20 in pure profit. Then I'll exchange those 20 points for chi refining pills to accelerate my cultivation. Absolutely flawless. Clutching the furnace, Qin Yu sprinted back to cave residence No. 666. His eagerness to ignite the furnace and begin refining already overwhelming. Back at his residence, Qin Yu hung a sign reading, "Do not disturb," at the entrance, then activated the protective formation. Pill refinement demands absolute seclusion. Interruption is fatal. He arranged each batch of spirit herbs neatly in the courtyard and positioned the furnace facing an auspicious direction. Then, closing his eyes, he meditated briefly, calibrating his mind, body, and spirit to peak readiness. Time to begin. Opening his eyes, he unrolled the pill formula, reread each step meticulously, and carefully reviewed all cautions. First, raise the temperature to 500 degrees. Channeling spiritual energy into the furnace's intake orifice, roaring flames erupted instantly within its chamber. Whoa, astonishing. Temperature feels just right. Now apply high heat to dehydrate the moisture from 2 ox tendon flowers. Qin Yu dropped 2 ox tendon flowers into the furnace. With a thunderous boom, they vaporized instantly, leaving not even ash behind. Miscalculated. The heat is far too intense. He modulated his spiritual energy input, gradually diminishing the furnace's internal flame and lowering the temperature. Try again. He inserted 2 more ox tendon flowers. This time they didn't vanish, but their petals twisted violently before collapsing lifelessly onto the furnace floor. Failed again. This time, the heat was too low. Qin Yu suddenly longed for his past life infrared thermometer. A single press against the furnace would reveal its exact temperature. Truly a divine tool for any pill refiner. Alas, I can't even fashion a basic thermometer. The cost of ignorance strikes hard. Qin Yu realized that he had underestimated alchemy. At first, watching Jiao Xiaoxiao demonstrate seemed effortless, but when Qin Yu attempted it himself, he realized the difficulty was far greater than he had imagined. In this world, there were no measuring tools. Achieving the right temperature relied solely on experience and intuition. Qin Yu speculated that even the 500 degrees written in the formula was merely an approximation estimated by the alchemist. If the temperature was too low, he would input more spiritual energy. If it was too high, he would input less. He could only try repeatedly using this method. Qin Yu gradually increased the amount of spiritual energy he input. Once the temperature stabilized, he added 2 cow tendons flowers again. The temperature is still too low. Controlling the amount of spiritual energy input was extremely challenging. Qin Yu had cultivated too quickly before. Although he had plenty of spiritual energy within him, he had no idea how to utilize it. Whenever something happened, he would directly use all the spiritual energy in his body, exhausting it in no time. This method of usage was incredibly inefficient. Now that he was starting to practice alchemy, Qin Yu's shortcomings in this area were fully exposed. Alchemy required an extremely strict level of control over one's own spiritual energy, as a slight miscalculation could affect the quality of the elixir or even lead to failure. This ability to control spiritual energy depended on the alchemist's mental strength. Mental strength was a mysterious power. It not only helped practitioners better control their inner spiritual energy, but also allowed them to perceive the external world more clearly. Some powerful beings could clearly sense every flower and tree around them, even with their eyes closed, relying on their mental strength. A little lower still, drops of sweat as large as beans slid down Qin Yu's forehead, soaking his clothes completely. Though the weather was already slightly cool, the temperature around him reached 40 to 50 degrees due to the continuous roasting of the furnace. If Qin Yu had not reached the second layer of qi refinement, he would have likely fainted from heat stroke. Even as a practitioner at the second layer of qi refinement, staying in such high temperatures for a long time was still very uncomfortable. Yet at this moment, Qin Yu was wholeheartedly focused on the flames in the alchemical furnace, completely forgetting the scorching sensation on his skin. Unknowingly, Qin Yu entered a mysterious state. He could clearly feel the flames in the furnace flickering up and down, and sensed every subtle change of the cow tendons flowers within the furnace. Qin Yu's mental strength was coming into play and gradually strengthening. Just a little lower, just a tad more. Qin Yu used the last bit of spiritual energy in his body to slightly adjust the temperature in the furnace. Now, Qin Yu quickly threw the 2 cow tendons flowers into the furnace. This time the flowers did not ignite instantly, nor did the petals curl. Instead, they stretched out naturally, as if blooming. The flowers emitted bursts of white mist, the steam from the cow tendons flowers being released. I succeeded. Qin Yu no longer had the strength to control the furnace and plopped down onto the ground. At that moment, he realized the sun had already risen in the south. It was now noon. Moreover, all the spiritual energy within Qin Yu had been completely exhausted, not a drop left. His head also felt dizzy, a result of excessive consumption of mental strength. Without the support of spiritual energy, the cow tendons flowers fell to the bottom of the furnace, losing their value for refining. Qin Yu wiped the sweat off his face and counted the materials, only to realize that this was his 15th attempt. I have the great alchemy talent, fire fanning boy, and it took me 15 attempts to succeed. I can hardly imagine how many tries those without talent must have to endure. I bought a total of 30 portions of materials, and already 15 portions of cow tendons flowers have been wasted. However, Qin Yu did not feel distressed. It was all worth it. Just the increase in his mental strength alone was worth far more than a few contribution points. After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, Qin Yu began to circulate the Xiantian skill to recover his inner spiritual energy. After cultivating for about 15 minutes, Qin Yu's spiritual energy was restored to its former state, even slightly more than this morning. It seems that alchemy does indeed enhance cultivation, but I wonder how fast it is. Qin Yu opened his personal panel. Name: Qin Yu, talent medium, grade spiritual root, grade fire fanning, Boyd, grade progress 2. Note: when progress reaches 100, an opportunity to replicate a talent will be granted. Since the progress bar does not show decimal numbers, Qin Yu could not determine exactly how much he had increased. However, he estimated that after practicing overnight, the progress should be around 1.5. This time spent on alchemy should have raised it by 0.5. If he spent the entire day on alchemy, he could increase it by 1, which was slower than pure cultivation by about 0.5. However, the benefits brought by alchemy were far more significant than this 0.5. Alchemy was indeed the right choice. Even though his spiritual energy was abundant, Qin Yu still felt extremely fatigued. I must rest for a while. Qin Yu rubbed his head and collapsed onto the bed, falling asleep shortly after. Sleep was the fastest way to restore mental strength. About half an hour later, Qin Yu woke up feeling refreshed and energized. After washing his face, he continued to practice alchemy. This time he succeeded in refining the cow tendons flowers after just 2 attempts. Next, lower the temperature to 300 degrees and crush the leaves of the bone fracture tree and add them to the furnace to mix with the cow tendons flowers. With previous experience, Qin Yu had a certain understanding of the temperature within the furnace. However, this time he encountered a new problem: how to combine the cow tendons flowers with the leaves of the bone fracture tree. Qin Yu seriously recalled the techniques that Zhao Xiaoxiao had explained. Under high temperature combustion, use spiritual energy to gradually compress the cow tendons flowers and bone fracture tree leaves, blending them together, completely achieving a state where you are in me and I am in you. Qin Yu imagined his spiritual energy as a pair of large hands continuously kneading the two types of spiritual herbs. At first, Qin Yu found it very difficult. He had to control the furnace's temperature while also manipulating the two types of herbs, making it challenging to multitask. But gradually, Qin Yu found the knack for it. Through repeated failures, he became increasingly proficient in controlling spiritual energy. After the 13th failed attempt, Qin Yu finally had used up all the cow tendons flowers. Damn, already gone. I'd only just begun to feel it. Qin Yu looked up. The sky had darkened. Unbeknownst to him, half a day had slipped away once more. This time, the spiritual energy within Qin Yu's body had not been fully depleted, not because his reserves had increased, but because his spiritual sense had strengthened, granting him far greater control over his qi. He could now allocate and direct his internal spiritual energy with exquisite precision, eliminating wasteful dispersion. In essence, Qin Yu had become markedly more enduring. Qin Yu sat cross-legged to replenish his spiritual energy. Prolonged concentration had left his head throbbing dully. No more pill refining today, I need rest. Qin Yu changed into fresh robes and strolled idly through the sect grounds, easing his weary nerves. The Shantian sect possessed a quiet, ethereal beauty. Though lacking electricity, its pathways glowed softly with candlelight and nameless blossoms, and herbs shimmered with gentle bioluminescence along the wayside. After a leisurely walk, Qin Yu visited the market to purchase more oxtendon flowers and fracture bone tree leaves. Back in his cave residence, he secured his alchemical furnace and retreated to his wooden hut to cultivate. Refining pills was vital, but cultivation remained the very foundation of the Taoist path. As the immortal master Zhou once declared, every act undertaken by a cultivator must serve above all else the advancement of their cultivation. To cultivate for just one night would be a waste of this qi refinement pill. Qin Yu gazed thoughtfully at the last remaining pill. Yet without pills my progress would crawl, squandering time, youth, and life itself. Such negligence would be utterly shameful. The pill's efficacy lasted a full day, but since Qin Yu spent his daylight hours refining pills, its potency would go untapped. Suddenly, an elegant solution dawned upon him. If one pill sustains me for 24 hours, then half a pill should suffice for a single night. Without hesitation, he halved the pill and swallowed it whole. The night passed in silence. At dawn, Qin Yu gathered his aura inward. The effect truly lasts only one night. I am indeed a genius. He opened his personal cultivation interface. The progress bar had advanced to 7%. Cultivating with pills truly accelerates my growth. After rising and freshening up, Qin Yu bought 2 large meat buns at the market, ate heartily, and began preparing for pill refinement. This time, he did not rush. He carefully reviewed the key precautions for refining greater strength pills. He mentally retraced yesterday's refinement process, analyzing each step in detail, identifying his missteps. Only when satisfied did he bring forth his alchemical furnace. Drawing on yesterday's experience and reflection, Qin Yu's refinement proceeded far more smoothly today. Within just 3 attempts, he successfully fused the oxtendon flower and fracture bone tree leaves. The resulting embryonic pill, roughly the size of a quail's egg, glowed deep emerald green, rolling and undulating steadily under his precise spiritual control. Only one ingredient remained before the greater strength pill could be completed: tiger ferocity grass. Following the formula's instructions to the letter, Qin Yu added it with meticulous care. Once again, he needed to integrate the tiger ferocity grass, and drawing on prior mastery, succeeded on the first try. Now only the final step remained. High heat refinement. Not reduction, but true alchemical forging. Intense heat would purge impurities from the embryonic pill, shrinking its form progressively until it reached the size of a fingernail. When the pill's hue shifted from deep emerald to pure black, refinement would be complete, a stage demanding extraordinary spiritual focus. The alchemist must monitor every subtle transformation, dynamically adjusting furnace temperature in real time to ensure optimal purification. On his first attempt, the pill refused to change color, so Qin Yu steadily raised the temperature. At last, through sheer perseverance, it charred into absolute blackness. A light touch reduced it instantly to ash. With repeated failures, indifference set in. He retrieved another set of ingredients and began anew. His progress was halting, sometimes failing at the second step, sometimes the third, sometimes only at the final stage. After 2 full days of relentless effort, not a single pill had emerged, yet every last ingredient lay exhausted. Yet one silver lining shone clear: Qin Yu's spiritual sense had grown markedly stronger. He could now divide his qi into 3 or even 4 distinct streams, directing them simultaneously towards separate tasks. His alchemical proficiency, too, improved visibly with each attempt. At first, even basic steps like refining the oxtendon flower eluded him. Soon those early stages became effortless. Only the final refinement remained stubbornly elusive. Blind persistence will bear no fruit. I must consult Senior Brother Li Ming to uncover the root of my failure. Qin Yu headed to the market, purchased 30 sets of greater strength pill ingredients, then made his way to Li Ming's usual stall. Senior Brother Li Ming welcomed him warmly. That evening, after closing his stall, he personally visited Qin Yu's cave residence to offer guidance. Watching Qin Yu expertly refine the oxygen flower, infuse the fracture bone tree, leaves Li Ming's expression turned wistful. Brother Qin, mastering this in just 2 days. You far surpass me. After observing Qin Yu's entire process, Li Ming pinpointed the flawed step and demonstrated the final refinement technique himself. Enlightenment struck like spring rain. The next day, on his 3rd attempt, Qin Yu successfully refined his first greater strength pill. Cradling the warm pill in his palm, he trembled with emotion, near tears. He had labored 4 days, failed countless times, and spent nearly 30 contribution points, all for this single pill. Wait, 2 pills. Beneath the furnace's base, he discovered a second pill. Half the size of the greater strength pill, gleaming pure white, its luster reminiscent of white chocolate from his past life, almost tempting to taste. Puzzled, Qin Yu scratched his head. How could a single batch yield 2 pills? Was this secondary pill merely congealed impurity? He held the white pill beneath the sun, scrutinizing it closely, but drew no conclusions. No matter, I'll test the greater strength pill first. Just as he raised it to his lips, a chilling thought seized him. What if my refinement process introduced toxicity? Though oxygen flowers, tiger ferocity grass, and fracture bone tree leaves were inherently non-toxic, who could predict what volatile reactions might emerge under extreme heat? Who then shall serve as my first test subject? Li Zhengtong sprang to mind. That fellow possesses the 9 lives innate talent. His constitution is unbreakable. Even if this pill were poisonous, he'd survive unscathed. Truly the perfect candidate for trial. And Qin Yu had already devised his pretext. Li Zhengtong had gifted him his first talisman. This inaugural pill would be his reciprocal offering. Reciprocity demanded balance. Social grace required finesse. Qin Yu hurried to Li Zhengtong's door and knocked eagerly. Fortune smiled. Li Zhengtong was home. Brother Yu, what brings you? Qin Yu smiled. A gift, my very first refined pill. Li Zhengtong accepted it reverently. Thank you, Brother Yu. Qin Yu rubbed his palms together, grinning slyly. Don't you want to test how potent your brother Yu's craftsmanship truly is? Huh. Li Zhengtong frowned. But there's no opponent to spar with. Wouldn't taking it now be wasteful? Not at all, not at all. I've plenty more. Just try it. Let me know how it feels. Very well. Li Zhengtong withdrew the pill and swallowed it whole. Then, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Li Zhengtong's face flushed crimson, his breathing ragged and labored. His arms elongated, his limbs muscles swelled rapidly, and his stature surged upward by 1/2 meter. His frame thickened several folds, standing there like a mountain of living flesh. Qin Yu tilted his head upward, gazing at Li Zhengtong, and felt an unmistakable pressure emanating from him. This effect is far stronger than expected. Even Qin Yu was stunned by the sheer potency of the strength-boosting pill. Wasn't it supposed to grant only a modest temporary surge in strength? A modest surge? This is more like an explosion of power. Watching Li Zhengtong transform into a hulking muscle-bound behemoth, Qin Yu estimated his strength had multiplied many times over. This is utterly absurd. Li Zhengtong admired his bulging biceps with a dazed, foolish grin. Absolutely magnificent. I've dreamed my whole life of a physique like this. Brother Yu, your pills are incredible. I feel brimming with raw power. I could punch down an ox with a single blow. But how long will it last? Qin Yu extended his hand. Come, let's arm wrestle. Let's test just how strong you've become. Li Zhengtong heaved a heavy breath and scoffed. Brother Yu, with those slender arms and legs, can you even handle this? You dare question the formidable might of a second-rank Qi cultivator? Qin Yu rolled up his sleeves and locked eyes with Li Zhengtong, challenging, unyielding. The two took their positions at the stone table in Li Zhengtong's courtyard. The moment their hands clasped, Qin Yu felt a colossal force surge through his arm. He dared not slacken, immediately activated his cultivation art, channeling spiritual energy throughout his body and concentrating it into his arm. Huh. Heh. Simultaneously they strained, and neither yielded an inch. Qin Yu's astonishment deepened. Li Zhengtong was merely a first-rank Qi cultivator. Yet under the pill's influence his strength rivaled Qin Yu's own despite the latter's superior cultivation rank. Could it be that this strength-boosting pill enabled cultivators to fight beyond their rank? Never underestimate the chasm between cultivation layers. After ascending from first-rank to second-rank Qi cultivation, Qin Yu's physical strength had surged at least 5-fold. This pill's effect is downright monstrous. And yet it sells for only 3 contribution points per pill. Unbelievably cheap. Just as the contest reached its stalemate, coarse black fur suddenly sprouted across Li Zhengtong's face. Then it spread down his neck across his chest and continued creeping downward relentlessly. The sight froze Qin Yu in disbelief. In that split second of distraction, his arms slammed hard onto the stone table. Yeah! Li Zhongtong raised both arms, triumphantly ecstatic. Qin Yu rubbed his eyes, then pointed wordlessly at Li Zhongtong's arm, his face drained of color, speech utterly failing him. Li Zhongtong now stood fully covered in thick black fur. His massive frame, elongated limbs, and bestial proportions rendered him indistinguishable from a towering gorilla. Seeing his closest friend abruptly transformed into a fully clothed ape left Qin Yu utterly dumbfounded. There he stood, arms aloft, joyfully wriggling his body, uttering strange, exultant cries of yeehaw, yeehaw. And Qin Yu's mind instantly flashed to circuses from his past life. Add a unicycle beneath him and a ball cradled in his arms, and the resemblance would have been perfect. Noticing Qin Yu's odd expression, Li Zhongtong assumed he was sulking over his loss, and hastily offered reassurance. Brother, you don't be upset. If I won, it's entirely thanks to the pill you refined. Qin Yu shook his head, slowly struggling to speak. You. What on earth has happened to you? Nothing at all. Li Zhongtong glanced at his arm, then touched his face, and his composure shattered completely. Brother, your pill is poisonous. How peculiar. Why is black fur growing? The strength-boosting pill shouldn't cause this. Qin Yu pored over the alchemical formula again and again, racking his brain, but could not pinpoint where the error lay. Meanwhile, Li Zhongtong sat miserably in Qin Yu's courtyard, wrapped tightly in a cotton quilt to conceal his furred form. Brother, you think of something. How can I ever face anyone again looking like a gorilla? Don't panic. It may wear off soon and you'll return to normal. It's already been half an hour. When will it wear off? Li Zhongtong was on the verge of tears. Qin Yu scratched his scalp. The standard duration of the strength-boosting pill is 5 minutes. So why does mine last so long? Could it be because I'm exceptionally enduring? No. Not the time for such distractions. Could it be the endurance of a cultivator? No. Qin Yu shook his head vigorously, banishing the chaotic thoughts. Why does my strength-boosting pill differ so drastically from others? I followed the formula to the letter, and if anything were amiss, senior brother Li Ming would surely have noticed yesterday. Qin Yu's gaze slowly drifted toward Li Zhongtong. If the refining process is flawless, then the anomaly must lie in the consumer. Li Zhongtong, brother, why are you staring at me like that? Nothing at all. I believe I've just uncovered the crux of the issue. Truly. Li Zhongtong's face lit up. Where did it go wrong? Stay calm. I must verify this first. Qin Yu ignited the alchemical furnace and began refining once more. After 3 failed attempts, he successfully produced another strength-boosting pill, again accompanied by a small white pill resting at the furnace's base. Yet this time he paid it little heed. Brother, you're not planning some poison nonsense, are you? Li Zhongtong clapped both hands over his mouth. Until the root cause was confirmed, he'd sooner turn himself into a dog than swallow another of Qin Yu's mysterious pills. Poison cures poison. You've been reading too many illustrated novels. Wait here. I'll be back shortly. Qin Yu snatched the pill and rushed out the gate. Only by identifying the source of the anomaly could he prescribe the correct remedy. To determine whether the flaw resided in Qin Yu's pills or in Li Zhongtong himself, the solution was simple: find another person to ingest the pill. Xiaoji, it's settled. You're the one. Half an hour later, Qin Yu pushed open his courtyard gate, leading in a second fully furred gorilla. TCH. So it is my fault after all. Li Zhongtong burst into laughter at the sight of Xiaoji, covered head to toe in coarse black fur. Solitude magnifies suffering, but shared misfortune brings unexpected solace. Qin Yu dubbed it the failing student effect. Xiaoji shot Li Zhongtong a glare, then silently sank beside him, his expression utterly desolate. Qin Yu stroked his chin, pondering where the process had veered catastrophically off course. Why had a perfectly ordinary strength-boosting pill turned men into apes? Suddenly, the white pill resting at the furnace's base flashed into his mind. What distinguished his refinement from others? Precisely that extra anomalous pill. Like a detective seizing upon a vital clue, Qin Yu sensed the truth emerging from the shadows. Within 10 steps lies the antidote. That white pill must exist for a reason. It must be the counteragent designed to neutralize the strength-boosting pill's adverse effects. Swiftly retrieving the 2 white pills, he held them before Li Zhongtong and Xiaoji. I'd forgotten. The antidote emerges symbiotically. These are the cure. Swallow them immediately, Qin Yu declared, brimming with confidence. Both men recoiled, exchanging wary glances. Li Zhongtong stepped back 1 pace. Xiaoji retreated 2. Qin Yu extended the white pill toward Li Zhongtong with a warm, reassuring smile. Tongzi, it's time for your medicine. Brother, are you certain this is truly the antidote? Absolutely. Qin Yu have never deceived a sworn brother. You may doubt my strength, but never my integrity. For a brother, I would thrust blades into both my ribs without hesitation. Gazing into Qin Yu's unwavering eyes, Li Zhongtong hesitated, then at last chose to trust him. He picked up the white pill and placed it on his tongue. Instantly, Li Zhongtong's pupils dilated. He exploded upward, springing high into the air with explosive force. Qin Yu and Xiao Ji leapt backward in shock. Xiao Ji muttered, "Thank heavens I didn't take it." Bounding gleefully, Li Zhongtong called out, "Brother Yu, this pill tastes like banana. Absolutely delicious." Delicious. Banana-flavored. Qin Yu stared dumbfounded. So this isn't an antidote for ape transformation. It's a gorilla-taming treat. What a calamity. This is not scientific. Qin Yu looked left and right, unable to comprehend why things had turned out this way. Li Zhongtong was excitedly running around the courtyard, having snatched another white pill to consume. "Brother Yu, is there any more of that white pill? The banana flavor is simply too delicious." Xiaoji blinked his big eyes at Li Zhongtong. To be honest, he regretted it. He also wanted to taste what that white pill was like. "Give me some peace." Qin Yu grabbed Li Zhongtong and thumped him twice on his furry head. The world suddenly quieted down, and Li Zhongtong pitifully sat beside Xiaoji. Qin Yu asked, "Apart from being delicious, does that white pill have any other effects?" Li Zhongtong thought for a moment and said, "I don't think so. I haven't felt anything else, and my body feels normal. If I were to concoct a new pill for you to try, would you be willing to try it once in exchange for a white pill, eh?" Li Zhongtong immediately shook his head and retreated. "Brother Yu, I will never eat that white pill again." One new pill had already turned him into this ridiculous form. Who knows what another would do to him? Tongzi was truly frightened. It seems that this little white pill is just a very tasty food that won't cause addiction, similar to the crispy and tender roasted spirit chicken. Qin Yu walked back and forth in front of the two primates, saying, "Now there is good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first?" "Good news. Bad news." The two responded in unison without any synergy. "All right, then I'll start with the bad news. The bad news is that I still don't understand why you both have turned out this way." The faces of the two primates immediately fell. "Don't be sad, I still have good news to share." The two primates' eyes rekindled with hope. "The good news is that your strength has increased by more than 5 times, and the effect is so lasting, you can just enjoy it secretly." The faces of the two primates fell even further. Seeing them embarrassed and furious, their muscles bulged as they wanted to do something untoward to him. Qin Yu immediately shouted, "Calm down, I have more good news. You are like this definitely due to the side effects of the pill, or once the pill's effect wears off you will surely return to normal." Upon hearing this, the two found it reasonable, and their expressions softened, their eyes sparkling with hope as they looked at Qin Yu. "Brother Yu, how long will this pill's effect last?" "Ugh, I don't know how long it lasts, depends on your performance. But don't worry, I'm not a stingy person. Since you have suffered so much, I will definitely compensate you, and won't let you suffer losses." Li Zhongtong and Xiao Ji asked eagerly, "What compensation?" Qin Yu thought for a moment. "I'll compensate you each with 5 of my personally refined strength pills." "Oh, I can't take it anymore. Qin Yu, you are going too far. Calm down. Do you really think I, Qin, am afraid of you? Today I will show you the difference between the second and first layers of Qi refinement." Bang, dinosaur against wolf, clap, bang, bang, bang. Two primates, I consider you impressive. We are all in the same circle, give me some face. Don't slap my face. Be gentle, don't knock my pill furnace. That's worth 55 contribution points. 5 minutes later, the two primates leaned against each other panting. Qin Yu, with a bruised face, gazed at the sky at a 45-degree angle, lamenting, "It's all my fault for refining the pill too well." Li Zhongtong and Xiao Ji calmed down, but had to face the current reality. "Brother Yu, what do you think we should do?" "Just wait for another hour. If you remain like this, after an hour we will have to go to the Spirit Medicine Pavilion." The Spirit Medicine Pavilion is the hospital of the Xiantian sect. If a cultivator is seriously injured or has issues in their cultivation, they can go there for treatment. The two sighed. There is no other option. Qin Yu circulated his spiritual energy to quickly recover from his injuries. Although it seemed intense earlier, all three knew that Qin Yu only had minor injuries and could recover after a bit of cultivation. Once healed, Qin Yu began to study the pill formula again. "Brother Yu." Li Zhongtong quietly approached Qin Yu. "What is it?" Li Zhongtong chuckled and said shyly, "Do you still have that white pill? Is that thing really that delicious?" "Of course. That white pill is the most delicious thing I have ever eaten in my life." Li Zhongtong recalled and said, "It had a rich, aromatic, deep banana flavor that melted in your mouth with an overwhelming fragrance that was simply irresistible. This is the first time I've heard someone describe a banana as heavy and aromatic." Qin Yu thought Li Zhongtong must have gone crazy from the pill. His sense of taste must have malfunctioned. How could the three materials, beef tendon flour, fierce tiger grass, and broken bone tree leaves, have anything to do with bananas? It's impossible to refine a pill that tastes like banana. Seeing how delicious Li Zhongtong described it, Xiao Ji also wanted to try what that white pill tasted like. Qin Yu asked in confusion, "Did you inherit some of the traits of a gorilla after turning into one, instinctively wanting to eat bananas?" The two shouted in anger, I am not a gorilla. Alright, you're not. Li Zhongtong added. Although the pill is banana-flavored, it tastes 1,000 times better than a banana. It's not comparable at all. Qin Yu thought for a moment and said, how about I buy you a banana to try? Perhaps your taste buds have changed after taking the strength pill. That is indeed a possibility. Just as Qin Yu was about to go to the market, Li Zhongtong said, I still have some bananas I bought a few days ago in my room. Perfect, I'll go get them. Qin Yu handed the bananas to the two. Xiaoji took a bite and said, it tastes the same as usual, there's no difference. Li Zhongtong took a bite and immediately spat it out, exclaiming, how can someone who has tasted delicacies eat such trash? It seems the problem indeed lies with that white pill. Is that white pill really that delicious? Qin Yu was a bit curious. Taking advantage of the fact that there was still some time, Qin Yu set up the pill furnace and refined another strength pill. As expected, that white pill appeared again at the bottom of the furnace. Seeing the white pill, Li Zhongtong's eyes widened. Qin Yu picked up the pill and sniffed it. There was nothing particularly special about its smell. Under the expectant gazes of Li Zhongtong and Xiaoji, Qin Yu suddenly stuffed the pill into his mouth. Brother, you save half for me. Li Zhongtong shouted anxiously, but it was too late. Qin Yu savored the white pill like a jelly bean, letting it dance between his lips and teeth. There is a slight banana flavor, but it's not strong and it's not that tasty. Is this pill meant for those who took the strength pill and turned into gorillas? Qin Yu's dream of wealth shattered. Li Zhongtong asked, brother Yu, how is it? Is it delicious? Qin Yu did not answer, but refined another white pill. This time Qin Yu split the pill in half and handed one half to Xiaoji. Xiaoji eagerly stuffed it into his mouth and soon began to shout in delight, calling it delicious. It seems you have to turn into a gorilla to find this thing tasty. Glancing at the pitiful Li Zhongtong, Qin Yu silently tucked away the remaining half of the pill. They'll keep this half for you. They'll give it to you when you return to normal. Li Zhongtong and Xiaoji then realized that an hour had passed and they still hadn't turned back. Let's go to the spirit medicine pavilion. Li Zhongtong and Xiaoji wrapped themselves tightly in black cloth, leaving only their eyes exposed. The three jogged quickly to the spirit medicine pavilion. Qin Yu paid 10 contribution points and was assigned to a physician. Do you need treatment for external or internal injuries? Neither. My two friends behind me have encountered a bit of trouble. Qin Yu turned back to signal the two to remove their black cloaks. Li Zhongtong and Xiaoji reluctantly took off their black cloaks, revealing their muscular bodies and abundant hair. The physician was instantly startled, having thought the two draped in black cloaks were humans, only to discover they were two gorillas. The physician reminded, my friend, we only treat humans here. Please go to the beast medicine pavilion for spirit beasts. You are the spirit beast, we are humans. Oh, the physician exclaimed in surprise, this spirit beast can actually speak. Looking at its cultivation, it's just in the chi refinement stage. Spirit beasts at the chi refinement stage can speak human language. It must have divine beast bloodline in its body. Qin Yu, no? Wait, don't remind me, let me think for myself. A gorilla-like divine beast, could it be a descendant of the divine demon ape or a descendant of the six-armed frenzied ape? But both of these are too ugly. They don't resemble their descendants at all. Could it be that their bloodline is impure and they are hybrids? Qin Yu, no. Before Qin Yu could finish his sentence, the physician interrupted him. My friend, I must remind you that a spirit beast developing the consciousness of being human is very dangerous. It would be better to send them to the beast taming peak for training. Li Zhongtong and Xiaoji panted through their nostrils. If they could fight back, they would really want to punch this guy. Once this physician finished speaking, Qin Yu quickly explained the situation. Do you mean to say that your two friends turned out like this after taking the pills you refined? Exactly. Qin Yu nodded. Are you absolutely sure? Absolutely sure. All right, wait here for a moment. I'll go get the medicine. Okay, thank you, physician. Seeing the physician hurry away, Qin Yu let out a sigh of relief. Qin Yu smiled and said, it seems this situation is quite common. The physician immediately knew what medicine to use just by briefly explaining the situation. Li Zhongtong and Xiaoji also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems it's not a big issue, you scare me to death. As the three were discussing, the door to the room was suddenly kicked open. The physician who had just left pointed at Qin Yu and shouted loudly, it's him, a suspected disciple of the demonic sect, turning our sect's cultivators into spirit beasts. Qin Yu. Suddenly, two fierce cultivators emerged behind the physician, both unleashing a terrifying aura that rivaled that of a golden core ancestor, swiftly subduing Qin Yu. Qin Yu, Li Zhongtong. Xiaoji. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. The physician, I'm sorry, my brother, mainly because what you said earlier wasn't clear enough. Qin Yu, did you even give me a chance to explain clearly? The physician, what you mentioned is too shocking, turning a person into a spirit beast with such a malicious method. I thought it was a new technique from the demonic sect. Qin Yu, have you ever seen a disciple of a demonic sect doing something bad and then come to flaunt it here? Are they looking to die even faster? Li Jingtong. Let me clarify, I am not a spirit beast, I am a pure cultivator disguised as a spirit beast. Xiaoji, me too. The physician, I'm sorry, I didn't consider it carefully. Qin Yu rubbed his sore shoulder and pointed at Li Jingtong and Xiaoji. If you heal them, I will forgive you. The physician repeatedly shook his head. I've never seen a situation like this, I definitely can't heal it. Then what should we do? I feel that your condition would at least require an elder's intervention to possibly be cured, but the treatment cost from an elder is too high, you probably can't afford it. Li Jingtong and Xiaoji were struck by lightning, their eyes lost their spirit, as if their future lives had lost all meaning. Qin Yu hadn't expected the matter to be this serious, he had only refined a small pill. However, you still have another option. The physician took a sip of water and slowly said, I heard that the direct disciple of the 100 Physicians Hall Master has come to the nearby Linglan city of our Xiantian sect. You can go find him. The 100 Physicians Hall is a sect composed entirely of physicians who roam around treating the illnesses of common people for free without charging a dime. Thus, the 100 Physicians Hall enjoys a very high reputation among mortals. Even the small town where Qin Yu previously lived knew of this sect. The 100 Physicians Hall is among the top sects in the cultivation world, and its master is known as the medical immortal of this era, of being capable of resurrecting the dead and healing flesh and bones. Although the 100 Physicians Hall's combat power is average, its ability to gather people is unmatched. In the cultivation world, no sect dares to claim they haven't owed a favor to the 100 Physicians Hall. There is a saying in the cultivation world, if you go against the 100 Physicians Hall, you are going against the entire cultivation world. This shows how powerful the 100 Physicians Hall's influence is. And now the disciple of the 100 Physicians Hall Master, who is called the medical immortal of this era, has actually arrived near the Xiantian sect. It seems like fate is at play. Qin Yu and the others immediately bid farewell to the physician and hurriedly made their way to Linglan City. Although Linglan City is near the Xiantian sect, this near is relative to cultivators who can fly. Linglan City is still a full 200 kilometers away from the Xiantian sect. Walking would take at least 2 days. Fortunately, the sect arranged flying boats to various locations mainly for disciples going on missions, and it only requires 1 contribution point to ride. Qin Yu and the others boarded this bus of the cultivation world. The speed of the flying boat was incredibly fast. In just over 10 minutes, they arrived at Linglan City from the Xiantian sect. Stepping off the flying boat, it was Qin Yu's first time seeing a city in this world. Linglan City is populous and economically developed, ranking among the top 5 in the Liang Kingdom. The 3 of them, holding the tokens of miscellaneous disciples from the Xiantian sect, smoothly passed through the inspection of the city gate guards. The streets within the city were more spacious and cleaner than Qin Yu had imagined, and there was a bustling market right near the city gate. As they passed by the market, the 3 discovered that many cultivation items were being sold there. Are there really this many cultivators in the Liang Kingdom? Why are things related to cultivators being sold everywhere? Xiaoji explained, because this is the city closest to our Xiantian sect, many scattered cultivators and disciples of small sects gather here, which has gradually formed these industries over time. I see. Brother Yu, where should we go to find the direct disciple of the 100 Physicians Hall Master? Such a person should be quite famous, we might as well ask someone. Qin Yu looked around and noticed a young man by the roadside who was telling fortunes. This person wore a black and white long robe and had a large banner behind him that read, "See all the people in the world, predict all ancient and modern matters." What a big boast, let's go ask him. Qin Yu led the 2 towards him. Generally, fortune tellers hold the first-hand information about the city. Asking him is sure to be accurate. As Qin Yu and the 3 approached, before they could speak, the fortune teller said, "Are you disciples of the Xiantian sect?" So impressive. Qin Yu, Li Jingtong, and Xiaoji were all shocked. This fortune teller had some skill. Brother, did you really figure it out? Not really. Your identity token from the Xiantian sect was exposed. The fortune teller pointed at the token on Qin Yu's belt. The identity token is Qin Yu's key to opening his cave dwelling. It has both the function of identifying identity and storing or paying contribution points. The fortune teller introduced himself. I am Lu Yuanqing, a disciple of the Sun Observation Sect. Sun Observation Sect. I've never heard of it. Do you know anything about it? Qin Yu quietly asked Li Jingtong and Xiaoji. I know about this, Li Jingtong explained. The Sun Observation Sect holds a position in the divination world equivalent to that of the 100 Physicians Hall in the medical world. Both are top-tier sects on this continent. Qin Yu couldn't help but exclaim, I randomly encountering someone by the roadside who turned out to be from a top-tier sect was quite astonishing. I am Qin Yu, a disciple of the Xiantian sect. I am Li Jingtong, a disciple of the Xiantian sect. I am Ji Duodua, a disciple of the Xiantian sect. Nice to meet you, brothers. Lu Yuanqing clasped his hands and said, What can I do for you 3 at my stall? Qin Yu joked, I've long heard about the divination techniques of the Sun Observation Sect. I wonder if Brother Lu can predict why the three of us are here. Lu Yuanqing smiled slightly, took out a tortoise shell, and drew a few symbols on it. He then closed his eyes and began muttering incantations. After a while, Lu Yuanqing opened his eyes and smiled, saying, "The divination shows that Brother Li and Brother Ji seem to have encountered some trouble and have come here to find the direct disciple of the 100 Physicians Hall Master for treatment." Wow, amazing he can deduce this. Brother Lu, you are truly remarkable as expected of a disciple of the Sun Observation sect. May I ask if you know where to find the direct disciple of the 100 Physicians Hall Master? The direct disciple of the 100 Physicians Hall Master is named Li Zihao, and he is located in the medical hall of the 100 Physicians Hall in the city center. However, those seeking treatment from Li Zihao have already lined up for 3 kilometers, so you 3 may have to wait a long time. Fortunately, I have some connections with Li Zihao, and I have nothing to do right now, so let me take you 3 over. I ran into a good person. Is this the miraculous effect of not dying in great adversity? Thank you, Brother Lu. As the 4 walked along the road, Qin Yu said, "Brother Lu, I have a question. I wonder if it's appropriate to ask." Brother Qin, please feel free to ask. I know there is a term called night observation of celestial phenomena. Why is your sect called sun observation of celestial phenomena? Is there a deeper meaning? Qin Yu was purely curious. How could one observe celestial phenomena in the daytime? Isn't the sun blinding? Lu Yuanqing sighed with a wry smile and explained, "Our sect was originally named Night Observation of Celestial Phenomena, and the divination technique was also called Night Observation of Celestial Phenomena. Divination technique derived from observing the patterns of billions of stars. About 3,000 years ago, one day, an exceptionally talented young man wanted to create a divination technique that was the opposite of night observation of celestial phenomena divination technique, so he observed the heavens during the day. Qin Yu, he created the sun observation of celestial phenomena divination technique, replacing the night observation of celestial phenomena divination technique, and then your sect changed its name." Not at all. This young man stared at the sun every day and eventually went blind. After going blind, he began to delve into the study of divination techniques and improve the night observation of celestial phenomena divination technique into the top-tier divination method, becoming the renowned Taoist of heavenly knowledge at that time. To commemorate the Taoist of heavenly knowledge, later generations changed the sect's name to Sun Observation of Celestial Phenomena Sect. Qin Yu. The 4 reached the city center and at a glance saw the interminable queue. "Is it proper for us to cut in like this?" Qin Yu asked. "We are not cutting in." Lu Yuanqing explained, "Brother Li follows a principle when treating patients. Those with serious or life-threatening ailments take precedence. These people in line only have common colds and headaches. If there are truly difficult or rare conditions, you can go to the front and seek the gatekeeper's assessment. If approved, you'll be treated with priority." Brother Li is a man of principle. If you are not gravely ill, even my face will not sway him. And of course I wouldn't make this trip frivolously. Li Zhongtong asked, "How do you know we are seriously ill?" "The divination charts show it." "Do the charts indicate how severe our illnesses are?" Lu Yuanqing hesitated. "Brother Lu, speak freely. All we can bear it," Xiaoji said. After a second's silence, Lu Yuanqing said slowly, "The divination indicates that curing you would be tantamount to restoring the dead to life." Li Zhongtong and Xiao Ji went dizzy and nearly collapsed. Li Zhongtong trembled. "Lu. Brother Lu, can the charts tell whether we have any hope?" "That involves higher forces. With my current power, I cannot divine it," Lu replied. "But rest assured, Brother Li's medical skill is superb. He can surely heal you too." Xiao Ji asked, "Can Brother Li revive the dead?" That he cannot." Li Zhongtong said, "Then we have no hope." Lu Yuanqing hastened to reassure, "One must not say that. Every craft has its specialty. Though Brother Li cannot make the dead live again, that does not mean he cannot cure you." "Look at you cowards," Qin Yu said. "If you cannot be restored, it'll trick everyone into taking that pill. Then none of us will be different." The 4 walked to the head of the line and saw a quarrel underway. An old man shouted, "My illness is the worst. Every time I exhale, I long to inhale again. This back and forth wastes so much effort. Don't you see how serious my condition is? Isn't that just normal breathing? That counts as an illness." The old man's relative explained, "It's his mind that's sick." "Then that is indeed a serious ailment." Lu Yuanqing stepped forward to the gatekeeper. "Young Master Lu, you're here. Please come in at once." The gatekeeper said, bowing respectfully and making way. Lu Yuanqing led Qin Yu and the others into the clinic. Seeing them swagger in, those waiting in line immediately began to complain. Why can they go in without queuing or even explaining their illnesses? What's all the noise about? The gatekeeper scolded the patients. "Young Master Lu brings are always on the brink of death. You folks have mere colds. How can you compare?" Hearing that, Li Zhongtong and Xiao Ji nearly fainted. Before coming, they only looked a bit like apes. Now they felt as if they might be carried out on a board at any moment. "Don't speak nonsense. These 2 patients only have some perplexing ailments. Lu Yuanqing reprimanded the gatekeeper. The two waited in the clinic a while before the proprietor emerged from the inner hall. He nodded to Lu Yuanqing and then invited Qin Yu and the others into the inner hall to take seats. As the matter involved patient privacy, Lu bid them farewell and left the clinic. Entering the inner hall, the proprietor said to the three, "Please wait here a moment. A patient with a severe external wound has just been brought in. Lord Li is treating him in the back room." The three nodded and took a bench. The back room and the inner hall were separated only by a wooden door. Given their cultivation, Qin Yu and the others could easily hear the voices from within. "Immortal physician, my son fought, and a blade pierced his chest. Please save him. Don't panic, it's a minor matter. Assist me. Hand me whatever instrument I ask for, understand?" Okay. I need a hammer, scissors, bone grinding knife, nails, iron bar, saw." Qin Yu heard clanging sounds from inside. Someone ignorant might have thought it a smithy. Are physicians in the cultivation world always this hardcore? Qin Yu now seriously wondered whether the doctor intended to pluck Li Zhengtong and Xiao Zhi's dark hair out strand by strand. Soon the sounds from the back room ceased. They heard Dr. Li exhale heavily. "Immortal physician, was my son saved? I haven't started treating the chest yet. His leg was a bit crooked, and it made me uneasy, so I straightened it up. Now it's much more comfortable." "Oh, then what about my son's chest?" "Don't worry, you'll treat him now." Your son's finger is a little crooked too." After hearing this, Li Zhengtong and Xiao Zhi hurriedly inspected their own limbs. Seeing that their limbs were fairly straight, they breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Yu, why do I feel that this so-called disciple of the Baitang Hall Master is somewhat unreliable?" The three huddled together and whispered. Qin Yu reassured talented people often have quirks. "He's simply a bit obsessive-compulsive. As long as he does not have bestial tendencies, it's acceptable." As they spoke, a pig-like scream echoed from the back room. Bang! The scream cut off abruptly. The three were startled and fell silent. They heard Li Zihao apologize. "Sorry, I was too gentle earlier. I didn't expect him to wake up prematurely." "It matters not. We can render him unconscious again. Pass me the scissors again." Xiao Zhi inhaled deeply. "Brother Yu, let's return to the sect and find an elder. I'm still young. I don't want to die." Li Zhengtong also nodded. "I think I'm fine as I am. No need for treatment. Look at you, pathetic lot." Qin Yu harshly condemned their cowardice. "Your condition is different from that patient's. Dr. Li will not treat you with those methods." Li Zhengtong asked, "Will he knock us out and then flay our skin?" Qin Yu shook his head. "Absolutely not." "Why not?" "Because even if your skin were removed, you would only lose the outer layer of black hair. The ape-like shape of your bodies would remain unchanged. Unless..." Qin Yu smiled slyly. "Unless they cut away your excess musculature and shorten the overlong arms. Only then could you be restored." Li Zhengtong and Xiao Zhi turned pale. They stood and were about to bolt outside, convinced their lives would be in danger if they stayed. Qin Yu quickly grabbed them. "What are you running for?" "I was joking." At that moment, voices rose from the back room again. "Immortal physician, I am so grateful you saved my son's life." "No need for thanks. I merely pulled out the blade and used a restorative technique to mend the wound. It's nothing. Please rest, immortal physician. Well, take my son and leave first." "Rest?" The voice from the back room rose sharply. "Only those useless to the cultivation world rest. With disease lurking and patient's health perilous, this is precisely the crucial hour for a medical prodigy like me to shoulder responsibility. How could I rest? Then please go on, well, leave." The back room door opened, and a father hurried out, pushing his son in a wheelchair. Next, Qin Yu dragged Li Zhengtong and Xiao Zhi into the inner chamber. Li Zihao, the direct disciple of the Baitang sect master, sat on a wooden chair, wiping blood from his hands with a handkerchief. Li Zihao's face was youthful, his age comparable to Qin Yu's. The moment they entered, Qin Yu immediately assessed Li Zihao's innate talent. He intended to determine just how exceptional this so-called direct disciple truly was. Peerless spiritual root, grade A, a celestial favorite, rare among 10,000, whose cultivation advances at lightning speed, destined to become a mighty master of the realm. Innate alchemical aptitude, grade A, a natural-born alchemist whose spiritual awareness far surpasses ordinary cultivators, possesses an intuitive, profound understanding of spirit herbs and medicinal substances, capable of rising to renown as a master refiner. Reincarnated divine physician, grade S, born with innate knowledge of every herb's function and curative properties, with minimal study effortlessly masters all methods of diagnosis and treatment, possessing the power to revive the dead and restore flesh to bone. By the heavens, a golden legend, a reincarnated divine physician. His worth is immeasurable. Only then did Qin Yu realize that beyond grade A lay the supreme grade S. If even a peerless spiritual root ranks only as grade A, could there exist a spiritual root yet more extraordinary? "Who is the patient?" Li Zihao asked. Before Qin Yu could reply, Li Zhengtong and Xiao Zhi shed their black cloaks. Li Zihao visibly froze, then said, "I heal humans, not spirit beasts." Qin Yu explained once more. You mean they transformed after ingesting your pills? Hearing this, Li Zihao grew markedly animated. Mindful of past missteps, Qin, you quickly clarified, let me state outright. I am no disciple of any demonic sect. This is purely a matter of pill refinement. Of course I know you're no demonic sect disciple. You are a genius of the alchemical world. Eagerly, Li Zihao produced paper and brush and asked which pill did they ingest. The strength-enhancing pill. The strength-enhancing pill. A tonic for augmenting physical might. Li Zihao lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Li Zhongtong and Xiao Ji intently. How much has their strength increased? At least fivefold. Fivefold. Li Zihao gasped in astonishment and shot upright, electrified. Are you certain this was truly the strength-enhancing pill? Absolutely. I refined it using only 3 common ingredients: bull tendon flower, ferocious tiger grass, and broken bone tree leaves. Upon hearing this, Li Zihao paced back and forth, utterly exhilarated. Ordinary strength-enhancing pills boost strength by no more than 10%. Yet this one, a genius, an absolute prodigy, an alchemical savant. Li Zihao rapidly jotted down notes, refined a 5-fold strength-enhancing pill using only 3 exceptionally common materials. By the way, how long does the effect last? Qin Yu glanced at Li Zhongtong and Xiao Ji before replying. Its duration remains undetermined, but I suspect it may be permanent. Permanent. Li Zihao nearly lost his composure. Frantically, he added to his notes, effect permanent. Brother Tong, do you think his mind is slightly unhinged? Xiao Ji whispered into Li Zhongtong's ear. Li Zhongtong nodded emphatically. If his head were sound, I'd urinate upside down. Even Qin Yu was left flabbergasted by Li Zihao's bizarre demeanor, the first time he'd ever encountered someone more abstract than himself. After finishing his notes, Li Zihao turned to Qin Yu. Such a flawless pill. Surely it bears no side effects. Qin Yu, Li Zhongtong, and Xiao Ji exchanged identical, incredulous glances. Your corneas are useless. Donate them. If there were no side effects, why would we be here watching you lose your wits? Such extraordinary talent. Pity it's housed in a fool. Li Zihao, realizing his blunder, hastily amended his notes while speaking aloud. Side effects include elongated arms, full body, black fur, and vacant gaze, possibly indicating diminished cognition. Who exactly are you insulting? Qin Yu hurriedly restrained Li Zhongtong and Xiao Ji. Stay calm. That man possesses a peerless spiritual root. We'd stand no chance against him. Li Zihao glanced up at the enraged Li Zhongtong and Xiao Ji, then quietly struck through the words vacant gaze, possibly indicating diminished cognition. So these symptoms aren't side effects of the pill. What marvelous news. Arg. This is an unbearable insult. I'll fight you to the death. Li Zihao, recognizing his misstep, offered a sincere apology. My sincerest apologies. I simply speak truthfully. Qin Yu. Li Zihao stepped forward, seized Qin Yu's hand, and asked, might I inquire your honored name, sir? Qin Yu. Qin Yu yanked his hand free. Brother Qin, you are truly an alchemical prodigy, the paragon of our generation. Had it not been for Li Zihao's earnest, guileless gaze, Qin Yu might have suspected mockery. Li Zihao continued, I am both a physician and an alchemist, specializing in healing and restorative elixirs. Yet I've uncovered a tragic reality. Today's alchemical world has grown stagnant and corrupt. Alchemists blindly replicate ancient formulas, producing identical pills from identical herbs, yielding identical results, and charging ever-rising prices. Our alchemical world is a stagnant pool, devoid of innovation. Why did our ancestors create such astonishing, peerless elixirs, while we cannot? After deep reflection, 5 full minutes, I resolved to change everything. I would forge superior pills. I shared this resolve with my master and elders, expecting pride, only to receive stern reprimands. My master declared, you haven't even mastered the ancient formulas. How dare you speak of innovation? But I reject that notion. Must ancestral wisdom be the pinnacle? Am I incapable of surpassing it? Yet my talent falls short. I have yet to succeed. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. Having ambition is commendable, but aiming too high risks hubris. Just as Qin Yu prepared to offer consolation, Li Zihao burst forth, voice trembling with fervor. Brother Qin's arrival proves we are no less capable than our ancestors. Qin Yu, huh? Me? Indeed. Brother Qin, your refined strength-enhancing pill not only eclipses ancestral versions in efficacy, but also in duration. Aside from trivial side effects, it is flawless. Li Zhongtong and Xiao Ji, trivial side effects. So those black hairs didn't sprout on your own body, did they? Brother Qin, your innovation will shatter this stagnant pool. Your breakthrough shall become the banner for our generation, guiding us toward glory. Qin Yu, I merely followed the formula to refine a single pill. Brother Qin, it seems you have yet to realize your own greatness. Do you understand what it means to refine a pill that can enhance strength 5-fold using only the most ordinary spiritual herbs, tendon flower, tiger grass, and the leaves of the broken bone tree? It means you are a genius in alchemy, Brother Qin. You have created a completely new pill, one that would make alchemists from both ancient and modern times envious. Li Ziheo's excitement made Qin Yu think that the great strength pill was his creation. Sensing the conversation drifting off course, Qin Yu hurriedly reminded him, "Brotherly, don't get too carried away. Can you help my two friends return to normal first?" Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji nodded repeatedly. "That's easy. There's no illness in this world that I, Li Ziheo, cannot cure." Li Ziheo placed his hand on Li Zhengtong's wrist. "The pulse is strong and powerful. There seems to be no issue." "What is your cultivation level?" Li Ziheo asked. "Foundation Establishment Stage 1. Li Ziheo nodded inwardly, exclaiming, "This pulse has already reached the level of Foundation Establishment Stage 2. That pill truly is impressive." After finishing the pulse examination, Li Ziheo took out a pack of silver needles from his bag. "I think using acupuncture to disperse the medicinal power within should restore him. Please take off your shirt." With a flick of his hand, several silver needles accurately pierced into Li Zhengtong's body. "Don't move," Li Ziheo reminded, continuing to send out needle after needle. As more and more needles were inserted, Qin Yu felt that Li Zhengtong was about to be turned into a hedgehog. Li Ziheo's expression also shifted from confidence to confusion, eventually furrowing his brow. "Why is it different from what I imagined?" Li Ziheo pondered, circling around Li Zhengtong. Unable to contain himself, Qin Yu asked, "What's the situation?" "Brotherly." Li Ziheo cleared his throat, feeling guilty, and said, "I thought about it. In my view, the side effects aren't entirely negative. Not only can it enhance strength, but it can also conceal one's identity. For instance, it would be great for evading enemies, avoiding creditors, or blending into the primitive jungle. Take one pill, and even your own mother wouldn't recognize you. So I think it doesn't matter whether this form is restored or not. Don't you agree, Brother Qin?" Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, slightly questioning. "Brotherly, are you unable to cure him?" "How could that be?" Li Ziheo puffed out his chest. "There's no illness in the Foundation Establishment Stage that I, Li Ziheo, cannot cure." Qin Yu said, "Then continue to treat him." Li Ziheo replied, "Isn't it because this form has many benefits? There's no need to restore it." "Right." Qin Yu silently took out a great strength pill. "Since Brotherly thinks it's good, how about you have one too? Is this the great strength pill you refined?" Li Ziheo quickly took the pill, cradling it in his palm, as if it were a treasure. "The texture and flavor are indeed extraordinary. Brotherly, don't just smell it, try one to test its effects." Li Ziheo waved his hands repeatedly. "No, that won't do. I must keep this one for proper research." Qin Yu took out another pill and quietly placed it in Li Ziheo's hand. "Rest assured, this great strength pill is more than enough." Li Ziheo replied. "Still not good. I am a physician. A looking like this would scare my patients." Qin Yu replied. "Don't worry, after eating it you can treat yourself again and return to normal." Li Ziheo said this. "You wouldn't really be unable to cure him, would you?" Qin Yu provoked. "How could that be? There's no illness in the Foundation Establishment Stage that I cannot cure." Li Ziheo gritted his teeth. "It seems I have no choice but to use that technique. Is he going to show his true skills now?" Qin Yu realized his provocation had worked. How could the direct disciple of the renowned 100 Physicians Hall only know acupuncture? He must have some secret techniques he hasn't used yet. How could he bear to not provoke them out? Under the expectant gazes of Qin Yu and the others, Li Ziheo took out 3 incense sticks and an incense burner from his bag. "Xiaoji, Li Zhengtong. Qin Yu, are you serious? After all this time, your big move is to burn incense and pray. Is the pinnacle of medicine superstition?" Li Ziheo placed the alchemy furnace on the wooden table, lit the 3 incense sticks, and then solemnly bowed. "Master, I offer you this incense." Qin Yu was bewildered. Isn't the master of the 100 Physicians Hall still alive? A miraculous scene unfolded as smoke slowly rose, eventually forming the image of an old man clad in a long robe. "Disciple greets master." The old man slowly spoke. "Ziheo, have you encountered some trouble? Why didn't you use the communication jade pendant to contact me?" "What the heck?" Seeing the ghost-like old man speak, Qin Yu felt a chill run down his spine. "Is this how you summon people in the 100 Physicians Hall? This is too eerie. But my provocation technique really worked. I summoned the master of the 100 Physicians Hall." Li Ziheo said, "I encountered a special situation that I couldn't explain through the communication jade pendant. Master, please take a look." The master of the 100 Physicians Hall turned to look at Qin Yu and the others. "Junior greets the master of the 100 Physicians Hall." The 3 hurriedly bowed. "Spirit beasts." The master of the 100 Physicians Hall expressed surprise. "Ziheo, when did you become interested in spirit beast medicine?" Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji were already numb. Li Ziheo hurriedly explained the situation. They transformed into this form after taking the great strength pill. The master of the 100 Physicians Hall circled around Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji, then took their pulses. I see. Their increase in strength isn't due to the great strength pill, but rather because they have become stronger themselves. The pill they consumed should be a transformation pill. Transformation pill? Master, why have I never heard of this pill? Li Zihao asked. It is said that in ancient times there was a pill that could activate the bloodline of spirit beasts within a human body, transforming them into various spirit beasts to enhance their physical strength. However, later on history became fragmented, and the formula for such pills disappeared, leaving this kind of pill lost to time. Qin Yu nodded inwardly. The master of the 100 Physicians' Hall is indeed reliable. He discerned the essence in just a few minutes. Li Zihao asked, Master, does that mean they are no longer considered human, but rather spirit beasts? Exactly. The master of the 100 Physicians' Hall affirmed. No wonder my methods are ineffective on them. Then, Master, how can we help them return to normal? The master of the 100 Physicians' Hall replied. It's simple. All you need to do is use a human's bloodline as a guide to reactivate their own bloodlines, and they can return to their original state. Li Zhongtong and Xiao Ji felt ecstatic. It seemed they had hope. Master, what should I do? Li Zihao asked. You cannot save them, nor can I. The master of the 100 Physicians' Hall said with a smile. To untie the knot, one must tie it first. Qin Yu understood the master of the 100 Physicians' Hall's meaning and stepped forward. Senior, the great strength pill was refined by me. I wonder what I should do to help my two brothers return to their human forms. Refine another batch of pills, and this time add a drop of human blood during the refining process. Oh, any person's blood will do. The master of the 100 Medicine Hall smiled and said, If you don't mind this old man learning by stealth, then let's refine here. I am also eager to see how you young man concoct this ancient and lost pill. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's heart swelled with joy. He was puzzled about which step went wrong during his alchemy, leading to such results. Now, with a figure of such stature as the master of the 100 Medicine Hall observing, he would surely pinpoint the issue. Senior, if you guide your junior in alchemy, I would be overjoyed, not to mention I wouldn't mind at all. However, I didn't bring my alchemy furnace with me. Li Zihao quickly took out an alchemy furnace from his Qingquan pouch. Brother Qin, if you don't mind, please use my furnace. Qin Yu took a glance. Wow, this was actually a 3-hole furnace. The more holes there are, the more complex the operation becomes. Li brother, do you have a single-hole furnace? I am just a novice in alchemy, and cannot use such an advanced furnace. I will go out and fetch you a single-hole furnace. What materials do you need? Cow tendon flower, tiger grass, and broken bone tree leaves bring more. My success rate is relatively low. All right. After Li Zihao left, the master of the 100 Medicine Hall looked at Qin Yu and asked, How long have you been learning the art of alchemy? Qin Yu replied, I have been learning for a week. The master of the 100 Medicine Hall raised an eyebrow. He has only been learning for a week and has already concocted a peerless pill. Could this young man be the reincarnation of an ancient alchemist? His talent in alchemy must not be inferior to Zihao's talent in medicine. If Qin Yu could hear the thoughts of the master of the 100 Medicine Hall, he would certainly exclaim, You are overestimating me. Shortly after, Li Zihao returned with the furnace and materials. Qin Yu immediately set the furnace to refine pills. Both the master of the 100 Medicine Hall and Li Zihao focused intently on every move Qin Yu made. First, add the cow tendon flower, then the broken bone tree leaves. This step is indeed the procedure for refining the strength pill. Li Zihao enveloped Qin Yu with his spiritual power. Every movement of Qin Yu was under his divine sense. I found the difference. Li Zihao's spirit shook. He noticed that Qin Yu did not fully integrate the cow tendon flower and broken bone tree leaves before quickly adding the tiger grass. Is this the reason why this pill's effect is different from the strength pill? Li Zihao was very excited. Indeed, any change in the details of alchemy can lead to a different result in the final pill. Bang! Qin Yu actively stopped refining. Li Zihao was somewhat surprised. Why did Brother Qin stop? Qin Yu said sheepishly, Sorry, I am not quite proficient yet. I added the tiger grass too early, and the refinement failed. Li Zihao looked confused. The expression of the master of the 100 Medicine Hall mirrored his bewilderment. Qin Yu adjusted his state and began refining once more. This time Qin Yu had good fortune and successfully fused the 3 materials together. This step really has no problem. Why is the effect so different from the strength pill? The master of the 100 Medicine Hall was perplexed. Senior, may I add blood now? Oh yes. Qin Yu bit his fingertip and dripped a few drops of blood into the pill. As Qin Yu continued to refine, the impurities in the pill were constantly removed, and its size became smaller. It's done. Done. This looks no different from the strength pill. The master of the 100 Medicine Hall replayed Qin Yu's steps and techniques in his mind countless times, but found no issues. Could it be that this young man is refining an ordinary strength pill this time? He doesn't want to reveal the method of refining the ancient transforming pill in front of me. Just as the master of the 100 Medicine Hall was in doubt, Qin Yu took out a small white pill from the bottom of the furnace. The master of the 100 Medicine Hall was very curious about where this white pill came from. However, due to his status, he did not ask. If I ask, it would mean I don't know either. That would be too embarrassing in front of the junior. At this moment, Li Zihao asked, "What is this?" The master of the 100 Medicine Hall felt delighted. "Good, disciple, well asked." Qin Yu handed the white pill to Li Zihao. "I am not sure either. Anyway, every time I refine the strength pill, this pill always appears. This pill has no special effect, but those who transform into gorillas love the taste of this pill." Li Zihao examined it for a while, but could not discern anything remarkable. The master of the 100 Medicine Hall silently thought, "Don't ask me, I don't know either. Don't ask me, I don't know either. Master, why did brotherly refine this kind of thing? Do you know what it is, eh?" Cough, cough. The master of the 100 Medicine Hall calmly said, "This should also be a kind of, you know that kind of thing. Qinyu, Li Jingtong, Xiaoji, what on earth did the senior mean?" The master did not explicitly say it. "It seems the master thinks I should know what this is, but I don't know, and I have disappointed the master." Li Zihao, "I'm sorry, master. I will definitely work hard to consult ancient texts in the future." Why did he suddenly apologize? The master of the 100 Medicine Hall didn't say anything, did he? Qin Yu and the others completely could not understand what they were talking about. It must be a secret of the 100 Medicine Hall. The master of the 100 Medicine Hall thought, why did he suddenly apologize? I didn't say anything. I am increasingly unable to see through this young disciple. Let's first test whether this pill has any effect, the master of the 100 Medicine Hall reminded. All right, senior. Qin Yu looked at Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji. Which of you two will eat it first? He'll go first. Li Zhengtong swallowed the pill in one bite. Soon the black hair on Li Zhengtong began to fall out. It works. Qin Yu and the others were overjoyed. It works. The master of the 100 Medicine Hall felt his brain was about to overload. This doesn't conform to alchemy principles. The effectiveness of this pill proves that the pill that turns people into spirit beasts is concocted using the same method. But why can he turn people into gorillas while others can only refine the strength pill? Li Jingtong's muscles began to shrink and his arms also started to shorten. Qin Yu seemed to witness the process of human evolution through Li Zhengtong. Soon Li Zhengtong returned to his original appearance. Feeling this light body, Li Zhengtong sighed in relief. But he noticed that everyone in the room was still staring at him. What happened? Li Zhengtong asked. Isn't this very successful? Qin Yu rubbed his nose. It worked, but it seems not completely successful. Xiao Ji reminded, Tong brother, your skin is really dark. Li Zhengtong hurriedly looked down and found that his skin was as dark as charcoal. Everyone turned to the master of the 100 Medicine Hall. Senior master, how could this situation occur? The master of the 100 Medicine Hall felt a headache coming on. What is going on today? Why does it feel like the challenges I face today are more than the past year combined? It feels like there is a force targeting me in the darkness. No need to rush. I'll examine him first. Master Yang Jishur of the Bai Hall floated beside Li Zhengtong, his irises shimmering gold. Extend your hand. Master Yang Jishur grasped Li Zhengtong's arm and gently infused his spiritual energy into the young man's body, probing inch by inch. As his spiritual energy coursed through every limb and organ, Master Yang's brow furrowed deeper with each passing moment. He scrutinized Li Zhengtong from head to toe, inside and out, yet remained utterly baffled as to why his skin had turned so profoundly black. Enough deliberation, let us try treatment first. With a single flick of his finger, Master Yang conjured several ethereal acupuncture needles in midair. He inserted the needles into Li Zhengtong's acupoints and stimulated his meridians continuously with spiritual energy, a method traditionally employed to purge residual toxins from the body. How do you feel? Master Yang asked. Warm, light, and my breathing feels clearer than ever. Master Yang withdrew his energy. So the issue lies not within the body. If not within, then it must be external. A soft silvery radiance emanated from Master Yang's palm as he hovered it over Li Zhengtong. The young man felt as though immersed in warm spring water, soothing, gentle, blissfully serene. Yet his skin remained pitch black, indeed appeared even darker beneath the luminous glow. Seeing no effect, Master Yang felt mounting pressure. If I cannot even heal a cultivation initiate, where shall I rest my dignity? Master Yang intensified his effort. The light in his hands blazed brighter, expanding until it enveloped Qin Yu, Xiao Ji, and Li Zihao alike. Even a nascent soul cultivator clinging to the faintest breath would leap back to vitality under this light. And yet, you, a mere cultivation initiate, I cannot possibly fail you. Master Yang unleashed his full aura. The surrounding spiritual energy erupted violently. A radiant beam pierced the heavens and celestial phenomena manifested above Linglan City. Countless beams of light cascaded downward, bathing every citizen in their glow. Under that sacred illumination, illnesses, aches, and afflictions dissolved utterly. Crowds lining the streets fell to their knees in gratitude. Thank you, divine physician. The warmth of the sun, dispelling all maladies across the realm. Inside the city lord's mansion, Lord Linglan surged upright, astonished to feel his long-hidden internal injuries slowly mending. Master Yang Jisher's domain, 10,000 things reborn. What brings Elder Yang to our Linglan city? An attendant reminded him. My lord, have you forgotten? Elder Yang's direct disciple Li Zihao opened a free clinic here, and upon encountering an incurable case, summoned his master for aid. As the saying goes, when the junior fails, call in the senior. That's the Bai Hall way. Elder Yang's intervention is nothing short of a sage descending upon mortal realms, ensuring our citizens remain disease-free for an entire year. Let us go forth and thank Elder Yang in person. Inside the inner chamber, Li Zihao cried out, Master, please withdraw your technique at once. At this rate, I'll have no patients left to treat. Huff. Master Yang retracted his domain. Too late. You already have no patients left. Li Zihao. The light faded, and there stood Li Jingtong, once more, his skin still obsidian dark. Master Yang glanced at Li Jingtong, cleared his throat, and spoke with uncharacteristic hesitation. Upon reflection, darkness of the skin isn't necessarily undesirable. Darker skin conveys strength, vigor, and offers distinct tactical advantages in concealment, evading enemies, creditors, or other unwelcome pursuers. Truly invaluable. Would you all agree? Qin Yu inwardly scoffed, truly a lineage passed down intact. Before he could voice it, Li Zihao drawled calmly. Master, are you simply unable to cure him? Preposterous. Master Yang puffed out his chest. Could I, their master, fail to heal a mere cultivation initiate? Li Zihao, then continue treating him. But this condition holds many benefits. Restoration is unnecessary, don't you think? Qin Yu. Li Jingtong. Xiaoji. Li Zihao. Master, I've already tried that approach. Perhaps you'd like to step aside and rest. Rest? Master Yang's voice sharpened. Only those useless to the immortal cultivation world indulge in rest. With plagues encircling us and patients' health hanging by a thread, this is precisely when a pillar of medical Tao such as myself must shoulder the greatest responsibility. Rest. Unthinkable. Qin Yu thought this scene feels hauntingly familiar. Wait, I have one final technique. Master Yang shaped smoke into an ornate incense burner, then placed 3 slender incense sticks within it. Before the stunned gazes of Qin Yu, Xiaoji, and Li Zihao, the smoke formed. Master Yang knelt before the burner and intoned solemnly. Venerable Master above, I offer incense in humble devotion. Qin Yu was speechless, turning to incense at the first sign of difficulty. So this was the Bai Hall's ancestral art. Soon wisps of mist coalesced, revealing an elderly man, bald but adorned with an impossibly long flowing beard. You're grown now, still running to me over trifles. His voice was soft, imbued with warmth and kindness. Li Zihao hurried forward, bowing deeply. Zihao pays homage to Grandmaster. Qin Yu and the others followed suit. Junior disciples pay homage to Elder. Master Yang bowed reverently. Venerable Master, I dared disturb your repose only because this patient presents a most extraordinary anomaly. Rest. The Elder's voice boomed suddenly. Only those useless to the immortal cultivation world indulge in rest. With diseases surging and lives trembling on the brink, this is the decisive hour for a venerable patriarch of medical Tao like myself. Rest. Impossible. Qin Yu thought wryly, that slogan too is hereditary. Where is the patient? Li Jingtong stepped forward without delay. Oh, what a dark-skinned youth, the Elder exclaimed. Li Jingtong. Master Yang swiftly recounted the entire incident in meticulous detail. So the ancient era spirit beast transformation pill has been successfully refined by this young man. Truly a prodigy of rare caliber. I merely benefited from fortunate circumstance, Elder. Qin Yu replied modestly. Fortune itself is a form of strength. With juniors like you in the cultivation world, my heart rests easy. By the way, do you still possess another of these pills? Qin Yu glanced toward Li Zihao, who held the only 2 pills, both already gifted to him. Li Zihao hastily produced one and handed it to the Elder. The Elder examined it closely, then murmured appreciatively. Its shape, its texture, indistinguishable from an ordinary pill. Li Zihao. The Elder returned the pill, then drifted before Li Jingtong to observe him intently. Let me discern the root of this mystery. Beside him, Master Yang explained, I examined every part of his body, found no anomaly whatsoever. I applied every internal and external treatment, even activated 10,000 things reborn, yet none yielded effect. Stroking his mist-woven beard, the Elder spoke slowly. If 10,000 things reborn proves ineffective, this is no illness. It is a flaw in your very reasoning. Your perspective remains too narrow. Zihao, go fetch a basin of water. Understood, Master. Soon Li Zihao brought in a basin of water. The old man drew a stream of water from the basin and poured it directly over Li Jingtong. As the water flowed down, it turned black, while the areas washed by the water surprisingly returned to their original skin color. It appeared that this color was merely a dye. Solved. The old man clapped his hands and addressed the head of the 100 Medical Hall, saying, "When faced with a problem, use your brain, instead of immediately calling for me." "Yes, master." The head of the 100 Medical Hall bowed his head. The old man transformed into a puff of smoke, gradually dissipating. The head of the 100 Medical Hall remained bowed, feeling utterly humiliated today. As the esteemed head of the 100 Medical Hall, just a step away from becoming a figure in the tribulation transcendent stage, he had been scolded by his master in front of so many juniors. What a disgrace. "Master, are you all right?" Li Zihao cautiously asked. The head of the 100 Medical Hall seemed to have found an outlet for his frustration, scolding Li Zihao. "Confusing the spirit beast transformation pill with the strength pill, how can you still call yourself an alchemist? Quickly return to the sect and read ancient texts in the scripture pavilion. You are not allowed to leave the sect until you finish reading 30 ancient books." Li Zihao, "Yes, master." "Phew, I feel much better now. It seems that taking on disciples has its benefits." As the head of the 100 Medical Hall mentioned alchemy, Qin Yu suddenly remembered that he still hadn't figured out why the strength pill he refined produced such effects. Qin Yu hurriedly said, "Senior, there is still one thing I don't understand." "Feel free to ask." The head of the 100 Medical Hall, hands behind his back, was keen for these juniors to ask more questions to restore his grand image. Qin Yu was overjoyed. The last time he received such enthusiasm was from Baisatong. "I don't know which step went wrong in my alchemy process for the strength pill to have such strange effects." The head of the 100 Medical Hall's expression froze. "Huh? What did you say?" Qin Yu repeated the question. The head of the 100 Medical Hall, "I can't hear what you're saying. It seems this connection is somewhat unstable. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Li Zihao immediately bowed and said, "Farewell, master. Please take care. Rest. Only those useless in the cultivation world need to rest. With diseases lurking and patients' health at risk, it is precisely at such a critical moment that a medical giant like me must shoulder the responsibility. How can I rest?" Suddenly the room fell silent, with even a pin drop audible. Everyone stared in astonishment at the head of the 100 Medical Hall. "Hey, master, I knew you could hear me." Li Zihao thought to himself. "Let's see how you can take your frustrations out on me." "Ah, that damn catchphrase." The head of the 100 Medical Hall chuckled awkwardly. "It seems the connection has stabilized again. Oh, I truly couldn't hear your voices just now." Then Senior, as Qin Yu began to speak, the head of the 100 Medical Hall interjected, "What? Another batch of injured persons has arrived. I'll head over immediately." Looking at the serious expression of the head of the 100 Medical Hall, it didn't seem like an act. "Zihao, hurry back. The demonic sect seems to be active again, and sect disciples are getting injured every day. Our physicians here are already insufficient. I'll go treat the injured now. Young ones, may we meet again by fate." Qin Yu and the others bowed. "Thank you for your assistance, Senior." The figure of the head of the 100 Medical Hall vanished. Seeing Li Zihao put away the incense and the incense burner into his bag, Qin Yu cautiously asked Li, "Brother, judging by the senior's demeanor, he must be in a hurry. Are you going to return to the sect immediately?" Li Zihao smiled and said, "Master is just acting." "Qin Yu, what do you mean by that?" Li Zihao explained, "The strongest disciples of the sect are only at the golden core stage. No matter how many of them there are, master can heal them with a domain technique. So how could there be a shortage of physicians?" The reason master said this must be that he didn't know how to answer Qin brother's question. "To be honest, I didn't notice anything unusual during Qin brother's alchemy process. I suppose master didn't either. But master values his reputation, so he could only find an excuse to leave." "Achio." Far away, the head of the 100 Medical Hall sneezed. "One sneeze means someone is thinking of me. 2 sneezes means someone is cursing me. Who is thinking of me?" "Achio. Looks like 2 people are thinking of me at the same time." Having received an answer, Qin Yu sighed. "My alchemy skills are truly bizarre." "Qin brother, this transmission jade pendant is for you." Li Zihao handed a jade pendant to Qin Yu. "If you invent any new pills, don't forget to tell me. If you run into trouble, you can also contact me through this jade pendant. Our 100 Medical Hall may not be good at many things, but we can still gather help." Qin Yu accepted the jade pendant. "Li brother, are you heading back to the sect?" Li Zihao nodded. "I must listen to master's words. Through this incident, I've realized that I know very little about ancient knowledge, and I need to catch up. Besides, master just used the domain of rejuvenation, so no one in this city is sick anymore. Then I wish you a safe journey, and thank you very much." "It's nothing." Li Zihao waved his hand. "Qin brother, I'll take my leave first. Don't forget to inform me if you discover any new effects of the pills. By the way, the demonic sect has indeed been somewhat active lately. Qin brother, be careful when you go out." Qin Yu nodded. He wouldn't leave Xiantian sect unless it was necessary. As he watched Li Zihao leave, Qin Yu said, "Let's go as well. We can still catch the sect's spirit ship." Suddenly, a gorilla appeared before Qin Yu. Qin Yu slapped his forehead. "Ah, sorry, Xiaoji, I completely forgot about you." Xiaoji sat on the ground. "True heartbreak isn't about making a fuss. Here, take this white pill." Xiaoji perked up instantly. This pill was refined just now when making the antidote for Li Jingtong. Qin Yu remembered he still had half a white pill on him, hurriedly took it out and handed it to Li Zhengtong, who was enviously watching Xiao Ji. Li Zhengtong happily accepted the pill and stuffed it into his mouth. Pew pew pew. Brother Yu, is this pill expired? Why does it taste different from the original? Indeed, after returning to its original form, it no longer has the taste I liked. The single-chamber alchemy furnace was taken by Li Zihao from the pharmacy. He hadn't taken it away. There were still plenty of medicinal materials in the room, so Qin Yu refined an antidote for Xiao Ji. Brother Yu, I want to eat that white pill first before the antidote. Go ahead. Qin Yu handed both pills to Xiao Ji. Li Zhengtong leaned closer to Qin Yu and said, Brother Yu, I feel like there's some change in me. Could there be any side effects? Qin Yu asked, what kind of change? I just feel like I'm more attuned to the spiritual energy around me. Attuned to spiritual energy. Qin Yu's eyes flickered. Could it be? Qin Yu used his talent detection on Li Zhengtong. Li Zhengtong's four innate talents emerged. Forged by repeated trials, a grade, a jade must be carved to become a vessel. A person must be tempered to become a talent. Only through sufficient trials can one become a true powerhouse. Often encountering difficult obstacles and life and death crises, yet crisis and opportunity coexist. As long as one overcomes the crisis, equivalent benefits can be gained. Survival from great calamity, a grade, a favored one by heaven, able to turn danger into safety and survive from desperate situations. Introduction to formation, C grade, possessing a certain talent for formations, able to easily grasp the basics, learn formations quickly and adeptly apply them. Medium grade, spiritual root, C grade, barely reaching the threshold for cultivation, yet difficult to achieve any significant accomplishments, ultimately becoming mere background to the vibrant flowers. A low-grade spiritual root has actually transformed into a medium-grade spiritual root. Qin Yu was astonished. He never expected that an ordinary person's spiritual root could change. It must be the treatment from the head of the 100 Medicine Hall that helped Li Zhengtong eliminate some impurities, allowing his spiritual root to evolve. Indeed, as long as one overcomes a crisis, one can gain benefits. Qin Yu smiled and said, isn't it better to be more harmonious with spiritual energy? The speed of cultivation will be faster in the future. Yes, Li Zhengtong replied happily. Xiao Ji took the antidote, his form returning to normal, yet his skin remained as black as charcoal. Tonggu, I don't feel any more harmonious with spiritual energy, do I? Xiao Ji thought it might be the effect of the elixir. Li Zhengtong scratched his head and said, maybe it's just my psychological effect. Hearing this, Xiao Ji stopped dwelling on the matter. As long as he could turn back, he would be grateful. Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji donned black cloaks, planning to clean their skin after returning to their sect. The three passed by the city gate and encountered Lu Yuanqing from the Sun Observing Sect. Qin Yu stepped forward to greet him. Thanks to Brother Liu's help this time, my two brothers have fully recovered. No need to be polite, Brother Qin. I didn't help much. Are you all heading back to the Xintian sect? That's right, in another quarter of an hour our sect's spirit ship will dock at the city gate. Why not spend a few days in Lingwan City? There are many fun places to visit and I can take you around. Qin Yu genuinely wanted to play in the city for a few days. He simply wanted to see the night view of the cultivation world, definitely not to visit the hedonistic sect branch. Unfortunately, Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji had to clean every day. Moreover, Li Zihua had reminded them before leaving that the demonic sect was active, so they needed to be cautious. Their strength was too low, leaving the sect too early was still very dangerous. Qin Yu declined Lu Yuanqing's kind offer. Brother Louis will meet again if fate allows. Fate allows us to meet again. Qin Yu and the others boarded the spirit ship and returned to the Xintian sect. The next day, Qin Yu returned to his routine of refining pills during the day and cultivating at night. A few days later, Qin Yu prepared to visit the manager of the Wan Medicine Pavilion to inquire about prices with the pills he had refined. The ordinary strengthening pill increased strength by at most 10%, lasting only a quarter of an hour. However, his strengthening pill could enhance strength fivefold, lasting permanently. Simply a comprehensive crushing advantage. If sold in a bundle with the antidote, selling at 10 contribution points each would be quite cheap. This was a life-saving pill in critical moments. With dreams of wealth in his heart, Qin Yu excitedly walked into the Wan Medicine Pavilion. Manager, do you accept pills for sale? We do. The manager of the Wan Medicine Pavilion cheerfully came out. What kind of pills does the young friend wish to sell? Qin Yu handed the pills to the manager of the Wan Medicine Pavilion. These are the strengthening pills I refined, capable of increasing the strength of Qi refining stage cultivators fivefold. Fivefold. The manager of the Wan Medicine Pavilion was taken aback. Did the young friend make a mistake? No mistake, it truly is fivefold, but this pill has a slight side effect and needs to be sold together with this antidote. Qin Yu detailed the effects of the strengthening pill, including the side effect of transforming into a gorilla after consumption. The manager of the Wan Medicine Pavilion frowned upon hearing this. Young friend, this is not a strengthening pill, but a brand new pill. Although your pill has strong effects, it lacks a qualification certificate. Selling pills without a qualification certificate is illegal. Qualification certificate. Chinyu asked, what is that? The manager of the Wan Medicine Pavilion explained all pills sold on the market must be certified by the Liang National Pill Association to confirm their safety, after which a safety certificate will be issued, and then the shop can sell this pill. Your pill differs too much from the strengthening pill. It certainly cannot be sold under the safety certificate of the strengthening pill. If caught, one could be penalized severely. Such regulations exist. Chinyu complained the system of the cultivation world doesn't have to be so complete. So how can I obtain a safety certificate? You only need to send more than 10 pills to the Pill Association for testing. If it passes, they will issue a safety certificate and include this pill on the list of sellable pills. If the young friend needs, we can help you send the pills over. However, the review time by the Pill Association will be relatively long, taking at least half a year. Half a year is too long. Chinyu's contribution points could not last until then. Thank you very much. Chinyu left 15 sets of pills and provided his name and address to the shop manager. It seems I need to find a way to earn more contribution points in the next 6 months. Chinyu had just over 100 contribution points left, which was insufficient to purchase chi refining pills, let alone buying materials for pill refining. Selling stinky tofu wouldn't work either. Last time no one bought it. If only there were another Kong Tianjiao. I missed the first month of Kong Tianjiao. Just as Chinyu was worried about how to earn contribution points, a tall senior brother stopped him. Junior brother, is the effect of the pills you mentioned real? Chinyu glanced at this person, remembering that he had just been nearby when introducing the pills to the manager of the Wan Medicine Pavilion. Of course it's real. Do you have something to discuss, senior brother? I am Su Mu, and I'm very interested in the pills you've refined. I want to buy a batch. Chinyu's eyes brightened, but worriedly asked, didn't the shop manager just say that without a qualification certificate transactions aren't allowed? It's not that strict. Not having a qualification certificate just means large-scale transactions are prohibited. Private deals like ours aren't monitored. Moreover, if you don't mention it, and I don't mention it, who would know? That's good. Chinyu inquired, how many do you want to buy? 40 or 50 would be good, but you need to give me a discount. Hearing this number, Chinyu was taken aback. Senior brother Su, can you finish that many? Sumu chuckled, of course I'm not eating them myself, I plan to sell them. But I'm not selling them within Liang country. I'm going to the chaotic Da Huang country in the north where there are no such things as qualification certificates, so it's legal. Weight smuggling seems illegal too. But the cultivation world is quite chaotic, so there shouldn't be similar regulations. With that, Chinyu chose to remain a quiet and handsome man. Senior brother, the price I discussed with the Wan Medicine Pavilion was 25 contribution points. Since you want more, I'll give you a discount 20 contribution points for each strengthening pill along with an antidote. How does that sound? Having studied the art of trading, Chinyu knew to initially raise the price to facilitate negotiation. 20 contribution points is too expensive, 10 contribution points is barely acceptable. Chinyu felt a surge of pressure. Negotiating down to half, it seems this is a master. Chinyu replied, deal, may we cooperate happily. Sumu thought, oh no, I negotiated too low. Since Sumu himself had named the price, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and accept it. So long as the Daili Dan's efficacy proved genuine, each pill could fetch at least 30 low-grade spirit stones upon transport to the Great Wastelands. He would still profit handsomely. Chinyu asked, Senior brother Su, when exactly will you need them? I currently have limited stock on hand. I must return to refine more pills. Sumu paused to calculate, then replied, approximately 1 week from now. He added, but junior brother, I must first test the effect of your pills. I hope you won't mind. Of course not. That's only proper. Chinyu handed Sumu a Daili Dan. Senior brother Su, you surely heard earlier, upon ingestion, one grows thick black fur and transforms into a great ape. I'm well aware. Sumu suggested, shall we continue our discussion in my cave residence? Agreed. The two made their way to Sumu's abode. Junior brother, may I ask your name? Chinyu. Junior brother Chin, please have some water while I take the pill now. Very well. Sumu swallowed the Daili Dan in one gulp, and almost instantly felt surging strength blossom within him. His muscles swelled rapidly, his arms elongated, coarse black hair sprouted across his body. Within moments, a towering gorilla stood before Chinyu. Prepared mentally, Sumu felt no panic, only keen curiosity as he admired his own massively enlarged musculature. How do you feel, senior brother Su? Chinyu asked. Sumu clenched his fist and struck the air with a thunderous punch. Remarkable, truly extraordinary. A distinctly human-like smile spread across the great ape's face. My strength has increased by more than threefold. I'm thoroughly satisfied. By the way, I'm a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Chinyu nodded. He had long anticipated diminished efficacy for Foundation Establishment cultivators. The pill's principle was not mere strength augmentation, but rather transmutation into a spirit beast. The physical disparity between chi condensation cultivators and spirit beasts was greatest as a cultivator's realm advanced, their corporeal refinement steadily intensified. thus narrowing that gap over time. Junior brother Qin, I'll take 50 to lead Dan and 50 antidote pills. I'll transfer 100 contribution points as a deposit now and collect the remainder in 1 week. Agreed, senior brother Su. Should you wish to reverse the pill's effect, simply ingest the antidote and wash away the black fur with water. Understood. Su Mu continued punching the air, testing his newfound power. Junior brother Qin, I'll take my leave now. Very well, farewell. As Qin Yu departed Su Mu's cave residence, a triumphant grin broke across his lips. What a windfall, what an absolute windfall. My current success rate hovers near 1 in 3. Each pill costs merely 1 contribution point to produce, 2 points total including the antidote, yielding 8 points of pure profit per set. 50 sets means 400 contribution points net. As long as my alchemical proficiency remains steady, my cultivation resources for the coming months are secured. After Qin Yu left, Su Mu's lips curled upward in quiet satisfaction. What a windfall, what an absolute windfall. A pill capable of tripling the strength of a foundation establishment cultivator should command no less than 50 low-grade spirit stones, yet its production cost is only 10. Each set nets me 40. If I survive the Great Wastelands and combine this with my accumulated savings, I may yet stand a chance at forging a golden core. Both believed themselves the victor. 1 week later, the transaction concluded. Qin Yu's contribution points soared to 500. Time flowed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yu had resided at the Xiantian sect for over 4 months. Qin Yu had now broken through to Qi Condensation Realm's 6th layer. All 4 talent replication opportunities had been invested in the low-grade spirit root, successfully merging them into a high-grade spirit root. Name Qin Yu. Talent high-grade spirit root B rank, medium-grade spirit root C rank, flame-stirring child D rank. Progress 11 node. Upon reaching 100, 1 talent replication opportunity will be granted. Qin Yu's cultivation level now far surpassed that of menial disciples, and even among outer sect disciples he ranked among the elite. His cultivation, led his alchemy, did not lag. Qin Yu maintained his disciplined routine, refining pills by day, cultivating by night. Though no one purchased his pills, he never abandoned the art, because alchemy not only eased the fatigue of cultivation, but also sharpened his spiritual sense, aiding him in gathering and condensing qi more effectively. Over these months, Qin Yu had mastered several new formulas. The qi condensation pill, a standard version, tripled cultivation speed for qi condensation cultivators. His variant quintupled it. Its flaw: intense, unbearable itching followed ingestion, rendering cultivation impossible. Consulting Li Zihao, Qin Yu devised a solution stimulating specific acupoints in precise sequence, numbed sensation entirely. The reinforcement pill standard versions enhanced superficial bodily defense. Qin Yu's variant rendered the user's skin unyielding as granite, though its side effect turned the skin to literal stone. Solution: wait for the effect to subside. The body refinement pill standard versions taken during cultivation strengthened physical constitution. Qin Yu's variant taken mid-cultivation not only fortified the body, but also heightened pain tolerance. Its drawback: extreme somatic sensitivity. Even the lightest touch provoked searing agony. The solution remained the same, stimulating acupoints in strict sequence, though each stimulation inflicted excruciating torment. Though his pills bore minor imperfections, Qin Yu held firm in his conviction: true gold always shines. His elixirs would one day blaze across the immortal cultivation world, revered, coveted, and acclaimed by all. The climate had entered deep winter, with large snowflakes occasionally drifting down from the sky, cloaking the Xiantian sect in a mystical hue. The outer disciples tasked with cleaning were about to get busy again. Li Zhengtong had to leave his cave residence early every day to sweep the snow at Maple Leaf Square. However, he had now reached the peak of the qi refinement stage, making this small task effortless. As for Qin Yu's Mingyue Square, it was still under repair. 2 months ago, Qin Yu found time to visit again and added a new line of text to the wooden sign. Due to the difficulty of construction, it was expected to take another 3 months. We apologize for the inconvenience, and please take a detour. 3 months later, Qin Yu had already become an outer disciple. What did Mingyue Square have to do with him? That day, Qin Yu was in his wooden house calculating the contribution points he held, feeling immensely melancholic. My contribution points are almost gone again. Money spent is a fleeting joy, but without money it's a funeral. I can't afford to go. Where is senior brother Simomo? Why hasn't he returned from the Great Wilderness Kingdom? Why hasn't the certification for the Great Power Pill been completed yet? Where is Kong Tianjiao? Qin Yu had never missed that man as much as he did today. Several months have passed, and I couldn't spend the 30 contribution points each month. He must have saved quite a bit. The disciples of Beast Taming Peak were all little gold mountains. Unfortunately, they won't be out for a few more months. But fortunately, the sect has an event today, and with my clever mind, I should be able to earn quite a few contribution points. Qin Yu stretched and moved his muscles. In half a month, it would be the spring festival of the Liang Kingdom. Although the Xiantian sect was a cultivation sect, most of its disciples came from the common people. Therefore, the Xiantian sect also retained the tradition of celebrating the spring festival. Moreover, the sect would hold various activities before the festival to allow the busy disciples to relax. The sect would also offer various spirit tools and contribution points as rewards to encourage the disciples to participate actively. Today, there would be a large-scale event called Search for the Xiantian Token. Although the name was simple, this event was always the most popular every year because its rewards were truly bountiful. Each day, the sect would hide 7 Xiantian tokens in various corners for the disciples to seek. This event would last a total of 15 days, distributing 105 Xiantian tokens. At the end of the event, each token could be exchanged for 100 contribution points. If anyone obtained more than 10 tokens, they would receive a spirit tool as a reward. Of course, the disciples were not blindly searching. After all, the Xiantian sect was so vast that looking for tokens like searching for a needle in a haystack was too difficult. Thus, the sect would announce 7 hints each day, with each hint corresponding to the location of a token. This was a contest of intellect and luck. Qin Yu felt this event was tailor-made for him. Who can outsmart me in terms of intellect? Who can outdo me in luck? I have secured those contribution points and spirit tools. Yugu, it's time to set off. Li Zhengtong called from outside the cave. The two had agreed to participate in the event together. Qin Yu walked out of the cave. Have you finished sweeping the snow? Yes, I'm done. Let's go. Qin Yu waved his hand. I'll be the main character this time. You just need to lie back and relax. The event was located at the central square next to the market. By the time Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong arrived, the central square was already packed with people. Qin Yu sneered. Coming early is not as good as running fast, and running fast is no match for a quick mind. They are all weak opponents. Li Zhengtong said, Yugu, you are truly impressive. Everyone, welcome to the search for the Xiantian token event. Today is the first day of the event, and we will announce a total of 7 hints. As there were no advertising sponsors, the host got straight to the point. The first hint is 4 sides with lotus flowers, 4 sides with willows, 4 sides with mountains reflecting the sky. Qin Yu instantly grasped the answer. Yugu, it's the central heavenly pool. Li Zhengtong whispered, let's hurry. Qin Yu shook his head. If you can guess it, how could others not know? Look at how many people are heading toward the central heavenly pool. The competition is fierce. Let's wait a bit. The host said, it seems the first hint is quite simple. Many friends have guessed it. For those who haven't guessed, don't rush. Let's hear the second hint. 1 mountain, 1 temple, 1 red leaf, a 1 lake, 1 boat, 1 old monk. There's a mountain, a temple, a lake, and a boat. Yugu, it's the Shaoshan temple. Li Zhengtong reminded. Another batch of people rushed toward the Shaoshan temple. Yugu, it seems the competition is quite intense. No rush. Qin Yu calmly replied. Generally, such events place the simpler hints at the beginning, and the difficulty increases as it goes on. We'll set off when there's a suitable opportunity. Okay, you go. The third hint. Another batch of people dashed out. The fourth hint. The fifth hint. With each hint given, a large group of people would leave, yet the square remained densely packed. Why do these people seem to stretch infinitely no matter how they walk? From the sixth hint onward, the difficulty suddenly increased. This hint provided only half a line. The leaves of the ghost river reflect the red sky. The crowd in the square began to whisper as they looked at the hint. Yugu, do you know where this is? Li Zhengtong asked Qin Yu. He could guess the first 5, but he had no clue for the 6th. Qin Yu silently recited the hint. The leaves of the ghost river reflect the red sky. There's a river, leaves, and a red sky. For a moment, Qin Yu had no idea. Could it be that there's a special place in the Xiantian sect where the sky is red? Impossible. If there were such an obvious clue, others would have guessed it long ago. Qin Yu suddenly noticed the most unremarkable word, reflect. Reflect means to shine or mirror, which means this red sky is not a red sky, but the ground is red. Is there a place in the Xiantian sect where the ground is red? Qin Yu asked Li Zhengtong. Li Zhengtong shook his head. I don't think so. Seeing that Li Zhengtong couldn't provide any help, Qin Yu could only think independently. There's a river, leaves, and red. Red. Qin Yu suddenly thought of a place. He hurriedly pulled Li Zhengtong away from the central square and said in a deserted area, could it be Maple Leaf Square? There's a wild river near Maple Leaf Square with falling leaves, and the maple leaves are red in autumn, perfectly reflecting the red sky. Li Zhengtong realized, Yugu, you are truly clever. Let's go. The two hurriedly rushed toward Maple Leaf Square. Shortly after Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong left, many more people also departed from the square. However, this time the crowd did not converge in one direction. People scattered in all directions. Clearly, based on the given hints, the vast majority were unable to determine the exact location. Everyone's judgment varied, so there were people heading in all sorts of directions. Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong first circled several times to ensure no one was tailing them, then rushed hurriedly to Maple Leaf Square. Normally few passed through this place. Now, with everyone gathered at the central square, it stood utterly deserted. Brother Yu, based on that half-sentence clue, surely no one would think to look here. Absolutely. Qin Yu boasted proudly. Even with my intellect, I'd never have deduced this location, unless you happen to be cleaning here. Moreover, this spot is so remote that many outer sect disciples probably don't even know such a place exists. Let's hurry. The east side is yours, the west side mine. Got it, Brother Yu. Energized and determined, the two began searching swiftly. Though Maple Leaf Square was fairly spacious, the only plausible hiding place for the Xiantian token was among the nearby patches of wild grass. They scoured the grassy mounds thoroughly. Qin Yu even extended his spiritual sense outward in all directions. After some time, several more people arrived at the square. Spotting rivals, Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong redoubled their efforts. Yet half an hour passed, and still the Xiantian token remained unfound. Panting heavily, Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong collapsed onto the ground. How strange. Every corner has been searched, even every branch and leaf on the trees. So why can't we find it? Could it possibly be buried underground? Qin Yu rose, brushing dust from his trousers. Forget it. We must have misjudged the location. Then where do we go now? Li Zhengtong asked. Back to the central square, to see what the final clue says about the seventh token. They returned to the central square. Though less crowded than before, it still teemed with people debating the clues. There Qin Yu spotted a familiar face. Xiaoji, you're here too. Brother Yu. Brother Tong. Xiaoji hurried over. Just came to join the fun. You've been searching for the Xiantian token? Xiaoji asked. Qin Yu saw no reason to conceal it. We deduced from the sixth clue that the location described must be Maple Leaf Square, but found nothing there. Indeed, the sixth Xiantian token remains undiscovered, as do the seventh and the first. All the others, however, have already been found. The first token hasn't been found either. Qin Yu sounded surprised. Its clue clearly pointed to the central celestial pond. Yet despite the throngs who'd gone there, it still hadn't surfaced. Exactly, Xiaoji replied. The area around the central celestial pond is nearly overflowing. Some cultivators specializing in water affinity arts have even dived into the pond itself to search. Could it be that someone found it, but kept silent? Li Zhengtong speculated. If they stayed quiet, they could trap most competitors here, reducing competition elsewhere. That's possible, Xiaoji explained, but just now senior brothers mentioned it's best to declare discovery immediately. The sect strictly forbids seizing tokens by force. Once you announce your claim, that Xiantian token becomes irrevocably yours. No one else may take it. But if you stay silent and the token is stolen or snatched away, you'll have no proof, and thus no recourse. Qin Yu nodded gravely. With this regulation in place, anyone finding a token would instantly declare ownership, a move offering only benefit, no risk. Silence, by contrast, invited grave peril. In such a crowded, watchful environment, who could guarantee remaining unseen? And within Xiantian sect, home to countless masters and prodigies, someone was bound to notice. Has the location of the seventh token been narrowed down yet? Qin Yu asked. Xiaoji shook his head. Both the sixth and seventh clues are exceptionally obscure. Few have cracked them. That's why most are still gambling their luck at the central celestial pond. Qin Yu raised his gaze to the massive whiteboard suspended above the central square, displaying all 7 clues for today. Beside clues 2, 3, 4, and 5, the words "found" were clearly marked. Qin Yu focused on the final clue. Just 5 characters: the world lies within the belly. What on earth does this mean? He was utterly baffled. Those 5 characters yielded not a single tangible keyword. The world lies within the belly. Could it refer to an insatiable eater? Is the token hidden somewhere he lives? He turned to Li Zhengtong, who vigorously shook his head. No idea, Brother Yu. Qin Yu glanced at Xiaoji, whose response was identical. Have you heard any theories others might have about this clue? Qin Yu urgently needed inspiration. Xiaoji gave a wry smile. Brother Yu, if others had insight, why would they share it with me? But I'll go ask around. With that, Xiaoji vanished into the crowd, and within moments was seamlessly conversing with everyone. I never realized before how exceptional Xiaoji's intelligence-gathering skills truly are. Qin Yu stilled his mind and resumed pondering. The world lies within the belly. Who possesses a belly vast enough to contain the entire world? Could it be the mythical beast Tao Tai? Legend says Tao Tai devours all under heaven, yet Xiantian sect holds no connection to it. Or perhaps the world here signifies universal knowledge, and the place imparting knowledge is the academy. Could it point to the academy? Li Zhengtong listened dumbfounded. Brother Yu is truly extraordinary, drawing so much insight from just 5 characters. Shame I'm too dull to contribute anything. Qin Yu muttered on. Yet how does belly connect to the academy at all? Brother Yu, could it refer to one of our sect's erudite elders? Li Zhengtong ventured. Qin Yu rebuked him. Nonsense. How would an elder hide a token? Are you suggesting it's concealed on his person or inside his residence? Do you honestly believe junior disciples may freely enter an elder's abode? Li Zhongtong sighed dejectedly. Sorry, brother Yu. I'm useless here. Qin Yu reassured him. Don't say that. Your role is irreplaceable. Li Zhongtong instantly perked up, eyes wide with anticipation. After all, no one dares ingest the pills I've just refined. Li Zhongtong shift. Actually, that remark just sparked an idea. Qin Yu said, our Sects elders are naturally discreet. Even those of vast learning would never boast of knowing all under heaven. But there is one being, neither human nor ghost, who loves making precisely that claim. Li Zhongtong suddenly recalled, Brother Yu, you mean by Shitong the examiner for the second trial of our initiation test? Exactly. At that moment Xiaoji approached. You go, I have gathered some information. These clues are all descriptions of the Sect's location. About the Sect's location? Qin Yu's eyes lit up. I know where it is, follow me. The three of them followed Qin Yu jogging towards a towering building. The scripture pavilion. Exactly. Qin Yu explained, the phrase, holding the world within, refers to what is contained inside the pavilion, and the world refers to the books that document all things in the world. Only the scripture pavilion fits this description. Li Zhongtong and Xiaoji realized. Qin Yu continued his analysis. The Xiantian tokens are placed in areas accessible to all disciples, while we miscellaneous disciples can only borrow books from the first floor of the scripture pavilion, so the Xiantian token must be hidden on the first floor. Let's go. They'll search the easternmost part, Xiaoji you check the westernmost part, and Tongzi you search the middle. Alright, you go. As soon as they entered the scripture pavilion, Qin Yu saw a phantom rushing towards him carrying a chilling wind. Oh no, I think I've just seen a ghost, and it's coming right at me. I'm doomed. What ghost? You're the ghost, Xiao Qin Yu. A dissatisfied voice came from behind Qin Yu. Hearing that unique voice, Qin Yu immediately recognized who it was. Senior Ba Shitong, you scared me. Qin Yu turned around and bowed. Huh. Ba Shitong was quite excited. I knew that little tricks in the new disciple assessment wouldn't stump you. It's just that I got lucky. Alright, you're even learning to be modest, but... Ba Shitong leaned closer to Qin Yu and whispered, I've found evidence proving you are wrong. Oh really? Qin Yu was not the least bit interested. Upon seeing Qin Yu's indifferent expression, Ba Shitong became displeased. I've overturned your theory, shouldn't you be angry? Where's your anger? Your resentment? Why so much drama? Qin Yu thought to himself. Senior Ba Shitong, I have urgent matters to attend to. Can we discuss this after I'm done? No way. Ba Shitong's eyebrows shot up. You must listen to me first. I need you to admit that you are wrong. It's very important. Alright, please go ahead. Qin Yu urged, anxious to find the Xiantian token. Ba Shitong was about to speak when he suddenly noticed Li Zhongtong and Xiaoji. Ahem, what are you two little disciples doing standing here? Qin Yu had a flash of inspiration. Senior, aren't you known for knowing everything in the world? Of course. Ba Shitong puffed out his chest. Qin Yu asked, then do you know what our purpose for coming here is? Qin Yu wanted to test whether the Xiantian token was indeed in the scripture pavilion, hoping not to repeat the mistake he made at Maple Leaf Square, where he searched for a long time only to find he was in the wrong place. Ba Shitong squinted his eyes and boldly stated, I'm not a fortune teller. How could I possibly know what you're here for? Qin Yu smiled and cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your information. What did I inform you of? Qin Yu explained, in the past the only purpose of coming to the scripture pavilion was to consult materials, and since Senior says he doesn't know what we are here for, it indicates there is a second purpose to our visit now. And matching that hint means it can indicate that a Xiantian token is hidden within the scripture pavilion. You're really too clever. Ba Shitong was somewhat exasperated. That's not something I told you, you figured that out yourself. Alright, you two kids, hurry up and go find it. Also, let me remind you, two kids entered before you, so you need to hurry. Thank you for the information, Senior. Li Zhongtong and Xiaoji hurriedly rushed into the scripture pavilion. Once there were no other interruptions, Ba Shitong smiled at Qin Yu and said, Actually, I found your flaw 2 months ago. Ba Shitong was quite pleased with himself, almost wearing a face that said, Aren't you shocked? Praise my cleverness. Qin Yu replied indifferently, thinking, if that stupid question has flaws everywhere, are you really proud of taking 2 months to find it? Ba Shitong was quite displeased with Qin Yu's expression. Can't you show some emotion? You've lost now, where's your surprise? Your shock? Your unwillingness to accept defeat? Don't you want to argue a bit more? If you put it that way, Senior, I actually have a question I don't understand. Ask away. Ba Shitong said, hands in his pockets, looking down upon the world. Junior would like to ask, since you found the key to the problem 2 months ago, why didn't you send someone to find me, but instead waited here? Qin Yu could tell from Ba Shitong's excitement when he first saw him that he must have wanted to meet him for a long time. Given Ba Shirtong's status in the Xiantian sect, if he asked anyone to relay a message Qin, you would have obediently come to pay his respects. But the other party said nothing. This point was indeed something Qin you couldn't figure out. Upon hearing Qin Yu ask this question, Ba Shirtong's expression suddenly stiffened. Fortunately, he was just a book spirit, otherwise his face would have turned red and he would be sweating profusely by now. Of course. It's because. Ba Shirtong stammered and thought for a while before finally coming up with a somewhat reasonable excuse. It's simply because I thought you wouldn't pass the Xiantian sect's new disciple selection. Qin Yu mimicked Ba Shirtong's tone, saying, but you just said, I knew those little tricks in the new disciple assessment wouldn't stump you. Ba Shirtong retorted, you said you were just lucky, didn't you? Qin Yu replied, Senior, that was me being modest. Ba Shirtong said, well, what I said was just a compliment. It's all about human sentiments. Qin Yu. 2 months ago. With a thunderous roar, a mad laughter echoed through the scripture pavilion. I've understood. Ha ha, I've understood. Upon hearing this voice, 2 beams of golden light shot out from the main hall, and the law enforcement peak instantly reaching the scripture pavilion. The scripture pavilion suddenly fell silent. You? What are you 2 doing here? Ba Shirtong looked at the 2 with a wary expression. The sect master and the elder smiled. We are here to congratulate Senior on successfully achieving enlightenment. Enlightenment? Before Ba Shirtong could ask, the elder quickly interjected. I wonder if this time you closed yourself off to either improve the Xiantian art or to create a new supernatural technique. Neither. Ba Shirtong quickly crossed his arms behind his back, maintaining an air of superiority. This time I closed myself off only to resolve a long-standing issue, not a problem of cultivation. The sect master and the elder were quite disappointed. In that case, we won't disturb you any longer. Wait. Ba Shirtong called out to the 2. Can you help me call? As Qin Yu was about to speak, Ba Shirtong suddenly realized a serious problem. If these 2 guys find out that I closed myself off because a little disciple casually asked a question, and that it was such a simple question, yet took me so long to find the answer, wouldn't that shake my towering image of omniscience in their minds? No, I absolutely cannot let them know about this. Senior, help you call. Never mind, you all go about your business. Ba Shirtong hurriedly waved his hand, urging them to leave. Seeing the expression of Ba Shirtong resembling that of someone suffering from constipation, Qin Yu tactfully changed the subject. Senior, no need to fabricate. If you don't want to talk, just don't. Since there's nothing more to discuss, I'll head in to find the Xiantian token. Wait. Ba Shirtong hurriedly blocked Qin Yu's path. I haven't told you about the loophole I found. You haven't mentioned it yet. Qin Yu urged, then hurry up and tell me. Mind your attitude when speaking to the old seniors of Xiantian sect. Even if the sect master came, they wouldn't dare speak to me like that. Qin Yu replied, if you don't speak soon, I'm going in. Alright, I give in. He'll tell you. Ba Shirtong conjured a bottle of water and placed it on his head. At that time you said that if you place a water bottle on your head and breathe deeply, it would prove that one can breathe underwater, right? Qin Yu nodded. He indeed tricked Ba Shirtong like that. Well, now I can seriously tell you were wrong. Qin Yu silently complained, why is there so much talking? Hurry up. The ocean is all water. Ba Shirtong pointed at the bottle on his head and said, you're not breathing underwater. You're breathing from the bottom of the bottle. Thus your theory was flawed from the very beginning. Qin Yu was directly dumbfounded. Wait, you spent 2 months thinking and prepared all this only to conclude something like this? Qin Yu anticipated all possible answers, but he never expected Ba Shirtong would focus on the water bottle. This is simply the pinnacle of artificial stupidity. If it weren't for the fact that the book spirit had no age, Qin Yu would have thought this fellow had dementia. Seeing Qin Yu's dazed expression, Ba Shirtong was overjoyed. So how about it? Do you concede? Qin Yu forced a few awkward laughs. Senior, how about we make a bet? Bet on what? Let's wager that I can still prove you wrong. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ba Shirtong confidently declared, let's bet. All right. Seeing the other party trapped, Qin Yu directly stated his condition. Senior, if you lose, you need to tell me where the Xiantian token is hidden. No way, no way. Ba Shirtong shook his head. I am an upright book spirit. How can I assist you in cheating? Fine then. Qin Yu sighed and turned to leave. Hey kid, don't go. Ba Shirtong hurriedly dashed in front of Qin Yu again. You still haven't told me how you're going to prove I'm wrong. Qin Yu shrugged. Senior, you are right. I am wrong, okay. Knowing that Qin Yu had a backup plan, Ba Shirtong couldn't let him go. Although I am an upright book spirit, there will always be sacrifices in the pursuit of truth. Indeed, all sacrifices for the truth are worthwhile, including my upright soul. After convincing himself in just a few seconds, Ba Shirtong said to Qin Yu, I can't directly tell you where the Xiantian token is, but I can at most give you a general location. That will do. Good. Ba Shirtong said, if you win, I'll tell you the general location, but what if you lose? Anything is fine as long as it doesn't involve selling my body and soul. You can make me do anything. Good. Ba Shirtong was very pleased. I need you to write on a huge banner, the master of the scripture pavilion by Shirtong is the most knowledgeable person in the world, knowing all, able to do all, and understanding all. Then during the spring festival, you must hold this banner and walk around the busiest place in Xiantian sect, constantly shouting the contents of the banner. Is that all right? Qin Yu replied, that's too embarrassing. Senior by Shirtong, who in the whole Xiantian sect doesn't know that you are all-knowing. I don't think there's a need for further publicity. That's not acceptable. This is my wish for over 100 years. Every year, I put out 100 contribution points to post this task, but no one ever accepts. 100 contribution points to buy someone's dignity for the rest of their life. It's a wonder anyone would accept. Walking around with this thing is no different from running naked. Well, running naked might not even be this embarrassing. If there was even a slight chance of failure, Qin, you would never take this bet. All right, I agree to your terms. Let's stop the small talk. It'll demonstrate how humans breathe underwater right now. Qin Yu poured the water out of the bottle and used his spiritual power to lift it above his head. His current spiritual power could easily extend outward and lift objects weighing around 10 pounds. Once the water was still above Qin Yu's head, he took a deep breath of fresh air. He looked at Bai Shirtong and said, all right, Senior, I've proven it. This isn't the bottom of the bottle anymore, it's the bottom of the water. Senior, where are you going? Seeing Bai Shirtong trying to slip away, Qin Yu hurriedly said, a bet is a bet, Senior. Aren't you an upright book spirit? What about your morals? What about your integrity? I don't care, you're cheating. I am going into seclusion now, and when I emerge I will thoroughly prove you wrong. After leaving this statement, Bai Shirtong completely vanished. Qin Yu sighed and said softly, Senior, feel free to enter seclusion. During the spring festival, I will definitely hold the banner and walk where there are many people. But the content on the banner needs to be revised. Let me think about what would be better. How about changing it to the master of the scripture pavilion by Shirtong deceives the younger generation lacking integrity. We can also promote the idea of breathing underwater to let everyone know that Senior by Shirtong seems not to be all-knowing. Bai Shirtong reappeared before Qin Yu. Qin Yu pretended to be surprised and said, wow. Senior, you came out of seclusion so quickly. You little brat trying to outsmart me. You think I can't handle a mere artificial intelligence? Bai Shirtong gritted his teeth and said, I suddenly remembered before going into seclusion that I haven't fulfilled our bet. Qin Yu's Senior really has a good memory. It's been so long, yet you still remember. Bai Shirtong glanced at Qin Yu and whispered, the Xiantian token is hidden on the first floor of the scripture pavilion. Don't tell anyone I told you. Swish. The omniscient guide vanished without a trace. Qin Yu shouted, do I still need you to tell me it's hidden on the first layer? I'm asking you exactly where the Xiantian token is located. Old Deng, you are truly shameless. Qin Yu cursed for a long time, yet received no response. Having played with eagles for many years, I ended up being pecked in the eye. How careless of me. However, this trip was not in vain. At least I confirmed that the Xiantian token is indeed within here. Qin Yu entered the scripture pavilion, searching through the ocean of knowledge for the Xiantian token worth 100 contribution points. Until night fell, Qin Yu, Li Zhongtong, and Xiao Zhi finally gathered together. Did you find it? Qin Yu asked. Li Zhongtong and Xiao Zhi both shook their heads. I opened every single book and yet didn't even see a shadow of it. Qin Yu rubbed his face and sighed. It truly is peculiar. Could it be that the Xiantian token has grown legs? Forget it, perhaps this token is fated to elude us. Let's return to Cultivate for now and come back tomorrow for another chance. All right. The three of them returned to their cave abode dejected. Brother, you were leaving? Okay. Qin Yu used his identity token to open the formation only to suddenly discover 3 small black dogs in his courtyard. How strange, my formation is active. How did these 3 dogs get in? These 3 small black dogs looked identical, and Qin Yu found them quite familiar. Aren't these the little dogs that ate my stinky tofu during the new recruit assessment? Upon seeing Qin Yu enter, the 3 little dogs bounced over to his feet, frantically rubbing against him. What is this? In the moonlight, Qin Yu vaguely saw that the 3 dogs seemed to be holding something in their mouths. Qin Yu crouched down, and one of the little black dogs placed what it was holding into Qin Yu's hand. The object felt like a piece of metal, and it seemed to have inscriptions on it. Qin Yu glanced at it, and felt that it resembled a token. Token! Qin Yu's heart jolted. He quickly focused his gaze, and was astonished to see 4 big characters inscribed on the token. Xiantian token. Wow, the Xiantian token! Qin Yu exclaimed in surprise, quickly rubbing his eyes to look again. It really is the Xiantian token. Qin Yu glanced at the other 2 little black dogs, each holding a token in their mouths. No wonder we couldn't find the token. They had already taken the Xiantian token away beforehand. Thinking about how he had foolishly searched for an entire day outside, Qin Yu felt like a clown. Fortunately, all 3 tokens had ended up in his courtyard. Truly, it is said that those who search tirelessly will find their treasure without effort. Qin Yu revealed a gentle smile. Good puppies, quickly show me the tokens. Woof, 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 woof. The little dogs barked while continuously gesturing with their front paws. What do you mean? Qin Yu completely couldn't understand what the little dogs were trying to express. The three little dogs simply ran over to the side of Qin Yu's stinky tofu cart, bouncing around it in circles. Do you want to eat stinky tofu? Qin Yu recalled how the little dogs had loved his stinky tofu in the illusion. Woof, 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 woof. The three little dogs sat in a row and placed the tokens they were holding down on the ground. You mean you want to trade the Xiantian tokens for stinky tofu, right? The three little dogs nodded. Haha, very well. Qin Yu revealed a knowing smile. You are no longer the first to be conquered by my ancestral stinky tofu, are you? However, since you have sincerely requested it, I shall take a slight loss and generously fulfill your wish. Stay here, I will go buy the ingredients. But before that you need to give me one. No 2 Xiantian tokens as a deposit. Deposit, do you understand? The three little dogs exchanged glances. They seemed to understand Qin Yu's words and promptly gave him another token. Oh wow, I struck gold. With a broad smile, Qin Yu put away the Xiantian tokens. Dear guests, please wait a moment. I will be right back. Qin Yu closed the door, activated the formation, and rushed towards the market like the wind. Although the already marinated stinky tofu was gone, Qin Yu still kept the black liquid used for marinating. He only needed to buy some tofu for a quick preparation. Although the flavor wouldn't be as rich, it would still be edible. I knew my ancestral stinky tofu was of great use. Indeed, gold will always shine. Before long, Qin Yu returned to the cave with the tofu. The three little black dogs sat in a row watching Qin Yu busying about. Qin Yu cut the tofu into pieces and placed it into the secret black liquid. To ensure it absorbed the flavor, he even poked many small holes in the tofu. To make the flavor richer, we need to wait for an hour, understood? The three little black dogs nodded in unison. What kind of spirit beast is this to be so intelligent? Having appeared during the new recruit assessment, they could find 3 Xiantian tokens and quietly enter his cave. It indicated that they must be spirit beasts from the Xiantian sect and certainly possess significant strength. Could they be spirit beasts raised by an inner sect disciple or an elder of the beast-taming peak? An hour quickly passed, and Qin Yu estimated that the tofu had marinated sufficiently, so he fished it out. Heat the oil. Under the supervision of the three little dogs, 3 portions of stinky tofu soon came out fresh and steaming. The three little black dogs howled with glee. 1 Xiantian token for 1 large portion of stinky tofu, understood? Woof woof. Qin Yu bagged the 3 portions of stinky tofu and placed them in front of the 3 little black dogs. The little black dogs also handed over the last Xiantian token to Qin Yu. Each little black dog took a piece of stinky tofu, grabbed the bag, and dashed out, disappearing into the night. Qin Yu looked at the Xiantian token in his hand, feeling immensely excited. A total of 300 contribution points. I can give 50 points to Li Zhongtong, 30 points to Xiao Ji, and the remaining contribution points will be enough to support the qualification certificate for the strengthening pill to be processed. With enough contribution points, I can purchase materials and enjoy refining pills again. Now refining pills is both a form of cultivation and a hobby for Qin Yu. A day without refining pills feels uncomfortable. Refining pills all day long makes me feel refreshed. He thought this matter was over, but what Qin Yu didn't know was that this was just the beginning. After sending the little black dogs away, Qin Yu tidied up briefly and then went into the room to cultivate. Until dawn, while still immersed in his cultivation, he felt something warm licking his face. What is it? Qin Yu halted his cultivation, opened his eyes, and suddenly saw a dark dog head right in front of him. My heavens! I have activated the cave formation. How did you get in? Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. The noisy barks filled the wooden house. Qin Yu counted and found that there were actually 7 little black dogs in his room. Most importantly, each little black dog was holding a Xiantian token in its mouth. No way. The prompt words haven't even been released today, and you've all brought them to me. Qin Yu sprang from his bed, rushing to the table to pick up the regulations of the Xiantian sect. After carefully reading the section about spirit beasts, Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The regulations state that if a spirit beast causes trouble, its owner is responsible, but I am not their owner, so it has nothing to do with me. Moreover, the Xiantian tokens are meant to be found by everyone, and there is no rule prohibiting spirit beasts from participating in the search, so this does not constitute a violation. Thus, Qin Yu felt at ease. How did you manage to find 7 Xiantian tokens so quickly? Qin Yu speculated that this little black dog must possess the ability of divination capable of sensing where the tokens were hidden. However, it seems I heard that these tokens have arrays inscribed on them to interfere with divination. As Qin Yu muttered to himself, a little black dog jumped directly onto his shoulder. In the next moment, Qin Yu fell into an illusion. The sky darkened, and the bright moon hung high. A woman walked along an unknown path holding 7 Xiantian tokens. Suddenly, the woman stood frozen, her expression blank. Several little black dogs dashed out from the grass, stopping at her feet, and with a gentle leap, snatched all the tokens from her hands. A moment later, the woman regained her senses and turned to walk back. She did not perceive any abnormalities, as if the Xiantian tokens in her hands had never existed. As the illusion dissipated, a new memory emerged in Qin Ye's mind. In essence, these little black dogs caused the woman who distributed the Xiantian tokens to fall into an illusion, allowing her to complete the distribution within the illusion. When the illusion perfectly coincided with reality, the woman believed she had already hidden the Xiantian tokens. Thus, for her, the tokens in her hands were meant to disappear. Wow, what a clever trick of substitution. You actually intercepted the tokens right from the source. Wait a minute. Qin, you suddenly realized a problem. Aren't the staff involved in the attack supposed to be expelled from the sect? But this matter has nothing to do with me. I am just a seller of stinky tofu. How the buyer's currency came about is the seller's concern. I am only responsible for the exchange of equivalent value. With that thought, Qin, you chuckled. Dear customers, please wait. The steaming stinky tofu is on its way. Woof woof. 7 little dogs followed Qin Yu out of the door. The tofu Qin Yu had specially bought last night was still soaking in his family's secret black water. After soaking overnight, the stinky tofu was perfectly flavored, reeking with odor. Qin Yu heated the oil, and when it reached the right temperature, he pinched his nose and retrieved the stinky tofu, dropping it into the frying pan. Soon 7 portions of freshly made stinky tofu were ready. Woof 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 woof. One little dog barked, pointing at the jar where Qin Yu stored the chili. Are you asking for extra spice? Woof woof. The little black dog nodded. All right, I'll satisfy you. Qin Yu grabbed a handful of chili and sprinkled it onto that little black dog's portion of stinky tofu. All right, go enjoy it. Woof woof. After a few bites, several little black dogs each grabbed their own portions and ran out. Qin Yu guessed that these little dogs didn't eat at all because they were taking the stinky tofu back to share with their friends. After the 3 little dogs returned yesterday, they shared their stinky tofu with the other 4 little dogs, so those 4 little dogs came running over today. I just don't know how many little dogs like this there are. They are so cute, I want to raise one. Qin Yu picked up the Xiantian tokens scattered on the ground, and with the 3 from yesterday, he now had 10 Xiantian tokens in total. After the event concludes, he can exchange them for 1 to 0 contribution points and be rewarded with a spirit tool. Truly, this is a lucrative venture. Moreover, Qin Yu felt that this was only the second day of the event. Everything was just beginning. As long as this group of little black dogs isn't caught, Qin Yu would have a continuous influx of tokens. Good times are still ahead. Yugo, are we setting off? A voice from outside belonging to Li Zhengtong called out. Qin Yu hurriedly pulled Li Zhengtong into his wooden house and then activated the cave formation. Yugo, what's wrong? Li Zhengtong asked in confusion. I want to show you something. Be prepared mentally. Qin Yu warned. Li Zhengtong nodded dismissively, saying, Don't worry, Yugo, I am no longer the little brat from half a year ago. Now even if I see a ghost, I won't bat an eye. What the heck? Xiantian tokens. Li Zhengtong was so startled that he jumped up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A total of 10 Xiantian tokens. Yugo. Li Zhengtong looked at Qin Yu seriously, speaking in a tone of advice meant for lawbreakers. Creating fake Xiantian tokens to deceive others for contribution points is illegal. You need to think this through, Yugo. Smack. Qin Yu slapped Li Zhengtong on the head. Who do you think I am? Li Zhengtong held his head, looking at Qin Yu with a wronged expression. Look closely, these are genuine Xiantian tokens. Li Zhengtong picked up a Xiantian token and examined it carefully. The token felt heavy in his hand, smooth and textured with clear and flowing engravings. The 4 characters, Xiantian token, were written powerfully. It really doesn't seem fake. Qin Yu replied, that's because it is real. But Yugo, only 7 tokens were distributed yesterday. How could you possibly have 10? Li Zhengtong muttered under his breath, even if you stole the tokens found by others, it wouldn't be enough. Qin Yu was at a loss for words. Am I the type of person who likes to break the rules? Out of these 10 tokens, 3 are from yesterday's undistributed tokens, and the remaining 7 were just distributed today. Li Zhengtong asked, but today's hints haven't been given yet. Who said you have to wait for the hints to be announced to find them? The Xiantian tokens were hidden throughout the sect before dawn. As long as you're lucky, you could find one just by rolling on the roadside. Li Zhengtong nodded. I see. But Yugo, I can understand finding 1 token by chance, but how could you possibly find all of today's tokens? And how did you find the 3 tokens from yesterday? Qin Yu crossed his arms behind his back, looking out the window at a 45-degree angle, adopting an air of a wise person. Qin Yu spoke mysteriously naturally. I have my connections. Li Zhengtong suddenly felt that the Yugo before him was growing larger, as if reaching a height he could no longer gaze upon. A wise man is actually by my side. All right, Xiao Tong. Qin Yu turned back and said earnestly, I tell you this, so you won't waste your energy on this meaningless activity, but instead dedicate your limited life to endless cultivation. I hope that one day you can also become one of my connections, understand? Li Zhengtong's face lit up with excitement. Yugo, I understand. I'm going to cultivate right now. Li Zhongtong seemed to have been pumped with energy, rushing out like a madman. Very good. Qin Yu nodded. This is how you fool someone. As evening approached, Qin Yu made a special trip to the central square to inquire about some news. After all, the Xiantian token in his hand was considered stolen goods, so he had to be cautious regarding this matter. From a distance, Qin Yu spotted the whiteboard in the central square. The board displayed today's hints along with the first, sixth, and seventh hints from yesterday. The Xiantian tokens in these areas had not yet been found. The central square was bustling with people, and he could hear many shouting from far away. Curious about the commotion, Qin Yu squeezed through the crowd, and upon hearing what they were shouting, he paused, lowered his head, and quickly retreated. Whoa, everyone's reaction seems a bit intense. There must be a hidden agenda. Why can't we find a single token? Did you not hide any at all? Yesterday, over 3,000 people turned the central sky pool upside down and still found no trace of the tokens. Today, not a single token has been found. We have every reason to doubt whether the tokens were hidden in the right places. If no one can find the tokens, what is the point of this event? We demand the event organizers to explain why none of us can find the tokens. Watching the crowd's fervor, Qin Yu felt that if they knew the truth, they might just beat him to death. Is it really worth getting this worked up over a mere Xiantian token? Feeling guilty, Qin Yu muttered a few words and then raised his arm to shout, I protest. I suspect you didn't even hide the tokens. First, infiltrate the enemy's ranks. Only by knowing oneself and the enemy can one avoid defeat. As more and more disciples gathered, the protests grew louder. Word spread rapidly, and the crowd surged like locusts from all directions, creating a formidable scene. What is all this racket about? A thunderous voice erupted in the ears of the crowd. The outer sect elder in charge of the event hovered in midair, questioning the disciples. Are you all trying to turn the world upside down? What kind of behavior is this? The crowd fell silent immediately as the elder continued. I can assure you that this event is absolutely fair and just. To ensure the fairness of this event, we randomly select a staff member each day who will hide the Xiantian tokens before dawn. The hints are also composed by this staff member. Besides this person, no one else knows where the tokens are hidden, not even I. Just moments ago, the staff member responsible for distributing the tokens checked all the locations, and the tokens have vanished. All 7 tokens for today have already found their owners. Someone below protested, if someone has found the tokens, why have we not heard anything? The outer sect elder snorted coldly and replied bluntly, there is no rule in the event that requires those who find the tokens to notify others. If someone finds the tokens and chooses not to speak, that is their freedom and has nothing to do with the event itself. If you have the ability, you can also find the tokens and keep it to yourself. The crowd was left speechless. After the elder left, they huddled together to discuss. Qin Yu also joined in his expression, one of indignation. It's understandable for one person to remain silent after finding a token, but there's no way all 7 people would remain quiet. One person spoke up, first pointing out the crux of the issue. Qin Yu took the initiative to continue the discussion. Is it possible that all 7 tokens were obtained by one person? Impossible. Definitely impossible. If all 7 tokens were obtained by one person, I'd stand on my head and defecate. The crowd immediately dismissed Qin Yu's outrageous guess, with some even using extreme measures to express how ridiculous his statement was. Qin Yu. But your words reminded me. One person spoke up, while it's impossible for one person to have all 7 tokens, what if it was a group of people who had conspired together? Are you suggesting an organization? Exactly. If they are an organization with at least 7 members, they could simultaneously search for the 7 Xiantian tokens. The crowd found this reasoning plausible, but noticed a significant flaw in the explanation. Are we with so many people really inferior to that mysterious organization? Searching for the Xiantian tokens is essentially a probability event, and everyone's odds are the same. With so many of us, the likelihood of us finding the tokens should be higher. But now all 7 Xiantian tokens have been taken by them. There must be a hidden agenda. Qin Yu, you're right. A tall person explained there are 3 possible reasons for this phenomenon. First, the person responsible for hiding the Xiantian tokens has connections with this organization and leaked the information about the tokens to them. Qin Yu immediately rebutted. The risk of doing this is too high. Once exposed, they would be expelled from the sect. For just a few Xiantian tokens, I don't think it's worth it. Exactly. That makes sense. The crowd unanimously supported Qin Yu. The tall person continued. Second, this organization has a fortune teller who can break through the divination formation on the Xiantian tokens and predict their general locations. Before we even saw the hints, the people from that organization already knew where the Xiantian tokens were hidden. How can we compete with them? Qin Yu continued to counter. This possibility is still low because anyone capable of such divination would at least be at the elder level. A person with such ability wouldn't care about a few Xiantian tokens. Exactly. That makes sense. The crowd once again supported Qin Yu. The tall person said, thirdly, we must admit that some people are born with exceptional luck, and are favored by fate, even the heavens assist them. Are you saying they are children of destiny? Yes, the term children of destiny is very apt. If everyone in that organization is such a person, their chance of finding the Shentian tokens would be much greater than ours. Qin pondered for a moment. As a transmigrator and a system owner, he undoubtedly qualified as a child of destiny. Moreover, Li Zhengtong possessed two astonishing level talents and also encountered him a top-tier child of destiny, which could also be considered a minor child of destiny. Thus, the third speculation was correct. Qin Yu agreed. I believe this is the reason we truly cannot compete with them, and there's no point in complaining. Exactly. That makes sense. Great analysis. The crowd praised Qin Yu. He waved his hand modestly, saying, "Let me hear your applause." Clap, 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 clap. The crowd applauded for Qin Yu. The tall person. Everyone please stop clapping. The tall person shouted loudly. Clap, 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 clap. Qin Yu, everyone please stop clapping. The applause suddenly ceased. The tall person. Qin Yu glanced at the tall person and sneered inwardly. This is the charisma of me, Qin. How lonely it is to be invincible. After everyone quieted down, the tall senior brother asked, "What thoughts does everyone have? What thoughts do we need?" Qin Yu shrugged. They neither stole nor cheated, they simply had better luck. What can we do? Everyone exclaimed, "That's right." The tall one was silent. Qin Yu added, "If we can't find the Shentian token, it's simply because we lack skill, and we must admit our shortcomings." Everyone echoed, "Indeed." The tall one remained silent. Qin Yu said, "Sometimes we can't find the Shentian token because we need to reflect on ourselves. We shouldn't always blame others. We must consider whether we are putting in enough effort." Everyone repeated, "Yes, yes." The tall one was still silent. Qin Yu raised his hand. "Let's hear some applause." "Wait." The tall one shouted indignantly. "If it really is just because of their good luck, we can only accept our misfortune. But what if they obtain the Shentian token through cheating?" He continued, "The first hypothesis is indeed risky, but the rewards are equally substantial. Don't forget 10 Shentian tokens can be exchanged for a spirit weapon. The second hypothesis is indeed less likely, but a low possibility does not mean it's impossible. What if the leader of that organization is the grandson of an elder from the divination peak? What if they have a divination expert backing them? If these factors are why we can't find a single Shentian token, then they are violating the rules. We need to report this to the sect and investigate thoroughly." Qin Yu shot a glare at the tall senior brother. "If the sect truly investigates this matter, those little black dogs will likely be discovered. Although this matter isn't my doing, I could still be accused of concealing it. Even if I don't get punished, the Shentian token in my possession would be considered ill-gotten gains and would definitely be confiscated. This must be stopped." Qin Yu cleared his throat and said, "Before this, we should investigate clearly. Making false accusations is against the law. Letting these disciples investigate will surely yield no results." "No need to investigate," the tall senior brother stated directly. "We just need to wait for the results tomorrow." Qin Yu asked, "What do you mean by that?" The tall senior brother gestured for everyone to come closer. "This matter must not be spread outside. If those people from the organization find out, we will truly have no way to resolve it." Qin Yu reassured, "Don't worry, senior brother, we won't say anything." "No," the tall senior brother replied seriously. "To be safe, we must all take an oath." "That's quite cautious." "Good." Qin Yu was the first to press his fist against his forehead. "I, Qin Yu, vow that if I tell anyone outside of us about this matter, I will be struck by lightning and meet a miserable end." Qin Yu emphasized the word person, fearing that the heavenly law might not hear clearly. The tall senior brother hurriedly said, "You don't need to make such a severe vow, junior brother Qin. In the cultivation world, taking oaths is not a trivial matter. They truly come to pass. Even if one can avoid the punishment of the heavenly law, it will leave a shadow in a cultivator's heart, and they will surely die during the tribulation." Qin Yu patted his chest and said, "Rest assured, senior brother, what I Qin say is what I mean. My word is my bond." Such a strong word. Everyone admired him. With Qin Yu leading, others followed suit. "I Li Si vow that if I tell anyone outside of us about this matter, I will never be able to enter the tribulation stage." "Moi." Everyone stared at Li Si. "I will never be able to enter the combined body stage." "Moi." "Nascent soul." "Golden core stage, will that suffice?" "I have a top-grade spiritual root." The expressions of everyone finally relaxed. Qin Yu said, "Everyone, do not try to take shortcuts, or we won't let you join us." Watching everyone complete their oaths, they turned their attention back to the tall senior brother. "Senior brother, now you can speak." The tall senior brother looked around and said cautiously, "There are too many people here. We should find a quieter place." Qin Yu replied, "Don't worry, senior brother. Those people can't possibly be from the mysterious organization." The tall senior brother insisted, "Ever since I learned about that mysterious organization, I feel as if their people are everywhere, as if they are right beside us." Qin Yu remained silent. "However, since everyone has taken an oath, I feel quite reassured." Let's go over there to discuss in detail. Everyone followed the tall senior brother to a secluded spot. Alright, I will now tell everyone how we can distinguish whether those from the organization are relying on luck or cheating. Chinyu perked up his ears, listening intently. In fact, the method of judgment is quite simple. If they are relying on luck to find the tokens, then they cannot possibly monopolize all the tokens every day. Others will definitely find 1 or 2 tokens as well. Chinyu agreed, I understand. With so many of us, even if they are lucky, they cannot always be as fortunate as today. There must be some that slip through the net. Yes, well said, Chin brother. Clap, clap, clap. The tall senior brother was silent. Chinyu smiled and clasped his hands. Everyone need not applaud. Oh, let us continue to listen to senior brother. The tall senior brother said, perhaps it's better for you to speak. Chinyu quickly waved his hand. That won't do. If you don't tell me, how will I know what to do? Come, let us give senior brother some applause to encourage him. Clap, clap, clap. The tall senior brother smiled shyly and pressed down with both hands to signal everyone to stop. Clap, clap, clap. Chinyu said, senior brother is about to speak. Everyone silence. The tall senior brother said, I feel like you all are acting together against me, and I have evidence. Chinyu replied, how could that be? We don't even know each other. As senior brother, please continue. Ahem, let me continue. He said, in addition to them being able to monopolize 7 Shintian tokens every day, there is another extreme we need to pay attention to. Chinyu said, senior brother, I will certainly pay attention to what you say. The tall senior brother was quite satisfied with Chinyu's proactive attitude. That is, if they only find 1 or 2 tokens, or even none at all. Upon hearing this, Chinyu suddenly understood. I get it. The people hiding the tokens are chosen randomly each day. Today, the staff responsible for hiding the tokens might be connected to that organization, but tomorrow it may not be the case. If they find very few tokens tomorrow, it would prove that they colluded with today's staff, who hid the tokens. Everyone exclaimed, Chin brother analyzes this so well. Chin brother, you are truly wise. The tall senior brother suggested, I propose that we temporarily form a gang to confront that organization to the end. I agree, Chinyu responded. The tall senior brother suggested, let's give the gang a name. How about the Shintian Justice Gang? Everyone fell silent. Chinyu said, how about calling it the Anti-Wealth Alliance? Everyone cheered, good. That's great. The tall senior brother added, we need to elect a leader who possesses both wisdom and beauty as well as high virtue and prestige. Everyone turned to look at Chinyu. Chinyu became the leader of the gang in a daze. What is the purpose of our gang? Everyone shouted in unison, to overthrow the mysterious organization and uphold the fairness of the Sects' activities. Chinyu, very well, I will hit myself. Everyone quiet down, I have a few words to say. Chinyu clapped his hands, signaling everyone to pay attention. I owe my position as the leader to the support of all you heroes. At the same time, since you all have elevated me to this position, I will certainly do my utmost. Let's get the atmosphere going. Clap, clap, clap. Thank you. On this important day, we must thank one person. Chinyu pulled the tall senior brother to his side. If it weren't for this senior brother helping us with our doubts, Chin would not know what to do next. The appearance of this senior brother was like a deity descending from the heavens, saving me from my confusion. If it weren't for him, I would have nearly fallen into an abyss. Let's boost the atmosphere. Clap, clap, clap. The tall senior brother awkwardly smiled and said, it's not that serious, I just said it offhandedly. No, it's very serious. Senior brother, you have no idea how much you've helped me. To express my gratitude for this senior brother's assistance, I have decided to make him our vice leader and the gang's military advisor. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone no. The tall senior brother revealed a heartfelt smile. Although he didn't become the leader, being the vice leader is also quite good. Chinyu, what should I call you, senior brother? The tall senior brother. Chinyu, forget it since you're so tall. Let's just call you senior brother Gao. Senior brother Gao. Titles don't matter, we can now assign tasks on how to deal with that mysterious organization. Chinyu. I see everyone is a bit tired. Let's all go back and rest. Working under me, do you still want to take action against me? Everyone scattered like birds and beasts. Senior brother Gao. Just as he was about to speak, he was sincerely held by Chinyu. Senior brother Gao, no, vice leader Gao, I want to review this with you again. Seeing Chinyu so serious about this matter, senior brother Gao felt very gratified. Although the others in the gang were not very reliable, the leader definitely was. With this vice leader joining forces with the leader, they would surely bring victory to the gang. Alright, I will review it again with the leader. Chinyu nodded. Vice leader Gao, you listen to me first. If I say anything wrong, you absolutely must remind me, as this is very important. Rest assured, leader. Senior brother Gao nodded seriously. First, if the mysterious organization can obtain all the tokens every day, it indicates they might be cheating, correct? Senior brother Gao. Yes, because a person's luck cannot always be that good. Second, if the mysterious organization finds too few tokens tomorrow, it also indicates they are cheating. Senior Brother Gao. Exactly, this shows they are in collusion with the staff hiding the tokens today. Understood, which means as long as 1 or 2 people find tokens tomorrow and announce it, we can't do anything to that mysterious organization, right? Senior Brother Gao. Yes, that makes sense, but it sounds a bit strange. As long as it makes sense. Qin Yu repeatedly urged, if Vice Leader Gao thinks of any new ideas, please be sure to tell me. I also want to contribute a little to protect the fairness of the sect. Senior Brother Gao was deeply moved, as if he had found a kindred spirit. Leader, rest assured, once I have new ideas, I will definitely find you first. Alright, don't forget to gather here at this time tomorrow, or we will further discuss our strategies. No problem. After bidding farewell to Senior Brother Gao, Qin Yu walked alone on the way back to the cave dwelling. Fortunately, I went out today, otherwise I might have really capsized in the gutter. Tomorrow let Li Zhongtong go once, and the day after let Xiaoji go. Then let Xiao Si, Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu help out. Repeating this a few times should lessen the suspicion. The most crucial thing now is whether those little black dogs will come to deliver the Xiantian tokens again tomorrow. If they don't come, that would be troublesome. Qin Yu felt it necessary to discuss this matter with that group of little black dogs. They were like grasshoppers tied to the same rope, who once the matter was exposed, everyone would be in trouble. Thus Qin Yu thought that he couldn't bear this pressure alone. If he truly encountered an unsolvable problem, he could use the little black dogs to alter their memories if necessary. A night without a word. The next morning Qin Yu was awakened again by the little black dogs. Thank heavens you finally came. Seeing the 7 little black dogs neatly lined up, Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Come over and sit down, now I need to tell you something very important. The 7 little dogs ran to Qin Yu and sat in a row. Listen carefully. Qin Yu said solemnly. Because you stole all 7 tokens yesterday, it has already caused discontent among the people, and someone is planning to report this matter to the sect for investigation. Thanks to my wisdom, I have temporarily stabilized them. I will find a way to resolve this, but you also need to be cautious, understood? The 7 little dogs nodded in unison. Qin Yu then asked, where do you usually stay? If there's an urgent matter, how can I find you? Upon hearing this, the 7 little dogs gathered together and barked for a while, as if discussing some important matter. One of the little dogs barked intensely, like a solid radical. Qin Yu recognized this little dog as one of the first 3 to arrive. However, whether it was the same one he met in the illusion, he was uncertain, as so much time had passed that he had forgotten many details. After a moment, the 7 little dogs reached a consensus. The most radical little dog ran up to Qin Yu and opened its mouth to spit out a light blue crystal ball. The crystal ball was the size of a child's fist, and Qin Yu could not understand how such a small dog head could hide such a large crystal ball. Within the crystal ball, it seemed as if light was flowing, dreamy and ethereal, unlike anything mundane. What is this? Qin Yu asked. Woof woof. Qin Yu felt a wave of dizziness and found himself back in the illusion. This time he saw a virtual figure holding a light blue crystal ball in his hands. He saw the person first cut his palm with a dagger, letting blood drip onto the crystal ball. As the blood mixed into the crystal ball, the light within it quickly flowed, gradually transforming from light blue to light red. Finally, the person closed his eyes and pressed the crystal ball against his forehead. The illusion shattered and Qin Yu returned to reality. Is this the method of using the crystal ball? Qin Yu asked. This item actually requires blood to recognize its master. It must be quite a precious treasure. Little black dog, are you sure you want to give it to me? The little black dog nodded firmly. All right. Qin Yu found a small knife, but at that moment when he was about to place it in his palm, he suddenly hesitated. Using the small knife directly seems a bit painful. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yu decisively put down the small knife. It's just a drop of blood. I, Qin, have my own methods. So Qin Yu stuck his finger up his nose. Blood splattered. Holding a pale pink crystal ball, Qin Yu gently placed it on his forehead. He felt as though something was entering his mind and hurriedly followed it with his consciousness. Soon Qin Yu arrived at the sea of his soul. To his surprise, a small black dog appeared here. Woof woof, the little black dog barked joyfully. Hearing this bark, Qin Yu felt as if he had established some connection with the little black dog, as if an invisible thread was linking the two. Suddenly Qin Yu seemed to recall something. Could this be the legendary contract? The little black dog nodded eagerly, confirming the matter. Oh no, oh no. Qin Yu anxiously paced in the sea of his soul. If I make a contract with you, does your master know? The owner of this group of little black dogs was likely an elder from the Beastmaster Peak. If such a prominent figure were to blame him, a mere servant disciple, he couldn't bear the consequences. Ah, damn it. How can I not even have the courage to raise a dog? How have I not yet become the Emperor Qin Yu? Qin Yu had never desired power as much as he did today. He would not blame the little black dog for not explaining clearly, he would only blame himself for not being strong enough. Woof woof, the little black dog barked while vigorously shaking its head. What do you mean? Are you saying you don't have a master? Woof woof, the little black dog nodded. Really? Qin Yu was overjoyed. The Xiantian sect truly lives up to its name. Even the most ordinary stray dogs possess such formidable strength. If the sect leader knew that someone had referred to the sect's precious guardian beast as a stray dog, he would probably twist that person's head off and kick it like a ball. Very well. Qin Yu puffed out his chest and raised his head, regaining his confident demeanor. From today onwards, you are no longer a stray dog. Since you have a new master, you should also have a new name. Let me think of a more impressive one for you. The little black dog looked at Qin Yu expectantly as he pondered. After a long while, a spark of inspiration struck Qin Yu. I've got it. From now on, you shall be called Wang Kai. Are you happy? Wang Kai. Qin Yu, what? Are you dissatisfied with your name not being impressive enough? Woof, it's quite unique. Qin Yu said. Then when I'm without a dog, I'll call you Wang Kai, but when you're with other dogs, I'll call you Sang Biao. That should work, right? Woof woof, Wang Kai agreed. Very good. Qin Yu patted Wang Kai's head and said, although you were just an ordinary stray dog before, now you are under my command, Emperor Qin Yu. Though your bloodline is mediocre, as my contracted spirit beast, you shall become a formidable demon immortal in the future, commanding all demons. Soon you will experience the joy of rising to power alongside your master. Wang Kai, are you ready to lie down? Wang Kai confused. Woof. From now on there will be plenty of stinky tofu. Wang Kai overjoyed. Woof woof woof. Qin Yu sighed. Indeed, no matter how fragrant the imagined feast may be, it cannot compare to the bread before me. So from now on, I just need to enter the sea of my soul to contact you, right? Wang Kai nodded. Leaving the sea of his soul, the crystal ball in Qin Yu's hand had already vanished. It must have merged into my body. Wait for me, I will make you all stinky tofu. Yesterday, Qin Yu bought a large quantity of tofu, all marinated in black water, and it had already absorbed the flavors overnight. This portion is for you, and this portion is for you. He gave every little dog a portion, and when it came to Wang Kai, Qin Yu generously placed down 2 large portions, each sprinkled generously with chili, and the amount was significantly more than that of the other little black dogs. After signing the contract, Qin Yu could easily distinguish Wang Kai from the other little dogs. Sang Biao, this is yours. The eyes of the other dogs widened. Not only did he have an impressive name, but he could also eat so much stinky tofu. The other dogs were enviously envious. Immediately, several little black dogs ran up to Qin Yu, presenting their crystal balls. In the face of stinky tofu, what is dignity to them? What's wrong with being someone else's dog? Qin Yu ruthlessly waved his hand. Sorry, there can only be one demon immortal. Since I have Wang Kai, I cannot accept any of you. Although Qin Yu wanted to form a pack of dogs that would bite anyone who dared to oppose him, he felt that this might hurt Wang Kai's feelings. I have no choice. My greatest virtue as Emperor Qin Yu is focus, whether it is towards people or dogs. Sure enough, seeing Qin Yu refuse the other dogs, Wang Kai seemed to stand taller. Woof, this is the first dog to eat crab, aren't you envious? Wang Kai happily devoured a large portion, clutching another large portion and swaggering out of the scene. At this moment, Wang Kai seemed to have transformed into the most dazzling figure on the street. After sending off Wang Kai, Qin Yu called for Li Zhongtong. Today I have an extremely important task for you. Is brother you going to start using me more? Li Zhongtong secretly rejoiced. Brother, you please tell me. Qin Yu handed Li Zhongtong a token. Take this token and go to a place where tokens are hidden. In front of everyone, announce that you have found the token. It's that simple. Off. Li Zhongtong was somewhat puzzled. Wasn't this token already in our hands? Why search again? Isn't this just unnecessary? Though he was confused, Li Zhongtong still accepted the token. Brother, you must have his reasons for doing this. Watching Li Zhongtong run out, Qin Yu felt a bit puzzled. Strange, this fool didn't ask anything today. In the evening, Qin Yu arrived punctually at the agreed meeting place. Hello, boss. Hello, boss. Qin Yu waved to greet everyone. Deputy Boss Gao, you're here too. Senior Brother Gao smiled and said, to ensure the fairness and justice of the sect, I naturally cannot be negligent. Qin Yu felt a bit ashamed. Why do I feel like the villain? Everyone has arrived, please gather around. The crowd drew closer. Just as Qin Yu was about to speak, Senior Brother Gao hurriedly stopped him. Boss, to be cautious, I think we should first verify the number of people to prevent someone from that organization from sneaking in. Deputy Boss Gao is indeed thoughtful, but with so many people, how do we verify? Though I say this, Qin Yu thought to himself, those who should sneak in have already done so. Rest assured, boss, I have memorized the appearance of everyone from yesterday. Oh, I just need to take a careful look again. Looking at Senior Brother Gao checking each person, Qin Yu couldn't help but yawn. This somehow feels like the tension of being an undercover. After the verification was complete, Senior Brother Gao stated, first, today only one person will announce they have found a Xiantian token. Who is it? Qin Yu asked. I think his name is Li Zhongtong. Qin Yu was taken aback. Li Zhongtong. Does the gang leader know this person? Senior Brother Gao inquired. Qin Yu smiled and said, not just know him, he is my neighbor and a good brother. A few days ago we were searching for the Xiantian token together, but as we couldn't find it, I decided to give up today. I didn't expect him to persist and actually find one. His luck is truly remarkable. If one wants to check this information, it's easy to do so. Qin Yu honestly informed him. So this person is the gang leader's brother. That reassures me. Senior Brother Gao remarked. Qin Yu was puzzled, reassured about what? Senior Brother Gao explained. At first I was worried that this person was a spy sent by that mysterious organization. Since he has such a good relationship with the gang leader, we can rule that out. Qin Yu chuckled awkwardly. He is just a small servant disciple. What organization would recruit him? That's true. Senior Brother Gao nodded and sighed. However, this seems to prove even more that the mysterious organization is indeed relying on strength to search for the Xiantian token. We are powerless against them. Seeing everyone's dejected expressions, Qin Yu stepped forward and said, this outcome is beyond our control and we shouldn't be saddened by it. Today, my good buddy, Li Jingtong, proved something to all of us. We ordinary people can also find the Xiantian token. That organization is indeed powerful, but they can't monopolize all the tokens. As long as we work hard enough, we can snatch the tokens from their hands. Everyone lifted their heads, looking at Qin Yu, who was speaking passionately, seemingly inspired by his confidence. Why was Li Jingtong able to find the Xiantian token, and why can't I? Because Li Jingtong kept persevering, even knowing the hope was slim, he still held on. I missed the opportunity because I gave up too early. You cannot predict the future, so how do you know victory is not just a second away? Failure is not terrifying, but what's terrifying is giving up without even trying. If Li Jingtong can, why can't you? Keep going. The situation is still undecided. We are all dark horses. The crowd was fired up, chanting in unison. The situation is still undecided. We are all dark horses. Qin, you show me your spirit. Everyone, the situation is still undecided. We are all dark horses. Qin Yu, why can't you find the Xiantian token? Everyone, because we haven't worked hard enough, because we haven't persevered enough. Qin Yu, as long as we keep going. Everyone, we will definitely succeed. Qin Yu, effort. Everyone, let's go. Let's go. Qin Yu, all right, everyone, continue searching. Perhaps there is a hidden gem in some corner of the sect that the mysterious organization hasn't found. Everyone rushed out like madmen. Watching the departing figures, Qin Yu didn't expect his speech would have such a strong effect. These young disciples entered the sect at around 10 years old. Their minds are truly innocent. A little persuasion, and they are like this. Senior Brother Gao felt that Qin Yu was slightly off topic, but Qin Yu's actions did indeed boost the morale of the gang, so he had nothing to say. Vice Leader Gao, keep it up. Qin Yu said goodbye to Senior Brother Gao and left. The next day, everything was as usual. Today, only one person found the Xiantian token, seems to be someone named Duo. Qin Yu was surprised. Duo? Oh. Senior Brother Gao looked at Qin Yu, a hint of skepticism flashing in his eyes. Does the gang leader know this person? Could this person also be a neighbor of the gang leader? Not at all. I don't have that many neighbors. Qin Yu explained, we are all servant disciples. Duo is responsible for the long corridor adjacent to the Maple Leaf Square, where Li Jingtong works, so we know each other. But we are not that familiar. That's strange. Senior Brother Gao said the ones who found the tokens these past 2 days are all servant disciples. Isn't that a coincidence, gang leader? Qin Yu sensed the hint of skepticism in Senior Brother Gao's tone. It seems this fellow is starting to doubt me. From Senior Brother Gao's perspective, Qin Yu had been acting a bit strange, and it was too coincidental that his acquaintances found the Xiantian token 2 days in a row. Of course it's not a coincidence. Qin Yu declared decisively. Senior Brother Gao looked at Qin Yu, confusion in his eyes. He originally thought Qin Yu would brush off the topic with a laugh, but was surprised when Qin Yu admitted it directly. Qin Yu addressed everyone. If our servant disciples found it once, it can be attributed to luck. But if servant disciples find the token 2 days in a row, and I dare say if someone finds the token tomorrow, it will most likely also be a servant disciple. You must be curious why this is the case. Everyone nodded in unison. Qin Yu raised his voice, because we servant disciples are more eager for contribution points than anyone else. A Xiantian token can be exchanged for 100 contribution points, which for you outer disciples is equivalent to 3 months of subsidies. Sometimes doing a task outside can earn you 100 contribution points in just a month. But what about us servant disciples? We work hard for a month, not daring to take a single day off, and yet we can only earn 10 contribution points in wages. Everyone comes to the Xiantian sect to cultivate. Although we servant disciples may lack talent, our heart's yearning for cultivation and knowledge are no less than yours. But 10 contribution points are too little. What can 10 contribution points do? You can't even buy a single qi refining pill in the great pharmacy. We don't have enough cultivation resources, and we don't have enough cultivation time. We have it tough. Qin Yu vividly illustrated the plight of ordinary servant disciples. Many servant disciples in the crowd empathized with him. So I'm this miserable. What to do? I want to cry. The atmosphere became a bit oppressive, and no one spoke. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. A gentle breeze blew, ruffling Qin Yu's hair. Suddenly Qin Ye's passionate voice broke the tranquility. It is precisely because we servant disciples have it so hard that no one desires cultivation resources more than we do, and no one longs for contribution points more than us. Finding a Shentian token is equivalent to a year's salary. How can we not go crazy? It is because of our thirst for contribution points that we are more determined and persistent in searching for the Shentian token. To go further on the path of cultivation, we must seize every opportunity with all our might. Even if this opportunity is very slim, we still have to treat it with utmost seriousness. The reason these 2 Shentian tokens were found by servant disciples is precisely because we need this opportunity more. Although we may lack talent, we will never admit defeat. As emotions ran high, many servant disciples secretly shed tears. Although we may lack talent, we will never admit defeat. Servant disciples will not be outdone by anyone. Outer disciples admired this spirit of perseverance. Even senior brother Gao felt somewhat ashamed. Servant disciples indeed have it tough. I actually doubted them for this. I truly should be ashamed. Watching the crowd he had inspired, Qin Yu felt very satisfied. If only there were some exclusive BGM playing right now, it would be perfect. Senior brother Gao said to Qin Yu, I apologize, guild leader. I mean no offense, I just feel that our conversation yesterday and today seems a bit deliberate, as if it were intentionally orchestrated by that organization. Qin Yu patted senior brother Gao on the shoulder. There's no need to worry, vice guild leader. Qin understand that everything you do is for fairness. Moreover, we have all sworn that our conversation cannot leak out. Wait. Someone suddenly spoke up in the group. Guild leader, we've all sworn, but it seems one person among us did not swear. Who? Qin Yu and senior brother Gao turned to look at the person at the same time. Under everyone's gaze, the person pointed at senior brother Gao. Everyone suddenly recalled that while senior brother Gao had watched everyone swear, he himself had not. Senior brother Gao looked at himself in astonishment and said incredulously, did I not swear back then? No. Everyone looked at him with suspicion. You suspect that I leaked information to that organization. You actually doubt me. Someone in the crowd said, Vice Guild Leader, we are not doubting you. We are merely stating a fact. Everyone else has sworn, only you have not. I can swear now, it's not too late. Senior brother Gao raised his fist above his head and shouted loudly, if I have any contact with that organization during this time, may I face dire consequences. Boom. Before he could finish speaking, a thunderclap roared. Everyone looked up. The sky had cleared with the bright moon hanging, not a hint of cloud in sight. How could there be thunder in such weather? Everyone glared angrily at Vice Guild Leader Gao. Thunder on a clear day? How do you explain this? Why did you stop speaking? Afraid of being struck by lightning. I didn't expect you to be a traitor. No wonder the guild leader's strategies are ineffective. It's you who has been sabotaging us. Qin Yu felt a bit embarrassed. I did not betray the guild. Senior brother Gao argued helplessly. Then you have the ability to finish your oath, make a deadly vow. Fine, I will swear. I did not betray the guild, I am guiltless. Senior brother Gao raised his fist again. Enough. Qin Yu shouted loudly to everyone, how could the vice guild leader be a traitor? Have you forgotten how much effort the vice guild leader put into analyzing for us? At least half of our current strategy was conceived by the vice guild leader. If he were a traitor, how could he help us so much? Everyone silently lowered their heads. What just happened was merely a coincidence of a winter thunder. Can we disregard the vice guild leader's hard work and suspect him as a spy? If you say that, I feel like I am more of a spy than the vice guild leader. The one who had just suspected senior brother Gao hurriedly apologized. Sorry, guild leader, vice guild leader, we were inconsiderate. Qin Yu waved his hand graciously. I know you are also doing this for our guild, but we need to unite our weapons against the outside instead of creating internal strife here. Since Li Zhengtong and Jidwa Duo can find the Shentian tokens, we can too. As long as we put in more effort tomorrow, perhaps we can find 2 or even 3. As long as we never give up and persist until the end, the Shentian tokens will surely belong to us. Everyone shouted, persist until the end, never give up. Qin Yu shouted, work hard, work hard, work hard. Everyone responded, go for it, go for it, go for it. All right, everyone go back now to rest and recharge. I hope to see what the Shentian tokens look like tomorrow. After a motivational speech, everyone left with high spirits. After everyone left, senior brother Gao tightly grasped Qin Yu's hands, his eyes filled with tears. Guild leader, how did you know I am not an undercover agent? Qin Yu replied mysteriously, because no one understands undercover agents better than I do. You don't look like one. Senior brother Gao was deeply moved. Guild leader, I just suspected you, yet you repaid kindness with kindness and testified for me at a critical moment. Compared to what you think, I really am not a good person. Qin Yu comforted him. Stop being so paranoid. You must trust others for them to trust you. Senior brother Gao nodded solemnly. I will definitely risk my life for the guild, and I will uproot that mysterious organization. Not necessary. Qin Yu chuckled awkwardly. That organization isn't wrong. They are competing with us fairly based on strength. Senior brother Gao scratched his head. Sorry, I forgot. I've been thinking about this every day and almost regarded that organization as the imaginary enemy. Qin, you said how much do you hate me? You must be too tired. Go back and rest. Okay. On the third morning, Qin Yu woke up on time. There was no familiar barking of dogs by his ear. Strange, why hasn't Wang Kai come today? Qin Yu felt uneasy and hurriedly entered the Sea of Souls. Wang Kai's phantom was curled up sleeping in a corner of the Sea of Souls. Qin Yu approached and softly called out Wang Kai, Wang Kai, Wang Kai. Wang Kai showed no response. Could it be that he's still offline? Qin Yu shouted, saying Biao. Wang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. Woof, woof, woof. Qin Yu. Why didn't you come today? Qin Yu hurriedly asked. Woof, woof, woof. Wang Kai whined a few times, and then Qin Yu was pulled into a phantom realm. It was still before dawn. It was still an unknown small road. It was still a person holding 7 Shintian tokens, but this time it was a man. Wang Kai and the other 6 dogs lay in ambush in the grass waiting for the person to approach. When the man got close, Wang Kai and the other dogs suddenly launched a mental attack, trying to pull the man into the phantom realm. However, the man merely froze for a second before recovering with his powerful mental strength. As Wang Kai and the others realized their mission had failed and were about to flee, the man waved his hand gently. Wang Kai and the other dogs were lifted into the air by a force. No matter how much they struggled with their little legs, they could not move an inch. All 7 dogs completely defeated. Qin Yu clearly saw the facial features of the man in the phantom realm. He was indeed the elder responsible for this operation. This time they had truly kicked a hard board. I always felt something was off. What turns out it was you little rascals causing trouble. The elder questioned Wang Kai and the other dogs. Now tell me, what were you planning to do by stealing the tokens? Where are those tokens hidden? The 7 little dogs immediately fell silent, not uttering a word. The elder threatened, if you don't tell me, I'll report this to your clan leader. Upon hearing this, the 7 little dogs became bolder. Wang Kai sang Biao barked, woof, 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 foolish humans, go ahead and try me. Naturally, the elder couldn't understand what Wang Kai was barking about and thought these little dogs were just being playful. He scolded, seeing as you are still young, I won't hold this against you. However, this matter ends here. You are not allowed to cause any more trouble. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to report to the sect and confine you all until after the spring festival. Upon hearing this, Wang Kai and the other dogs immediately backed down. There's only this one chance a year to exchange for stinky tofu. If you lock us up, we will miss out. The illusion came to an end. After watching this segment of the illusion, Qin Yu was greatly shocked. Wang Kai and the others caused such a big mess, and that elder only gave them a verbal reprimand. What kind of spiritual beast is Wang Kai that he holds such significance? Did I just hear the elder mention reporting to Wang Kai's clan leader? Could it be that Wang Kai is not a stray dog, but belongs to a powerful clan? Could it be that Wang Kai is the legendary 3 powerful divine pets known for their strong bloodlines, backgrounds, and abilities? Qin Yu was filled with doubt and was about to ask Wang Kai when he again fell into the second segment of the illusion. In the illusion, the sky was just beginning to lighten. Wang Kai and the other 7 dogs crossed a rope bridge, arriving at a small island surrounded by green trees. Qin Yu knew this illusion was part of the subsequent storyline. As soon as the 7 little dogs entered the island, they began barking loudly. Soon the sounds of barking echoed all around. Strangely, this time Qin Yu could actually understand what these little dogs were saying. Is this a translation feature that Wang Kai provided me with? Amazing. Woof, it's bad. Woof, the mission has failed. Woof, woof, what's wrong? What's wrong? A cacophony filled Qin Yu's ears, creating chaos. Before long, a sharp bark came from deep within the island. Woof, the clan leader is coming. All the dogs quickly quieted down as a large dog emerged from the depths of the island. This large dog resembled a fierce tiger with wings sprouting from its back, muscles bulging, exuding a remarkable aura. Qin Yu opened his mouth wide, utilizing all he had learned to describe it. Wow, what a big dog. The dog clan leader said, what's all this noise? Is the sky falling? Wang Kai hurriedly replied, leader, the sky isn't falling. The sky isn't falling. Why are all these dogs barking? Wang Kai replied, today's stinky tofu is gone. The dog clan leader was stunned for a second, then suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief, shouting, didn't you just say the sky isn't falling? Wang Kai replied. The dog clan leader asked, baring his teeth, woof, who stole our stinky tofu? Was it that group of little tigers raised by the beast control peak, or the little lions raised by the alchemy peak? It seems they think they have grown stronger after 3 days of not being beaten. A dragon has its reverse scales and a dog has its stinky tofu. To dare touch our clan's stinky tofu is simply courting death. No. Wang Kai hurriedly said, leader, it wasn't them, it was an outer sect elder. Those 2 little karami wouldn't dare. The dog clan leader angrily responded, damn, that outer sect elder, if he wants to eat stinky tofu, why not get it himself? Stealing our stinky tofu is nothing to boast about. Children, grab your weapons and teach him a lesson. Leader, no, that's wrong. Wang Kai hurriedly stopped the dog clan leader, saying, Biao, what's wrong? We've been bullied, we must retaliate fiercely. You must live up to your name and not be a cowardly dog. The clan leader of the illusion dream dog glanced around and continued otherwise. Your name will be bestowed upon the bravest illusion dream dog in the clan. Upon hearing this, all the dogs looked at the dog clan leader with anticipation. In the clan leader's eyes, who was considered the bravest illusion dream dog? Who could possess that imposing name? The illusion dream dog clan leader continued bestowed upon the great illusion dream dog clan leader, the bravest and strongest illusion dream dog king. The dogs TCH. Wang Kai. The dog clan leader was already aware of Wang Kai's contract with Qinyu. Initially, he was strongly opposed. We are noble illusion dream dogs. How could a mere outer disciple be worthy of making a contract with us? However, after seeing that Wang Kai brought back significantly more stinky tofu, the dog clan leader decisively agreed to the matter. Oh my, this stinky tofu tastes incredible. I feel the ancient bloodline from my ancestors awakening. Woof, if it weren't for knowing that Qinyu was no longer signing contracts with other spiritual beasts, the illusion dream dog clan leader would have wanted to go himself. Wait, it seems I signed a contract with the sect master. It's okay, yo, just take care of the sect master first, then go sign the contract. The sixth elder of the beast control peak, who has studied spiritual beasts for 200 years, once said, to capture a dog's heart, you must first capture its stomach. In order to maintain his imposing name and prove he is not a cowardly dog, Wang Kai hurriedly explained, it wasn't that elder who stole our stinky tofu. It was us who were caught by him while trying to steal the tokens, and we didn't get the tokens. Leader, it's not that I am cowardly, it's just that we really are in the wrong. The illusion dream dog clan leader's expression changed. Oh, is that so? To Qinya's surprise, he saw an awkward expression on a dog's face. The illusion dream dog clan leader walked around the pack with a frown. That damned outer sect elder with so many Shintian tokens, what's wrong with giving us a few? The illusion dream dog clan leader was just venting. If they couldn't get the items and ended up angrily hitting someone, how would they save face as the illusion dream dog clan? Though we are dogs, we are still reasonable dogs. It seems today's stinky tofu is going to be a wash. Upon hearing this, the dogs all wailed. Woof, stinky tofu, how can I live without you? The illusion dream dog clan leader roared, all of you retract your tongues, it's just a piece of stinky tofu, look at your dog-like appearance. Then the illusion dream dog clan leader muttered with glee, fortunately, I saved half a piece of stinky tofu yesterday. I truly am the most foresight dog in the pack. Wolf leader, I have a skill that can obtain stinky tofu. One illusion dream dog jumped out. Quickly tell us. All the dogs seemed to see new hope. The illusion dream dog said, since we can't steal the tokens, we can go directly to steal. Woof, woof, woof. The translation function suddenly failed. Qinyu. Combining the context, Qin, you could guess what this illusion dream dog wanted to express. Since they didn't get the tokens, they must be here to steal stinky tofu. So you want to set your sights on me. Qinyu thought Wang Kai was clever, but not too much. Just put a mosaic over that little part, will you? The leader of the dream dog clan forcefully patted the head of the dream dog and then scolded it sternly. Subsequently, the translation function was restored. The leader of the dream dog clan said, if it really comes to that, I will take action personally tomorrow. It will surely be foolproof. Leader, this is not appropriate. An older dream dog stepped forward and said, since we have already been discovered, if you take action now, it would be equivalent to going against the sect. It seems there are indeed clever dogs among the dream dog clan. Qinyu inwardly scoffed. So what should we do? Are we really not going to have that stinky tofu? The leader of the dream dog clan was anxiously pacing back and forth. Leader, there are other ways to obtain the Xuantiang token besides snatching it away. You should know that the Xuantiang token is hidden in various places for everyone to find. If those sect disciples can find it, why can't our dream dog clan? The leader of the dream dog clan's eyes brightened. Right. We can go find it too. And even if we're seen, it doesn't matter. We will abide by the rules. All dogs heed my command. Woof, 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 woof. Let's go out and search for the token. Thousands of dream dogs surged forth, creating a truly magnificent scene. The illusion shattered. Qinyu returned to the Sea of Souls and saw Wang Kai squatting by his feet, wagging its tail and panting. Qinyu deliberately asked, just now there was a portion I suddenly couldn't understand what they were saying. Wang Kai, can you tell me what they were saying? Wang Kai tilted its head, looking sideways with a guilty expression. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Qinyu asked, what is the status of your dream dog clan within the sect? Wang Kai gestured with its paw, indicating that they were quite powerful. Forget it, I'll go check the scripture repository later. Are you preparing to mobilize your entire clan to search for the Xuantiang token? Wang Kai nodded. Can you guess where the Xuantiang token is hidden? With Qinya's current understanding of the dream dog clan, he felt a bit concerned. Wang Kai gestured for a while in front of Qinyu. I understand you mean wherever the other disciples go, you will follow them. Not too dumb, but you don't have many numbers, so the hope of finding it is slim. Although the Dream Dog clan had thousands, the sect disciples participating in this event numbered over 10,000. The disparity in numbers was stark. Wang Kai barked a couple of times and pointed to its own nose. You mean to say that your noses are sensitive enough to smell the Xuantiang token? Woof. Wang Kai nodded. Qin Yu found this a bit unreliable. Some cultivators have very keen senses of smell, and certain pills can temporarily enhance one's sense of smell. Since everyone was unable to rely on their sense of smell to help find the Xuantiang token, Qin Yu felt that it would be quite difficult for the Dream Dogs to do so. However, he did not know how developed the Dream Dog's sense of smell was. Perhaps the Dream Dogs can indeed bring surprises. Qin Yu wanted to tell Wang Kai that in reality they only needed to follow the staff hiding the tokens to see where they hid them. However, Qin Yu was also afraid that doing so might expose them, potentially causing negative effects on the Dream Dog clan. Forget it, let's first see how it goes. Qin Yu left the Sea of Souls, changed his clothes, and headed to the scripture repository. He needed to first check the information about the Dream Dogs. As soon as he entered the repository, his senior sister called out to Qin Yu. Fellow disciple, please come over and register. Qin Yu asked in confusion. Senior sister, do I need to register to enter the scripture repository? Normally not, but recently Elder Beishitong is in seclusion, so registration is required to enter the scripture repository. Elder Beishitong has never gone into seclusion before. I don't know what's going on this time, but he has gone into seclusion twice. Qin Yu. All right. After filling out the registration form, Qin Yu asked, Senior sister, could you tell me where the books about the Dream Dogs are located? The general introduction is on the second floor west side. You don't have permission to view the detailed information yet, junior brother. Okay, thank you, senior sister. Qin Yu walked to the west side and quickly discovered the books regarding the Dream Dogs on the second floor. The past and future of the Dream Dogs, the mating and breeding of Dream Dogs, techniques for raising Dream Dogs and their favorite foods, management plan for Dream Dogs. Looking at more than 20 books about Dream Dogs, Qin Yu was dumbfounded. So many. I suddenly miss Elder Beishitong. For just one trivial question, does it require such a long seclusion? Qin Yu opened the book, The Past and Future of the Dream Dogs, which appeared to have over 3,000 pages, and he couldn't hold it with one hand. Surely this book contains a detailed introduction about the Dream Dogs. But the content is too much. Let's just look at the summary for now. Qin Yu opened the cover. The first page was the author's name, which he skipped. Flipping to the second page, Qin Yu was immediately stunned. The past of the Dream Dogs, unknown. Since the establishment of the sect, there have been Dream Dogs. I do not know where the Dream Dogs come from. If anyone knows, please record it on the blank pages of this book. The future of the Dream Dogs. I also do not know what direction the Dream Dogs will evolve in the future. If future researchers discover it, please record it on the blank pages of this book. Thank you. There was also a line of small print at the bottom. Warm reminder, don't forget to leave your name in the author section on the first page. Qin Yu flipped back, and the rest were all blank pages. Is that it? Is that really it? No, over 3,000 pages of paper, and you only wrote 2 pages. What kind of book is this when you know nothing? Qin Yu felt as though he was witnessing a brand new way of writing books. Writing like this, Qin, you could write 100 books in a day. Flipping to the first page, Qin Yu wanted to see who the genius was that wrote this divine work. First author Wang Dai, pen name. Second author. Qin Yu's desire to curse had reached its peak. Seriously, you only came up with a book title. How can you have the gall to write your name after the first author? Where's your face? If you have no face, just tear a blank page from the back and stick it on. Qin Yu, having lived 2 lifetimes, had seen countless people, and this person's shamelessness could definitely rank second. He was simply a disgrace to the academic circle of the cultivation world. Wang Dai. And it's even a pen name. I'm impressed. However, Qin Yu thought to himself that if he were doing such a shameless thing, he definitely wouldn't write his own name. He would be scolded to the point of not having peace even after death. Qin Yu observed that the corners of this book were only slightly yellowed, suggesting it had been placed here in the last 100 years. A book of such quality also qualifies to be in the scripture repository. This Wang Dai must not be an ordinary disciple. This guy is most likely still alive. Qin Yu clenched his fists and said, I hope I don't run into you. If I do, I will definitely slap this blank book on your face. While thinking, Qin Yu took out the pen he always carried. He crossed out the name Wang Dai and wrote behind it the 5 characters fishing guy pen name. After doing all this, Qin Yu smiled in satisfaction. When it comes to shamelessness, who can compare to me? Little River, today, I, Qin, am going to give you a lesson, ha 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 ha. Then Qin Yu took out a small notebook he carried with him. He changed the title from The Path to Immortality, starting from fishing to the path to immortality, starting from rectifying the academic fools in the immortal cultivation world. There was no other meaning. Qin Yu simply wanted to record this historic moment. After putting down the past and future of the Dream Dog, Qin Yu picked up the mating and breeding of Dream Dogs. Upon seeing the first page featuring Wang Dai, Qin Yu instantly understood the quality of this book. Sure enough, the rest of the pages were all blank. Qin Yu repeated the previous action, changing Wang Day to fishing guy. This change amounted to over 10 books. Just as Qin Yu thought he would return empty-handed, he finally found a proper book. The Dream Dog Clan. This book was thin with only around 20 pages. It simply introduced the basic information about the Dream Dog, which was exactly what Qin Yu needed now. Dream Dog, possessing powerful mental strength and adept at creating illusions, is the guardian beast of the Shentian sect. After reading just the first piece of information, a tumultuous wave surged within Qin Yu's heart. Oh my, a guardian beast. I actually contracted with the guardian beast of the sect. Qin Yu suddenly felt like a lowly cleaner stealing a rich heiress. I wonder if the sect allows ordinary disciples to contract with dream dogs. Qin Yu continued to read. Dream dogs have noble bloodlines, are inherently proud, and almost never contract with humans. Qin Yu recalled the scene of those little black dogs wagging their tails next to him while holding his crystal ball, and couldn't help but question. Where's the pride? They are simply a bunch of sycophants. A cultivator can only have one dream dog as a companion, as the proud dream dog does not allow its master to serve another dream dog. Qin Yu began to doubt the authenticity of this book. Could it be that what I encountered were just fake dream dogs? The Dream Dog Clan excels in group combat, and many dream dogs can combine their powers, resulting in qualitative changes from quantitative accumulation. According to historical records, the Dream Dog Clan once teamed up to slay an invader in the Tribulation Transcendent stage. Qin Yu trembled slightly. While the Dream Dog Clan is that powerful, one step further than the Tribulation Transcendent stage is becoming an immortal. In an era without immortals, a powerful being in the Tribulation Transcendent stage is the pinnacle of this world, an existence that can walk horizontally. No wonder the Dream Dog could become the guardian beast of the Shentian sect. It actually possesses the strength to slay beings in the Tribulation Transcendent stage. Moreover, the Shentian sect has become increasingly powerful over the years, and the Dream Dog Clan must have been continuously growing. I wonder how powerful the Dream Dog Clan is now. After the surprise came sheer joy. Qin Yu seemed to see a white shining. No, a golden shining thigh appearing before his eyes. This was no longer a mere customer buying stinky tofu, it was simply his closest companion. As long as I get along well with the Dream Dog Clan, who would dare to provoke me in the sect in the future? Not convinced. You should look at who is behind me. Can you afford to mess with a dream dog? Closing the book, Qin Yu began to ponder how to strengthen his relationship with the Dream Dog Clan. Wang Kai alone cannot represent the entire Dream Dog Clan. At most, it can only act as a connection. If I want to befriend the entire Dream Dog Clan, I can only rely on stinky tofu. But I can't give too much stinky tofu. As the saying goes, the easier it is to obtain, the less one cherishes it. I must have them complete tasks before exchanging for stinky tofu, making them realize that stinky tofu is not easily obtained and is a rare resource. Once they complete the tasks, I only need to be a little generous, and they will be grateful to me, allowing me to continuously earn their favor. I am truly despicable, he. Qin Yu returned to his cave, pushed the door open, and was greeted with a pleasant surprise. A dream dog was already waiting there, holding a Shentian token in its mouth. This dream dog was significantly larger than Wang Kai and had above-average strength within the Dream Dog Clan. Qin Yu patted the dog's head encouragingly, saying, "You're amazing little pup." The dream dog turned its head away in slight resistance. A mere human dares to touch the great Dream Dog Lord. In my eyes, you are nothing but a lowly chef. Qin Yu, today you are the first dream dog to bring me a token, so I will reward you with an extra portion of stinky tofu. Don't tell the other pups, this is our little secret. Woof, the dream dog immediately stuck out its tongue and showed a flattering smile, rubbing against Qin Yu's leg. You are so nice, truly the most handsome and generous cultivator of the Shentian sect. Quick, touch me, freely touch me. Qin Yu patted the dog's head. From now on, we are good friends. Don't forget our bond. Woof woof, remember to find me if you need help. If I don't help you, I'm a dog. Qin Yu successfully gained the friendship of a dream dog. Qin Yu heated oil in a pan and prepared 2 portions of stinky tofu to hand over to the dream dog. Woof woof, the dream dog pointed at the jar filled with chili. Wow, you have quite a strong taste. All right, I will satisfy you. Qin Yu grabbed a handful of chili and sprinkled it on top. The dream dog devoured it with gusto and quickly left with the other portion. After watching the illusion, Qin Yu understood. No matter how much he gave, these dream dogs only needed to bring back 1 bag. If Qin Yu only gave 1 bag, the dream dogs would selectively eat a few pieces, treating it as running errands. Not long after, 2 more dream dogs arrived together. Well, I've already found 3 tokens out of 7. The Dream Dog Clan has some skill. Qin Yu said with a smile, very good, you two are tied for first place. As the first 2 dream dogs to bring me tokens, I will specially make you each an extra portion as a reward. But you must not tell anyone. Woof 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 woof, the 2 dream dogs were overjoyed. Qin Yu placed 4 portions of stinky tofu in front of them, patting their heads and saying, the extra portion of stinky tofu is a testament to our friendship. If I get bullied in the future, you must help me. The two dream dogs scratched their chests in assurance. Woof woof woof, after eating your stinky tofu today that makes us your dogs, whoever bullies you we will be the first to oppose. Although Chin Yu couldn't understand what they were saying from their bright shining eyes, he saw two words, loyalty. Thus Chin Yu gained two more dream dog friends. Little by little it won't be long before the dream dogs can be used by me. Chin Yu felt fortunate that he was not a villain who otherwise he could already be plotting a house-stealing scheme. After sending away the two illusory dream hounds, Chin Yu welcomed two more. So far he had obtained 5 of the 7 Shintian tokens. As for the remaining 2 tokens, Chin Yu heard that they had already been found by the other disciples and thus no longer dwelled on them. He started counting on his fingers. There are still 11 days left until the event ends. Losing 2 tokens a day means that in 11 days that would be 22 tokens. I have unknowingly lost 2,200 contribution points. It hurts, my heart aches so much. Chin Yu pushed the door open and walked towards the central square. He wanted to find a method that could secure all the tokens without breaking the rules. Therefore, he needed to carefully study the event rules. Chin Yu firmly believed that wherever there are rules, there must be loopholes. Upon arriving at the central square, Chin Yu saw the rules of this event next to the whiteboard with prompts. The rules were very simple, consisting of only a few points. 1. Event duration December 15th, December 30th. 2. Stealing tokens during the event is prohibited. 3. Forging tokens during the event is prohibited. 4. Rewards must be redeemed within 3 days after the event ends, so expired tokens become invalid. 5. After reading all the rules, various thoughts flashed through Chin Yu's mind. While there are quite a few loopholes, suddenly Chin Yu heard someone calling him. Turning around, it was Senior Brother Gao. Deputy Leader Gao, what a coincidence. Senior Brother Gao jogged over excitedly and said, Leader, good news. Guess what? What happened? Senior Brother Gao laughed heartily. Today our guild has found 2 Shintian tokens at once, and now everyone in the guild is overjoyed. Chin Yu. So it turns out that the 2 tokens missed by the illusory dream hounds were found by the people of his own guild. Let's go. Everyone is waiting to thank you. Senior Brother Gao pulled Chin Yu away. All right. Since Chin Yu had already found the loopholes, there was no need for him to stay here any longer. When they arrived at the designated location, all the guild members had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Chin Yu, someone shouted, the leader is here. Everyone applaud. Clap, clap, clap. The scene erupted with warm applause. Chin Yu waved his hand. Everyone, don't be so excited. Because this year you may never have the opportunity to find the Shintian tokens again. Chin Yu adjusted his expression. So I heard that our guild found 2 Shintian tokens today. Immediately a man and a woman ran out from the crowd, each holding a token in their hands, walking up to Chin Yu under the envious gazes of others. Are you 2 here to exchange tokens or to get married right here? The 2 of them held Chin Yu's hands on either side and spoke in unison. Leader, thanks to you, I was able to find the Shintian token. Chin Yu released the boy's hand and held the girl's hand, forcing a smile, as he said, you were able to find the token because of your perseverance and luck. It has nothing to do with me. How does it have nothing to do with you? The girl exclaimed, I was actually about to give up yesterday, but thanks to the encouragement from the leader's words I persisted. The boy chimed in, me too. Leader, without you I would definitely have missed this token. Chin Yu's smile froze on his face. He really wanted to slap himself twice. My damn mouth. Why did I have to encourage them? This time I truly shot myself in the foot. By the way, leader, we are all miscellaneous disciples. Then the 2 turned around excitedly and said to everyone, the leader is right. Although we miscellaneous disciples may lack talent, as long as we put in effort, we will definitely reap rewards. You 2 are making a declaration here. Everyone, let's work harder and strive to seize all the tokens from the mysterious organization. The crowd cheered. Let's make sure the mysterious organization doesn't get a single token. Chin Yu. Miscellaneous disciples, huh? Don't let me find out which area you 2 clean, or I'll have to walk my dog there every day. Seeing the lively atmosphere, Chin Yu smiled at everyone and said, you all did very well today, and I hope everyone can maintain this momentum. For the next period of time, I might be very busy, so starting tomorrow, I will not attend the gatherings for now. From now on, this gathering will be hosted by the deputy leader. Chin Yu's purpose for joining this guild was to prevent them from reporting to the sect. Now that the illusory dream hounds had also become law-abiding dogs, he saw no need to waste time here. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a bit sad. Leader, we can't bear to part with you. Yet what capability does the deputy leader have? How can he host the gathering? Deputy Leader Gao. You can support someone without stepping on another. All right. Chin Yu said, him just going into seclusion for a period of time, not dying. This guild will always exist, and everyone can help each other out. You can also come to me for help if needed. Everyone go back and recharge for now. Let's continue to work hard tomorrow. Seeing that Chin Yu was about to leave, someone hurriedly said, Leader, we haven't chanted the slogan yet. Chin Yu. Work hard. Work hard. Work hard. The crowd, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. After returning to his cave dwelling, Qin Yu immediately entered his sea of consciousness. Wang Kai, Saw Biao. Woof woof, come find me. Ooh, I have stinky tofu prepared for you. Woof. Wang Kai excitedly barked and quickly went offline. Qin Yu heated oil in a pot, and just as he finished preparing 4 portions of stinky tofu, Wang Kai rushed over. Woof woof. Wang Kai circled around Qin Yu, playfully seeking affection. Stop being cute. These 2 portions of stinky tofu are for you to eat, and you take the rest home, understand? Wang Kai nodded and began to feast. Qin Yu wanted to help Wang Kai quickly elevate his status within the pack. While other illusory dream hounds could only take back 1 portion, Wang Kai could take back 2, which would surely win him favor from the leader of the illusory dream hound clan and the admiration of other illusory dream hounds. Once Wang Kai unifies the illusory dream hound clan, I will be able to do as I please. He. Qin Yu grinned mischievously for a moment before discussing serious matters with Wang Kai. Wang Kai, go back and tell your clan members that when searching for the Xiantian tokens in the future, first pull everyone present into an illusion and then search slowly. The event rules do not state that interfering with other searches for tokens is prohibited. Moreover, the illusions created by the illusory dream hounds are incredibly realistic. Disciples searching for tokens in the illusion experience no difference from searching in the real world except for the impossibility of finding tokens. The emotional value is maximized, and it is unlikely to cause any trouble. Qin Yu felt that his scheme was simply perfect. Wang Kai finished 2 servings of stinky tofu and was about to leave when Qin Yu called him back. Kneeling down, Qin Yu asked, Wang Kai, what cultivation realm does your current strength correspond to? Wang Kai drew a circle on the ground. Golden core. Qin Yu exclaimed in astonishment. You've already reached the realm of a golden core elder. Proudly, Wang Kai nodded. Qin Yu had always assumed Wang Kai was at most foundation establishment, never imagining he could be this powerful. Then what realm is your clan chief at? Do you know? Woof. Woof. Wang Kai hopped excitedly as he tried to convey his meaning. I can't understand you. I need you to translate directly within the illusion realm. Tilting his head, Wang Kai looked puzzled and shook it slowly. Sensing something amiss, Qin Yu asked, wasn't it you who translated for me in that previous illusion? Wang Kai shook his head again. He had no idea what Qin Yu was referring to. If it wasn't Wang Kai, could it have been the illusion dream hound clan chief? Qin Yu asked, when you construct illusions for me, does your clan chief know? Wang Kai shook his head. He doesn't know? Woof. Woof. Wang Kai's head swayed like a spinning top. I see. You mean even you don't know whether your clan chief is aware you're constructing illusions? Wang Kai nodded. So he does know. At the time, Wang Kai stood right beside the illusion dream hound clan chief. Surely the elder sensed it. It appears my ability to comprehend their speech within the illusion was secretly aided by the illusion dream hound clan chief. Relief washed over Qin Yu. Thank heavens, it wasn't my dear Wang Kai who clumsily censored just a few characters. Qin Yu suddenly remembered. By the way, when I asked you earlier why did you glance away so guiltily? Wang Kai shook his head, signaling I didn't. Never mind, perhaps I misjudged you. Qin Yu pressed further. Does your clan chief have some purpose in translating for me? Wang Kai shook his head again, indicating he truly didn't know. Are you a rattledrum from your past life? All you do is shake your head. Wang Kai lowered his head, crestfallen. Ugh, this is just like Li Zhongtong, utterly clueless. Brother, you did you call me? Li Zhongtong's voice suddenly echoed from beyond the courtyard wall. Qin Yu. Li Zhongtong peered over the wall. Oh, what an adorable little dog. Brother Yu, is this your new pet? Li Zhongtong vaulted over the wall into the courtyard, then instantly pinched his nose. Ugh, what is that stench? Brother Yu, did your latrine explode? Qin Yu, anger level 1. Spotting the nearby scalding wok, Li Zhongtong's face paled. Brother Yu, you're not frying excrement in your home, are you? Qin Yu, anger level 111. No wonder I've lately caught a faint lingering stink around my house. I thought someone was playing pranks, secretly dumping filth near my door. Never imagined it wafted over from your place. Qin Yu, since Li Zhongtong was unusually hyperactive today, probably had taken the wrong medicine. These are stinky tofu, not excrement. Stinky tofu. So it is made from excrement. Qin Yu took a deep breath, silently repeating, don't argue with fools. Stinky tofu has absolutely nothing to do with excrement. If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll command Wang Kai to bite you. Wang Kai obligingly bared his tiny milk teeth. Wang Kai. Li Zhongtong pointed at the pup, no taller than his calf, and burst into laughter. This dumb mutt hasn't even been weaned. How dare he threaten me? Woof, woof, ah, my butt. Master dog, I beg your mercy. I'll never mock you again. Let go. If you don't release me now, I will strike back. Master dog, spare me. I was only joking. Half a minute later, Li Zhongtong huddled trembling in the corner, clutching himself tightly. Qin Yu handed Li Zhongtong a scrap of cloth and sighed. Wang Kai is at the Golden Core realm. You of all people chose to provoke him. Li Zhongtong was near tears. Brother Yu, why didn't you warn me sooner? Wang Kai and I still have urgent matters to discuss. You wait aside for now. Brother, you all go change first. Li Zhengtong vaulted back over the wall. Qin Yu refocused, carefully recalling the dialogue within the illusion. The illusion Dreamhound clan chief emphasized stinky tofu. Was he hinting I should add more stinky tofu? Surely there's deeper significance. Suddenly, a realization struck Qin Yu. Does your clan chief want your name? Upon hearing this, Wang Kai stiffened as if facing mortal peril, frantically gesturing and yapping nonstop. Slow down. I can't decipher your signals. Brother, you Wang Kai means the entire clan covets his name, especially the clan chief. Qin Yu turned, only to see Li Zhengtong freshly dressed preparing to vault over the wall again. There's a proper gate. Why climb walls? Climbing's simply more convenient. Qin Yu turned to Wang Kai. The entire clan wants your name. Wang Kai nodded pitifully. Within his clan he walked on thin ice. Any misstep and his name would be bestowed upon the clan chief as a reward. Does your clan chief lack a name, so desperately craving yours? Wang Kai nodded, then shook his head. Qin Yu frowned. What does that mean? Wang Kai means the clan chief has a name, but finds it deeply unsatisfactory. Qin Yu turned to Li Zhengtong. You understood that? Sigh. Li Zhengtong gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle. I cannot hear them, but I have studied spirit-beast behavioral science, allowing me to infer their intent. That's impressive. Wang Kai, was Tongzi's interpretation correct? Wang Kai nodded, glancing sideways at Li Zhengtong. Woof, woof, kid's got sense, useful enough. For now I'll spare your legs. Li Zhengtong, thank you, Master Dog. Watching Wang Kai and Li Zhengtong exchange knowing looks, Qin Yu stood utterly bewildered. Why do I feel like a deaf man in this conversation? What were you two discussing? Nothing much. Master Dog just said I'm sensible, so he won't bite me anymore. Wait, Wang Kai only barked twice. How did you extract all that meaning? Li Zhengtong replied, spirit-beast behavioral science relies not on words, but on interpreting subtle physical cues. But Wang Kai didn't make a single gesture just now. Qin Yu returned to the subject. Wang Kai, what is your clan chief's name? Woof, woof, Li Zhengtong announced. Wang Kai says his clan chief's name is Dog Egg. Puff, Dog Egg. Qin Yu burst into laughter. That name is certainly memorable. Then he paused. Wait. Qin Yu suddenly fixed Li Zhengtong with a sharp gaze. Could you really deduce Dog Egg just from canine body language? Tell me, can you actually communicate with spirit beasts? Li Zhengtong's eyes darted nervously, cold sweat beaded on his brow. ABA, ABA, ABA. Qin Yu commanded. Wang Kai, bite him. Wait, let me administer one of my body-forging pills first, then you may bite. The side effect of Qin Yu's body-forging pill rendered skin hypersensitive. Mere contact would cause excruciating pain. Li Zhengtong frantically pleaded for mercy. Brother Yu, I confess I can understand Wang Kai, but only dogs. Other spirit beasts. No, I'm limited to canine linguistics. Why not admit it earlier? Li Zhengtong whispered apologetically. It's a family secret. My father forbade me from revealing it. Brother Yu, please keep this strictly between us. Relax. I'm the silent mouth of Shantian's sect. What does that mean? It means any secret reaching me dies on my lips, never escaping. Hence silent mouth. Since it is a secret of the Li Zhengtong family, Qin Yu no longer inquired. Li Zhengtong, at your service. Qin Yu said to Wang Kai. I can understand your clan leader's desire to change his name. Li Zhengtong translated. Woof, 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 Qin Yu. Wang Kai. Qin Yu slapped him. Are you stupid? You just need to translate for me. Oh, I thought Wang Kai couldn't understand what you were saying. Qin Yu tore a piece of paper, thought for a moment, and wrote the 2 characters scar on it. Take this back to your clan leader. This is the name I give him, see if he likes it. As long as he accepts this name, hello me a favor. In the future, how could he not leave the position of clan leader to Wang Kai? Qin Yu chuckled. He wasn't worried that the clan leader of the illusory Dream Dog clan would refuse this name. After all, there shouldn't be a more unpleasant dog name than Dog Egg in this world. I wonder who had the audacity to give such a name to the esteemed clan leader of the illusory Dream Dog clan. Even calling him Fortune would sound better than Dog Egg. In the depths of the back mountain, in a cave filled with seals, an old man, ragged and emaciated with his breath nearly dissipated, suddenly opened his eyes. Achio. One sound is a thought, 2 sounds are a curse. The old man looked towards the cave entrance and hoarsely said, It's been thousands of years, who is still thinking of me? Achio, he actually thought twice. Taking advantage of Li Zhengtong being the translator nearby, Qin Yu hurriedly asked the questions he wanted to know. Wang Kai, what is your clan leader's current cultivation level? Woof woof, Li Zhengtong. Wang Kai says its clan leader is the strongest in the world. Qin Yu rolled his eyes. Well, that was a pointless question. All right, Wang Kai, you can go back now. Woof woof, Li Zhengtong, it says okay. Wang Kai grabbed 2 portions of stinky tofu and a piece of paper, wiggling its butt as it ran off. With such a rich haul this time, those little female dogs will definitely love me. After Wang Kai left, Qin Yu asked Li Zhengtong, did something good happen to you today? You seem so excited. Qin Yu felt that Li Zhengtong was a bit overly enthusiastic today. Brother Yu, your guess is spot on. Li Zhengtong said happily. I finally succeeded in setting up a formation today. Really? Qin Yu was also happy for his good brother. Li Zhengtong had been practicing talismans, honing his basic skills. Now he could finally draw formations. Where is your formation? Does it have such functions? Qin Yu asked. In my yard, Li Zhengtong said as he prepared to climb over the courtyard wall. Since you love climbing walls so much, wouldn't it be more convenient to just break a hole in the wall? Qin Yu said angrily. Li Zhengtong replied seriously, that won't do. Brother Yu, I can't stand the smell of that explosive poop. Know the smell of explosive stinky tofu in your yard. It's better to keep this courtyard wall intact. Qin Yu. After climbing over the courtyard wall, he saw the formation Li Zhengtong had set up. This formation occupied half of the yard. In the center of the formation was a talisman serving as the eye of the formation. This formation is called the anti-gravity formation. The gravity of all objects within its range will be reduced by more than 90%. Qin Yu stepped into the formation and instantly felt his body lighten considerably. With a gentle leap, he bounced high up. If this formation could move with a person, it would greatly increase our speed. I can't do that for now, Li Zhengtong said. No rush, take your time. Today I still want to congratulate you. How about I make you a special recipe for stinky tofu as a gift? Li Zhengtong shook his head furiously. Brother Yu, can we change the gift? Sure, Qin Yu replied readily. Recently, I refined a new elixir. How about I give it to you as a gift? Li Zhengtong instantly froze in place. After a moment he stammered, Brother Yu, how much is one portion of stinky tofu? Can it be a little less? Look at you, I'm not teasing you anymore. Go catch some fish and I'll roast them for you to eat tonight. Brother Yu, the river is frozen. Have you heard of winter fishing? On the 6th day of the event, countless people woke up early, gathering in the central square waiting for the prompt word. Yesterday, 2 people found the tokens, providing great motivation for everyone. Everyone believed that since others could find it, they could certainly find it too. Everything was as usual. Every time the host announced a prompt word, a large group of people would rush towards a certain direction. It wasn't until the last 2 prompt words that the crowd began to disperse, with people going in all directions. However, no matter which direction they went, there would always be an illusory dream dog hiding in the shadows behind them. After a day of searching, the members of the guild dragged their weary bodies to the meeting place. Did anyone find the token today? I haven't heard of it. Anyway, there isn't any over at the Shimen Bridge. I don't have any here either. We almost tore down that square, but we still didn't find the token. Damn, the tokens weren't all taken by the mysterious organization again today, were they? I really miss our guild leader. Without the guild leader shouting slogans isn't even fun. Just when everyone was feeling disheartened, their guild leader was humming a tune, gently wiping the 7 tokens he had collected today. My method is indeed good. The cultivation world isn't just about fighting you at critical moments, one must think. Knowledge is power. At the same time, the outer sect elder had already gathered all the staff for this event. Who can tell me why the illusory dream dog is so interested in the Xiantian tokens this year? The crowd hung their heads in silence. Who can tell me what we should do now? Who wrote the rules for this event? Why were spirit beasts not prohibited from participating in the event? Why were there no rules stating that no one could interfere with other participants searching for tokens? Can't you think of these most basic rules? The crowd continued to keep their heads down in silence. Everyone lift your heads and answer me. Who set these rules? Now nobody dares to admit it, right? Someone muttered, Elder, it seems you personally set the rules. Outer sect elder. Everyone lower your heads and think of a solution. Why are you looking at me? Do I have a solution on my face? Shall we report this directly to the inner sect? Someone ventured cautiously. Absolutely not. The outer sect elder declared, firmly rejecting the suggestion outright. The inner sect is perpetually occupied. Must we trouble them over such a trivial matter? Would that not reflect poorly on all of us? Inwardly the others thought, it would only expose your incompetence. Then, shall we introduce several new regulations? That is even less acceptable. The elder retorted, do you take this for children's make-believe? This event involves over 10,000 disciples. To arbitrarily revise the rules now, how will they speak of us afterward? They will call us capricious, untrustworthy, and ill-prepared. And then, where, pray tell, shall we rest our faces? Once again the others silently scoffed. It is your face that hangs in the balance, not ours. This plan is untenable. Let us devise another. Elder, if no other recourse remains, might you deliver a token offering to Elder 6 at the Spirit Beast Peak, requesting he temporarily seal the Dreamweaver hounds. What preposterous counsel is this? The elder shook his head vigorously like a drumstick on a toy rattle. The Dreamweaver hounds are divine beasts. Do you imagine they may be sealed at will? Moreover, the hounds have taken a peculiar fondness for the Shantian tokens. Should we imprison them now, what vengeance might they exact upon our return? Do you wish to awaken one morning to find your doorstep carpeted in hound droppings? Worse still, the Dreamweaver hounds can conceal their leavings within illusory realms, revealing them only beneath your footfall. Can you fathom the sheer soul-crushing despair of such a fate? The assembly fell silent. Elder, one finally dared ask, may we inquire, how do you know these details so intimately? The elder's expression froze. Well, a certain friend of mine. No, never mind. That's irrelevant. Focus. Devise a solution now. Silence descended once more. The elder sank heavily into his chair, questioning the very fabric of his existence. Wang Yingjun, throughout my life, fortune has flowed like an unbroken river. From childhood, I was confirmed to possess a peerless spiritual root. My cultivation path brimmed with serendipitous encounters, like a great pung soaring on the wind, ascending 9 myriad li into the heavens, thus becoming the youngest outer sect elder of the Shantian sect. Yet fate turned cruel. 2 months ago, my attempt to break through to the integration realm ended in failure. To soothe my spirit, the Grand Elder of the Outer Sect assigned me this spring festival event as mere respite. I deliberately chose the simplest undertaking, one that had never once faltered in past years, a mere formality to accrue seniority. Who could have foreseen that within mere days chaos would erupt? Alas, why must this year bring me such relentless misfortune? It feels as though unseen forces conspire against me. Could it be? Elder Wang Yingjuan's eyes widened suddenly. Could it be? Because last September, disguised as an ordinary mortal, I visited a mountain town tavern for tofu now, and took the first spoonful, only to discover it was sweet. That single bite shattered my auspicious destiny. How bizarre. How utterly bizarre. Elder, someone finally broke the silence. Perhaps we should embrace Wu Wei, governance through non-interference. What do you mean by that? Precisely what it sounds like. Do nothing. The regulations explicitly permit spirit beasts to participate, and explicitly permit interference with other participants' search for Shantian tokens. Thus, the Dreamweaver hound's conduct violates no rule whatsoever. Why then should we intervene? That sounds easy enough, but what if disciples grow restless, unable to locate tokens day after day? It countered another. I cannot agree with that perspective. Their unrest stems solely from the belief that we are responsible for their failure. If we reveal the truth and redirect their ire elsewhere, they will cease troubling us entirely. A spark ignited in Elder Wang Yingjuan's gaze. You're absolutely right. We need only disclose the truth and let them devise their own countermeasures against the Dreamweaver hounds. If the hounds may disrupt others' searches, then others may likewise disrupt the hounds. If disciples fail to locate the Shantian tokens, it is simply because their skill falls short of the hounds, not because of any failing on our part. Elder Wang Yingjun immediately endorsed the plan. Naturally, it carried drawbacks, the most immediate being diminished enthusiasm among next year's disciples for participating in the event. Still, this event falls solely under my stewardship for this year. What transpires next year holds no bearing on Wang Yingjun. Day 7 of the event. I've deciphered it. The clue points to Star Moon Avenue. 2 disciples of the Erdhandwood Pavilion walked side by side. Brother Wang, what madness has seized the sect? Why invite the Dreamweaver hounds into this event? Brother Wang speaks truly, the other disciple grumbled. How can ordinary cultivators possibly contend with the sect's divine guardian beasts? Both bore the surname Wang, hence both were called Brother Wang. I suspect, said Brother Wang, the sect never intended for us to find the Shantian tokens at all. Facing the Dreamweaver hounds heathen is futile, but to claim no hope remains. That I cannot accept. Brother Wang, if you hold a solution, speak plainly. No more evasions. Brother Wang lowered his voice. Yes, the hounds can draw us into illusions. That power is indeed insurmountable. Yet the hounds possess one fatal flaw: they lack intellect. Brother Wang frowned. Does locating the Shantian token truly require intelligence? Of course it does. Without wit, how could one deduce the token's hidden location? Deprived of human cunning, the hounds can only trail behind the crowd in pursuit of the tokens. And that is precisely the advantage we shall exploit. We'll take a shortcut, slip ahead of the main group by mere moments, and secure the token before the hounds arrive. Brilliant. Brother Wang, you've outdone yourself. Avoid the main avenue. I know a narrow path through Moonlight Plaza. It shaves off at least 15 minutes. Agreed. Both brothers Wang sprinted forward and soon reached Moonlight Plaza. Moonlight Plaza under construction. No entry for unauthorized personnel. Please detour. We apologize for any inconvenience. Construction is complex and expected to last 3 months. We deeply apologize for the inconvenience. Earthenwood Pavilion. Due to extreme engineering challenges, an additional 3 months are required. Please deter. We sincerely apologize. Staring at the construction, notice the two Erdhandwood disciples stood stunned. Brother Wong, since when has Moonlight Plaza been under construction? And for 3 months. How have I heard nothing of this? I haven't the faintest idea. I recall no such announcement either. No matter. Finding the token takes priority. We'll investigate after the festival. Agreed. They detoured hastily, yet the delay cost them precious minutes. Ultimately caught in the Dreamweaver Hound's overwhelming control, they suffered a bitter defeat. Today I've once again obtained 7 tokens. How delightful. Qin Yu was organizing all the tokens in his hand within the cave. Counting today's 7 tokens, I now have a total of 43 tokens. As long as someone finds more than 10 tokens, the sect will reward them with a spiritual weapon. However, each person can only claim 1 spiritual weapon, so Qin Yu plans to give Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji 10 tokens each. This way the 3 of them can each claim a spiritual weapon, but the excess tokens would be a waste. Qin Yu thought of creating greater value from these tokens. Theoretically, if one person takes 10 tokens, it is the most cost-effective. Taking more would just be wasteful, but I don't have that many people. Although Qin Yu had a few friends like Xiao Si, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Lu, his relationship with them was not as strong as with Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji. If these 3 leaked his information, it would be difficult for Qin Yu to navigate the outer sect. Qin Yu did not want to take that risk. Sai having too many tokens is also a kind of trouble. Qin Yu felt a bit melancholic. Unfortunately, spirit beasts were not part of the sect's contribution point system and could not be exchanged for contribution points. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration hit Qin Yu, causing his lips to curl into a smile. I figured out how to handle the surplus tokens. On the 8th day of the event, Qin Yu earned 6 tokens. Today marks the first day of the official battle between human cultivators and the illusory dream hounds. The Xiantian sect Evening News reported this in detail. Since learning yesterday that the illusory dream hounds had joined the search for Xiantian tokens event, clever human cultivators quickly launched a counterattack and devised various strategies against the illusory dream hounds. Among them, one guild achieved remarkably superior results. Interviews revealed that the guild's vice leader had formulated a multi-layered disruption combat plan. This combat plan fully utilized the advantage of numbers, and under the guild's arrangement, no matter where the hint pointed, someone would head in all directions, greatly dispersing the combat strength of the illusory Dreamhound clan. At the same time, this guild was also the first to announce their unity. Everyone had clear roles. There were those responsible for disrupting the illusory dream hounds, those who quickly formulated routes, and those who were sharp-eyed and attentive in searching for tokens. Guild members shared both hardships and fortunes. The tokens found were exchanged for contribution points and evenly distributed among all members. It was precisely because of their advanced strategies and tacit cooperation that the only token available today was secured by this guild. Qin Yu looked at the report, filled with regret. I knew that person with the surname Gao should not be kept. With this precedent, countless guilds suddenly emerged in the outer sect of the Xiantian sect. The larger guilds had hundreds of members, while the smaller ones had only a few. However, these guilds were chaotic internally, with members harboring their own agendas, and scheming was rampant. They were currently in a period of adjustment. The editor inquired of a member from the guild why they were so united. The answer was surprisingly unanimous: we have a good guild leader. It was unclear who the guild leader was capable of uniting so many people with a common purpose. The editor would continue to report. Qin Yu set down the newspaper. He had long anticipated the human cultivators' counterattack. However, he was not worried about it. The illusory dream hounds held an absolute advantage over human cultivators. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and plots were futile. Qin Yu felt that if he, with his wisdom, could not come up with a countermeasure, others stood even less of a chance. The vast majority of Xiantian tokens will still end up in my hands, Emperor Qin Yu He. With today's 6 tokens, Qin Yu had amassed a total of 49 tokens. It feels like the quantity is about right. I will implement the second phase of the plan starting tomorrow. On the 9th day of the event, before dawn, Qin Yu called Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji, took a small wooden table, and ran to the door of the law enforcement team. Brother Yu, why did you call us here? Li Zhengtong asked. Qin Yu whispered, I need your help with something big today. Something big? Li Zhengtong's eyes lit up, showing interest. Qin Yu said to the two, today I need you to act as my bodyguards and ensure my personal safety. No problem. Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji stood tall. Since there's no problem, then take these 2 pills. Qin Yu pulled out 2 great strength pills. Seeing the pills, the expressions of the two changed. Brother Yu, aren't we just protecting you? Why do we have to take pills? Is that a question? Qin Yu pointed at them and said, look at your little frames. I, a 6th level Qi refining cultivator, need you a 2nd level and a 3rd level Qi refining cultivator to protect me. Li Zhengtong forced a smile. Brother Yu, even if we take the pills, we won't be much stronger. Li Jingtong had developed a shadow over Qin Yu's pills. He would avoid taking them if possible, and if he had to, he would find every way not to. If you turn into gorillas, at least you'll look quite intimidating. Don't worry, it's just a great strength pill, nothing new. When have I ever let my brothers down? Li Jingtong replied, Xiao Ji added, Since there's no one around, hurry up and eat it. After the task is completed, I'll give each of you a few hundred contribution points as a reward. All right. Li Jingtong hesitated and picked up a pill to swallow. Xiao Ji grabbed another pill and was about to consume it when Li Jingtong suddenly screamed, Itchy, it's driving me crazy. Li Jingtong laughed and rolled around, scratching himself. In the empty street, this scene appeared quite eerie. Xiao Ji was so frightened that he lost track of the pill in his hand. Oh no, oh no. Qin Yu slapped his forehead, apologizing. I grabbed the wrong pill. What I just gave you seems to be a qi refining pill. Qin Yu hurriedly stimulated Li Jingtong's acupoints in a specific order until Li Jingtong revived. Sorry about that. I will definitely check properly next time. After Qin Yu's coercion and persuasion, the two finally consumed the great strength pills and transformed into two strong black gorillas. Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, now they have some intimidation. Once someone arrives, you just need to stand beside me and show off your muscles. Qin Yu set up the wooden table and casually threw 20 Xiantian tokens onto it. Xiao Ji's eyes went wide. Although he had long known that Brother Yu had many Xiantian tokens, seeing so many tokens tossed aside, like scrap iron, still had a significant visual impact. Then Qin Yu took out a black cloth, wrapping himself up so tightly that even his enemies wouldn't recognize him. Next, we just need to wait for the big fish to bite. As the sun gradually rose, the street began to come alive. The market stalls opened one after another, and the disciples setting up their stands started to make their camp. At first, no one noticed the inconspicuous small stall that appeared next to the law enforcement hall until the first member of the enforcement team arrived for duty and suddenly caught sight of it. How strange. The enforcement team member felt a bit curious. The enforcement team had a dignified image, and the law enforcement hall was akin to a teacher's office in a school, generally avoided by everyone. Thus, the foot traffic here was sparse, and no one had ever set up a stall in this area. The enforcement team member looked over with curiosity, and his eyes were immediately drawn to the two gorillas standing behind the stall. They're actually spirit beasts. Could they be disciples of the beast-taming peak? Weren't they confined for 6 months? How could they be out so soon? The enforcement team member then shifted his gaze to the stall owner. Wrapped up so tightly and setting up a stall in such a remote place, it seems they fear being recognized. This person immediately walked towards the stall, needing to confirm one last time. If the other party was indeed from the beast-taming peak, he would report them right away. It is well known that the beast-taming peak had no friends outside the sect, only enemies. As the enforcement team member reached Qin Yu's stall, he hadn't even asked before his mouth dropped open in shock, forming an O shape. Fellow disciple, do you wish to buy the Xiantian tokens? Qin Yu used his spiritual power to distort his voice, making it sound incredibly rough. Are all these Xiantian tokens? The enforcement team member's eyes widened, his hands flipping through the tokens repeatedly. Could you be the leader of that mysterious organization? Ever since Qin Yu's gang rose to fame, the theory they summarized had rapidly gained traction. However, this theory was updated in a timely manner, as the members of the gang previously believed that an organization composed entirely of the children of fortune had found most of the tokens. Since the appearance of the illusion dream dog, this theory had transformed into the mysterious organization controls the illusion dream dog to find the Xiantian tokens. Therefore, it had become a consensus that most Xiantian tokens were in the hands of the mysterious organization. Qin Yu self-deprecatingly said in a rough voice, "Hee, I'm just a worker." This was tantamount to admitting that a mysterious organization indeed existed. Upon seeing this pile of Xiantian tokens, the enforcement team member realized that Qin Yu must not be an outer disciple of the beast-taming peak. Daring to set up a stall selling Xiantian tokens was unprecedented in Xiantian sect and would undoubtedly attract countless eyes, becoming the center of attention. The people from the beast-taming peak didn't have the guts to take such risks. Can these Xiantian tokens be sold? The enforcement team member asked. Qin Yu shrugged. Well, the rules don't explicitly forbid selling. Then how much for these Xiantian tokens? The enforcement team member wanted to buy one to show off. I don't sell them individually, you have to buy 10 at a time. 10? I don't have that many contribution points. The enforcement team member kindly reminded him, there aren't many people passing by here. You'd better set up your stall over at the market. Qin Yu smiled. This place is safe enough. Oh, I'm afraid of being robbed. Besides, good wine needs no bush. Will I lack customers for this? Only then did the enforcement team member understand. Selling Xiantian tokens was such an explosive matter that it would surely be spread wildly. Just the topic of members of the mysterious organization appearing would capture everyone's attention. Then sell well, and if you encounter any situations, feel free to call us in the enforcement team. The enforcement team member was quite polite, showing goodwill to befriend Chinyu. The mere ability of the mysterious organization to command the illusion dream dogs was not something the enforcement team could contend with. Thank you, brother. After the enforcement team member left, 3 people happened to pass by. Upon seeing Chinyu selling Xiantian tokens, the 3 exclaimed and rushed out without looking back. In no time, a large crowd surged toward this way. Wow, it really is the Xiantian tokens. So many, how many pieces is this? Incredible, those tokens that couldn't be found are actually here. Amidst the gasps, some people pointed at Chinyu and cursed, "Bastard, what's the name of your organization? Hiding in the dark is no skill. If you have the guts, come out and face us. Even my gang leader alone can wipe you out." Chinyu recognized the voice as somewhat familiar. Damn, isn't that senior brother Gao? It seems this Gao really hates the mysterious organization to the core. Stop talking nonsense with him. Let's just rip off the black cloth from him and see what the person who opposes us looks like. Someone shouted and moved to take action. At that moment, Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji both exhaled a puff of air from their nostrils and stepped forward. Although these 2 weren't very strong, they stood over 2.5 meters tall after transforming into gorillas. With their robust muscles and fierce expressions, they exuded a considerable oppressive aura. Just one look made others hesitate to provoke them. Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji glared fiercely, causing the person to hurriedly raise his hand and scratch his head. My scalp itches a bit. Chinyu stepped forward and said to the crowd, "Xiantian tokens belong to whoever finds them. That's the rule. Since the sect hasn't intervened, it is enough to prove that we haven't violated any rules. Why are you all making a fuss here when you can't find the tokens just because you're not skilled enough? If you can't play, don't play. Understand? You sought help from the illusion dream dogs. How shameless." Someone in the crowd shouted angrily. Chinyu sneered. "The illusion dream dogs are the protectors of the sect. They are right there. If you have the ability, you can also ask them to help you find the tokens. Everyone has the same resources. If you can't use them, you don't allow others to use them. Are others obliged to accommodate you? Shouldn't others stop cultivating just because they are faster than you? You?" The person's face turned beet red, unable to utter a word. Senior brother Gao gritted his teeth amidst the crowd. What a sharp-tongued person! It seems only by having the gang leader personally intervene would there be a chance of winning. Having persuaded the crowd, Chinyu picked up a token and casually tossed it onto the table. The tokens clashed, producing a crisp sound. If anyone has any objections, they can report to the authorities. I am not here to argue with anyone, but to sell these Xiantian tokens. How much are these tokens? Someone immediately asked. 10 tokens for a set priced at 2,000 contribution points. A fat man in the crowd laughed heartily. Are you out of your mind? 10 tokens can only be exchanged for 1,000 contribution points. Selling them for 2,000 contribution points. If you manage to sell them, I'll twist my head off and kick it like a ball. I'll bite. A loud and firm voice echoed through the crowd. The fat man glared angrily. Who's the blind fool trying to oppose me, looking for death? The crowd parted to make way. A man dressed in a fiery red robe and wearing golden boots stepped forward. Upon seeing him, the fat man immediately lowered his head. Zhougo, I didn't know it was you. Amidst the crowd, whispers arose. It's Zhou Shuhai from the Alchemy Peak. He's gone mad, wanting to spend 2,000 contribution points to buy 10 Xiantian tokens. What a fool with too much money. What do you know? Do you know what it means to collect 10 Xiantian tokens? Stop talking nonsense. What does it mean? The crowd was curious and asked. Of course it's. The person paused, fully arousing the crowd's curiosity before slowly saying, of course it can win the favor of a partner. Haven't you heard the phrase that suddenly became popular yesterday? If you love her, gift her 10 Xiantian tokens in winter. Hearing this, Chinyu knew that his efforts yesterday had not been in vain. Today I'm a bit tired. Missing a chapter will make it up tomorrow. Listening to the increasingly outrageous claims made by these people, senior brother Gao couldn't help but speak up. Have you all forgotten that when a person possesses 10 Xiantian tokens, the sect will reward them with an additional spirit artifact? Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly realized. Although the sect had established this reward, the older disciples all knew that it seemed no one had ever been able to claim it. This time, only a little over 100 tokens were distributed, while each year the number of disciples participating in the event is at least in the tens of thousands. On average, the probability of each person finding one is only 1%. Let alone one person finding 10 Xiantian tokens. Even if you had a group of people helping you search, it would be very difficult to gather 10 tokens. Because this task is nearly impossible to complete. Over time, everyone forgot about this reward. It was only when senior brother Gao reminded them that they understood why Chinyu dared to sell 10 tokens for such a high price of 2,000 contribution points. The extra 1,000 contribution points are equivalent to buying a spirit artifact. Zhou Shuhai walked up to Chinyu stall, took out his identity token, and decisively said, I'll buy one. Are all alchemists this wealthy? Chinyu thought to himself. At first he feared that the price of 2,000 contribution points was too high and that no one could afford it. Unexpectedly, Qin Yu had underestimated everyone's financial capacity. Next time I can sell my goods for a higher price. Qin Yu took out his identity token, which was also wrapped in black cloth. As their tokens lightly touched, 2,000 contribution points were added to Qin Yu's identity token. The transaction was completed. Zhou Shuhai picked up the 10 tokens and left without looking back. After Zhou Shuhai left, the crowd began to discuss. What level is the spirit artifact rewarded by the sect? Is it worth 1,000 contribution points? Spirit artifacts are divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, with each level further divided into low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade. Zhou Shuhai is taking a big gamble. With 1,000 contribution points, he could buy a high-grade yellow-tier artifact. If the sect rewards him with a mid-grade or low-grade yellow-tier spirit artifact, he would be at a loss. Someone analyzed. I believe the artifacts rewarded by the sect won't be too shabby. At the very least, they will be high-grade yellow-tier, and most likely they are profound-tier artifacts. So I feel that spending 2,000 contribution points to buy 10 Xiantian tokens is a sure win. Then you should hurry and buy. Are you kidding? Where am I supposed to get 2,000 contribution points? We can lend you some. Then I won't buy either. What if I end up losing? The crowd responded. As everyone treated the situation as entertainment, Senior Brother Gao furrowed his brows and began to ponder. Just as that person said, the rewards given by the sect will definitely not be too poor. And the difficulty of having one person possess 10 Xiantian tokens is extremely high. Generally, the more difficult the task, the more generous the rewards. The sect will most likely reward a profound tier artifact. Senior Brother Gao calculated in his heart. Even the worst profound tier artifact is worth around 2,000 contribution points. There are nearly 100 people in the guild, and if each person contributes 20 contribution points, we can buy 10 Xiantian tokens. If the sect rewards a low-grade profound artifact, it could sell for at least 2,000 contribution points, making a pure profit of 1,000 contribution points with a profit margin of up to 50. Although there is some risk, the profit is so high that it's worth a try. Senior Brother Gao immediately made up his mind. Finding tokens can't compare to buying tokens for profit. Senior Brother Gao hurriedly squeezed to the front of the line. How many tokens are left? Qin Yu replied, only 10 left. Senior Brother Gao asked, can you reserve them for me? I'll go gather money. Qin Yu politely replied, no you can't. However, you can make a reservation. If we have more tokens in the future, you'll have the priority to purchase. After all, they were all acquaintances, and Qin Yu had to take care of them. Sure. Senior Brother Gao was overjoyed. How do I reserve? Pay 10 contribution points as a deposit. If we do not sell Xiantian tokens in the future, this 10 contribution points will be refunded to you. If we continue to sell Xiantian tokens, and you choose not to buy, the 10 contribution points will not be refunded. Don't pay. Be careful, it might be a scam. Someone hurriedly reminded. Exactly, look how tightly he's wrapped up. Even if he doesn't sell later, you won't be able to find him. Senior Brother Gao scoffed at this. A big organization that casually sells 20 Xiantian tokens won't care about your 10 contribution points. Senior Brother Gao decisively paid. The next selling time is 5 days from now, at midnight, still at this location. Senior Brother Gao nodded. Got it. Senior Brother Gao hurriedly left, seemingly to gather money. If he waits until he gathers the money, and Qin Yu hasn't sold those 10 Xiantian tokens, then there won't be a need to wait 5 days. Unfortunately, just as Senior Brother Gao left, 2 people rushed in immediately. One person bought the Xiantian tokens outright, while the other paid the 10 contribution points as a deposit. In less than an hour after Qin Yu set up his stall, the goods were sold out. Time to close up. Qin Yu hurriedly left with Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji. At noon, Elder Wang Ingjuan, who was in charge of this event, slumped in a chair, frowning. He looked as if he were questioning his life. Why am I so unlucky? No one has traded tokens in this event for hundreds of years, yet how did it fall on me this year? Why do I feel like someone is targeting me all the time? The others silently watched Elder Wang Ingjuan, speechless. They all felt that Elder Wang was simply too unfortunate. The rules of previous activities had always been similar, yet there had never been any trouble. Who would have thought that on the second day of this year's event, protests from the disciples would arise, followed by the inexplicable involvement of the illusion hound, and ultimately even the trading of the Xiantian tokens appeared. It really is. Sigh. Who could it be among so many activities that has to target this one event? Let's have a moment of silence for Elder Wang Ingjun. You all need to say something. Think of a way to resolve this matter. Wang Ingjun asked the crowd. Someone hesitantly replied, Elder, this matter cannot be resolved. Our activity rules only state that snatching is prohibited, but they do not forbid trading. The disciples are engaging willingly, and we cannot interfere. Do you really need to tell me that? Do you think I haven't thought of that? Elder Wang Ingjun was somewhat angry. The continuous setbacks left him feeling extremely frustrated. In recent days, Elder Wang Ingjun dared not cultivate. After his recent failed breakthrough, he was now facing such troublesome matters, fearing he might go into a frenzy during his cultivation. Actually, this matter is quite simple to resolve. A loud and confident voice rang out, and everyone turned to look. It was the person who had proposed the key opinion last time. Elder Wang Yingjun's eyes lit up, filled with anticipation as he said, "In a critical moment, we still have to rely on you. Hurry and speak." The person casually replied, "It's simple. Since it's a matter of the disciples engaging willingly, we do not need to interfere. The only issue that needs resolving is the spirit weapon problem. Given the current developments, we might need to prepare 10 spirit weapons to be safe." Of course I know that. The key is how to resolve these spirit weapons. Our activity budget is insufficient. The budget provided by the sect is only enough to buy 2 spirit treasures, which is far from adequate. The person smiled coolly. "This can be easily resolved." Elder Wang Yingjun looked at the person's calm smile and confident words and suddenly felt he had found a savior. "Quickly tell me, how should we resolve this?" "Elder, you can just cover the deficit from your own pocket." "This? You?" Elder Wang Yingjun felt darkness before his eyes and collapsed. He had used up all his savings during his attempt to break through to the integration stage, and he even owed a debt. Over the past few months, the contribution points given to him by the sect were all used to pay off his debts. He didn't even dare to go to the canteen when his friends invited him. His mouth was almost dried up, let alone having money to buy treasures from his own pocket. "Elder, are you alright? Quick, who has healing pills?" "I have. But this pill is a bit expensive. I kept it for my own survival." "Don't be stingy. After all, the elder has money. Once he wakes up, he'll reimburse you. Perhaps if the elder is happy, he might even give you a little extra." Hearing this, Wang Yingjun suddenly opened his eyes, feeling a surge of power throughout his body. The first thing he shouted upon waking was, Quickly secure that expensive pill of yours." "Elder, are you alright? Do you want me to go find someone to treat you?" Wang Yingjun waved his hand hastily. "Don't call anyone. I'm fine. I sustained some internal injuries during the breakthrough to integration. You'll be alright after resting for a while. When you all try to break through to integration, you'll understand how I feel right now." Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a bit despondent. Most of them might never even reach the nascent soul stage in their lifetime, let alone attempt to break through to integration. Seeing the sorrowful expressions on the faces of those around him, Wang Yingjun felt much better. With the support of the crowd, Elder Wang Yingjun sat back down in his chair. "So where were we just now? We were talking about you covering your own expenses to buy spirit weapons. Elder, are you alright? Quick, the pills." I'm fine. Elder Wang Yingjun slowly circulated the spiritual energy within his body to calm his emotions. "It might be that this recent activity has stirred up frustrations, leading to some instability in my breath. A sip of water and a bit of rest should do the trick." Someone hurriedly brought a cup of hot tea to the elder. Wang Yingjun took a deep breath and slowly asked, "Aside from covering my own expenses for spirit weapons, is there any other way?" The crowd fell silent, and the same loud voice spoke again, "Of course there is." Elder Wang Yingjun suddenly felt energized. "Why didn't you say so sooner? You startled me. Quick, tell me." "Elder, you can use your agility to steal a few weapons from the weapon shop." Elder Wang Yingjun: "If you want to be kicked out of the sect, just say so. There's no need for such roundabout ways." "Elder, I was just joking. I have another idea. Let's only prepare 2 treasures. Well, reward whoever has the most Xiantian tokens." Elder Wang Yingjun asked in confusion, "Isn't that against the activity rules?" "What if it is? At worst, we'll be scolded for a few years. At worst, we won't work as activity staff anymore. At worst, your time as an inner sect elder will be pushed back. I don't mind either way." The crowd: "Elder Wang Yingjun, your suggestion is good. Then where do you think I should steal from?" "Elder, you mustn't." "What do you mean mustn't?" The senior brother boomed, producing a blueprint with excitement. "Elder, in my estimation, the Baichi Pavilion established here by Wang Tai sect is the easiest to plunder. This is the floor plan of the Baichi Pavilion I drew. Enter through here. The valuable weapons are all on the 2nd floor. Do not use the stairs to reach the 2nd floor. The stairs are guarded. Simply leap up directly. Once you steal the weapons, the Baichi Pavilion will trigger an alarm. All defensive formations will activate automatically, sealing any thief inside the building. But given the grade of that formation, it certainly cannot restrain someone of your caliber, Elder. After all, no one would imagine a cultivator at the grand perfection of the Huashan stage would stoop to stealing mere Xiantier weapons, so you could smash that formation through sheer force. Then you exit the Baichi Pavilion through the back door, mount your sword, and surge northwest. After reaching Fengya Plaza, travel east for 3 minutes, and you will enter the deep mountains. Hide within those mountains, and you will be safe. The exact route is marked here. Rest assured, this is unquestionably the best path. By the way, the treasures you steal will bear the Baichi Pavilion's mark. You must remove that mark before they can be accepted as rewards. I know a friend who specializes in that, I can recommend him to you. One more thing, when you go, conceal your whole body. The Baichi Pavilion has 5 recording orbs, and they are all marked on this map. For safety, we recommend you smash the recording orbs as soon as you enter. Everyone stared at him, mouths agape, at a loss for words to describe how they felt in that moment. What is your name? Elder Wang Ingjun asked. My name is Wang Shuai. Elder, you need not praise me. This is simply what I ought to do. Wang Shuai, is it? You seem very well informed. Which peak are you from? Xinyu Peak. Xinyu Peak trains footwork above all. Its disciples are light as swallows, moving with ghost-like agility and exceptional speed. Ah, that fits. Elder Wang Ingjun nodded. Fast-fooded and so familiar with the Baichi Pavilion. Must have done some thieving, eh? No. Hand over half the loot, and I won't report you, someone joked. The crowd fell silent. Wang Shuai hurriedly waved his hand. Elder, though my lifelong dream is to become a great thief, robbing the rich to aid the poor, righting injustices. I truly haven't begun stealing. With preparations so thorough, would you not act? Of course not. With my strength, I cannot break that defensive formation, and the formation-breaking talisman is far too expensive for me to afford. A true master thief never moves until every precaution is in place. Elder Wang Ingjun nodded. After the meeting, go to the enforcement squad and leave a record. Get yourself booked into a cell temporarily, so we won't have trouble finding you later. Elder, I'm only helping you. You cannot betray me. Follow my steps exactly, and it will be foolproof. Your trouble will be solved in a single stroke. Excuse me, I have a question, someone in the crowd asked. From what I understand, our sect's own weapon shop seems to have weaker defenses. Wouldn't that be an easier target? Wang Shuai replied with a flip of pride. I am a thief of principles. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. I would never target my own people. Besides, there is another trivial reason. What reason? If you steal from our own sect, the enforcement squad will truly arrest you. The crowd. Enough, don't get off topic. Elder Wang Ingjun said with righteous severity. Wang Shuai, even if the Baichi Pavilion were not owned by our sect, you still must not steal. Such thoughts are wrong. I will confiscate that blueprint. If you truly wish to be a master thief, turn your sights to the demonic cultivators who plague the world and lend your skills to the cause of peace. The elder is right. It's a pity that after all my preparations, the Baichi Pavilion escapes unscathed. Wang Ingjun. All right, back to the matter at hand. What grade of spirit artifacts should we prepare as prizes? Let me calculate how many we should. No, how many contribution points we should spend. Wang Shuai said. Records indicate the prize should be Xiantier spirit artifacts. Given the elder's means, I suggest we prepare only the best arrange, all Xiantier superior spirit artifacts. It will make our event seem grand and dispel any negative impressions caused by mishaps during the event. Xiantier superior. He choked. Someone hurriedly asked, Elder, are you all right? Wang Ingjun. I'm fine. I choked on some water. Elder, it seemed you weren't actually drinking water just now. Wang Ingjun. I swallowed wrong and choked. I thought you were balking at the cost of the spirit artifacts. What nonsense, Wang Shuai said. The elder is a cultivator at the grand perfection of the Huashan stage. Never mind Xiantier treasures, even the Thier treasures are at his fingertips. See, Wang Ingjun forced an awkward smile. I do have some contribution points. It's not that I can't afford Xiantier superiors, I just feel it's unnecessary. These outer disciples haven't even reached the Jindan stage, yet no matter how exquisite the spirit artifacts, they cannot bring them to full effect. Wang Shuai took up the thread. Even if they cannot fully wield them, we should still prepare the best. That is the only way to show the grandeur of our event team. So it's not you paying then. Elder Wang Ingjun ground his teeth, his face contorted. He suspected Wang Shuai harbored a grudge against him, but he had no evidence. Enough. I alone shall decide which grade of spirit artifact to purchase. Everyone may disperse. Yes, Elder Wang. After the crowd departed, Elder Wang Ingjun slumped into his chair, his gaze vacant and unblinking. How on earth did matters deteriorate to this point? In truth, Elder Wang Ingjun had accepted oversight of this event with a quiet personal motive. No participant had ever before collected all 10 Xiantian tokens, so the contribution points allocated for purchasing spirit artifacts invariably remained unspent and were subsequently divided among the event staff. As chief supervisor, Elder Wang Ingjun naturally received the largest share. Though these points held little value for an elder, they could nonetheless ease his strained finances. Who could have foreseen such rapid unforeseen upheavals within mere days? Not only had he failed to claim the surplus points, he now faced out-of-pocket expenses. A true double loss, honor forfeited, resources squandered. Wait. A sudden recollection struck Elder Wang Ingjun. Though I am chief supervisor, I am not the sole person responsible for this event. Why then must I alone cover the shortfall in contribution points? And why have I only just now realized this? Damn it. I've been misled by Wang Shuai. Elder Wang Ingjun grew increasingly uneasy. If surplus points exist, they are distributed equally among all staff. Likewise, any deficit should be shared proportionally. Perhaps I contribute more, but certainly not bear the entire burden alone. Elder Wang Ingjun rose to call the others back, but paused hesitating. I am the youngest outer sect elder. Surely I shall ascend to the harmonious integration realm and join the inner sect. Even becoming a peak master is not beyond reach. Yet if I summon them now, I risk exposing my dire financial straits, or worse, being branded miserly. He could already envision how others would speak of him in years to come. Do not be deceived by Wang Ingjuan's polished exterior. He is in truth astonishingly stingy. Oh, how so? He served as chief supervisor for an outer sect event. Due to his mismanagement, the sect's allocated budget fell short, forcing him to personally cover the deficit with his own contribution points. Surely the shortfall was minor, for an outer sect activity. Indeed, it was trivial, and as an outer sect elder those points were but a single hair from an ox's tail. But here's the twist. What twist? Wang Ingjun compelled every staff member under him to jointly contribute points to fill the gap. An elder demanding disciples under his command dip into their own reserves. A true iron rooster, feathers unyielding, not a single plume given. Never imagined he'd prove so petty. Best keep one's distance henceforth. At this thought, Elder Wang Ingjun shuddered violently, shaking his head to banish the imagined gossip from his mind. The words died unspoken upon his lips. My future reputation demands I shoulder this cost myself. Lice multiply, yet it fades, debts accrue, yet dread dulls. Let me borrow just a little more. Elder Wang Ingjun withdrew the map confiscated from Wang Shui and incinerated it in a flicker of flame. Such underhanded schemes are truly inadvisable. Reclining in his chair, Elder Wang Ingjun closed his eyes in contemplation, until suddenly inspiration struck. Since Xiantian tokens may be bought and sold, why not commission someone to acquire them en masse? The awarded spirit artifacts are at minimum profound rank. Even at 200 contribution points, the investment guarantees profit. At the very least, this will recoup some losses. Without delay, Elder Wang Ingjun sprang up and rushed out. Though as supervisor, he could not participate directly in the event. He had disciples. Merely instructing them to acquire tokens violated no regulation. That very evening, Qin Yu secured 7 Xiantian tokens. On day 10 of the event, Qin Yu acquired 5 Xiantian tokens. On day 11, he acquired 6 more. Thus, the sect had issued a total of 77 Xiantian tokens. Of those, 67 were now in Qin Yu's possession, while all other disciples combined held only 10. Once Qin Yu's token trading strategy became known, numerous individuals and factions across the sect began aggressively acquiring Xiantian tokens at premium prices. Having each obtained 1 token under Qin Yu's guidance, Li Zhengtong and Xiaozhi now found crowds gathering daily outside their cultivation caves, eager to purchase their tokens. Bids climbed steadily. 1 token had surged from 100 to 200 contribution points, matching Qin Yu's bulk sale price per token. Yet the price had not peaked. Though Qin Yu now commanded ample funds, he abstained entirely from this frenzy. Not because he scorned such scattered tokens, but because he harbored a far grander design. Let the bullet fly a while longer. Soon all shall witness how the mantis stalks its prey, while the oriole waits unseen behind. On the 12th and 13th days, Qin Yu collected a total of 14 Xiantian tokens. By now he has obtained 81 tokens, and after selling 20, he still holds 61. On the 14th day of the event, today is the agreed day for setting up the stall, and Qin Yu took 30 tokens. Wrapped in black cloth, he along with the transformed Li Zhengtong and Xiaozhi arrived at their old spot. Before the stall was even set up, it was already surrounded by people. I'll buy 10 tokens for 2,000 contribution points right now. Hey, do you even understand the order? I was clearly here first. If anyone buys, it should be me first. As soon as Qin Yu arrived, the crowd began to argue. The Xiantian sect has never lacked smart individuals, and many have already caught scent of the profit to be made gathering funds in preparation to make a big score. Everyone please calm down. Are the 2 who reserved 5 days ago present? Qin Yu asked loudly. I am. Senior brother Gao hurriedly squeezed to the front. The other reserver also appeared on time and took the tokens. Seeing that 3 sets of tokens instantly dwindled to just 1, those who had struggled to gather funds became anxious. Please, brother, sell me a set. I borrowed at high interest. If I can't get the tokens, I'll go bankrupt. Brother, don't sell to him. I'm in a worse situation than he is. I don't know who that fool is who spread the saying, if you love her, give her 10 Xiantian tokens for the winter. Now my Dao partner asks me for tokens every day, saying if I can't get them, she will leave me. Brother, better to tear down 10 temples than to break up a marriage. Qin Yu. Everyone please don't rush. Qin Yu spoke up to calm the crowd. I only have the last set left, yet at least 20 people want tokens. Thus I cannot guarantee that all of you will be able to buy tokens. Upon hearing this, the already anxious crowd became even more agitated. I came the earliest, so I should get to buy first. You're talking nonsense. I was here before dawn, and there wasn't a single person here, so I'm the earliest. Stop bragging. I've been waiting here since last night. Who can say they arrived earlier than me? If not, let's compete. Only the last one standing gets the right to purchase the Shentian tokens. Let's compete then. I'm not afraid of you. Just as it seemed the crowd was about to fight Qin, you shouted urgently. Everyone please stop arguing and listen to me. The crowd quieted down. Qin Yu cleared his throat and spoke in a rough voice. Before selling the tokens, I'd like to share a common knowledge with everyone. The market is controlled by an invisible hand. When supply exceeds demand, prices drop, and when demand exceeds supply, prices rise. The crowd listened in confusion. What do you mean? Qin Yu, nothing much, just according to market rules, the price of Shentian tokens is going to increase. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions changed dramatically. It's already 2,000 contribution points, and it's going up. You all are too greedy. If you raise the price, I won't buy it, right? Everyone was very resistant to the price increase. Everyone please don't panic. Qin Yu slowly said. Although according to the cold hard rules it should increase in price, our organization's leader is a very kind, handsome, and understanding big shot who truly empathizes with everyone. Therefore, our leader specifically instructed me that we are not only fellow disciples, but also family. Since we are family, we cannot be too excessive. Thus today our leader is providing benefits for the family. The last set of Shentian tokens, originally priced at 2,000, will not only not increase in price, but will actually decrease. Decrease by 100. Not enough. Decrease by 500. Still not enough. Decrease by 1,000. That's still not enough. Now not 1999, not 1888, just 888. Take home 10 tokens. Everyone was stunned. 10 Shentian tokens could be exchanged for 1,000 contribution points, and now only selling for 888. Did the leader of that mysterious organization lose his mind or have a sudden attack of conscience to sell at a loss? The scene erupted in excitement. Many who had come just to watch the fun also squeezed in, buying 10 Shentian tokens for 888 contribution points. What's the difference from being given away for free? Moreover, one would also receive a spiritual artifact. If one could secure 10 Shentian tokens, wouldn't that be a complete turnaround? Many silently made up their minds. Even if it cost their lives, they had to secure those 10 Shentian tokens. Everyone stopped the noise. Qin Yu said loudly, although this benefit is incredibly explosive, unfortunately, we only have the last set of tokens left. If I give this set to any one person here, I'm sure others will be dissatisfied. So I racked my brain all night and finally thought of a completely fair and just solution that will surely make everyone satisfied. Bring out the props. Qin Yu shouted. Li Zhengtong hurriedly brought out a particularly large box. Qin Yu patted the box and said, inside this box are many small balls divided into white and yellow colors. Touching a yellow ball will grant you the right to purchase. Everyone gets one free chance to draw a ball, and after that each draw will require 10 contribution points. Introduce 5 new participants to the event, and you can earn another free chance to draw. Using spiritual power to detect during the drawing is prohibited. Anyone caught will be immediately disqualified. Now everyone who wants to participate, please line up and come to register. The crowd eagerly formed a long line. Seeing the chives so active, Qin Yu revealed a pleased smile. Selling directly earns little. To make big money, one must hold a lottery. Li Zhengtong and Xiao Zhi were left dumbfounded by Qin Yu's maneuver. They personally witnessed Qin Yu pour in a full 100,000 white balls. Those in line today are likely facing a grim fate. Everyone please hold off on drawing balls for now. Once all names are registered, we'll proceed collectively. Those who have registered may invite friends and family. For every 5 new participants they bring, they'll receive 1 additional complimentary draw. Only 2,000 slots are available for this event. Once full registration closes permanently, the scene erupted in fervor. Those who'd already registered dashed outward to fetch friends, while the unregistered grew increasingly anxious, urging those ahead to hurry. Though 2,000 people would register, only one would win. All knew the odds of winning were even slimmer than locating the Shentian token itself. Yet the reward was simply too extraordinary to resist. Qin Yu's past life experience had taught him an immutable truth: no matter how infinitesimal the probability, a sufficiently lavish prize will always ignite a stampede of eager participants. Human nature leans instinctively toward hope. What if one were that singular ancient millennium winner? And with 1 complimentary draw guaranteed, why not take the chance? Within moments, crowds swelled to 3,000 or 4,000 as people rallied friends and kin. After all, the Shentian token remained elusive. Why not gamble here instead? It took a full hour before Qin Yu finalized the registration of all 2,000 participants. That's settled. The quota is filled. Those remaining may now step aside. A chorus of despair rose from the unregistered. Please, let me sign up. I'm your family too. Exactly. You called this a family benefit. We are your family. Qin Yu clasped his hands respectfully. My apologies, everyone. Opportunities this time are strictly limited. But rest assured future benefits await, and we hope you'll join us just as enthusiastically next round. I'll pay 10 contribution points for a single draw. Would that be acceptable, eh? Chinyu shook his head gently. Rules were rules, never to be bent for petty gain. Chinyu tapped the large chest before the crowd. Let me reiterate, drawing a yellow ball grants eligibility to purchase the Xiantian token. Draws must rely solely on luck. No spiritual sense or other means of manipulation permitted. Unregistered observers may monitor proceedings closely. Anyone caught cheating forfeits their turn, and the whistleblower immediately assumes their place plus receives 3 additional draws. At those words, the excluded family members transformed instantly, eyes sharpening like wolves locked onto the queue with ravenous intensity. All right, please line up strictly by registration order and begin drawing. This isn't fair, complained those at the rear. If someone ahead draws the yellow ball right away, our registrations become meaningless. Not quite, Chinyu replied. White balls drawn are not returned to the chest. Though early registrants draw first, the probability of drawing yellow increases progressively with each subsequent draw. In short, each position bears its own advantages and drawbacks. Ah, I see, murmured those behind, hearts lifting. That yellow ball won't surface easily. My odds are far greater waiting back here. Let the fools up front absorb the initial risk. Meanwhile, those ahead smirked inwardly. Higher odds mean nothing. Once I grasp that yellow ball, those behind won't even get a chance to draw. Watch closely, pitiful stragglers. First draw, Wang Kaming. 10 referrals granted him 3 attempts. Wang Kaming rubbed his palms together, adrenaline surging. A novice to lotteries, he found himself inexplicably captivated by this pulse-racing thrill. It begins. Hand goes in. Touch something. So many balls. How to choose just 3? Wang Kaming's mind raced as his fingers skimmed lightly over the balls. Yellow balls, prize tokens, must surely lie deepest. I'll reach straight to the bottom. With one swift motion, he plunged his hand deep, seized 3 balls, and withdrew it. Phew, will I win? Every gaze fixed upon his clenched fist, breathless anticipation hanging thick in the air. Wang Kaming drew a deep breath and shouted, hit. His fist opened. 3 pristine white balls rested silently in his palm. To maximize capacity within the chest, Chin, you had chosen the smallest possible balls, each barely larger than a mung bean. No win. Excellent. We still have our chance. You nearly startled me. With that confidence, I thought victory was certain. Ha ha, what a clown. Aside from Wang Kaming's dejection, the crowd burst into collective delight. I'll pay 10 contribution points. I demand another draw. Wang Kaming insisted earnestly. I feel the yellow ball drawing near, its fate itself guiding me. Chinyu fell silent. Every first-time lottery buyer believes they're destined for the jackpot. Paid draws will commence only after all registered participants have completed theirs. If you wish to purchase a draw, please join the queue's end. Hurry up, don't waste everyone's time. Fate has already assigned that yellow ball to me. You stand no chance. Wang Kaming glared defiantly. That yellow ball is mine by destiny, and so is the Xiantian token. Your very presence serves only to amplify my odds. Step aside, I'll draw it out before your eyes. The second participant stepped forward, hand reaching into the chest. Chinyu announced, He Hao, you invited 5 people, granting you 2 draws. I sensed the yellow ball drawing near. Almost there, almost there. He Hao chuckled, his expression unsettlingly lewd, as one hand rummaged feverishly inside the chest. Wait, halt. I accuse him of cheating. A spectator lunged forward, seized He Hao's wrist, and yanked his hand free. What are you doing? You're fabricating charges. The accuser snatched the ring from He Hao's finger and held it aloft. This ring, worn on the hand, detects subtle environmental shifts through resonance. His hand kept shifting deliberately, seeking advantage through this artifact. Try it yourselves. Anyone can verify its function. He Hao snatched back the ring, flustered. How did you know this ring's capability? It's virtually undetectable. The accuser grinned. Coincidence. I forged this very ring. I am a master artificer of the alchemical forging pavilion, and your commission was the one I accepted. Fine. I accept my misfortune. He Hao slipped the ring back on and addressed the crowd. The chest holds tens of thousands of white balls. Even spilled across the floor, finding one by sight alone would be near impossible, let alone by random touch. Enough standing idle in line. Chinyu's eyes narrowed, just as a voice cut through the crowd. Oh ho ho, someone's sour grapes are we. A cheat lacks credibility. Envy us all you like, nya. Hearing such remarks, Chinyu quietly closed his mouth. Have today's cultivators truly evolved to this degree? Do they now self-generate rationalizations and overcome obstacles without guidance? Esteemed participant, since you have succeeded in catching a cheater, his entitlement transfers to you. You shall receive 3 additional draws, 4 in total. Furthermore, one more rule: no jewelry, may be worn while drawing the balls. The crowd voiced no objection. Everyone understood this was for the sake of fairness. This fellow drew 4 white balls and suffered a regrettable defeat. Yet he did not surrender. He prepared to queue for a paid opportunity, convinced that after a round of free draws the chance of finding the yellow ball would rise markedly. It must be fate, he thought, although he had arrived late, destiny still afforded him the chance to stand here. If this yellow ball does not belong to me, whose could it be? Next, you only have one draw. This time the person at the front was another acquaintance of Qin Yu. It was Comrade Xiao Lu, the sort who joked he would never be the third party, but only ever the sixth. Xiao Lu would surely not recognize the man before him with 2 apes at his side, the good brother who had shared that humiliating night with him. Their bond had been forged in squalor. Xiao Lu reached in casually and drew a ball. What a pity, another white ball. If you want paid draws, please queue at the back. Xiao Lu shook his head with regret. Never mind, I do not have that many contribution points. A wise choice. Now you may go aside and catch cheaters. If you catch one, you will still receive 3 free draws. Hearing Xiao Lu give up Qin, he was rather pleased. As expected of a friend of mine, clearly smarter than the rest, he thought. I could see at a glance this was a setup. Qin Yu then heard Xiao Lu murmuring at his ear. Xiao Lu lamented, what a pity. Had I known, I would not have squandered my contribution points. If I'd gone all in, I might have hit something big. Qin Yu remained silent. Never mind, withdrawing is for the best. I would feel guilty cheating my own people, he added. Next, those in the back must speed up, or we won't finish today. The line surged forward, and every single draw produced a white ball. Qin Yu had stocked the box with 100,000 white balls. The probability of drawing the yellow ball was a mere 1 in 101,000. If it were easy to win, Qin Yu would have left the world of schemes entirely. Although nobody managed to draw the yellow ball, no one seemed disappointed. Instead, anticipation swelled. Nearly half the crowd returned to the end of the queue, quietly calculating how many contribution points to risk. As the number of white balls in the box dwindled, the chance of drawing the yellow ball steadily increased. The greater the probability, the greater the hope. Greater hope bred greater motivation fattened Qin Yu's purse. It was a perfectly self-reinforcing cycle. At least from Qin Yu's perspective, it was near perfect. These cultivation disciples were encountering for the first time the crushing simplicity of modern commercial stratagems. Many were intoxicated by the prospect of enormous gain. Faced with this, many had lost the ability to reason, thinking only of how much they might earn upon drawing the yellow ball. Today, Qin Yu intended to teach his Sects disciples a lesson: there are no free lunches. If a pie did fall from the sky, it would be to crush you, not to feed you. Watching the long line, Qin Yu shook his head softly. They are all so naive. Once they leave the sect and enter the world, charlatans will strip them of everything, even their undergarments. Compared to such swindlers, I, Qin Yu, am practically benevolent. At the very least, I will not spare them their underpants. He chuckled. The first round of draws concluded swiftly. Wang Kaming returned to the head of the queue. Qin Yu greeted him warmly. Dear participant, how many draws would you like? He'll take 3 for now, Wang Kaming replied. Very well. One reminder: if you do not hit within these 3 draws and wish to continue, you must return to the end of the line and queue again. One final reminder to everyone: spend with caution. There is only one yellow ball in the box. Even if you fail to draw it, contribution points will not be refunded. I understand. He'll draw 3 times. Wang Kaming paid 30 contribution points, exhaled a breath of immortal qi over his hand, and plunged his hand into the dark void once more. So many white balls are gone, and the odds must have improved considerably, he thought. Ancestors bless me. This yellow ball should be mine. I will grab it. Wang Kaming drew out 3 small balls. Let it be mine, he cried, and when he opened his palm, 3 white balls lay quietly there. Not again. The people behind began to urge him on. Hurry up, we're all waiting. Indeed, my contribution points are growing impatient. Wang Kaming clenched the white balls and silently moved to the back of the line. This must be a test of fate. I lacked resolve. If I had drawn a few more times, the yellow ball would already be in my hand. I cannot give up. I have already spent 30 contribution points. To quit now would be a terrible loss. The line advanced once more. He'll draw 5 times. I'm going all in, 10 draws. Alas, I only have 30 contribution points left, or I might as well spend them all. Watching those who had to abandon their hopes for lack of contribution points, Qin Yu felt a pang of sorrow. It's my fault, he admitted inwardly. My power is too weak. If I were stronger, I could open a bank here on the spot, extend loans, and save these disappointed fellows, he mused. Seeing Brother Yes' contribution points swell by the dozens and hundreds in an instant, the 2 apes behind were struck dumb. Is this the same contribution system that used to yield 10 points in a month? Even robbery isn't this fast, they muttered. Time wore on a little, so Qin Yu found a chair and sat leisurely collecting everyone's contribution points. Qin Yu thought to himself, consider these contribution points your tuition. Meeting me gives you an early lesson in scam awareness. Enjoy your private little triumphs, he added. Besides, this is not a con. The box truly contains a yellow ball. If you are unlucky and fail to draw it, whose fault is that? A fall makes one wiser, Chin Yu reflected. He believed that after this experience those disciples would be far less likely to be deceived in the near future. After all, in the short term, they would scarcely have any spare contribution points left. The second round of the lottery is coming to an end. The white balls in the box are continuously decreasing and the number of people in line is also dwindling. There are a total of 200 participants in this lottery, and after the first round, nearly 1,000 remain for the second round of paid draws. Among these nearly 1,000 people, only about 300 chose to queue again for the third round of paid draws. Of course, not all of the 700 managed to overcome their inner desires. Rather, most of them went bankrupt on the spot and had no strength left to continue. Some people cried and chose to stop, while others ran out frantically to borrow contribution points from their friends. Chin Yu placed a total of 100 white balls in the box, drawing over 300 in the first round and about 500 in the second round, with each person spending an average of 50 contribution points. Many participants are merely servant disciples holding few contribution points. After 1 or 2 draws, they declare bankruptcy. Looking at the line of only 300 people left, Chin Yu somewhat regretted limiting the number of participants to 200. He had overestimated the wealth of these disciples. Even those outer disciples had little money. With just this few people, it seems unlikely to draw a yellow ball today, Chin Yu sighed. There are still nearly 900 white balls in the box, and the odds of winning remain low. Moreover, the atmosphere on site feels a bit off. As the saying goes, those involved are confused while onlookers see clearly. Those deeply immersed in the lottery may not sense the problem, but the crowd of spectators is beginning to doubt. So many white balls have already been drawn. Why does it still feel like there are so many left? How many white balls are actually in this box? I don't know. Could it be that there are 10,000 white balls in there? I think there might be even more, or perhaps there are 20,000 white balls. A 1 in 20,000 chance seems too low. It takes a truly heartless person to pull that off. Surely there can't be that many, probably just around 10,000. But a 1 in 10,000 chance is still pretty low. Come on, I said, how could that mysterious organization suddenly turn benevolent and start discussing benefits for families? It turns out this is just a trap. I can never trust their nonsense again. There can't be many white balls left in the box. The yellow ball should be appearing soon. I wonder who will end up with the final yellow ball. Even though this is a trap, if someone draws that yellow ball, it will be a windfall. Oh, if only I could join now. Haha, you think too highly of yourself. If you join now, those who have drawn before will probably go insane. Hearing the discussions, the 300 people in line were all filled with fighting spirit. The battle has entered its final stage, and the ultimate victor will emerge from among us. Old Wong, how many contribution points do you have left? An onlooker asked a person in line. The person named Old Wong replied with a smile, I can still draw 3 times. If I don't win, then so be it. 3 times is too few. How about this? It'll give you 30 contribution points, and you draw 6 times. If you win, we split the profits. If not, I'll just consider it bad luck. What do you think? All right, deal. Chin Yu glanced at the person and thought to himself, pretty advanced. Has the cultivation world learned to invest already? This works out well. Oh, I was worried about not earning your contribution points, and now you're offering them to me. Chin won't be polite. This person set a good example, and the others quickly followed suit. Old Zhao, do you need contribution points? Shall we collaborate? You must be Xiao Wang. Can I collaborate with you? A new round begins. Chin Yu first addressed the crowd. Everyone, I will add a benefit for the families. If by the end of the event no one has drawn the yellow ball, these 10 Xiantian tokens will be given directly to the family that has drawn the most. With this move, Chin, you can clean them out financially. It's like an auction. However, in an auction, the bids are called first, and only the highest bidder pays in the end. Here it's also based on the highest bid, but with each bid called payment is required each time. In the end, regardless of whether the tokens are obtained, no refunds will be given. However, with Chin, each time you call out a bid, there is a chance of directly obtaining the goods. It's just that the probability is rather low. Let the competition begin, everyone. How many white balls are really in that box? Someone asked. Chin replied, I don't know. This box was given to me by the leader. I'm just the worker. Implying debts should be settled with the right person. If you all go bankrupt later, don't come looking for me. All right, everyone, let's get started. Wang Kaming stood resolutely in front of Chin Yu. This time I want to draw 10 times. Wang Kaming said boldly. Chin Yu responded, 10 times is fine. Why shout so loudly? If you weren't careful, others might think you're trying to fight 10 times. Pay the contribution points and draw. Wang Kaming reached into the wooden box, stirring it clockwise 3 times and counterclockwise 3 times, chanting words under his breath. This scene truly was a bit intimidating. Wait, what are you doing, brother? An onlooker curiously asked. This is a spell from my family to enhance fortune. It seeks the blessings of our ancestors. Watch as I draw the yellow ball. Chin Yu snickered and thought, if you draw it that quickly, Chin will immediately twist my head off and kick it to you. Qin Yu paused for a moment, seeing Wang Kaming spread his palms, 10 white balls quietly resting in his hand. Qin Yu continued to think with relief, if you draw it that quickly, I Qin will immediately twist my head off and kick it to you. No. Looking at the 10 white balls, Wang Kaming spread his arms, kneeling on the ground and shouting to the sky, no. I am ultimately left with nothing. In Qin Yu's mind, the exclusive BGM began to play. Snowflakes drift down, the north wind blows. Qin Yu helped Wang Kaming up and comforted him. Family, you are not left with nothing. Having been an outer disciple for so many years, I'm sure you must have your own weapon and have accumulated quite a few pills, much better than those servant disciples who have just been here for half a year. I get it. Wang Kaming regained his spirit. They'll sell my weapon and pills right now. Ha ha, the yellow ball must belong to me. Oh, that's not what I meant. Oh no, this kid has lost it. Qin Yu watched as Wang Kaming squeezed through the crowd and quickly disappeared, slowly swallowing the words he wanted to say. That's really not what I meant. I just wanted to tell him that he is already much better than most servant disciples and has no reason to be sad. Who would have thought he? Sigh. Qin Yu sighed lightly, his mind constantly recalling the sorrowful process of his 30 consecutive defeats, trying to suppress the corners of his mouth that kept wanting to rise. After Wang Kaming left, the crowd resumed the raffle. People placed heavy bets, drawing 10 or 8 times at once. Yet no matter how many draws they made, every ball pulled was white. Heavens, how many white balls did you put in here? Qin Yu shook his head with an innocent look and said he truly did not know. Qin Yu was not lying. The figure of 100,000 white balls was only a guess. Who would bother to count them one by one? Thus Qin Yu really had no idea of the exact number inside. Damn, you wouldn't have put in 20,000, would you? That would be monstrous. Qin Yu remained silent for a moment, then replied, I do not know the exact count, but I can assure you it is absolutely not 20,000. He declared this with solemn assurance. If it is not 20,000, then I am relieved. I said your organizers might not be virtuous, but they would not be that heartless. Qin Yu fell quiet again. But why can we never draw one? He shrugged and said he did not know either. Did your boss forget to put any yellow balls in? Qin Yu said decisively that was impossible. If there were no yellow balls inside, he swore he would tear the heads off those 2 orangutans behind him and kick them like balls. Li Zhengtong and Xiao Zhi were speechless. Seeing Qin Yu's grave expression, the crowd chose to trust him for the moment. Keep drawing, he said. I will continue to record the counts. When that round ended, only 30 remained from the 300 who had started. Collapsed, someone cried, this cursed yellow ball is so hard to draw. I'm done, I have no contribution points left, another wailed. This is a pit. I lost 5 years of savings. If I play again, I'm a fool. Qin Yu glanced at the record book and told the man, brother, your name is Li XX, right? Your current draw count ranks second. You are only 3 draws behind first place. Give me 4 more draws, the man pleaded. Qin Yu smiled and said there were still some contribution points left. Go to the back of the line. If you weren't right at the enforcement team's door, ID, fight you, the man snarled, then obediently went to the end of the queue. Your mouth is tough, but your body is honest, someone muttered. I like your slightly proud manner. A new round was about to begin when Wang Kaming returned from raising funds. Make way, I want to draw 23 times, he announced. The crowd hastened to open a path for him, as if greeting a triumphant warrior. Qin Yu rose as well, offering the highest respect to this most prosperous mark. Are you sure you want to draw? He asked. If you fail, you could be ruined. Think carefully, Qin Yu urged. He only wanted to collect a little tuition and teach a lesson. He did not intend to bankrupt anyone. Wang Kaming answered with steady eyes, I have thought it through. Are you certain? Qin Yu persisted. Qin Yu spoke gravely, we cannot know how many white balls remain in that box. There may be only 1 left, or there may still be tens of thousands. You can still give up now. I've decided, Wang Kaming said and transferred 230 contribution points to Qin Yu's account. Very well, Qin Yu replied, I respect your choice. Wang Kaming plunged his hand into the wooden box and quickly drew 3 small balls. They were all white. He cast them aside expressionlessly and plunged his hand back in. Clear out the small bits first, then go all in, he muttered to himself as he grabbed 20 balls at once. The onlookers fixed their eyes on his palm. Drawing 20 at once was an audacious move rare in recent rounds. Wang Kaming did not open his hand. Instead, he raised it above his head and chanted under his breath. Qin Yu assumed he was attempting some ancestral luck-boosting rite, but when he listened more closely, he could not help but smile at the absurdity. I am willing to trade my dear brother never finding a partner for me to draw a yellow ball, he intoned. I am willing to trade my dear brother never breaking through to golden core for me to draw a yellow ball. I am willing to. Qin Yu was speechless. This one is truly possessed, he thought. When Wang Kaming finished his litany and opened his hands, a sullen yellowish ball lay among the white ones, glaring conspicuously. He froze for a moment, then erupted into frantic howls of delight. I hit it, he laughed. I've struck it rich. Wang Kaming had spent over 400 contribution points on draws, and with the forthcoming purchase cost of 888 points, his total outlay was just over 1,300 points, a tremendous return. The spectators wore mixed expressions, envy, jealousy, resentment, and utter despair, some rolling on the ground. Qin Yu felt astonished. How could you draw it with such low odds, he wondered. Looking at the dozens still waiting in line, a pain pricked his chest. This cost us at least a few thousand contribution points in lost earnings, someone muttered. A man burst from the crowd and embraced Wang Kaming, congratulating him. Lao Wang, your luck is unbelievable. Wang Kaming laughed, of course. Qin Yu asked the man who he was. I am Lao Wang's best brother, he replied. Qin Yu fell silent. So you are the one who made me lose a few thousand contribution points, he thought. Wang Kaming borrowed 888 contribution points to pay the balance, and Qin Yu handed him 10 Xiantian tokens. Afterward, Qin Yu, Li Zhengtong, and Xiao Ji packed up and went home. Having confirmed they were not being followed, Qin Yu returned to his cave dwelling to check how many contribution points he had earned. After infusing spiritual power into the identity token, a long string of numbers appeared upon it. Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji's eyes widened like those of startled gorillas, their mouths slightly agape, exuding an air of foolishness as they asked, how much is this, brother Yu? 100,000 Yu. Although it's not as high as expected, it's still decent. Unfortunately, this event can only be held once. I thought we could earn a few 100,000, but I didn't expect these outer disciples to be so poor, and the yellow ball was drawn a bit too early. Brother Yu, why can this event only be held once? If we gather 10 more tokens, can't we continue? Are you stupid? So many people lost everything today. Who would dare to participate in this event again? Do you think those people are as foolish as you? Li Zhengtong replied. Xiaoji, go find out who is currently buying Xiantian tokens. We need to proceed with our next plan. Yuga, I have already investigated this, Xiaoji began calmly. At present, there are two principal buyers of the Xiantian tokens, an organization and an individual. The organization is that gang that caught fire a few days ago. They themselves discovered 3 tokens, then paid handsomely for 2 more, and now possess 5 tokens. The other buyer is named Zhao Liming. He is an inner disciple. An inner disciple? Qin Yu asked in surprise. Although the event is open to all disciples of the Xiantian sect, inner disciples mostly lack the time and disdain a few hundred contribution points, so few of them participate. He truly is an inner disciple. It is said he has reached the late golden core stage, and I also heard a rumor. Xiaoji lowered his voice and said Zhao Liming's master is precisely the chief in charge of this event, a direct disciple of Elder Wang Yingjun. Oh, is that true? Xiaoji shook his head. Hard to say, it is merely gossip circulating. How many Xiantian tokens does Zhao Liming hold? Also 5. Zhao Liming's bidding is very high. Yesterday it reached 200 contribution points per token, and it may rise further today. As far as I know, Zhao Liming will go to that gang today to negotiate, intending to buy the tokens they hold at a high price. Qin Yu nodded to himself upon hearing this. 200 contribution points per token is indeed steep. Qin Yu sold 10 tokens for 2,000 because 10 tokens grant an additional spirit artifact. If Zhao Liming purchases at such a high price but cannot assemble 10 tokens, he will suffer badly. It seems the rewarded spirit artifact must be of decent quality. At 200 contribution points per token, it certainly would not be a loss. Having resolved the matter, Qin Yu tossed 10 Xiantian tokens to each of the 2. This is your payment. You've worked hard these past days. They were astonished. Yuga, this for us. This is worth 2,000 contribution points. Qin Yu smiled with faint disdain. Do you think I care about a mere 2,000 contribution points? Yuga, no, foster father, please accept my kowtow. Off with you, quickly return to restore your bodies. Don't waste my time. After sending them away, Qin Yu spoke into the empty courtyard. Come forth. I can smell that stinky tofu on you. A chorus of barks rang out as 7 phantom dream hounds appeared from nowhere. Most people today had been drawn by Qin Yu's benefits, and hardly anyone was searching for tokens. The phantom dream hounds gathered all the tokens with ease. Qin Yu said warmly, you are magnificent. Today the 7 of you are tied for first. Each of you shall receive 2 portions of stinky tofu. The 7 hounds gave excited howls. After seeing them off, Qin Yu wrapped his black robe about himself once more and went to the gang's daily meeting place. By that time the gang had already assembled. Deputy Chief Gao stood at the fore and spoke. Today we have successfully purchased 10 tokens. This time we will surely make a large profit. However, we now hold 15 tokens. We must find a way to acquire 5 more. Does anyone have a plan? Someone said only Li Zhengtong and Ji Duoduo each hold 1 token now, or the rest have been bought by that Zhao Liming fellow. Damn Zhao Liming, maliciously inflating the price and disrupting the market. Without Zhao Liming, we would have collected 10 tokens long ago. Deputy Chief Gao signaled for silence. First, we must find a way to get the Xiantian tokens from Li Zhengtong and Ji Duoduo. There's no way. Someone complained. Those 2 rarely leave their abodes. When they finally come out, they ignore us completely and turn to leave. Someone grumbled. Their attitude is as if they don't even have tokens in hand. Isn't that strange? Why don't we go to the chief? Doesn't he know Li Zhengtong and Ji Duoduo? Yes, the chief would surely resolve this. Can't you think of a solution yourselves? Deputy Chief Gao rebuked. Always, Chief. Would our gang be incapable of functioning without him? Someone murmured, without the chief, we haven't even shouted the gang slogan for a long while. It feels as if the gang has lost its soul. Is it not just shouting a slogan? Then shout it now. Senior Brother Gao cried out loudly, strive. The crowd fell silent. That slogan was shouted without soul. It felt like shouting for the sake of shouting. If it's only for that, it might as well not be shouted at all. Agreed. I still miss the way the chief shouted the slogan. 1. Deputy Chief Gao exclaimed, you lot are truly hard to please. The chief is in seclusion now, do not disturb him. We must devise our own plan. If we cannot gather 10 tokens, our high-priced purchases will be a loss. Junior brothers, why not sell me the tokens in your hands? I promise a fair price. A debonair man smiled and strode forward. At his appearance, anger flashed across the crowd. Zhao Liming, what are you doing here? The newcomer was their chief rival, Zhao Liming. I have come to assist you junior brothers, of course. Zhao Liming smiled. Since you junior brothers cannot assemble 10 tokens, sell me the ones you have now at 200 apiece. You will not lose money, you will profit. How does that sound? I come in earnest, this arrangement benefits everyone, he added. Deputy Chief Gao said, how about we buy senior brother Zhao's tokens at 200 each? We are sincere as well, this will be good for everyone. I must decline. Zhao Liming replied apologetically. I have received a task and must collect the tokens. I hope you junior brothers understand. Zhao Liming, give up that thought. We will never sell to you, someone declared. We may lose, but you will lose more. Zhao Liming remained composed. A few lost contribution points mean little to me, but they are not insignificant to you junior brothers, are they? I bear no grudge against you junior brothers. Oh, why quarrel over contribution points? He continued. At present in the entire Xiantian sect, I am the only one who will buy your tokens. Do you have another choice? Who says they have no other choice? A hoarse voice interjected. The crowd turned their pupils constricting. You are a member of the mysterious organization. Qin Yu, cloaked in a black robe, walked over slowly. Who I am is not important. What matters is that you can sell the Xiantian token to me. Zhao Liming, displeased, approached Qin Yu and said, do you understand the order of precedence? Qin Yu smiled and replied, in business one sells to whoever they wish. Since they do not wish to sell to you, why persist in entangling with them? Zhao Liming snorted coldly. Do you think they would sell to you? I have heard that their intention in forming a gang was to counter your organization. Qin Yu, hands in pockets, looked at senior brother Gao and said, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Who do you want to sell the token to, senior leader Gao? Both Zhao Liming and Qin Yu turned their attention to senior brother Gao, who suddenly felt immense pressure. The mysterious organization and Zhao Liming were not friendly towards their gang. They formed the gang specifically to resist the mysterious organization. One could say that the mysterious organization was their imagined enemy. They looked down upon the mysterious organization's use of the Dreaming Hound to collect the Xiantian tokens. They considered it a method that violated fairness. If the mysterious organization was a hidden adversary, then Zhao Liming was their overt conflict. As the saying goes, fellow travelers are foes. When their people went to acquire the tokens, they often encountered Zhao Liming as a competitor. After a price war, they suffered a bitter defeat. Thus, everyone harbored some resentment towards Zhao Liming. Just because you have money, you think you're impressive. Therefore, when both parties sought to purchase the Xiantian tokens, senior brother Gao found himself in a dilemma. At that moment, someone spoke up. I have something to say. Senior brother Gao quickly looked over. Since I can't make a decision, it's better to hear what everyone thinks. Go ahead, senior brother Gao urged. The person said earnestly to Qin Yu, just to clarify, this is our vice leader, not the leader. Senior brother Gao. Qin Yu. Since you can't make a decision and you're the vice leader, why not ask your leader how to decide? Qin Yu suggested. Zhao Liming also nodded. Why not ask your leader? All right. Senior brother Gao nodded. I will ask the leader shortly. Tomorrow is the last day of the event. At this time and place, you two come back to discuss again. How about that? See you. Qin Yu wrapped his black robe tighter and turned to leave. He rushed back to the cave like the wind, entered the wooden house, and quickly removed and hid his black robe. Just as he took a sip of water, senior brother Gao's voice came from outside. Is the leader there? Qin Yu wrinkled his clothes, making it look as if he had been in seclusion for a long time. Then Qin Yu leisurely pushed open the wooden door and lifted the formation to let senior brother Gao enter. Senior vice leader, is there something you need? Qin Yu asked in confusion. Indeed, there is something. I hope the leader can help make a decision. All right, go ahead. Senior brother Gao detailed the events and difficulties encountered over the past few days to Qin Yu. After listening, Qin Yu pondered for a moment before slowly saying, in fact, neither the mysterious organization nor Zhao Liming is in the wrong. The mysterious organization using the Dreaming Hound to collect tokens without intervention from the sect indicates that this is legal and compliant. Moreover, the dreaming hound is a guardian beast of the sect, a shared resource that everyone can utilize. Their ability to use the dreaming hound is their skill. Our inability merely reflects our own lack of capability. Senior Brother Gao wanted to refute, but found himself unable to argue back. He could only nod in agreement. He felt these words were somewhat familiar, as if he had heard them somewhere. Senior Brother Gao thought carefully, and suddenly seemed to remember something. Leader, your words sound like what the cloaked person said when selling tokens to the mysterious organization a few days ago. Could it be? Senior Brother Gao narrowed his eyes, looking at Qin Yu with suspicion. Qin Yu's expression stiffened, cold sweat running down his back, his heart racing. Oh no, I was careless. Could it be that the cloaked person was selling tokens when the leader was also present? Qin Yu. Right, I was there at the time too. Looking at Senior Brother Gao's expression of I have already guessed it, you can't hide it from me, Qin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. I went out to relax, and happened to encounter this scene, feeling that the cloaked person had some reasoning behind their words. Senior Brother Gao asked, then the leader should know about our gang raising funds to buy 10 tokens. Qin Yu nodded. I know this, your decision is very correct. Don't say it's 2000 contribution points to buy 10 Xintian tokens. Even 2500 contribution points would be a sure profit. If another opportunity arises, we must seize it without hesitation. Gaining Qin Yu's affirmation, Senior Brother Gao was very pleased. Qin Yu continued, as for Zhao Liming, he is competing fairly with us and has not resorted to any underhanded tactics. He is not in the wrong either. Senior Brother Gao nodded. Then leader, who should we sell the 5 tokens in hand to? Qin Yu decisively said, of course it should be the mysterious organization. Is that even a question? Why? Senior Brother Gao was left bewildered by Qin Yu's response. Didn't you say both sides are in the right? Why suddenly choose the mysterious organization? In reality, Senior Brother Gao still preferred to do business with Zhao Liming. He always felt that the mysterious organization was not up to any good, as the leader had yet to show their face, and those sent out wore cloaks, appearing as if they had something to hide. Qin Yu said to Senior Brother Gao, the reason I want you to trade with the mysterious organization boils down to 2 reasons. First, we owe them an apology. Senior Brother Gao, we owe them? What have we done to wrong them? Senior Brother Gao asked in confusion, feeling completely lost in Qin Yu's reasoning. Qin Yu explained, did you forget why we formed the gang in the first place? Because we suspected that the mysterious organization was cheating and using improper means to acquire the Xintian tokens. But in reality, they have been fair and just abiding by the law. We misunderstood them. Don't you feel any guilt in your heart? Don't we owe the mysterious organization an apology? Senior Brother Gao nodded in a daze. It seems that is indeed the case. So I believe to express our regret, we should take the initiative to lower the price by 20, as selling to the mysterious organization at a price of 180 contribution points each. What do you think? Senior Brother Gao, Senior Brother Gao was somewhat bewildered. Isn't our Xintian token quite sought after? Didn't everyone want it? If it doesn't increase in price now, why should it decrease? Senior Brother Gao simply could not understand. Qin Yu laughed heartily. If you don't speak, it means you agree. Deputy Master Gao, I knew you were an understanding person. After all, those ignorant and short-sighted individuals can never understand my meaning. Only we intelligent people can grasp the profound implications. Senior Brother Gao's gaze suddenly became resolute. I understand what you mean, Master. You are absolutely right. Weren't there 2 reasons mentioned just now? What is the other reason? Qin Yu lightly coughed and said meaningfully, the other reason is that we simply cannot afford to provoke that mysterious organization. We not only cannot offend them, but must also strive to please them. We can't afford to provoke them. Senior Brother Gao was instantly furious. Even if they are direct disciples of the sect master, if they hit me, it still violates the sect rules and would incur severe punishment. What are we afraid of them for? Qin Yu patted Senior Brother Gao on the shoulder. You are confused, Deputy Master Gao. If they want to target you, you wouldn't even notice. Senior Brother Gao held his head high and stubbornly said, I don't believe it, Master. What can they do to me? Let me give you a small example. Qin Yu walked back and forth in front of Senior Brother Gao, saying the mysterious organization can mobilize dream hounds. If they want to use the dream hounds against you, they will let the dream hounds run to your doorstep to relieve themselves and will use illusions to hide the excrement. Senior Brother Gao was unafraid. Isn't that just stepping in dog poop? I'm not scared. Qin Yu did not expect Senior Brother Gao to be so bold, so he said softly, the dream hounds will sneak into your cave and eat the pills you usually use for cultivation, then return with their feces rolled into balls. Afterward, they will hide in the corner of your wooden house waiting for you to return, and they will use illusions to disturb you. You will take out the pills, but won't notice anything unusual. Unaware, you will shove the pills into your mouth, only to realize something tastes off. All right, stop talking. Senior Brother Gao stood up and earnestly said to Qin Yu, Master, I have long been displeased with that Zhao Liming guy. An inner sect disciple coming to rob business from us outer sect disciples is simply shameless. Since he dares to come and earn our money, we must make him suffer. So we should sell the tokens to the mysterious organization. Chinyu. I thought you would say, isn't it just a bit of poop? I'm not scared. Master, I'm definitely not afraid of the mysterious organization, I just look down on that Zhao Liming guy. Master, I'm telling the truth. Chinyu. Right. I think if we lower it by another 20 contribution points, we might gain the favor of the mysterious organization. You are absolutely right, Master. Senior brother Gao grasped Qin Yes hands excited like a lost person just pointed out by a master. But I think lowering it by another 20 contribution points is too little. We collect Xiantian tokens at an average price of around 130, selling to the mysterious organization for 150 would be a huge profit. There's no need to sell it for that expensive. Qin, you awesome, this kid is teachable. It's the 15th day of the event. Before noon, all 7 Xiantian tokens were effortlessly obtained. Thus the searching for Xiantian tokens event officially came to an end. A total of 105 Xiantian tokens were distributed during the event, of which Qin Yu obtained 95. After deducting the 50 tokens sold and the 20 given to Li Zhongtong and Xiao Ji, Qin Yu still had 25 tokens left. At the appointed time in the afternoon, Qin Yu donned a black robe and arrived at the gathering place of the guild. Soon Zhao Liming also arrived at this location. I'm curious, who is behind your organization? Is it an inner sect disciple or an elder of the sect? Zhao Liming asked with a smile. Qin Yu smiled mysteriously. You are not yet qualified to know, but I can tell you a trivial matter. Zhao Liming, am not interested in trivial matters, you don't need to say. Since you sincerely asked, I must tell you. Our leader. But can mobilize the power to eliminate those undergoing tribulation. Zhao Liming frowned slightly. This joke is not funny. Qin Yu pointed at the sky. If I lie to you, may the heavens strike me down. Zhao Liming looked up. There were no signs of thunderclouds gathering in the sky. Is what he said true? Zhao Liming's expression suddenly became serious. The power to eliminate those undergoing tribulation, could it be the sect master or the grand elder? That's impossible. It would make no sense for the sect master or grand elder to establish this organization. Wait, it indeed makes no sense for the sect master to create a new organization, but what if this organization is backed by the grand elder? Suddenly Zhao Liming's mind conjured the image of the young-looking grand elder in a black robe, sitting on the throne, representing the highest power of Xiantian sect, looking down upon all beings. Could it be that the grand elder wants to rebel? Zhao Liming was startled by his own thoughts, but the more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. The grand elder is secretly gathering power, preparing to take control of the sect, aiming to become the true ruler of Xiantian sect. And now the grand elder has already sent people to start targeting the outer sect. The Grand Elder is the head of the law enforcement peak, controlling the sect's authority. If this mysterious organization is backed by the Grand Elder, no matter how lawless this organization is, no one will care. Right? Zhao Liming's breath quickened, as if he had found crucial evidence. That person in the black robe selling Xiantian tokens not in a busy market, but right in front of the law enforcement team. Doesn't this just indicate that the law enforcement team is their shield? The reason the mysterious organization can mobilize Dreamhounds must be because the master of the beast control peak, the 6th Elder, has already sided with the Grand Elder. By the way, I heard that half a year ago the 3rd Elder and the 9th Elder invited the 6th Elder to a remote place in the outer sect, and afterward all outer sect disciples of the beast control peak were locked up for half a year. At that time I didn't think much of it, but now that I think about it, how extreme must it have been for everyone to be locked up for half a year? This is definitely a cover-up plotted by the 6th Elder in collusion with the 3rd and 9th Elders to distract everyone's attention. Moreover, since the sect master is unaware of this, it indicates that the 3rd and 9th Elders have already defected. In addition, the 5th Elder and the 12th Elder have always been on good terms with the Grand Elder, so they must also belong to the Grand Elder's faction. It's over. It seems that among the 12 Elders, the Grand Elder's influence occupies at least half, and with the Dreamhounds joining the Grand Elder's faction, the sect master is likely in grave danger. Zhao Liming wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and glanced at Qin Yu. Why is he telling me all this? Could it be that my talent has been recognized by them, and they want to recruit me? Am I really that important? No, I'm nobody. How could the senior elders organization possibly recruit me? Zhao Liming shook his head, deeming the thought absurd. He told me all this precisely, so I'd relay it to my master. They want my master to pick a side. Though master is currently only an outer sect elder, his talent rivals mine, perhaps even surpasses it. He is the youngest outer sect elder in Xiantian sect's century-long history, and his promotion to inner sect elder is all but certain. He may even ascend to one of the 12 grand elders. A figure like master is undoubtedly worthy of recruitment by the senior elder. At this realization, Zhao Liming was suddenly seized by a chill of dread. Fortunately, my sharp intellect pierced through this veil. Had I not, Master might never have known how, or why, he died. Wait, that's odd. Master's talent isn't superior to mine, so why was he invited yet I wasn't? Clearly the Senior Elder's clandestine organization suffers from short-sightedness. I am without question the future of the cultivation world. Hold on. Could they be inviting both Master and me? How ambitious. Though admittedly their judgment is sound. So, should I join their organization? Zhao Liming began weighing the advantages and perils. At present the Senior Elders faction holds clear superiority, but should matters escalate, the Supreme Elders and the Supreme Sect Master would never stand idly by while Shantian's sect teetered on the brink. They would surely oppose the Senior Elders' heretical defiance, and thus inevitably align with the Sect Master. Moreover, the Dreamweaver Hound clan's stance remains uncertain, though its ties with the Sixth Elder run deep. Its chieftain has long upheld a binding covenant with the Sect Master. Could it be some hounds within the clan harbor rebellious intent? Has the seemingly tranquil Dreamweaver Hound clan already become a cauldron of hidden currents? Too complex. I cannot fathom it. For now, the clan's position remains undecided. Presently, if the Supreme Elders and Supreme Sect Master intervene, the Sect Master's faction prevails. If they remain aloof, the Senior Elders faction gains the upper hand. Internal forces assessed, now turn to external ones. The Sect Master cultivates friendships widely across Liang Kingdom and the Great Wilderness, alike among sects and imperial courts alike. Should crisis strike, he commands immediate, overwhelming support. By contrast, the Senior Elder appears perpetually distracted, mingling with young cultivators, only revealing his true power when peril looms. His network consists solely of minor, unremarkable cultivators. Not even a handful of prodigies like me, the very future of the cultivation world. In this arena, he is utterly eclipsed by the Sect Master. Trouble. This analysis paints a grim picture for the Senior Elder. No, what I perceive he must also perceive. Yet knowing full well the gravity of the situation, he still permits this mysterious organization to emerge now. Surely, he holds deeper cards in reserve. But then again, Master himself praised me as exceptionally astute and gifted. What I grasp he may not. Zhao Liming, are you unwell? Qin Yu asked cautiously. After boasting to Zhao Liming, he watched as the latter first recoiled in panic, sweat beading across his brow, then fell into deep furrow-browed contemplation. A kaleidoscope of emotions flickered across his face. Elation, sudden clarity, bewilderment, rendering his expression profoundly intricate. Qin Yu stood utterly bewildered. Could this man be afflicted with some grave malady? Zhao Liming snapped back to awareness. They're pressuring me to decide. I mustn't fall for it. The greater the crisis, the calmer I must remain. Thus Zhao Liming declared solemnly to Qin Yu, I shall inform my master of this matter. Return here tomorrow at this same time and place. I will deliver my answer then. With that he turned and strode away. I must tell master at once, granting him ample time to weigh every consequence. Qin Yu, wait. Brother, you're grown now, running to your master when you can't best me. Don't you feel ashamed? The event rules nowhere prohibit selling Shantian tokens. What good does telling your master do? Zhao Liming heard Qin Yu's words clearly, but offered no reply. Ah, I see. A feint to mislead others. Clever. Huh. Why did Senior Brother Zhao Liming leave so suddenly? Senior Brother Gao approached asking. Qin Yu shook his head. No idea. He chose to leave, nothing to do with me. Since he's gone, let's begin our business. Fine. Senior Brother Gao said. Truth be told, he'd never intended to trade with Zhao Liming. His departure spared them unnecessary complication. Respected representative of the mysterious organization, after careful deliberation, our association has decided to purchase 5 Shantian tokens from you. Senior Brother Gao added courteously, to express our goodwill, and to celebrate this inaugural collaboration, we offer a token price of 150 contribution points per token. Does this suit you? Make it 170. Let you profit modestly after all your effort. The robed figure replied with a smile. Qin Yu, now flush with contribution points, cared little for such trifles. He sought only to complete his set. Acquiring these 5 tokens would bring his total to 10, enabling him to sell the full set at a premium. Senior Brother Gao nearly leapt with elation. Suddenly, the mysterious organization seemed far less sinister. He longed to exclaim, Brother, you're a good man. Qin Yu took the 5 tokens and turned to depart, when Senior Brother Gao suddenly called out, Wait, do you still have tokens available for sale? Interested? I hold 20 more in stock, 10 tokens for 200 contribution points. Are you certain your association can absorb that volume? Please wait a moment while we discuss this. All right. Senior Brother Gao hurriedly gathered everyone together. Now there's a fantastic opportunity. We only need to spend 4,000 contribution points to purchase 20 Shantian tokens. What do you all think? The guild's contribution points need to be raised through crowdfunding, so Senior Brother Gao could only discuss with everyone. Vice Guild Leader, are you suggesting we sell them to others at 170 contribution points each, and then buy them back at 200 contribution points each? Aren't you just being foolish? I can't believe it. You managed to haggle the price down from 200 contribution points to 170, and now you want to buy them back for 200 contribution points. Are you with us or with them? If the guild leader were here with his abilities, he could definitely buy them back at 170 contribution points each and sell them again at 200 contribution points each. Hearing these discussions, Qin Yu began to doubt whether Li Jingtong was mixed in with the crowd. How could someone ask such an astute question? Before Senior Vice Leader Gao could explain, a group of people began to refute, saying the price of a single token is certainly not the same as selling 10 tokens together. The greatest value of 10 tokens is that they can be exchanged for a magical artifact, and the price must be much higher. I think 2,000 is really not expensive. Senior Vice Leader Gao, we support you. But there were still some people in the guild who were somewhat dissatisfied. The token that was just sold for 170 contribution points is now being bought back at 200 contribution points each. It makes me uncomfortable. Qin Yu felt that there were indeed some people in the guild who weren't very bright. But thinking about it from another angle, it's normal. If they were bright, how could they have chosen him as the guild leader? Senior Brother Gao said, however, the tokens we buy back for 200 contribution points will be worth at least 300 contribution points once they are redeemed tomorrow. It's a huge profit. In Qin Yu's mind, a math problem unconsciously formed. Xiao Ming spent 130 yuan to purchase an item, then sold it for 170 yuan. Afterwards, Xiao Ming spent 200 yuan to buy back the item and sold it for 300 yuan. Question: how much did Xiao Ming earn? Isn't this just a split personality, a crazy trader buying and selling? In the end, Senior Vice Leader Gao directly invoked Qin Yu. Yesterday, I discussed it with the guild leader, and the guild leader said that we could earn with 2,500 contribution points, let alone 2,000 contribution points. Everyone immediately became spirited. Did the guild leader say that with 2,500 contribution points, we could earn from 10 tokens? Then let's hurry and buy you. I'll pull out my contribution points right now. Although the guild leader is not in the guild, he is still strategizing for us. It's truly moving. The guild has developed this way, all thanks to the guild leader controlling the direction behind the scenes. Senior Brother Gao sighed. Hey, Vice Leader, let's quickly gather the money. Since the guild leader has spoken, we can't possibly incur a loss. Yes, quickly say how much each person should contribute. If it's not enough, I'll borrow some. Seeing the crowd's eager expressions, Senior Brother Gao helplessly looked up to the sky. After so many days, am I ultimately not as good as that man? Master, something is wrong. A big problem has arisen. Zhao Liming hurriedly dashed to Elder Wang Yingjun. Elder Wang Yingjun, expressionless, took a sip of tea and said, as if accustomed to it, what have you figured out again? Master, this time it's really bad. Zhao Liming picked up Elder Wang Yingjun's teapot and drank the remaining tea in one gulp. Zhao Liming smacked his lips and showed a surprised expression. Master, you've stolen a sip of the sword fairy tea that Mistress has treasured again. Don't you know that's Mistress's favorite? Seeing the master's sudden change in expression, Zhao Liming wisely shut his mouth. Speak, what's the big problem this time? Elder Wang Yingjun said irritably. Zhao Liming hurriedly said, Master, luckily, I reacted quickly this time. Otherwise, we would have fallen into an irretrievable situation. Without me, Master, you wouldn't even know how you would die. Elder Wang Yingjun resigned, picked up his teacup, and savored the remaining tea inside. He had long been accustomed to his disciple's style of doing things. Master, our Xiantian sect is about to change. Oh. Elder Wang Yingjun raised his eyes with curiosity. Seeing that Master didn't seem to take it seriously, Zhao Liming lowered his voice and said, the Grand Elder is about to rebel. He has united the 3rd Elder, 5th Elder, 6th Elder, 9th Elder, 12th Elder, and some members of the illusionary Dreamhound to defeat the sect master and seize control of the Xiantian sect. I'm not sure if the other elders are involved for now. Elder Wang Yingjun, are you sure you're talking about that naive Grand Elder who is always pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Also, why only some of the illusionary Dreamhound tribe? Because I also suspect that some of the illusionary Dreamhound tribe are plotting a rebellion. Elder Wang Yingjun. The mysterious outer sect organization is actually established by the senior elder who is already preparing to act, and now wishes to recruit both you and me. Master, should we join them? Zhao Liming meticulously laid out his analysis of the current situation before his senior mentor. Based on present assessments, the sect master still holds a slight advantage. Yet if the senior elder dares to move, he must possess hidden trump cards. We must weigh our options with utmost care, for choosing the wrong side in such a matter would plunge us into irreversible ruin. Elder Wang Yingjun rubbed his brow and asked, what then is this organization currently doing? They are scouring the outer sect for Xiantian tokens and trading them openly. So why does the senior elder seek these tokens? Do you truly believe he cares about mere contribution points? Zhao Liming paused, then pondered a moment. I suspect the senior elder intends to seize control of the outer sect through this scheme. Elder Wang Ingjun sighed wordlessly. What possible use could controlling the outer sect serve? Could all the outer sect disciples combined withstand even a single palm strike from the sect master? Moreover, has anyone ever recruited followers in such an absurdly reckless manner? Were it not for the sect's strict regulations, this so-called mysterious organization would likely be beaten half to death the moment it revealed itself. This isn't recruitment. It's actively pushing the outer sect into the arms of outsiders. Zhao Liming scratched the back of his head. You're right. Then what precisely is the senior elder's purpose in deploying this organization within the outer sect? Elder Wang Ingjun fell silent for a beat. Could it be that this mysterious organization has nothing whatsoever to do with the senior elder? If he truly founded it, he'd never sell the tokens he collects. Why not? Zhao Liming asked. Because, given the senior elder's nature, he would appear before every outer sect disciple on Redemption Day holding all the tokens aloft like a celestial sovereign descending upon mortal realms. Zhao Liming let out a soft, "Oh." Then his face paled abruptly. Master, that makes things far worse. If this organization wasn't founded by the senior elder, it must belong to an external force. Disaster. Someone seeks to strike against our sect, and even aims to turn us both into traitors. Their chaotic maneuvers within the outer sect are clearly designed to destabilize Xiantian's sect from within, triggering its internal collapse. Elder Wang Ingjun covered his face with one hand, utterly overwhelmed. Why did I close my eyes to all the sensible disciples and choose him? No. Before Elder Wang Ingjun could speak, Zhao Liming swiftly rejected his own theory. Hearing his disciple catch his own error, Elder Wang Ingjun's expression softened slightly. Though this apprentice tends toward wild speculation, he is not wholly devoid of sense. Then came Zhao Liming's voice. An external sect would never dare operate so brazenly within our domain. This organization must originate from within Xiantian's sect itself. I see now. It must be the work of the retired sect master and the retired elders. Their aim is to incite chaos within Xiantian's sect, thereby exposing the current leadership's incompetence and forcing the sect master's abdication so they may resume power. That explanation fits far better. How sinister the retired sect master and retired elders truly are. So, they intend rebellion after all. Elder Wang Ingjun stared blankly. Have you drowned your wits in water? If the retired sect master or retired elders wish to govern Xiantian's sect, they need only step forth from their cultivation caves. Why orchestrate such convoluted machinations? I understand. Zhao Liming nodded gravely. Thus remains only one final possibility. He spoke with solemn conviction. Synthesizing all prior hypotheses, I arrive at the most plausible conclusion. The mysterious organization is a collusion between an external faction and the senior elder. Enabled by his protection, it operates with impunity across the outer sect. Its ultimate objective is to weaken Xiantian's sect through internal strife, then seize it entirely in one decisive stroke. I knew the senior elder was no paragon of virtue. How treacherous he truly is. Master, how shall we align ourselves? Perhaps you side with the sect master while I infiltrate the senior elder's faction. Though the senior elder moves in shadows, I sense the sect master holds greater odds of victory. Should I be captured, your authority alone would suffice to secure my release. And should the senior elder somehow prevail, I swear I will spare no effort to rescue both you and Madam Master. Granted, though my talent shines bright, my cultivation remains modest, and my voice, alas, carries little weight. Yet rest assured, Master, I will lay down my life without hesitation to save Madam Master. As for you, your status is so exalted that... But fear not, I shall surely avenge you once my strength matures. Heavens, why must my fate be so wretched? Elder Wang Ingjun wore a look of profound melancholy, silently debating whether to take on another disciple. After all, any clear-eyed observer could see this one had long since been irredeemably ruined. Elder Wang Ingjun circulated spiritual energy to calm his turbulent heart, fearing that should this conversation continue he might lose control and enact disciplinary purification upon his own apprentice. Remain composed, absolutely composed. Though Liming's thoughts leap like startled sparrows, his execution remains reliable. Without him, I'd lack even a single capable subordinate. Stay calm. After a pause, Elder Wang Ingjun exhaled slowly. Enough of these wild speculations. The senior elder would never betray Xiantian's sect. How many tokens have you gathered as instructed? The tokens. Zhao Liming offered an awkward smile, then withdrew 5 tokens from his spatial pouch, placing them one by one before Elder Wang Ingjun. Elder Wang Ingjun glanced at the tokens, then up at Zhao Liming. That's all. All. Only 5. Just 5. Don't you know 10 tokens are required to redeem a single artifact? I do. Then why only 5? Because I deemed the senior elder's alleged betrayal far more urgent. I rushed here without completing the remaining purchases. It's too late to return now. The remaining 5 tokens have surely been acquired by the mysterious organization. Master, resign yourself to reality. You, Elder Wang Ingjun, felt a wave of dizziness, and summoning courage dared ask, how many contribution points did acquiring these 5 tokens cost you? Zhao Liming held up his fingers, counting carefully. Not many, really. Elder Wang Ingjun let out a soft sigh of relief. Merely 8 or 900 contribution points. My. Thud. Master, are you alright? Seeing his master collapse before him, Zhao Liming panicked and shouted, Madam Master. Master secretly drank your... Shut your mouth now. Elder Wang Ingjun clapped a hand over Zhao Liming's mouth and whispered fiercely. Zhao Liming wriggled free and explained, Master, I only meant to rouse you quickly. Why did you faint so suddenly? A lingering after effect from my failed ascension to the harmonized body realm. Nothing serious. As Elder Wang Ingjun gritted his teeth, his gaze lingered bitterly upon the 5 tokens. Why 5 tokens? Even one more would have spared me preparing an additional artifact. Instead, I've saved none and spent 300 or 400 extra contribution points. Worse still, I borrowed those points on credit. How then shall I repay the interest? Zhao Liming whispered, Master, surely you won't blame me for wasting those extra 300 or 400 contribution points. Of course not. Elder Wang Ingjun feigned composure. A trifling sum. How could I possibly dwell on it? Then with sudden gravity, by the way, when you entered just now, which foot did you step in with first?